Marx and Engels. Works Volume 6. Autumn 1845, March 1848. 1 F. Engels. The Festival of Nations in London 3. 2 F. and Jeb. The State of Germany 15. 3 K. Marx. Statement 34. 4 K. Marx and F. Engels. Circular against Krieg 35 Section 1. How Communism Became Lovesick 36 Section 2. The Volkstribun's Political Economy and Its Attitude Towards Young America 41 Section 3. Metaphysical Trumpetings 44 Section 4. Flirtations with Religion 46 Section 5. Krieg's Personal Stand 50. 5 F. Engels. Violation of the Prussian Constitution 52. 6 K. Marx and F. Engels. Letter from the Brussels Communist Correspondence Committee to G. A. Kotkin 54. 7 F. Engels. The Prussian Bank Question 57. 8 K. Marx and F. Engels. Address of the German Democratic Communists of Brussels to Mr. Fergus O'Connor 58. 9 F. Engels. Government and Opposition in France 61. 6 Contents. 10 F. Engels. The Prussian Constitution 64. 11 K. Marx. Declaration against Karl Grun 72. 12 F. Engels. The Constitutional Question in Germany 75. 175. 2 The Status Quo and the Bourgeoisie 78. 13 F. Engels. Protective Tariffs or Free Trade System 92. 14 F. Engels. Draft of a Communist Confession of Faith 96. 15 K. Marx. The Poverty of Philosophy. Answer to The Philosophy of Poverty by M. Proudhon 105. Forward 109. Chapter I. A Scientific Discovery ILL1. The Opposition between Use Value and Exchange Value ILL2. Constituted Value or Synthetic Value 123. Application of the Law of the Proportionality of Value 144a, Money 144b, Surplus Left by Labor 152. Chapter 2. The Metaphysics of Political Economy 161. 1. The Method 161. First Observation 162. Second Observation 165. Third Observation 166. Fourth Observation 167. Fifth Observation 169. Sixth Observation 177. And last Observation 174. 2. Division of Labor and Machinery 178. 3. Competition and Monopoly 194. Property or Rent 197. 5. Strikes and Combinations of Workers 206. 16 F. Engels. The Decline and Approaching Fall of Guizot Position of the French Bourgeoisie 213. 17 K. Marx. The Communism of the Renasker Beobachter 220. 18 F. Engels. German Socialism in Verse and Prose 235. 1. Karl Beck. Lieder vom armen Mann, or the Poetry of True Socialism. 235. 2. Karl Grun, Übergath vom menschlichen Standpunkt. Darmstadt, 1846. 249. 19 F. Engels. The Economic Congress 274. 20 K. Marx. The Protectionists, the Free Traders and the Working Class 279. 21 F. Engels. The Free Trade Congress at Brussels 282. 22 F. Engels. The Communists and Karl Heinzen 291. First Article 291. Second Article 298. 23 F. Engels. The Commercial Crisis in England. The Chartist Movement IRELA and 307. 24 F. Engels. The Masters and The Workers in England. To the Worker Editors of L. A. Teller 310. 25 K. Marx. Moralising criticism and critical morality. A contribution to German cultural history. Contra Karl Heinzen 312. 26 F. Engels. Principles of Communism 341. 27 F. Engels. The Agrarian Program of The Chartists 358. 28 F. Engels. The Chartist Banquet in connection with The elections of 1847 361. 29 F. Engels. The Manifesto OFM.de Lamartine 364. 30 F. Engels. The Civil War in Switzerland 367. 31 F. Engels. The Reform Movement in France 375. 32 F. Engels. The Chartist Movement 383. 33 F. Engels. Split in the CAMP. The Reform and the National March of Democracy 385. 34 K. Marx and F. Engels. O.N. Poland. Speeches at the international meeting held in London on November 29, 1847 to mark the 17th anniversary of the Polish uprising of 1830 388 Marx's speech 388 Engels' speech 389. 35 F. Engels. The anniversary of The Polish Revolution of 1830 391. 36 F. Engels. Reform Banquet at Lille speech of M. Ledru-Rollin. 393. 37 F. Engels. Reform Movement in France Banquet of Dijon 397. 38 K. Marx. Remarks on The article by M. Adolf Bartels 402. 39 K. Marx. Lamartine and Communism 404. 40 F. Engels. The Reform and The National 406. 41 F. Engels. Louis Blanc's speech at The Dijon Banquet 409. 42 F. Engels. Chartist Agitation 412. 43 K. Marx. Wages 415A 415B Editions 415. I. Actinson 415. I.L. Carlyle 416. 3 M. Culloch 416. 4 John Wade 419. V. Babbage 420. 6 Andrew Ure, 420. 7. Rossi 421 8. Cherbulies 421 LX. Bray. Savings Banks 421 C, 422 I. How does the growth of the productive forces affect wages? 422 2. Competition between workers and employers 423 3. Competition among the workers themselves 424 4. Fluctuations of wages 424 v. Minimum wage 425 6. Suggestions for remedies 426 7. Workers' associations 435. 8 Positive aspect of wage labor 436. 44 F. Engels. The satisfied majority Guizot's scheme of reform. Queer notions of M. Garney Page's Democratic Banquet at Chalon speech of M. Ledru-Rollin a Democratic Congress speech of M. Flocon the Reform and the National 438. 45 F. Engels. The Coercion Bill for IRELANDAND Chartists 445. 46 F. Engels. Fergus O'Connor and The Irish People 448. 47 K. Marx. Speech on the question of free trade delivered to the Democratic Association of Brussels at its public meeting of January 9, 1848 450. 48 F. Engels. The Chartist Movement. The Fraternal Democrats to the Working Classes of Great Britain ANDIRELAND 466. 49 K. Marx. The Situation in France 468. 50 F. Engels. Extraordinary Revelations Abdel Kadergizos Foreign Policy 469. 51 F. Engels. The Chartist Movement. Meeting in support of the National Petition 473. 52 K. Marx and F. Engels. Manifesto of The Communist Party 477 I Bourgeois and Proletarians 482 2. Proletarians and Communists 497. 3 Socialist and Communist Literature 507 1. Reactionary Socialism 507a. Feudal Socialism 507b. Petty Bourgeois Socialism 509c. German or TRUE, Socialism 510 2. Conservative, or Bourgeois, Socialism 513 3. Critical Utopian Socialism and Communism 514. 4 Position of the Communists in relation to the various existing opposition parties 518 53. F. Engels. The movements of 1847 520 54. F. Engels. The beginning of the end in Austria 530 55. K. Marx. The Debat Social of February 6 on Die Democratic Association 537 56. F. Engels. 3 New Constitutions 540 57. K. Marx and F. Engels. On Die Polish Question 545 Speech by Mr. Karl Marx 545 Speech by Mr. Friedrich Engels 549 58. F. Engels. A Word to the Reform of 553 59. F. Engels. Revolution in Paris 556 60. F. Engels. To the Editor of the Northern Star 559 61. K. Marx. To the Editor of La Reforme 564 62. K. Marx. Persecution of Foreigners in Brussels 567 63. F. Engels. The Situation in Belgium 569. From the Preparatory Materials 1. K. Marx. Protectionists 573 2. K. Marx. Demand 574 3. K. Marx. Draft Plan for Section 3 of the Manifesto of the Communist Party 576 4. K. Marx. Page from the rough draft of the Manifesto of the Communist Party 577 5. K. Marx. Notes on the arrest, maltreatment, and expulsion of Wilhelm Wolff by the Brussels Police 581 Appendices 1. Rules of the Communist League, June 1847, 585 2. A circular of the First Congress of the Communist League to the League members. June 9, 1847 589. X. Contents. 3 Note by Marx on the formation of the Brussels Community and Circle of the Communist League. August 5, 1847 601. 4 The Central Authority to the League 602. 5 The Northern Star on the meeting in London on November 29, 1847 to mark the 17th anniversary of the Polish insurrection of 1830-616. 6 Address of the Democratic Association of Brussels to the Swiss people 624. 7 Minutes of Engels' lecture to the London German Workers' Educational Society on November 30, 1847 627. 8 Minutes of Marx's report to the London German Workers' Educational Society on November 30, 1847 630. 9 Minutes of Engels' lecture to the London German Workers' Educational Society on December 7, 1847 632. 10 Rules of the Communist League, December 1847, 633. 11 From the report of the Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung on the New Year's Eve celebration of the German Workers' Society in Brussels. December 31, 1847 639 12. The Association Démocratique of Brussels to the Fraternal Democrats assembling in London 640 13. From the Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitungsreport on the meeting of the Democratic Association of February 20, 1848 643-14. From the Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitungsreport on the Brussels celebration of the second anniversary of the 1846 Krakow insurrection 644-15. To the citizens, members of the Provisional Government of the French Republic 645-16. To Mr. Julian Harney, editor of the Northern Star, secretary of the Fraternal Democrats Society, London 647-17. Ferdinand Flocon to Marx in Brussels. March 1, 1848 649-18. Order of Leopold I, King of the Belgians, for Marx's expulsion from Belgium 650-19. Decision of the Central Authority of the Communist League, March 3, 1848, 651-20. Travel document issued to Marx on his expulsion from Belgium 653-21. Minutes of the meeting of the Paris Community of the Communist League, March 8, 1848 654. Contents 11. 22 minutes of the meeting of the Paris Circle of the Communist League. March 9, 1848 656. 23 Announcement by the German Workers' Club in Paris 658. 24 Announcement of the regular meeting of the German Workers' Club in Paris 658. Volume 6 of the collected works of Marx and Engels covers the period between the autumn of 1845 and March 1848, when the bourgeois democratic revolutions in Europe were maturing, and the contents reflect the manifold theoretical studies and practical activities of Marx and Engels undertaken on the eve of the revolutions of 1848-49. In these activities Marx and Engels were mainly concerned with completing their working out of the general theoretical foundations of Marxism as the ideology of the working class, with taking the first steps towards the creation of a proletarian party based on the principles of scientific communism and proletarian internationalism, and with drawing up the program and tactical platform of the international working class movement. It was in this period that Marx and Engels founded the first international proletarian organization, the Communist League, and produced Marxism's first programmatic statement, the Manifesto of the Communist Party. The volume begins with an article by Engels, The Festival of Nations in London, in which the principles of proletarian internationalism are set forth in print for the first time. Here Engels stressed that the proletarians in all countries have one and the same interest, one and the same enemy, that only the proletarians can destroy nationality, only the awakening proletariat can bring about fraternization between the different nations. See this volume, p. 6. The idea of international proletarian solidarity is also expressed in the address of the German Democratic Communists of Brussels to Mr. Fergus O'Connor, a declaration of the German Communists' support for the British working men who had joined forces in the Chartist Association, which was effectively the first party of the working class. It was written for the Brussels Communist Correspondence Committee, which Marx and Engels had initiated at the beginning of 1846 to promote unity of ideas and organization among the leading figures of the proletarian and socialist movement. Of great importance among surviving papers of the Brussels Communist Correspondence Committee is the Circular against Krieg, a criticism of German true socialism. Here Marx and Engels firmly opposed the views of the true socialist Krieg, who was at this time active in the United States. He was substituting a sentimental theory of universal love for communist ideas, and seeking at the same time to present the American democratic movement for agrarian reform, the progressive significance of which Marx and Engels fully recognized, as a struggle for the communist transformation of society. The circular showed that there was no point in trying to give socialist doctrines a religious coloring and that the communist world outlook was incompatible with religion. On a more general plane, the circular against Krieg was also a blow against the views of Weitling and his supporters, who advocated egalitarian utopian communism. Similar in many ways to the beliefs of the true socialists, these views increased the ideological confusion among the working class and encouraged sectarian and dogmatic attitudes. Marx's declaration against Karl Grun, Engels unfinished the constitutional question in Germany, his essays German Socialism in Verse and Prose, and some other works, are also devoted to the criticism of true socialism. In the constitutional question in Germany, Engels takes issue with true socialist political views. He shows that, by ignoring the supremacy of the absolutist system in Germany and opposing progressive bourgeois reforms, the true socialists were playing into the hands of the absolutist feudal circles and acting in profound contradiction to the interests of the working people. After a searching analysis of the social and political situation in Germany, Engels outlines the revolutionary tactics of the proletariat in the approaching bourgeois revolution, emphasizing that the working class has an interest in the consistent realization of the aims of such a revolution. In his essays German Socialism in Verse and Prose, Engels then criticizes the aesthetic ideals of true socialism, as represented in the poetry and literary criticism of its supporters, the poet Karl Beck, the literary historian Karl Grun, and others. He censures their characteristically sentimental, merely philanthropic themes, their petty bourgeois tastes and illusions and Philistine moralizing. Progressive writers and poets should, he declares, bring to their readers the advanced ideas of their time and acclaim not a cowardly petty bourgeois wretchedness, but a proud, threatening, and revolutionary proletarian. See this volume, p. 235. Here Engels arrives, too, at important principles of Marxist aesthetics and criteria for the appreciation of works of art. In contrast to Grun's extremely naive and thoroughly petty bourgeois attitude to the work of such a great writer as Goethe, Engels shows that the critic's task is always to reveal the link between the writer's social environment and his world outlook and thoroughly to investigate its contradictions. He must be able to distinguish between elements of genuine artistic and social value in the work and those which express only a narrowness of outlook on the writer's part. One of the most important theoretical works of Marxism, Marx's The Poverty of Philosophy. Answer to the Philosophy of Poverty by M. Proudhon belongs to this period. Aimed against the growing trend of Proudhonism, a trend which was later to acquire considerable influence in the working class movement and which Marx and his associates fought for decades, this book was compiled to meet the contemporary needs of the revolutionary struggle and to help make the proletariat theoretically and ideologically independent of the petty bourgeoisie. The Poverty of Philosophy was prompted by the publication of Proudhon's Système de contradictions économiques, ou Philosophie de la misère. Marx saw in Proudhon's ideas the embodiment of a petty bourgeois mentality, the inconsistency and utopianism permeating the outlook of a class which seeks at once to escape from the disastrous consequences of capitalist development and to preserve the economic foundation of the system, private ownership of the means of production and wage labor. Criticism of Proudhon's views was therefore fundamental for establishing among the workers a true understanding of the revolutionary aims of proletarian struggle and for exposing any attempts to replace these aims with the utopian reformist idea of adapting the capitalist system to the interests of the working people. Marx's Poverty of Philosophy is one of the first works of mature Marxism. Besides criticizing Proudhon, Marx expounds his own philosophical and economic views. Here, therefore, in print for the first time, though still in a somewhat polemical form, were formulated the scientific principles of historical materialism which Marx and Engels had worked out mainly in the process of writing the German ideology. The Poverty of Philosophy was Marx's public debut as an economist. It is the first published work to outline the fundamental propositions of Marx's economic theory which form the point of departure of Marxist political economy. Marx himself wrote in 1880, "This book contains in embryo what after a labor of 20 years became the theory that was developed in Capital." The Poverty of Philosophy also enunciates a number of basic propositions about the working class movement and its tactics. Marx first of all shows the weakness of Proudhon's basic approach. He had attempted to apply Hegelian dialectics to political economy with no understanding of what dialectics really means. In Proudhon, dialectics is reduced to the artificial construction of contradictions. He accepted basic facts of economic production and exchange as given and unalterable, and then put forward the utopian idea that their bad side could be eliminated, while preserving their good side. In this way, he thought, the capitalist system could be purified of all those consequences of its development that were inimical to the small producer competition, concentration of production, the domination of big, particularly banking, capital, and so on. Marx stresses that Proudhon has nothing of Hegel's dialectics but the language, see this volume, p. 168, and remains in practice a metaphysician. He shows that Proudhon adopts the idealist form of Hegel's theory of contradictions and deprives it of its rational elements. Marx contrasts his own interpretation of the materialist character of dialectics to Hegel's idealist interpretation, drawing a clear line of distinction between his own scientific method and the Hegelian method. In The Poverty of Philosophy, Marx expressed the essence of the materialist understanding of history in a clear and concise formula. Social relations are closely bound up with productive forces. In acquiring new productive forces, men change their mode of production, and in changing their mode of production, in changing the way of earning their living, they change all their social relations. The hand mill gives you society with the feudal lord, the steam mill, society with the industrial capitalist, see this volume, p. 166. Defining the meaning of the term productive forces, Marx states that it embraces not only the instruments of production but also the workmen themselves, and he thus arrives at the important proposition that, the greatest productive power is the revolutionary class itself, see this volume, p. 211. In the course of his studies in political economy from 1845 to 1846, Marx had demonstrated the utopianism of the attempts of the English Ricardian socialists Bray, Thompson, and others to deduce a socialist system from the postulates of classical political 19. Economy, particularly, from the labor theory of value. In The Poverty of Philosophy, he showed that Proudhon was repeating and aggravating this mistake by regarding the economic categories of bourgeois society as the foundation on which to build a new, just social order. Unlike the English socialists, however, whose goal was the radical transformation of society on socialist principles, Proudhon sought merely to save the small private producer. The Poverty of Philosophy describes English classical political economy in its most characteristic aspects and shows the important part it played in the development of economic thought. At the same time, although the criticism of the classical economists is not complete, it shows its weaknesses. Even in this work, however, Marx is already basing his study of economic life on entirely new premises, fundamentally different from those of the classical economists. In contrast to Smith, Ricardo, and other bourgeois economists who assumed the eternal and immutable nature of the economic laws of capitalism, Marx argues that the laws of bourgeois production are transient in character, just as the laws of the pre-capitalist social economic formations were transient. There will inevitably come a time, he wrote, when the laws of bourgeois production will be superseded because the very system of bourgeois relations will disappear from the face of the earth. In his polemic with Proudhon and the bourgeois economists, Marx took a new standpoint in analyzing such categories of political economy as value, money, rent, and such economic phenomena as the division of labor and application of machinery, competition and monopoly. Here he still employs, as in other economic works of this period, specifically, in the manuscript published in this volume under the title of Wages, concepts borrowed from the classical economists: labor as a commodity, value of labor and price of labor, but he gives these concepts a new meaning which discloses the underlying exploitation in the relations between capital and wage labor. In contrast to Ricardo, who regarded labor as a commodity the same as any other, Marx sees it as a commodity of a special kind, the purchase and use of which leads to the enrichment of the capitalist and a worsening in the position of the owner of this commodity, the worker. Marx formulates, as yet in a general, rudimentary form, the universal law of capitalist accumulation. Under capitalism, he writes, in the self-same relations in which wealth is produced, poverty is produced also, see this volume, p. 176. In The Poverty of Philosophy, Marx singles out the industrial proletariat that came into being in the process of the development of machine production as the real XX preface. Social force destined to resolve the contradictions of bourgeois society by its revolutionary transformation. Marx refuted Proudhon's contention that strikes and trade union organization are of no use to the workers. He showed that the economic struggle, strikes, and workers' combinations were essential for the unity and revolutionary education of the proletarian masses. The poverty of philosophy expresses the profound idea that the awareness of the fundamental contradiction between its own interests and the continuation of the capitalist system, which the proletariat acquires as an organized movement develops, plays a decisive role in converting it from a mass that is already a class as against capital, but not yet for itself, into a class for itself. See this volume, p. 211. Here Marx also formulates one of the most important tactical principles of the revolutionary proletarian movement: the unity of economic and political struggle and the decisive role of the political struggle for the emancipation of the proletariat. In the period leading up to the revolutions of 1848, Marx and Engels were extremely active as proletarian journalists, reacting to all contemporary events, especially those of a revolutionary nature. This volume includes a large number of their articles and reports published in the working class and democratic press of the time, particularly in the Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung, which under their influence became the unofficial organ of the Communist League. The chief aim of Marx and Engels' writing for the press in this period was to explain to the working class its role and tasks in the imminent bourgeois revolution, to prepare the proletarian party that was beginning to take shape for the forthcoming battles, to spread the new revolutionary proletarian world outlook, and to defend scientific communism from the attacks of its enemies. Continuing his contributions to the Chartist Northern Star, which he had begun in 1843, Engels wrote regular articles about the maturing revolutionary situation in Germany, the state of Germany, violation of the Prussian constitution, etc., and the imminent revolutionary crisis in France, government and opposition in France, the decline and approaching fall of Guizot's position of the French bourgeoisie, the reform movement in France, etc. In October 1847 he made contact with the French Democrats and Socialists associated with the newspaper La Réforme, and became an active contributor. He sent the paper a series of articles on the Chartist movement in England, the agrarian program of the Chartists, the Chartist banquet in connection with the elections of 1847, etc., and translated and published with XXI commentaries the major Chartist documents, reports of Chartist meetings, and so on. His contributions also included several articles on the national liberation movement in Ireland, the commercial crisis in England, the Chartist movement Ireland, the coercion bill for Ireland, and the Chartists. At the same time the Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung published articles, mainly by Engels, on the revolutionary events in Switzerland, Italy, Germany, Austria, and Denmark, the civil war in Switzerland, the movements of 1847, 3 new constitutions, etc. Engels' article Revolution in Paris was a response to the events of February 1848 in France. The publication of these articles and reports helped to strengthen the international ties between the proletarian and democratic circles of the European countries and to evolve a common platform for the revolutionary forces. The same purpose was served by Marx and Engels' work in the Brussels Democratic Association, their friendly contacts with the London Society of Fraternal Democrats, their growing ties with the leaders of Chartism, and their speeches at international meetings and conferences, as a number of the articles included in this volume bear witness, e.g. Marx's article The Debat Social of February 6 on the Democratic Association and Engels' report The Anniversary of the Polish Revolution of 1830. And likewise the documents published in the appendices. Many of the articles in this volume announce important propositions of the theory of Marxism and the tactics of proletarian revolutionary struggle. Prominent among these is the article The Communism of the Reinaskerbiobotev, which was aimed against the supporters of feudal socialism and their attempts to attribute a special social mission to the Prussian monarchy. This article gave the German working class a clear orientation in a situation of mounting revolution. To the moderate and conciliatory counsels of the liberal opposition, Marx counterposed the revolutionary overthrow of the absolute monarchy and drew up a program of revolutionary democratic reforms. The victory of the bourgeois revolution, he declared, would make it easier for the working class to achieve its own class aims. The rule of the bourgeoisie does not only place quite new weapons in the hands of the proletariat for the struggle against the bourgeoisie, it also secures for it a quite different status, the status of a recognized party. See this volume, p. 222. The idea that the working class should take an active part in the bourgeois democratic revolution was further developed in the polemic that Marx and Engels conducted with the German Democrat Karl who expressed the hostility to communism of a whole. XXII Preface. Group of German radical journalists. Engels' articles. The Communists and Karl and Marx's work Moralising Criticism and Critical Morality provide striking examples of how to answer anti-communism and expose its slanders of communists. In reply to Heinzen's accusation that the communists split the democratic camp, Marx and Engels demonstrate that, although their ultimate aims go far beyond establishing bourgeois democratic freedoms, the communists' immediate aim is to win democracy, and in this struggle they make common cause with the Democrats. In what Marx and Engels wrote against Heinzen we find a draft of the proposition that the working class must lead the revolutionary movement. In contrast to Heinzen, who assigned a leading role in the impending revolution to the peasantry and urban petty bourgeoisie, Engels argued that not the peasantry but the industrial proletariat of the towns has become the vanguard of all modern democracy. The urban petty bourgeoisie and still more the peasants depend on its initiative completely. See this volume, p. 295. Marx and Engels regarded the bourgeois democratic revolution as merely an intermediate stage in the proletariat's revolutionary struggle. The proletarians, Marx wrote, can and must accept the bourgeois revolution as a precondition for the workers' revolution. This volume, p. 333. With the victory of the democratic revolution the proletariat is confronted with the task of becoming a power, in the first place a revolutionary power in order to carry the struggle against the bourgeoisie itself to its ultimate conclusion. See this volume, p. 319. Thus in their polemic with Heinzen Marx and Engels approached the idea of uninterrupted revolution and regarded the working class conquest of political power as its next stage. Here we have the first published formulation of the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat as an instrument for the revolutionary reconstruction of society. In Moralising Criticism and Critical Morality Marx laid the groundwork for the theory of the dialectical interrelationship between the economic basis and the political superstructure. It is not political power, he stressed, that determines property relations, as the bourgeois and petty bourgeois Democrats imagine, but, on the contrary, the character of political power itself depends on historically formed production relations, property relations, and the class structure of society thus created. At the same time, Marx points out that political power is an active factor in social life. In the hands of the rising class it accelerates progressive development, in the hands of the obsolete class it acts as a powerful brake on progress. The revolutionary supplanting of the old political superstructure is XXII. Therefore an essential condition for the victory of the new social system. Articles by Engels published in this volume The Satisfied Majority, Louis Blanc's speech at the Dijon banquet, and Marx's remarks on the article by M. Adolf Bartels like the articles against Heinzen, show that while opposing sectarian isolation from the democratic movement and advocating an alliance with the Democrats, Marx and Engels sought to build the relations between the proletarian party and the democratic organizations on a principled basis. They refused to condone democratic mistakes and illusions. Engels, in particular, spoke out against the Reform Party leaders on issues where their platform was unacceptable to the Communists, their notion of the special cosmopolitan role of France in world history and their nationalistic claims that French democracy should hold a leading position in the international democratic movement. The union of the Democrats of different nations does not exclude mutual criticism, Engels wrote. It is impossible without such criticism. Without criticism there is no understanding and consequently no union. This volume, p. 409. Marx and Engels' criticisms of the bourgeois free traders, for whom free trade was to become a blessing for the proletariat and a panacea for all social ills, provide a striking example of their struggle against ideology hostile to the working class. In the materials relating to the International Congress of Economists in Brussels, and in Marx's speech on the question of free trade, the theory of free trade and its rival bourgeois economic system of protectionism are alike subjected to scientific criticism and given a specifically historical evaluation. In the conditions of the 1840s, Marx gave preference to the free trade system as the more progressive of the two. We are for free trade, because by free trade all economical laws, with their most astounding contradictions, will act upon a larger scale, upon a greater extent of territory, upon the territory of the whole earth, and because from the uniting of all these contradictions into a single group, where they stand face to face, will result the struggle which will itself eventuate in the emancipation of the proletarians. See this volume, p. 290. Marx and Engels paid great attention to national liberation movements. They realized the importance of the emancipation struggles of the oppressed peoples in the imminent bourgeois democratic revolution, and in their articles The Beginning of the End in Austria and A Word to the Reforma, and in their speeches at public meetings to mark the anniversaries of the Polish uprisings of 1830 and 1846, they sought to provide the working class with a XXIV preface. Thoroughly argued position on the question of nationalities. Marx and Engels were emphatic that the proletariat must give full support to the national liberation movement of the oppressed peoples and urged proletarian groups to ally themselves with the revolutionary democratic wings of the national movements. They saw the guarantee of success for the latter in a combination of the struggle for national liberation with the demand for deep-going internal revolutionary democratic changes. A nation cannot become free, Engels wrote, and at the same time continue to oppress other nations. This volume, p. 389. He and Marx stressed that the nationalities question could be finally solved only after the proletariat's victory over the bourgeoisie, whose domination inevitably leads to the intensification of national antagonisms and colonial oppression. The proletarian revolution, they declared, is the signal of liberation for all oppressed nations. This volume, p. 388. Some of the judgments and conclusions reached by Marx and Engels in their articles and reports were still of a preliminary character and sometimes one-sided. They reflected the level of Marxist thought at the time and were later supplemented or clarified in the light of new historical experience and a more profound and comprehensive study of the subject. In their later works, for example, Marx and Engels gave a different, positive interpretation of the role of the peasant movements in the Middle Ages, as compared with what we find in the article The Communists and Karl Heinzen. They also arrived at a rather different estimate of the struggle of the Swiss against Austrian domination in the 14th and 15th centuries, and the character and results of the war waged by the USA against Mexico in 1846–48, and so on. The material in this volume shows the work of Marx and Engels as organizers and leaders of the Communist League and, above all, enables us to trace the stages in their working out of the program and organizational principles of the League. This volume contains the draft of a Communist Confession of Faith, written by Engels for the First Congress of the Communist League, June 1847, Engels' manuscript of the Principles of Communism, October 1847, and the Manifesto of the Communist Party, written by Marx and Engels on the instructions of the Second Congress held at the end of November and beginning of December 1847. The appendices to the volume contain two versions of the rules of the Communist League, which Marx and Engels took part XXV in compiling, and also other documents of the League, to which they contributed in some degree or other. The draft of a Communist Confession of Faith, the so-called Credo, which was discovered only in 1968, is the first version of the Marxist program for the working class movement. It defines the aims of the communists and describes the proletariat as the class destined to bring about the socialist revolution. Engels shows that the communist transformation of society depends on historical conditions and the laws of history, maps its paths and indicates the tasks of the working class after its conquest of political power in the conditions of the transitional period from capitalism to the new communist system. This document expresses some profound thoughts concerning the elimination of national differences and the overcoming of religious prejudices in the society of the future. The programmatic document The Principles of Communism, which is written on a broader, more comprehensive theoretical basis, was in effect the original draft of the Communist Manifesto. Verifying the formulations and deepening the arguments, Engels introduces a number of points that were absent from the draft of a Communist Confession of Faith and substantially revises many of its propositions, for example, the description of the transitional period. He also defines communism as the theory of the emancipation of the proletariat, reveals the historical preconditions for the rise and development of the working class movement and formulates its goals. The goal of the proletarian revolution, he writes, absolutely necessitates a completely new organization of society, in which industrial production is no longer directed by individual factory owners, competing one against the other, but by the whole of society according to a fixed plan and according to the needs of all. See this volume, p. 347. In the Principles of Communism, the answer to the question of the possible ways of abolishing capitalist private property is more clearly worded than in the draft of a Communist Confession of Faith. In contrast to the advocates of peaceful reforms, Cabet, Proudhon, and the true socialists, and also the Blanquists, who thought communism could be established by means of conspiratorial action on the part of a select group of revolutionaries, Engels argues the necessity for a deep-going proletarian revolution carried out by the masses of the working people, a revolution which in the historical conditions obtaining at the time could be carried out only by force. At the same time, Engels stressed that if there arose anywhere or at any stage of development a real possibility of achieving the revolutionary abolition of private property by peaceful means, the XXVI Preface. Communists certainly would be the last to resist it. This volume, p. 349. The Principles of Communism touches upon the possibility of the victory of a communist revolution in one country. In reply to this question, Engels developed the conception of revolution already expounded in the German ideology. He indicated that the proletarian revolution could not be victorious in one country alone, but must take place more or less simultaneously in the developed capitalist countries. It is a worldwide revolution and will therefore be worldwide in scope. See this volume, p. 352. These notions of the forthcoming revolutionary process corresponded to the level of capitalist development that had been reached in those days. In the ensuing historical period, however, the transition to imperialism made the development of the capitalist countries far more uneven. Lenin, who shared the general basic conceptions of Marx and Engels in the theory of world communist revolution, reached the fundamentally different conclusion that socialism could be victorious at first in a few capitalist countries or even in one alone. The description of communist society figures prominently in the Principles of Communism. With considerable scientific precision, Engels threw light on many important aspects of the future system and the changes that would ensue in production and consumption, in social relations and social consciousness. The summit of Marx and Engels' creative work before the 1848 revolution is the Manifesto of the Communist Party, the first programmatic document of the international proletarian movement. It was the first document to expound the fundamentals of the Marxist outlook in a comprehensive and systematic form that reflected the essential unity of all the components of Marx's teaching. With the clarity and brilliance of genius, Lenin wrote of the manifesto, this work outlines a new world conception, consistent materialism, which also embraces the realm of social life, dialectics, as the most comprehensive and profound doctrine of development, the theory of the class struggle and of the world historic revolutionary role of the proletariat, the creator of a new, communist society. V.I. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 21, p. 48. The Manifesto of the Communist Party armed the proletariat by proclaiming the scientific proof of the inevitability of the collapse of capitalism and the triumph of the proletarian revolution. But not only has the bourgeoisie, states the manifesto, forged the weapons that bring death to itself, it has also called into existence the men who are to wield those weapons, the modern working class, the proletarians. This volume, p. 490. Having demonstrated the role XXVII Of the class struggle in history, Marx and Engels went on to argue that the proletariat was the most revolutionary of all classes known in history, the class whose world historic role was to perform a mission of liberation in the interests of the whole of toiling humanity by ridding society forever of all oppression and exploitation. The cornerstone of the manifesto is the idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat, of a proletarian government which is democratic by its very nature, expresses the interests of the great majority of the people and relies on their support. Although they do not as yet use the term dictatorship of the proletariat, Marx and Engels show how the proletarian state is needed in order to eliminate the exploiting classes, abolish the conditions for the existence of classes in general, and ensure the final victory of the social relations of a classless society. The manifesto described and predicted more fully the features of the future communist system outlined in the Principles of Communism: the abolition of all exploitation of man by man, of war, of social and national oppression, and of colonial enslavement, the true burgeoning of material production, the powerful development of the productive forces for the full and all-round satisfaction of the material and spiritual needs of all members of society, the elimination of the antithesis between mental and physical work and between town and country, genuine freedom of the individual, equality of women, and unity of personal and social interests. Marx and Engels emphasize that communism cannot be established all at once. It can be achieved only through the gradual transformation of the old society into the new, so that the proletarian state must carry out a number of measures that prepare the ground for this transformation. While presenting a program of these measures, they do not treat them as self-sufficient. The specific conditions of the building of the new society would inevitably lead to their being amended. The manifesto lays the foundations of the Marxist conception of the proletarian party as the organizer and leader of the working class and outlines the fundamentals of its tactics. The setting up of such a party, Marx and Engels stress, is absolutely essential if the proletariat is to win political power and bring about the socialist transformation of society. To perform its role as the vanguard of the proletariat, the party must be able to subordinate the immediate aims of the proletarian movement to its ultimate aims, maintain the unity of the national and international tasks of the proletariat, and support every revolutionary and progressive trend. Of fundamental importance is the section of the Communist XXVII Preface Manifesto, which examines would-be socialist trends alien to the scientific outlook of the working class, feudal, Christian, petty bourgeois, and bourgeois socialism. Revealing the class roots of these trends in bourgeois society, Marx and Engels showed the working class and its party how to recognize the anti-revolutionary direction of socialist theories that could lead the working class off the right path and how to combat and overcome them. In their analysis of the teaching of the great utopian socialists, however, they pointed to its rational as well as its weak, anti-scientific sides, and warned against sectarian and dogmatic interpretations of the socialist ideological legacy. The communist movement must always be international in character, the manifesto declared, and emphasized the tremendous importance of achieving unity of views and actions among the proletarians of various countries, the importance of international proletarian solidarity. In their great slogan, "Working men of all countries, unite," Marx and Engels expressed for their own time and for the times to come the community of the class interests and aims of the workers of the whole world, the idea of proletarian internationalism as the principle of the international communist movement. Publication of the Communist Manifesto, February 1848, signified that the process of the formation of Marxism as an integrated revolutionary world outlook was basically complete. In the section of the volume headed "From the Preparatory Materials," the reader will find, among other documents, the draft plan for Section 3 of the Manifesto and the only extant page of the rough manuscript of the Manifesto. Appearing in English for the first time, they serve as an illustration of how Marx worked on the structure and text of this work. Besides the already mentioned documents on Marx's and Engels' activities in the Communist League and the Brussels Democratic Association, the appendices also contain reports of their speeches at international meetings and conferences in London and Brussels, and biographical documents, including papers that illustrate the police action taken against Marx and other German revolutionaries.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A substantial portion of the works published in this volume appear in English translation for the first time. These include the Circular Against Krieg by Marx and Engels, The Constitutional Question in Germany and German Socialism in Verse and Prose by Engels, XXIX. The text of an undelivered speech by Marx at the Congress of Economists in Brussels, the articles by Engels, the Communists and Karl Heinzen, a number of his articles about the Chartist movement in England published in La Reforme, documents in the section from the preparatory materials and the bulk of the material in the appendices. Information concerning complete or partial publication in earlier English translations of the works included in this volume is provided in the notes. In the present volume these works are published in new or thoroughly revised and amended translations. The translations from the French are noted at the end of each work, where it is also indicated which texts were originally written in English. The present edition notes more fully than was done in previous publications discrepancies between the authorized translations of certain works, Speech on the Question of Free Trade, Manifesto of the Communist Party, and the texts of these works in the language of the original. The volume was compiled and the preface and notes written by Vera Morozova and edited by Lev Gallman, CCCPSU Institute of Marxism-Leninism. The name index and the indices of quoted and mentioned literature and of periodicals were prepared by Irina Shikhenyan, CCCPSU Institute of Marxism-Leninism, and the subject index by Marine Arzamanov and Boris Gasaev. The translations were made by Jack Cohen, Michael Hudson, Catherine Judelson, Jonathan Kemp, Frieden Knight, Hugh Rodwell, Barbara Rueman, Christopher Upward, and edited by Robert Daglish, Richard Dixon, W. L. Gutzman, Frieden Knight, Margaret Minot, and Alec West. The volume was prepared for the press by the editors Natalia Karmanova, Margarita Lapukina, and Galina Sandalneva for Progress Publishers, and Vladimir Mosalov, scientific editor for the Institute of Marxism-Leninism, Moscow. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Autumn 1845, March 1848. Friedrich Engels. The Festival of Nations in London. To celebrate the establishment of the French Republic, September 22, 1792. What do the nations matter to us? What does the French Republic matter to us? Did we not long ago grasp the notion of nations, and did we not determine the place of each of them? Did we not assign to the Germans the sphere of theory, to the French that of politics, and to the English that of civil society? And the more so the French Republic. What is there to celebrate about a stage of development which has long been superseded, which has abolished itself as a result of its own consequences? If you want to give us some information about England, it would be better if you described the latest phase that the socialist principle has reached there. Tell us if one-sided English socialism still does not recognize how far it is below our principled heights, and how it can claim to be only a phase-in moment, and an obsolete one at that. Keep calm, dear Germany. The nations and the French Republic matter a great deal to us. The fraternization of nations, as it is now being carried out everywhere by the extreme proletarian party, in contrast to the old instinctive national egoism and to the hypocritical private egotistical cosmopolitanism of free trade, is worth more than all the German theories of true socialism put together. The fraternization of nations under the banner of modern democracy, as it began from the French Revolution and developed into French communism and English Chartism, shows that the masses and their representatives know better than the German theoreticians how things stand. But this has nothing whatever to do with what we are discussing. Who is talking about fraternization, as it, etc., about democracy, as it, etc.? We are talking about the fraternization of nations in and 2 to 1826. For Friedrich Engels. For itself, about the fraternization of nations, about democracy pure and simple, about democracy as such. Have you completely forgotten your Hegel? We are not Romans, we smoke tobacco 3. We are not talking about the anti-nationalist movement now developing in the world,
We are talking about the abrogation of nationalities through the medium of pure thought assisted by fantasy in the absence of facts happening in our head. We are not talking about real democracy which the whole of Europe is hastening to embrace and which is a quite special democracy, different from all previous democracies. We are talking about a quite different democracy which represents the mean between Greek, Roman, American, and French democracy, in short about the concept of democracy. We are not talking about the things which belong to the 19th century, and which are bad and ephemeral, but about categories which are eternal and which existed before the mountains were brought forth. Briefly, we are not discussing what is being talked about but something quite different. To sum up, when English people, French people, and those Germans who take part in the practical movement but are not theoreticians nowadays talk about democracy and the fraternization of nations, this should not be understood simply in a political sense. Such fantasies still exist only among the German theoreticians and a few foreigners who don't count. In reality, these words now have a social meaning in which the political meaning is dissolved. The revolution itself was something quite different from a struggle for this or that form of state, as people in Germany still quite frequently imagine that it was. The connection of most insurrections of that time with famine, the significance which the provisioning of the capital and the distribution of supplies assumed already from 1789 onwards, the maximum, the laws against buying up food supplies, the battle cry of the revolutionary armies Guerre auxiliary Palais, Paix auxiliary Chaumières be the testimony of the Carmagnole II, according to which republicans must have du pain as well as du fard and du coeur and 100 other obvious superficialities already prove, without any more detailed investigation of the facts, how greatly democracy differed at that time from a mere political organization. As it is well known that the Constitution of 1793 and the Terror originated with the party which derived its support from the insurgent proletariat, that Robespierre's overthrow signified the victory of the bourgeoisie over the proletariat, that Babeuf's conspiracy for equality revealed the final consequences of the democracy of 93 insofar as these were at all possible at that time. 3. The French Revolution was a social movement from beginning to end, and after it a purely political democracy became a complete absurdity. Democracy nowadays is communism. Any other democracy can only still exist in the heads of theoretical visionaries who are not concerned with real events, in whose view it is not the men and the circumstances that develop the principles but the principles develop of themselves. Democracy has become the proletarian principle, the principle of the masses. The masses may be more or less clear about this, the only correct meaning of democracy, but all have at least an obscure feeling that social equality of rights is implicit in democracy. The democratic masses can be safely included in any calculation of the strength of the communist forces. And if the proletarian parties of the different nations unite, they will be quite right to inscribe the word democracy on their banners, since, except for those who do not count, all European democrats in 1846 are more or less communists at heart. Despite the fact of the French Republic having been superseded, the communists of all countries are fully justified in celebrating it. Firstly, all the nations which were stupid enough to let themselves be used to fight against the revolution have owed the French a public apology ever since they realized what a sottise they committed out of loyalty. Secondly, the whole European social movement today is only the second act of the revolution, only the preparation for the denouement of the drama which began in Paris in 1789, and now has the whole of Europe for its stage. Thirdly, it is time, in our cowardly, selfish, beggarly, bourgeois epoch, to remember those great years when a whole people all at once threw aside all cowardice, selfishness, and beggarliness, when there were men courageous enough to defy the law, who shrank from nothing and whose iron energy ensured that from May 31st, 1793 to July 26, 1794 for not a single coward, petty shopkeeper or stock jobber, in short, not a single bourgeois dared show his face in the whole of France. It is really necessary at a time when European peace is held together by a Rothschild, when a cousin Coquelin screams about protective tariffs, and a Cobden about free trade,
and when a Diergaard preaches the salvation of sinful humanity through associations for raising up the working classes. 5. In truth it is necessary to remember Marat and Danton, Saint Just and Babeuf, and the joy over victories at Jemappes and Fleurus. 6. If that mighty epoch, these iron characters, did not still tower over our mercenary world, then humanity must indeed despair and throw itself into the arms of a cousin Coquelin, a Cobden, or a Diergaard. Finally, fraternization between nations has today, more than ever, a purely social significance. The fantasies about a European republic, perpetual peace under political organization, have become just as ridiculous as the phrases about uniting the nations under the aegis of universal free trade, and while all such chimerical sentimentalities become completely irrelevant, the proletarians of all nations, without too much ceremony, are already really beginning to fraternize under the banner of communist democracy. And the proletarians are the only ones who are really able to do this, for the bourgeoisie in each country has its own special interests, and since these interests are the most important to it, it can never transcend nationality, and the few theoreticians achieve nothing with all their fine principles because they simply allow these contradictory interests like everything else to continue to exist and can do nothing but talk. But the proletarians in all countries have one and the same interest, one and the same enemy, and one and the same struggle. The great mass of proletarians are, by their very nature, free from national prejudices, and their whole disposition and movement is essentially humanitarian, anti-nationalist. Only the proletarians can destroy nationality, only the awakening proletariat can bring about fraternization between the different nations. The following facts will confirm everything I have just said. On August 10, 1845, a similar festival was held in London to celebrate a triple anniversary, that of the Revolution of 1792, the proclamation of the Constitution of 1793, and the founding of the Democratic Association by the most radical wing of the English movement of 1838–39. 7. This most radical wing consisted of Chartists, proletarians as might be expected, but people who clearly grasped the aim of the Chartist movement and strove to speed it up. While the great mass of the Chartists was still concerned at that time only with the transfer of state power to the working class, and few had the time to reflect on the use of this power, the members of this association, which played an important role in the agitation of that time, were unanimous in this: they were first of all Republicans, and moreover, Republicans who put forward as their creed the Constitution of '93, rejected all ties with the bourgeoisie, even with the petty bourgeoisie, and defended the principle that the oppressed have the right to use the same means against their oppressors as the latter use against them. But this was not all. They were not only Republicans but communists, and irreligious communists at that. The association's collapse followed that of the revolutionary agitation of 1838–39, but its effectiveness was not wasted, and it greatly contributed to stimulating the energy of the Chartist movement and to developing its latent communist elements. Communist as well as cosmopolitan aid principles were already voiced at this festival of August 10. Social as well as political equality were demanded, and a toast to the Democrats of all nations was taken up with enthusiasm. Efforts to bring together the radicals of different nations had already been made earlier in London. These attempts failed, partly because of divisions among the English Democrats and the foreigners' ignorance of them, partly because of differences of principle between the party leaders of different nations. The obstacle to all unification, due to difference of nationality, is so great that even foreigners who had lived in London for years, no matter how much they sympathized with English democracy, knew little or nothing about the movement going on before their eyes, or of the real state of affairs, confused the radical bourgeois with the radical proletarians, and wished to bring the most confirmed enemies together at the same meeting. The English were led to similar mistakes, partly because of this and partly because of national mistrust, mistakes all the more easily made since the success of such a discussion inevitably depended on the greater or lesser agreement amongst a few top committee members who were rarely personally acquainted. These individuals had been most unfortunately selected on the previous occasions, and consequently the matter had soon lapsed again. but the need for such fraternization was too pressing. Every attempt that failed acted as a spur to new efforts. When some of the democratic spokesmen in London grew weary of the matter, others took their places. Last August new approaches were made, which this time were not fruitless, and a celebration on September 22, organized by other people, was used to proclaim publicly the alliance of Democrats of all nations living in London. Englishmen, Frenchmen, Germans, Italians, Spaniards, Poles, and Swiss came together at this meeting. Hungary and Turkey, too, were represented by one-man contingents. The three greatest nations of civilized Europe, the English, German and French, provided the speakers and were very worthily represented. The chairman was, of course, an Englishman, Thomas Cooper, the Chartist, who served nearly 2 years in prison for his part in the insurrection of 1842, and while in jail wrote an epic poem in the style of Childe Harold, which is highly praised by the English critics. The main English speaker of the evening was George Julian Harney, co-editor of the Northern Star for the past 2 years. The Northern Star is the Chartist paper established in 1837 by O'Connor, which has become in every way one of the best journals in Europe since it has been under the joint editorship of J. Hobson and Harney. I only know a few small Paris workers' papers such as the Union which can compare with it. Harney himself is a true proletarian who has been in the movement since his youth, one of the chief members of the Democratic Association of 1838–39 already mentioned. He presided at the festival of August 10, and, with Hobson, undoubtedly one of the best English writers, a fact which I hope to demonstrate to the Germans someday. Harney is perfectly clear about the aim of the European movement and completely à la hauteur de principes *, although he knows nothing about the German theories of true socialism. The main credit for the organization of this cosmopolitan festival was his. He was tireless in bringing the various nationalities together, in removing misunderstandings and in overcoming personal differences. The toast proposed by Harney was the solemn memory of the honest and virtuous French Republicans of 1792, may that equality which they desired, and for which they lived, laboured, and died, have a speedy resurrection in France, and extend its reign throughout Europe. Harney, who was received with cheers, again and again renewed, said, "There was a time, Mr. Chairman, when the holding of such a celebration as this would have subjected the parties assembled not only to the scorn, the sneers, the abuse, and the persecution of the privileged orders, but also to the violence of the ignorant and misguided people, who were led by their rulers and priests to regard the French Revolution as something terrible and hellish, to be looked back upon with horror, and spoken of with execration." Hear, hear. Most present will remember that not long ago, whenever a demand was made in this country for the repeal of any bad law, or the enactment of any good one, forthwith the howl of Jacobinism was raised by the opponents of all progress. Whether it was proposed to reform the Parliament, reduce taxation, educate the people, or do anything else that at all savored of progress, the French Revolution, Reign of Terror, and all the rest of the rawhead and bloody bones phantasmagoria were sure to be brought out and duly exhibited to frighten the big babies in breeches, who as yet had not learned to think for themselves. Laughter and cheers. That time is past. Still, I question whether we have yet learned to read aright the history of that great revolution. It would be very easy for me in responding to this toast to mouth a few claptrap sentiments about liberty, equality, the rights of man, the coalition of the European kings, and the doings of Pitt and Brunswick. I might dilate on all these topics, and possibly might win applause for what would probably pass muster as an exceedingly liberal speech. I might do all this, and yet very conveniently for myself shirk the grand question. The grand question, it appears to me, the solution of which the French Revolution had for its mission, was the destruction of inequality, and the establishment of institutions which should guarantee to the French people that happiness which the masses are, and ever have been strangers to. Cheers. Now, tried by this test, we have comparatively little difficulty in arriving at a fair estimate of the men who figured on the stage of the Revolution. Take Lafayette, for instance, as a specimen of the constitutionalists, and he, perhaps, is the most honest and best man of the whole party. Few men have enjoyed more popularity than Lafayette. In his youth we find him leaving his country, and generously embarking in the American struggle against English tyranny. The great work of American liberation being accomplished, he returned to France, and shortly afterwards we find him one of the foremost men in the revolution which now commenced in his own country. Again, in his old age, we see him the most popular man in France, called, after the 3 days, 11 to the veritable dictatorship, and unmaking and making kings with a single word. Lafayette enjoyed, throughout Europe and America, a greater popularity than perhaps any other man of his time, and that popularity he would have deserved, if his conduct had been consistent with his first acts in the Revolution. But Lafayette was never the friend of equality. Here. True, at the outset, he gave up his feudal privileges, and renounced his title, and thus far he did well. Placed at the head of the popular force, the idol of the middle class, and commanding the affection of even the working class, he was for a time regarded as the champion of the revolution. But he halted when he should have advanced. The working men soon found out that all that the destruction of the Bastille and the abolition of feudal privileges had accomplished, was the curbing of the power of the king and the aristocracy, and increasing the power of the middle class. But the people were not content with this. They demanded liberty and rights for themselves. Cheers. They wanted what we want, a veritable equality. Loud cheers. When Lafayette saw this, he turned conservative, and was a revolutionist no longer. It was he who proposed the adoption of martial law, to authorize the shooting and sabering of the people, in the event of any tumult, at a time, too, when the people were suffering under absolute famine, and under this martial law, Lafayette himself superintended the butchery of the people when they assembled in the Champ de Mars, on the 17th of July, 1791, to petition the Assembly against the reinvestiture of the king with supreme power, after his shameful flight to Varennes. Subsequently Lafayette dared to menace Paris with his sword, and proposed to shut up the public clubs by armed violence. After the 10th of August he strove to excite the soldiers under his command to march against Paris, but they, better patriots than he was, refused, and he then fled, and renounced the revolution. Yet Lafayette was perhaps the best man of all the constitutionalists, but neither he nor his party come within the compass of our toast, for they were not even republicans in name. They professed to recognize the sovereignty of the people, at the same time that they divided the citizens into active and inactive, confining to the payers of direct taxes, whom they called active citizens, the right of the suffrage. In short, Lafayette and the constitutionalists were mere Whigs, but little, if anything, better than the men who humbugged us with the Reform Bill. Cheers. Next come the Girondists, and this is the party generally upheld as the honest and virtuous Republicans, but I must differ with those who hold that opinion. It is impossible to refuse them the tribute of our admiration for their talents, the eloquence which distinguished the leaders of this party, accompanied in some instances by stern integrity, as in the case of Roland, by heroic devotion, as in the case of Madame Roland, and by fiery enthusiasm, as in the case of Barbaroux. And we cannot, at least I speak for myself, I cannot read of the shocking and untimely end of a Madame Roland, or the philosopher Condorcet, without intense emotion. Still the Girondists were not the men to whom the people could look to rescue them from social slavery. That there were good men amongst the Girondists, cannot be doubted. That they were honest to their own convictions, may be admitted. That many of them were ignorant rather than guilty, may be charitably believed, though to believe this we must believe it only of those who perished, for were we to judge of the party by those who survived what is commonly called the Reign of Terror, we should be forced to the conclusion that a baser gang never existed. These survivors of that party aided in destroying the Constitution of '93, established the aristocratical Constitution of '95, conspired with the other aristocratic factions to exterminate the real Republicans, and finally helped to place France under the tyranny of the military usurper Napoleon. Here. The eloquence of the Girondists has been highly lauded, but we stern and uncompromising Democrats cannot consent to admire them simply because they were eloquent. Indeed, if we were to do so, we should award the highest honors to the corrupt and aristocratical Mirabeau. When the people, rising for liberty, bursting the shackles of 1400 years slavery, abandoned their homes to combat against the domestic conspirator, and the foreign invader, they required something more than the eloquent speeches and fine-woven theories of the Girondists to sustain them. Bread, steel, and equality, was the demand of the people. Cheers. Bread for their famishing families, steel with which to beat back the cohorts of the surrounding despots, and equality as the end of their labors and the reward of their sacrifices. Great cheering. The Girondists, however, regarded the people, to quote the words of Thomas Carlyle, as mere explosive masses to blow up Bastilles with, to be used as tools and treated as slaves. They hesitated between royalism and democracy, vainly hoping to cheat eternal justice by a compromise. They fell, and their fall was merited. The men of energy trampled them down, the people swept them away. Of the several sections of the Party of the Mountain, I shall only say that I find none of them but Robespierre and his friends worthy of any commendation. Great cheering. The greater number of the Mountainists were brigands, who, only anxious to obtain for themselves the spoils of the revolution, cared nothing for the people by whose toil, suffering, and courage the revolution had been achieved. These desperadoes, using the language of the friends of equality, and for a time siding with them against the Constitutionalists and the Girondists, so soon as they had acquired power, exhibited themselves in their true characters, and henceforth stood the avowed and deadly enemies of equality. By this faction Robespierre was overthrown and assassinated, and Saint-Just, Couthon, and all the leading friends of that incorruptible legislator were doomed to death. Not content with destroying the friends of equality, the assassins loaded their names with the most infamous calumnies, hesitating not to charge upon their victims the very crimes which they themselves had committed. I know it is unfashionable as yet to regard Robespierre in any other light than as a monster here, but I believe the day is coming when a very different view will be taken of the character of that extraordinary man. Great cheering. I would not deify Robespierre, I do not hold him up as having been all perfect, but to me he appears to have been one of the very few leading characters of the revolution who saw what were the means necessary to adopt to extirpate political and social wrong. I have no time to comment on the characters of the indomitable Marat, and that magnificent embodiment of republican chivalry Saint-Just. Nor have I time to speak of the excellent legislative measures that characterized the energetic rule of Robespierre. I have said the day will come when justice will be done to his name. Cheers. But, to me, the best proof of the real character of Robespierre, is to be found in the universal regret felt for his loss by the honest Democrats who survived him, by those too amongst them, who, mistaking his intentions, had been seduced into favoring his destruction, but who, when too late, bitterly rued their folly. Babeuf was one of these, the originator of the famous conspiracy known by his name. That conspiracy had for its object the establishment of a veritable republic, in which the selfishness of individualism should be known no more. Cheers. In which, private property and money, the foundation and root of all wrong and evil, should cease to be. Cheers. And in which the happiness of all should be based upon the common labor and equal enjoyments of all. Great cheering. These glorious men pursued their glorious object to the death. Babeuf and Dart sealed their belief with their blood, and Buonarroti, through years of imprisonment, penury and old age, persevered to the last in his advocacy of the great principles which we this night dare to vindicate. Nor should I omit mention of those heroic deputies Rom, Subrani, Duroy, Duquesnoy and their compatriots, who, condemned to death by the traitor aristocrats of the Convention, heroically slew themselves in front of, and in contempt of their assassins, performing this self-tragedy with a single blade which they passed from hand to hand. So much for the first part of our toast. The second part demands but a few words from me, as it will be best spoken by the French patriots who are present. That the principles of equality will have a glorious resurrection, I cannot doubt. Indeed, that resurrection they have already had, not merely in the shape of republicanism, but communism, for communist societies, I believe, cover France at the present day, but that I leave to my friend Dr. Fontaine and his fellow countrymen to speak of. I rejoice much that those worthy patriots are here. They will witness tonight proofs of the absurdity of the tirades uttered against the English people by the war party of France. 13. Cheers. We repudiate these national antipathies. We loathe and scorn those barbarous claptraps, natural enemies, hereditary foe and national glory. Loud cheers. We denounce all wars, except those into which nations may be forced against domestic oppressors or hostile invaders. Applause. More than that, we repudiate the word foreigner. It shall exist not in our democratic vocabulary. Great cheering. We may belong to the English, or French, or Italian, or German section of the European family, but Young Europe is our common designation, and under its banner we march against tyranny and inequality. Long, enthusiastic applause. After a German communist bee had sung the Marseillaise, Wilhelm Weitling proposed the second toast. Young Europe. Repudiating the jealousies and national antipathies of the past, may the Democrats of all nations unite in a fraternal phalanx for the destruction of tyranny, and the universal triumph of equality. Weitling, who was received with great enthusiasm, read the following speech, since he does not speak fluent English. Friends. This meeting is a testimony of that common feeling which warms every man's breast, the feeling of universal brotherhood. Yes. Though we are educated to differ one from the other in the use of sounds as the natural means to express and communicate this inner feeling to each other, though the exchange of this feeling is hindered by the differences of language, though thousands of prejudices are united and directed by our common adversaries rather to oppose than to promote a better understanding, and universal brotherhood, yet, notwithstanding all these obstacles, that strong, charitable, and salutary feeling cannot be extinguished. Cheers. That feeling that attracts the sufferer to his fellow sufferer, the struggler for a better state of things to his fellow struggler. Cheers. Those also were our fellow strugglers whose revolution we this night commemorate. They also were animated by the same sympathies which bring us together, and which possibly may lead us to a similar, and let me hope, a more successful struggle. Loud cheers. In times of movement, when the privileges of our native adversaries run great risk, they cunningly try to lead our prejudices over the frontiers of our national fatherland, representing to us that the people there are opposed to our common interest. What a trick! What a fraud! But, reflecting coolly on the matter, we know very well that our nearest enemies are amongst ourselves in the midst of us. Hear, and cheers. It is not the exterior enemy we have to fear. That poor enemy is dealt with like us he is compelled to work for thousands of good-for-nothing fellows, like us he takes up arms against any human society because he is forced to do so by hunger, by law, or excited by his passions, nourished by ignorance. National rulers represent our brethren as cruel and rapacious, but who are more rapacious than they who govern us to be instructed in the art of war, who for their own privileges excite and conduct us to war. Cheers. Is it really our common interest that necessitates war? Is it the interest of sheep to be led by wolves to fight against sheep likewise led by wolves? Loud cheers. They are themselves our most rapacious enemies. They have taken from us all that is ours, to dissipate it in pleasures and debauchery. Applause. They take from us what is ours, since all they use is produced by us and ought to pertain to those who produce it, and to their wives and children, their aged and their sick. Loud cheers. But see how by their cunning maneuvers all is stolen from us, and accumulated for a crew of idle consumers. Cheers. Is it possible then to be more robbed by a foreign enemy than by our own home enemies? Is it possible then that the people can be more murdered by them than by our cruel money men, who rob us by their stock jobbing, money dealing and speculating, by their currency and bankruptcy, by their monopolies, church and land rents, who by all these means rob us of the necessaries of life, and cause the death of millions of our working fellow brethren, to whom they leave not even potatoes enough to live upon. Great cheering. Is it not, therefore, clear enough that those who are all by money and nothing without it, are really the enemies of the working people in all countries, and that there are amongst men no other enemies of the human race than the enemies of the laboring and working people? Cheers. Is it possible then that we could be more stolen from, and murdered in a time of political war, than we are now, in a so-called state of peace? National prejudices, bloodshed, and robberies are then encouraged by us only for the sake of military glory. What has our interest to gain from such stupid glory? Cheers. What in fact have we to do with it, when our interest and our better feelings are opposed to it? Cheers. Must we not at all times pay the costs? Applause. Must we not work and bleed for it? Renewed applause. What interest can we have in all such bloodshed and land robberies, except profiting by such occasions for turning around against the robbery and murder breeding aristocracy in all nations? Enthusiastic cheering. It is only this aristocracy, always this aristocracy, that systematically robs and murders. The poor people, led by them, are but their forced and ignorant instruments chosen from amongst every nation those the most filled with national prejudices, those wishing to see all nations overpowered by their own nation. But bring them here into this meeting, and they will understand each other, and shake hands with each other. If before a battle the advocates of liberty and love were permitted to address the ranks of their brethren, there would be no slaughter, on the contrary, there would be a friendly meeting like ours. Oh! Could we but have in a battlefield such a meeting, we should have soon done with all those blood and marrow-sucking interests who now oppress and plunder us. Great cheering. Such, friends, are the sentiments of that universal feeling whose warmth, concentrated in the focus of universal brotherhood, kindles a fire of enthusiasm which will soon entirely melt away the hindering ice mountains of prejudices which have too long kept brethren asunder. Mr. Whiteling resumed his seat amid long-continued cheering. Dr. Barrière-Fontaine, an old Republican who during the first years of bourgeois rule played a role in the Société de Droit still home in Paris, was involved in the trial of April 1834, 14, escaped with the rest of the accused from Saint-Pélagie in 1835, see Louis Blanc's Geschichte Tenure 3, and later progressed with the further development of the Revolutionary Party in France and had friendly contact with Père Cabet, rose to speak after Whiteling. He was greeted with stormy applause and said, "Citizens, my speech must be necessarily brief, as I cannot speak very good English. It gives me pleasure I cannot express to find the English Democrats meeting to commemorate the French Republic. I respond most heartily to the noble sentiments of Mr. Julian Harney. I assure you that the French people do not look upon the English people as their enemies. If some of the French journalists write against the English government, they do not write against the English people. The government of England is hateful throughout Europe, because it is the government of the English aristocracy, and not the English people." Cheers. The French Democrats, so far from being the enemies of the English people, really desire to fraternize with them. Loud cheers. The Republicans of France did not fight for France only, but for all mankind. They wished to establish equality, and extend its blessings throughout the world. Great applause. They regarded all mankind as brethren, and warred only against the aristocracies of other nations. Cheers. I can assure you, citizens, the principles of equality have sprung into renewed life. Communism is advancing with giant strides throughout France. Communist associations are extending all over that country, and I hope that we shall soon see a grand confederation of the citizen democrats of all nations, to make Republican communism triumphant through the whole length and breadth of Europe. Dr. Fontaine resumed his seat amidst long protracted cheers. After the toast to Young Europe had been taken with 3 roof and rafter ringing shouts and 1 cheer more, further toasts were proposed to Thomas Paine, to the fallen democrats of all countries,
and to those of England, Scotland, and Ireland, to the deported Chartists Frost, Williams, Jones, and Ellis, to O'Connor, Duncombe and the other propagandists of the Charter, and finally 3 cheers for the Northern Star. Democratic songs in all languages were sung. I can only find no mention of German songs, and the festival was brought to an end in the most fraternal atmosphere. Here was a meeting of more than 1,000 Democrats of nearly all the European nations who had united to celebrate an event seemingly completely alien to communism, the foundation of the French Republic. No special arrangements had been made to attract a particular kind of audience. There was nothing to indicate that anything would be expressed other than what the London Chartists understood by democracy. We can therefore certainly assume that the majority of the meeting represented the mass of the London Chartist proletarians fairly well. And this meeting accepted communist principles, the word communism itself, with unanimous enthusiasm. The Chartist meeting was a communist festival and, as the English themselves admit, the kind of enthusiasm which prevailed that evening has not been seen in London for years. Am I right when I say that democracy nowadays is communism? Written at the end of 1845, printed according to the journal. First published in the journal Rhenisk, published in full in English for the Jahrbucher zur Gesellschaftlichen Reform, first time BD. 2, 1846. And National Trades Journal. Vol. 8.No 415. London, Saturday, October 25, 1845. Friedrich Engels. The State of Germany. Letter I. To the editor of the Northern Star. The Northern Star, number 415, October 25, 1845. Dear Sir, in compliance with your wish, I commence by this letter a series of articles on the present state of my native country. In order to make my opinions on the subject plainly understood, and to justify the same as being well founded, I shall have to trace with a few words the history of Germany from the event which shook modern society to its very foundation, I mean to say, from the French Revolution. Old Germany was at that time known by the name of the Holy Roman Empire, 15, and consisted of God knows how many little states, kingdoms, electorates, dukedoms, arch and grand dukedoms, principalities, counties, baronies, and free imperial cities, every one independent of the other, and only subjected to the power, if there was any, which however, for hundreds of years, had not been the case, of the Emperor and Diet. The independence of these little states went so far, that in every war with the arch-enemy, France, of course, there was a part of them allied to the French king, and in open war with their own emperor. The Diet, consisting of the deputations from all these little states, under the presidency of the imperial one, being intended to check the power of the emperor, was always assembled without ever coming to any, even the most insignificant, results. They killed their time with the most feudal questions of ceremony, whether the embassy of Baron so-and-so, consisting, perhaps, of the tutor of his son and an old livery servant, or worn-out gamekeeper, ought to have precedency before the embassy of Baron so-and-so, or whether the deputy from one imperial city ought to salute the deputy of another without waiting for his salute, etc. Then there were so many hundreds of thousands of little privileges, mostly burdensome to the privileged themselves, but which were considered as points of honor, and, therefore, 16. Friedrich Engels quarreled about with the utmost obstinacy. This and similar important things took up so much of the time of the wise Diet, that this honorable assembly had not a minute to spare for discussing the will of the empire. In consequence of this, the greatest possible disorder and confusion was the order of the day. The empire, divided within itself in time of war as well as peace, passed through a series of internal wars from the time of the Reformation down to 1789, in every one of which France was allied to the party opposed to the weak and easily vanquished party of the emperor, and took, of course, its lion's share in the plunder, first, Burgundy, then the 3 bishoprics, Metz, Toul, and Verdun, then the rest of Lorraine, then parts of Flanders and Alsace were in this manner separated from the Holy Roman Empire and united to France.
Thus Switzerland was allowed to become independent from the empire, thus Belgium was made over to the Spaniards by legacy of Charles V, and all these countries fared better after their separation from Germany. To this progressive external ruin of the empire, was joined the greatest possible internal confusion. Every little prince was a blood-sucking, arbitrary despot to his subjects. The empire never cared about the internal concerns of any states except by forming a court of law, imperial court chamber at Wetzlar 16, for attending to suits of subjects against their superiors, but that precious court attended so well to these actions, that not one of them has ever been heard of as having been settled. It is almost incredible what cruelties and arbitrary acts were committed by the haughty princes towards their subjects. These princes, living for pleasure and debauchery only, allowed every despotic power to their ministers and government officers, who were thus permitted, without any risk of punishment, to trample into the dust the unfortunate people, on this condition only, that they filled their master's treasury and procured him an inexhaustible supply of female beauty for his harem. The nobility, too, such as were not independent but under the dominion of some king, bishop, or prince, used to treat the people with greater contempt than they bestowed upon dogs, and squeezed as much money as they possibly could out of the labor of their serfs, for servitude was quite a common thing, then, in Germany. Nor was there any sign of liberty in those emphatically, so-called, free imperial cities, for here a burgomaster and self-elected senate, offices which, in the course of centuries, had become as hereditary as the imperial crown, ruled with greater tyranny still. Nothing can equal the infamous conduct of these petty bourgeois aristocrats of the towns, and, indeed, it would not be believed that such was the state of Germany 50 years ago, if it was not in the 17. memory still of many who remember that time, and if it was not confirmed by 100 authorities. And the people? What did they say to this state of things? What did they do? Why, the middle classes, the money-loving bourgeois, found, in this continued confusion, a source of wealth. They knew that they could catch the most fish in the troubled waters. They suffered themselves to be oppressed and insulted because they could take a revenge upon their enemies worthy of themselves. They avenged their wrongs by cheating their oppressors. United to the people, they might have overthrown the old dominions and refounded the empire, just as the English middle classes had partly done from 1640 to 1688, and as the French bourgeois were then about to do. But, no, the German middle classes had not that energy, never pretended to that courage. They knew Germany to be nothing but a dunghill, but they were comfortable in the dung because they were dung themselves, and were kept warm by the dung about them. And the working people were not worse off than they are now, except the peasantry, who were mostly serfs, and could do nothing without the assistance of the towns, hired armies being always quartered on them, who threatened to stifle in blood every attempt at revolt. Such was the state of Germany towards the end of the last century. It was all over one living mass of putrefaction and repulsive decay. Nobody felt himself at ease. The trade, commerce, industry, and agriculture of the country were reduced to almost nothing. Peasantry, tradesmen, and manufacturers felt the double pressure of a blood-sucking government and bad trade. The nobility and princes found that their incomes, in spite of the squeezing of their inferiors, could not be made to keep pace with their increasing expenditure. Everything was wrong, and a general uneasiness prevailed throughout the country. No education, no means of operating upon the minds of the masses, no free press, no public spirit, not even an extended commerce with other countries, nothing but meanness and selfishness, a mean, sneaking, miserable shopkeeping spirit pervading the whole people. Everything worn out, crumbling down, going fast to ruin, and not even the slightest hope of a beneficial change, not even so much strength in the nation as might have sufficed for carrying away the putrid corpses of dead institutions. The only hope for the better was seen in the country's literature. This shameful political and social age was at the same time the great age of German literature. About 1750 all the master spirits of Germany were born, the poets Goethe and Schiller, the philosophers Kant and Fichte, and, hardly 20 years later, the last great German metaphysician, 17 Hegel. Every remarkable work of this time. 18 Friedrich Engels. Breathes a spirit of defiance, and rebellion against the whole of German society as it then existed. Goethe wrote Getz von Berlichingen, a dramatic homage to the memory of a rebel. Schiller, The Robbers, celebrating a generous young man, who declares open war against all society. But these were their juvenile productions. When they grew older they lost all hope. Goethe restrained himself to satire of the keenest order, and Schiller would have despaired if it had not been for the refuge which science, and particularly the great history of ancient Greece and Rome, afforded to him. These, too, may be taken as examples of the rest. Even the best and strongest minds of the nation gave up all hope as to the future of their country. All at once, like a thunderbolt, the French Revolution struck into this chaos, called Germany. The effect was tremendous. The people, too little instructed, too much absorbed in the ancient habit of being tyrannized over, remained unmoved. But all the middle classes, and the better part of the nobility, gave one shout of joyful assent to the National Assembly and the people of France. Not one of all the hundreds of thousands of existing German poets failed to sing the glory of the French people. But this enthusiasm was of the German sort. It was merely metaphysical, it was only meant to apply to the theories of the French revolutionists. As soon as theories were shuffled into the background by the weight and bulk of facts, as soon as the French court and the French people could in practice no longer agree, notwithstanding their theoretical union, by the theoretical constitution of 1791, as soon as the people asserted their sovereignty practically by the 10th of August, and when, moreover, theory was entirely made silent on the 31st of May, 1793, 18 by the putting down of the Girondists, then this enthusiasm of Germany was converted into a fanatic hatred against the revolution. Of course this enthusiasm was meant to apply to such actions only as the night of the 4th of August, 1789, when the nobility resigned their privileges. 19 But the good Germans never thought of such actions having consequences in practice widely differing from those inferences which benevolent theorists might draw. The Germans never meant to approve of these consequences, which were rather serious and unpleasant to many parties, as we all know well. So the whole mass, who in the beginning had been enthusiastic friends to the revolution, now became its greatest opponents, and getting, of course, the most distorted news from Paris by the servile German press, preferred their old quiet Holy Roman dunghill to the tremendous activity of a people who threw off vigorously the chains of slavery, and flung defiance to the faces of all despots, aristocrats, and priests. 19. But the days of the Holy Roman Empire were numbered. The French revolutionary armies walked straight into the very heart of Germany, made the Rhine the frontier of France, and preached liberty and equality everywhere. They drove away by shoals noblemen, bishops, and abbots, and all those little princes that for so long a time had played in history the part of dolls. They effected a clearing, as if they were settlers advancing in the backwoods of the American Far West. The antediluvian forest of Christian Germanic society disappeared before their victorious course, like clouds before the rising sun. And when the energetic Napoleon took the revolutionary work into his own hands, when he identified the revolution with himself, that same revolution which after the 9th Thermidor 1794-20 had been stifled by the money-loving middle classes, when he, the democracy with a single head, as a French author termed him, poured his armies again and again over Germany, Christian Germanic society was finally destroyed. Napoleon was not that arbitrary despot to Germany which he is said to have been by his enemies. Napoleon was in Germany the representative of the revolution, the propagator of its principles, the destroyer of old feudal society. Of course he proceeded despotically, but not even half as despotically as the deputies from the convention would have done, and really did, wherever they came, not half so much so as the princes and nobles used to do whom he sent a-begging. Napoleon applied the reign of terror, which had done its work in France, to other countries, in the shape of war, and this reign of terror was sadly wanted in Germany. Napoleon dissolved the Holy Roman Empire, and reduced the number of little states in Germany by forming large ones. He brought his code of laws with himself into the conquered countries, a code infinitely superior to all existing ones, and recognizing equality in principle. He forced the Germans, who had lived hitherto for private interests only, to work at the carrying out of a great idea of some overwhelming public interest. But that was just what aroused the Germans against him. He offended the peasantry by the very same measures that relieved them from the oppression of feudalism, because he struck at the roots of their prejudices and ancient habits. He offended the middle classes by the very means that laid the foundation of German manufacturing industry. The prohibition of all English goods and the war with England 21 was the cause of their beginning to manufacture for themselves, but, at the same time, it made coffee and sugar, tobacco and snuff, very dear, and this, of course, was sufficient to arouse the indignation of the German patriotic shopkeepers. Besides, they were not the people to understand any of the great 20 Friedrich Engels plans of Napoleon. They cursed him because he led their children away into wars, got up by the money of the English aristocracy and middle classes, and hailed as friends those same classes of Englishmen who were the real cause of the wars, who profited by those wars, and who duped their German instruments not only during, but also after the war. They cursed him, because they desired to remain confined to their old, miserable sort of life, where they had nothing but their own little interest to attend to, because they desired to have nothing to do with great ideas and public interest. And at last, when Napoleon's army had been destroyed in Russia, they took that opportunity of shaking off the iron yoke of the great conqueror. The glorious liberation war of 1813 to 14 and 15, the most glorious period of German history, etc., as it has been called, was a piece of insanity such as will drive the blood into the cheeks of every honest and intelligent German for some time to come. 22 True, there was great enthusiasm then, but who were these enthusiasts? Firstly, the peasantry, the most stupid set of people in existence, who, clinging to feudal prejudices, burst forth in masses, ready to die rather than cease to obey those whom they, their fathers and grandfathers, had called their masters, and submitted to be trampled on and horsewhipped by. Then the students and young men generally, who considered this war as a war of principle, nay, as a war of religion, because not only they believed themselves called upon to fight for the principle of legitimacy, called their nationality, but also for the Holy Trinity and existence of God. In all poems, pamphlets, and addresses of that time, the French are held up as the representatives of atheism, infidelity, and wickedness, and the Germans as those of religion, piety, and righteousness. Thirdly, some more enlightened men, who mixed up with these ideas some notions about liberty, constitutions, and a free press, but these were by far the minority. And fourthly, the sons of tradesmen, merchants, speculators, etc., who fought for the right of buying in the cheapest market, and of drinking coffee without the admixture of chicory, of course, disguising their aims under the expressions of the enthusiasm of the day, liberty, great German people, national independence, and so forth. These were the men, who, with the assistance of the Russians, English, and Spaniards, beat Napoleon. In my next letter I shall proceed to the history of Germany since the fall of Napoleon. Let me only add, in qualification of the opinion above given of this extraordinary man, that the longer he reigned, the more he deserved his ultimate fate. His ascending the throne 21. Will not reproach him with the power of the middle classes in France, who never cared about public interests, provided their private ones went unfavorably, and the apathy of the people, who saw no ultimate benefit for themselves from the revolution, and were only to be roused to the enthusiasm of war, permitted no other course, but that he associated with the old anti-revolutionary dynasties by marrying the Austrian emperor's daughter. 3. That he, instead of destroying every vestige of old Europe, rather sought to compromise with it, that he aimed at the honor of being the first among the European monarchs, and therefore assimilated his court as much as possible to theirs. That was his great fault. he descended to the level of other monarchs. He sought the honor of being their equal. He bowed to the principle of legitimacy, and it was a matter of course, then, that the legitimists kicked the usurper out of their company. I am, sir, yours respectfully, your German correspondent, October 15, 1845. Letter 2. To the editor of the Northern Star. The Northern Star, number 417, November 8, 1845. Dear Sir, having in my first letter described the state of Germany before and during the French Revolution, as well as during the reign of Napoleon, having related how the great conqueror was overthrown, and by what parties, I now resume the thread of my narrative to show what Germany made of herself after this glorious restoration of national independence. The view I took of all these events was diametrically opposed to that in which they generally are represented, but my view is, to a letter, confirmed by the events of the following period of German history. Had the war against Napoleon really been a war of liberty against despotism, the consequence would have been, that all those nations which Napoleon had subdued, would, after his downfall, have proclaimed the principles and enjoyed the blessings of equality. But quite the contrary was the case. With England, the war had been commenced by the frightened aristocracy, and supported by the Marie-Louise ed. 22 Friedrich Engels. Moneyocracy, who found a source of immense profit in the repeated loans, and the swelling of the national debt, in the opportunity afforded them to enter into the South American markets, to cram them with their own manufactures, and to conquer such French, Spanish and Dutch colonies as they thought proper, for the better filling of their purses, to make Britannia rule the waves a despotic, that they might harass to their heart's pleasure the trade of any other nation, whose competition threatened to endanger the progress of their own enrichment, and lastly, to assert their right of making enormous profits, by providing the European markets, in opposition to Napoleon's continental system. Such were the real causes of the long war on the part of those classes in whose hands the government of England was then deposited, and as to the pretext, that the fundamental principles of the English Constitution were endangered by the French Revolution, it only shows what a precious piece of workmanship this perfection of human reason must have been. As to Spain, the war had commenced in defense of the principle of legitimate succession, and of the inquisitorial despotism of the priesthood. The principles of the Constitution of 1812-23 were introduced later, in order to give the people some inducement to continue the struggle, being themselves of French origin. Italy never was opposed to Napoleon, having received nothing but benefits from his hands, and having to thank him for her very existence as a nation. The same was the case with Poland. What Germany was indebted for to Napoleon I have related in my first letter. By all and each of the victorious powers the downfall of Napoleon was considered as the destruction of the French Revolution, and the triumph of legitimacy. The consequences were, of course, the restoration of this principle at home, first under the disguise of such sentimentalities as Holy Alliance, 24 eternal peace, public will, confidence between prince and subject, etc., etc., afterwards undisguised by the bayonet and the dungeon. The impotency of the conquerors was sufficiently shown by this one fact, that, after all, the vanquished French people, with a hated dynasty forced upon them, and maintained by 150,000 foreign muskets, yet inspired such awe in the breasts of their victorious enemies, that they got a tolerably liberal constitution, while the other nations, with all their exertions, and all their boasting of liberty, got nothing but fine words first, and hard bullets afterwards. The putting down of the French Revolution was celebrated by the massacres of republicans in the south of France, by the blaze of the inquisitorial pile and the restoration of Engels quotes Rule, Britannia, a song by J. Thomson ed. 23. Native despotism in Spain and Italy, and by the gagging bills and Peterloo in England. 25. We shall now see that in Germany things took a similar course. The Kingdom of Prussia was the first of all German states to declare war against Napoleon. It was then governed by Frederick William III, nicknamed the Just, one of the greatest blockheads that ever graced a throne. Born to be a corporal and to inspect the buttons of an army, dissolute, without passion, and a morality monger at the same time, unable to speak otherwise but in the infinite tense, surpassed only by his son 3 as a writer of proclamations, he knew only two feelings: fear and corporal-like imperiousness. During the first half of his reign his predominating state of mind was the fear of Napoleon, who treated him with the generosity of contempt in giving him back half his kingdom, which he did not think worth the keeping. It was this fear which led him to allow a party of half-and-half reformers to govern in his stead, Hardenberg, Stein, Schahn, Scharnhorst, etc., who introduced a more liberal organization of municipalities, abolition of servitude, commutation of feudal services into rent, or a fixed sum of 25 years' purchase, and above all, the military organization, which gives the people a tremendous power, and which some time or other will be used against the government. They also prepared a constitution which, however, has not yet made its appearance. We shall soon see what turn the affairs of Prussia took after the putting down of the French Revolution. The Corsican monster being got into safe custody, there was immediately a great congress of great and petty despots held at Vienna, in order to divide the booty and the prize money, and to see how far the anti-revolutionary state of things could be restored. Nations were bought and sold, divided and united, just as it best suited the interests and purposes of their rulers. There were only 3 states present who knew what they were about England, intending to keep up and extend her commercial supremacy, to retain the lion's share out of the colonial plunder, and to weaken all the remainder: France, not to suffer too much, and weaken all others: Russia, to get increase of strength and territory, and to weaken all others. The remainder were directed by sentimentalities, petty egotism, and some of them even by a sort of ridiculous disinterestedness. The consequence was, that France spoiled the job for the great German states, that Russia got the best part of Poland, and England extended her maritime power more by the peace than a Frederick William IV. ed. 24 Friedrich Engels. By the war, and obtained the superiority in all continental markets of no use for the English people, but means of enormous enrichment to the English middle classes. The German states, who thought of nothing but of their darling principle of legitimacy, were cheated once more, and lost by the peace everything they had won by the war. Germany remains split up into 38 states, whose division hinders all internal progress, and makes France more than a match for her, and who, continuing to be the best market for English manufactures, served only to enrich the English middle classes. It is all well for this section of the English people to boast of the generosity which prompted them to send enormous sums of money to keep up the war against Napoleon, but, if we even suppose that it was them, and not the working people, who in reality had to pay these subsidies, they only intended, by their generosity, to reopen the continental markets, and in this they succeeded so well that the profits they have drawn since the peace, from Germany alone, would repay those sums at least 6 times over. It is really middle-class generosity which first makes you a present in the shape of subsidies, and afterwards makes you repay it 6-fold in the shape of profits. Would they have been so eager to pay those subsidies, if at the end of the war, the reverse had been likely to be the case, and England been inundated with German manufactures, instead of Germany being kept in manufacturing bondage by a few English capitalists? However, Germany was cheated on all hands, and mostly by her own so-called friends and allies. This I should not much care for myself, as I know very well that we are approaching to a reorganization of European society, which will prevent such tricks on the one hand, and such imbecilities on the other. What I want to show is, first, that neither the English people, nor any other people profited by cheating the German despots, but that it all was for the benefit of other despots, or of one particular class, whose interest is opposed to the people, and second, that the very first act of the German restored despots showed their thorough incapacity. We now turn to the home affairs of Germany. We have seen who were the parties that, with the aid of English money and Russian barbarism, put down the French Revolution. They were divided into 2 sections: first, the violent partisans of old Christian Germanic society, the peasantry and the enthusiastic youth, who were impelled by the fanaticism of servitude, of nationality, of legitimacy and religion, and second, the more sober middle-class men, who wished to be let alone, to make money and to spend it without being bothered with the impudent interference. 25. Of great historical events. The latter party were satisfied as soon as they had obtained the peace, the right to buy in the cheapest market, to drink coffee without admixture of chicory, and to be excluded from all political affairs. The Christian Germanics, however, now became the active supporters of the restored governments, and did everything in their power to screw history back to 1789. As to those who wished to see the people enjoy some of the fruits of their exertions, they had been strong enough to make their watchwords the battle cry of 1813, but not the practice of 1815. They got some fine promises of constitutions, free press, etc., and that was all. In practice everything was carefully left as it had been previously. The Frenchified parts of Germany were purged, as far as possible, from the traces of foreign despotism, and those provinces only which were situated on the left of the Rhine retained their French institutions. The Elector of Hesse III went so far as to restore even the pigtails of his soldiers, which had been cut off by the impious hands of the French. In short, Germany, as well as every other country, offered the picture of a shameless reaction which was only distinguished by a character of timidity and weakness. It did not even elevate itself to that degree of energy with which revolutionary principles were combated in Italy, Spain, France, and England. The cheating system to which Germany had been subjected at the Congress of Vienna, now commenced to be practiced between the different German states themselves. Prussia and Austria, in order to weaken the power of the different states, forced them to give some sort of mongrel constitutions, which weakened the governments, without imparting any power to the people, or even the middle classes. Germany being constituted a confederacy of states, whose embassies, sent by the governments alone, formed the Diet, there was no risk that the people might become too strong, as every state was bound by the resolutions of the Diet, which were law for all Germany, without being subject to the approval of any representative assembly. In this Diet it was a matter of course that Prussia and Austria ruled absolutely. They only had to threaten the lesser princes to abandon them in their struggle with their representative assemblies, in order to frighten them into implicit obedience. By these means, by their overwhelming power, and by their being the true representatives of that principle from which every German prince derives his power, they have made themselves the absolute rulers of Germany. Whatever may be done in the small states is without any effect in practice. The struggles of the liberal middle classes of Germany. A Ludwig I ed. 26 Friedrich Engels. Remained fruitless as long as they were confined to the smaller southern states. They became important as soon as the middle classes of Prussia were aroused from their lethargy. And as the Austrian people can hardly be said to belong to the civilized world, and, in consequence, submit quietly to their paternal despotism, the state which may be taken as the center of German modern history, as the barometer of the movements of public opinion, is Prussia. After the downfall of Napoleon, the King of Prussia spent some of his happiest years. He was cheated, it is true, on every hand. England cheated him, France cheated him, his own dear friends, the emperors of Austria and Russia, cheated him over and over again, but he, in the fullness of his heart, did not even find it out. He could not think of the possibility of there being any such scoundrels in the world who could cheat Frederick William III, the Just. He was happy. Napoleon was overthrown. He had no fear. He pressed Article 13 of the Fundamental Federative Act of Germany, which promised a constitution for every state. He pressed the other article about the liberty of the press. 26 Nay, on the 22nd of May, 1815, he issued a proclamation commencing with these words in which his benevolent happiness was beautifully blended with his corporal-like imperiousness: there shall be a representation of the people. He went on to order that a commission should be named to prepare a constitution for his people, and even in 1819, when there had been revolutionary symptoms in Prussia, when reaction was rifest all over Europe, and when the glorious fruit of the congresses was in its full blossom, even then he declared that, in future, no public loan should be contracted without the assent of the future representative assemblies of the kingdom. Alas! This happy time did not last. The fear of Napoleon was but too soon replaced in the king's mind by the fear of the revolution. But of that in my next. I have only one word to add. Whenever in English democratic meetings the patriots of all countries are toasted, Andreas Hofer is sure to be amongst them. Now, after what I have said on the enemies of Napoleon in Germany, is Hofer's name worthy to be cheered by Democrats? Hofer was a stupid, ignorant, bigoted, fanatical peasant, whose enthusiasm was that of La Vendée, 27 that of Church and Emperor. He fought bravely, but so did the Vendeans against the Republicans. He fought for the paternal despotism of Vienna and Rome. Democrats of England, for the sake of the honor of the German people, leave that bigot out of the question in future. A Ferdinand I and Alexander I ed. 27. Germany has better patriots than him. Why not mention Thomas Munzer, the glorious chief of the peasant insurrection of 1525, who was a real Democrat, as far as possible, at that time? Why not glorify George Forster, the German Thomas Paine, who supported the French Revolution in Paris up to the last, in opposition to all his countrymen, and died on the scaffold? Why not a host of others, who fought for realities, and not for delusions? I am, dear sir, yours respectfully, your German correspondent. Let R3. To the editor of the Northern Star. The Northern Star number 438, April 4, 1846. Dear sir, I really must beg of you and your readers to excuse my apparent negligence in not continuing sooner the series of letters on the above subject which I commenced writing for this paper. You may, however, rest assured that nothing but the necessity of devoting some weeks to the German movement exclusively could detain me from the pleasant task I have undertaken, of informing the English democracy of the state of things in my native country. Your readers will, perhaps, have some recollection of the statements made in my first and second letters. I there related how the old, rotten state of Germany was rooted up by the French armies from 1792 to 1813, how Napoleon was overthrown by the union of the feudalists or aristocrats and the bourgeois, or trading middle classes of Europe, how, in the subsequent peace arrangements the German princes were cheated by their allies, and even by vanquished France, how the German Federative Act, and the present political state of Germany was brought about, and how Prussia and Austria, by inducing the lesser states to give constitutions, made themselves the exclusive masters of Germany. Leaving Austria, as a half-barbarian country, out of the question, we come to the result that Prussia is the battlefield on which the future fate of Germany is to be decided. We said in our last, that Frederick William III, King of Prussia, after being delivered from the fear of Napoleon, and spending a few happy, because fearless years, acquired another bugbear to frighten him, the Revolution. The way in which the Revolution was introduced into Germany we shall now see. 28 Friedrich Engels. After the downfall of Napoleon, which I must repeat again, by the kings and aristocrats of the time, was totally identified with the putting down of the French Revolution, or, as they called it, the Revolution, after 1815, in all countries, the anti-revolutionary party held the reins of government. The feudalist aristocrats ruled in all cabinets from London to Naples, from Lisbon to St. Petersburg. However, the middle classes, who had paid for the job and assisted in doing it, wanted to have their share of the power. It was by no means their interest which was placed in the ascendant by the restored governments. On the contrary, middle-class interests were neglected everywhere, and even openly set at naught. The passing of the English Corn Law of 1815-28 is the most striking example of a fact which was common to all Europe, and yet the middle classes were more powerful than ever they had been. Commerce and manufactures had been extending everywhere, and had swelled the fortunes of the fat bourgeois. Their increased well-being was manifested in their increased spirit of speculation, their growing demand for comforts and luxuries. It was impossible, then, that they should quietly submit to be governed by a class whose decay had been going on for centuries, whose interests were opposed to those of the middle classes, whose momentary return to power was the very work of the bourgeois. The struggle between the middle classes and the aristocracy was inevitable. It commenced almost immediately after the peace. The middle classes, being powerful by money only, cannot acquire political power but by making money the only qualification for the legislative capacity of an individual. They must merge all feudalistic privileges, all political monopolies of past ages, in the one great privilege and monopoly of money. The political dominion of the middle classes is, therefore, of an essentially liberal appearance. They destroy all the old differences of several estates coexisting in a country, all arbitrary privileges and exemptions. They are obliged to make the elective principle the foundation of government, to recognize equality in principle, to free the press from the shackles of monarchical censorship, to introduce the jury, in order to get rid of a separate class of judges, forming a state in the state. So far they appear thorough democrats. But they introduce all the improvements so far only, as thereby all former individual and hereditary privileges are replaced by the privilege of money. Thus the principle of election is, by property qualifications for the right of electing and being elected, retained for their own class. Equality is set aside again by restraining it to a mere equality before the law, which means equality in spite of the inequality of rich and poor, equality within. 29. The limits of the chief inequality existing, which means, in short, nothing else but giving inequality the name of equality. Thus the liberty of the press is, of itself, a middle-class privilege, because printing requires money, and buyers for the printed productions, which buyers must have money again. Thus the jury is a middle-class privilege, as proper care is taken to bring none but respectables into the jury box. I have thought it necessary to make these few remarks upon the subject of middle-class government in order to explain two facts. The first is, that in all countries, during the time from 1815 to 1830, the essentially democratic movement of the working classes was more or less made subservient to the liberal movement of the bourgeois. The working people, though more advanced than the middle classes, could not yet see the total difference between liberalism and democracy, emancipation of the middle classes and emancipation of the working classes. They could not see the difference between liberty of money and liberty of man, until money had been made politically free, until the middle class had been made the exclusively ruling class. Therefore the Democrats of Peterloo were going to petition, not only for universal suffrage, but for Corn Law repeal at the same time. Therefore, the proletarians fought in 1830 in Paris, and threatened to fight in 1831 in England, for the political interest of the bourgeoisie. In all countries the middle classes were, from 1815 to 1830, the most powerful component, and, therefore, the leaders of the revolutionary party. The working classes are necessarily the instruments in the hands of the middle classes, as long as the middle classes are themselves revolutionary or progressive. The distinct movement of the working classes is, therefore, in this case always of a secondary importance. But from that very day when the middle classes obtain full political power, from the day on which all feudal and aristocratic interests are annihilated by the power of money, from the day on which the middle classes cease to be progressive and revolutionary, and become stationary themselves, from that very day the working class movement takes the lead and becomes the national movement. Let the Corn Laws be repealed today, and tomorrow the Charter is the leading question in England. Tomorrow the Chartist movement will exhibit that strength, that energy, that enthusiasm and perseverance which ensures success. The second fact, for the explanation of which I ventured to make some few remarks on middle-class government, refers to Germany exclusively. The Germans, being a nation of theorists, and little experienced in practice, took the common fallacies brought forward. 30. Friedrich Engels. By the French and English middle classes to be sacred truths. The middle classes of Germany were glad to be left alone to their little private business, which was all in the small way. Wherever they had obtained a constitution, they boasted of their liberty, but interfered little in the political business of the state. Wherever they had none, they were glad to be saved the trouble of electing deputies and reading their speeches. The working people wanted that great lever which in France and England aroused them extensive manufactures and the consequence of it, middle-class rule. They, therefore, remained quiet. The peasantry in those parts of Germany where the modern French institutions had been again replaced by the old feudal regime, felt oppressed, but this discontent wanted another stimulus to break out in open rebellion. Thus, the Revolutionary Party in Germany, from 1815 to 1830, consisted of theorists only. Its recruits were drawn from the universities, it was made up of none but students. It had been found impossible in Germany to reintroduce the old system of 1789. The altered circumstances of the time forced the governments to invent a new system, which has been peculiar to Germany. The aristocracy was willing to govern, but too weak. The middle classes were neither willing to govern nor strong enough. Both, however, were strong enough to induce the government to some concessions. The form of government, therefore, was a sort of mongrel monarchy. A constitution, in some states, gave an appearance of guarantee to the aristocracy and middle classes. For the remainder there was everywhere a bureaucratic government, that is, a monarchy which pretends to take care of the interests of the middle class by a good administration, which administration is, however, directed by aristocrats, and whose proceedings are shut out as much as possible from the eyes of the public. The consequence is the formation of a separate class of administrative government officers, in whose hands the chief power is concentrated, and which stands in opposition against all other classes. It is the barbarian form of middle-class rule. But this form of government satisfied neither the aristocrats, Christian Germanics, Romantics, reactionaries, nor the liberals. They, therefore, united against the governments, and formed the secret societies of the students. From the union of those two sects, 4 parties they cannot be called, arose that sect of mongrel liberals, who in their secret societies dreamt of a German emperor wearing crown, purple, scepter, and all the remainder of that sort of apparatus, not to forget a long grey or red beard. 31. Surrounded by an assembly of estates in which clergy, nobility, burgesses, and peasants should be duly separated. It was the most ridiculous mixing up of feudal brutality with modern middle-class fallacies that could be imagined. But that was just the thing for the students, who wanted enthusiasm, no matter for what, nor at what price. Yet these ridiculous idiosyncrasies, together with the revolutions in Spain, Portugal, and Italy, the movements of the Carbonari in France, and the Reformation in England, 29, frightened the monarchs almost out of their wits. Frederick William III got his bugbear, the revolution under which name all these different and partly discordant movements were comprised. A number of incarcerations and wholesale prosecutions quashed this revolution in Germany, the French bayonets in Spain, and the Austrian in Italy, secured for a while the ascendancy of legitimate kings and rights divine. Even the right divine of the Grand Turk to hang and quarter his Grecian subjects was for a while maintained by the Holy Alliance, but this case was too flagrant, and the Greeks were allowed to slip from under the Turkish yoke. 30. At last, the 3 days of Paris 31 gave the signal for a general outbreak of middle-class, aristocratic, and popular discontent throughout Europe. The aristocratic Polish Revolution was put down, the middle classes of France and Belgium succeeded in securing to themselves political power. 32. The English middle classes likewise obtained this end by the Reform Bill. The partly popular, partly middle class, partly national insurrections of Italy, were suppressed, and in Germany numerous insurrections and movements betokened a new era of popular and middle class agitation. The new and violent character of liberal agitation in Germany, from 1830 to 1834, showed that the middle classes had now taken up the question for themselves. But Germany being divided into many states, almost each of which had a separate line of customs and separate rates of duty, there was no community of interest in these movements. The middle classes of Germany wanted to become politically free, not for the purpose of arranging public matters in accordance with their interest, but because they were ashamed of their servile position in comparison to Frenchmen and Englishmen. Their movement wanted the substantial basis which had ensured the success of liberalism in France and England. Their interest in the question was far more theoretical than practical. They were, upon an average, what is called disinterested. The French bourgeois of 1830 were not. Laffitte said, the day after the Revolution, now we, the bankers, will govern, and they do up to this hour. The English. 32 Friedrich Engels. Middle classes, too, knew very well what they were about when they fixed the £10 qualification. 33, but the German middle classes being, as aforesaid, men in a small way of business, were mere enthusiasts, admirers of liberty of the press, trial by jury, constitutional guarantees for the people, rights of the people, popular representation, and such like, which they thought not means, but ends. They took the shadow for the substance, and therefore got nothing. However, this middle-class movement was sufficient to bring about several dozens of revolutions, of which 2 or 3 contrived somehow to succeed, a great number of popular meetings, a deal of talk and newspaper boasting, and a very slight beginning of a democratic movement among students, working men, and peasants. I shall not enter into the rather tedious details of this blustering and unsuccessful movement. Wherever somewhat important had been won, as liberty of the press in Baden, the German Diet stepped in and put a stop to it. The whole farce was concluded by a repetition of the wholesale imprisonments of 1819 and 1823, and, by a secret league of all German princes, concluded in 1834, at a conference of delegates at Vienna, to resist all further progress of liberalism. 34 The resolutions of this conference were published some years ago. 3 From 1834 to 1840, every public movement in Germany died out. The agitators of 1830 and 1834 were either imprisoned or scattered in foreign countries, where they had fled. Those who had kept much of their middle-class timidity during the times of agitation, continued to struggle against the growing rigor of the censor, and the growing neglect and indifference of the middle classes. The leaders of parliamentary opposition went on speechifying in the chambers, but the governments found means to secure the votes of the majorities. There appeared no further chance of bringing about any public movement whatsoever in Germany. The governments had it all their own way. In all these movements the middle classes of Prussia took almost no part. The working people uttered their discontent throughout that country in numerous riots, having, however, no defined purpose, and therefore no result. The apathy of the Prussians was the principal strength of the German Confederacy. It showed that the time for a general middle-class movement in Germany was not yet come. 33. In my next 3 I shall pass to the movement of the last 6 years, unless I can bring together the necessary materials for characterizing the spirit of the German governments by some of their own doings, in comparison to which close of your precious Home Secretary 0 are pure and innocent. 35 I am, in the meantime, dear sir, respectfully, your German correspondent. February 20th, 36 1846. Written between October 15, 1845 and reprinted from the newspaper February 20, 1846, first published in the Northern Star NOS 415, 417, 438, October 25, Novembers, 1845 and April 4, 1846. Karl Marx. Statement. According to the Rheinisker Beobachter of January 18, issue number 18, the THIRD-WORLDISM contains an announcement by the editorial board according to which, among a number of writers, Marx also is named as a contributor to this newspaper. In order to prevent any confusion, I state that I have never written a single line for this paper, whose bourgeois philanthropic, by no means communist tendencies are entirely alien to me. Brussels, January 18, 1846. Karl Marx. First published in THIRD-WORLDISM number 26, January 26, 1846. Printed according to the newspaper published in English for the first time. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Circular against Krieg 37. At a meeting attended by the undermentioned communists, Engels, Gigot, Heilberg, Marx, Seeler, Weitling, von Westphalen and Wolff, the following resolutions concerning the New York German-language journal Der Volksstribun edited by Hermann Krieg were passed unanimously with the single exception of Weitling, who voted against. The appendix explains the motives behind the resolutions. Resolutions. 1. The line taken by the editor of the Volksstribun, Hermann Krieg, is not communist. 2. Krieg's childish pomposity in support of this line is compromising in the highest degree to the Communist Party, both in Europe and America, inasmuch as he is held to be the literary representative of German communism in New York. 3. The fantastic emotionalism which Krieg is preaching in New York under the name of communism must have an extremely damaging effect on the workers' morale if it is adopted by them. 4. The present resolutions, together with the grounds for them, shall be communicated to the communists in Germany, France, and England. 5. One copy shall be sent to the editors of the Volkstribun with the request that these resolutions together with the grounds for them should be printed in the forthcoming issues of the Volkstribun. Brussels, May 11, 1846. Engels, Phil. Gigot. Louis Heilberg, K. Marx. Seeler, von Westphalen, Wolff. Section 1. How Communism Became Lovesick. Number 13 of the Volkstribun contains an article entitled, En die Frauen. 1. Women, priestesses of love. 2. It is love that has sent us. 3. Apostles of love. A. Literary interlude, The Flaming Eyes of Humanity, The Sounds of Truth. B. Woman's hypocritical and ignorant captatio benevolentiae. 3. Even in the attire of a queen you cannot deny your femininity, nor have you learned to speculate upon the tears of the unhappy, you are too soft-hearted to let a mother's poor child starve so that you may profit. 4. The future of the beloved child. 5. Beloved sisters. 6. Oh, give ear to us, you are betraying love if you do not do so. 8. Of love. 8. Of love. 9. For the sake of love. 10. The most sacred labor of love which we entreat of you, whimper. C. Literary biblical platitude, woman is destined to bear the Son of Man, whereby the fact is proclaimed that men do not bear children. 11. The Holy Spirit of community must evolve from the heart of love. A thirst for approval. Ed. First page of the lithographed circular against Krieg. 39. D. Interpolated Ave Maria, blessed, thrice blessed are you women, being chosen to pronounce the first consecration of the long-promised kingdom of bliss. 12. Beloved sisters. 13. Not love but hatred, contrasting bourgeois and communist society. 14. You loved ones. 15. Raise love onto the throne. 16. Active people in loving community. 17. True priestesses of love. E. Aesthetic parenthesis, if your trembling soul has not yet forgotten the flight sublime, a feat whose feasibility has yet to be demonstrated. 18. The world of love. 19. The kingdom of hatred and the kingdom of love. F. An attempt to hoodwink women, and therefore you have a most mighty voice in politics too. You but need to use your influence, and all the old kingdom of hatred will fall in ruins to make way for the new kingdom of love. G. Philosophical fanfare to drown reflection, the ultimate goal of their activity is that all mankind should take an ever-joyful delight in itself. 20. Your love. At this point women are required to be unstinting in their love so that it may embrace all mankind with equal surrender. A demand that is as indecent as it is extravagant. H. Fugue. That thousands and yet more thousands of deserted orphans are abandoned to the fearful massacre of circumstances. What does this fearfulness consist in? In the orphans massacring the circumstances or the circumstances massacring the orphans? I. Unveiling of the neo-communist policy, we have no wish to lay hands on the private property of any man, what the usurer now has, let him keep, we merely wish to forestall the further pillaging of the people's assets and prevent capital from continuing to withhold from labor its rightful property. This purpose is to be achieved as follows: every poor man will instantly become a useful member of human society as soon as he is offered the opportunity of productive work. According to this, no one is more deserving in respect of human society than the capitalists, including those in New York against whom Krieg thunders so mightily. And this opportunity is assured him forever, as soon as society gives him a piece of land on which he can produce food for himself and his family. If this vast area of land, the 1,400 million acres of the American state lands, is 40 Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Withdrawn from commerce and insured to labor in limited quantities, at one stroke all the poverty in America will have been eliminated, for each man will be given the opportunity to establish with his own hands an inviolable home for himself. That it does not lie in the legislator's power to decree either that the patriarchal system desired by Krieg shall not evolve into an industrial system, or that the industrial and commercial states of the east coast of the United States shall revert to patriarchal barbarism, one had a right to expect that this would be realized. Meanwhile, for the day when the paradise just described will have arrived, Krieg prepares the following country parson utterance: and then we can teach men to live together in peace, to lighten for each other the burden and toil of their life, and 21. Build the first dwelling places on earth for celestial love, each one 160 acres in area. Krieg concludes his address to married women as follows: turn first to 22, the men of your love, ask them to turn their backs on the politics of old, show them their children, implore them in their name, who are without reason, to adopt reason. Secondly, to the virgins, 23, for your lovers let the liberation of the land be the touchstone of their human worth, and have no faith in 24, their love until they have sworn fealty to mankind. What is that supposed to mean? If the virgins behave in this manner, he guarantees them that their children, 25, will become as loving as they themselves, that is, the birds of heaven, and concludes this cant with another round of 26, true priestesses of love, great kingdom of community and consecration. Number 13 of the Volkstribun Antwort and Salta. 27, it, the great spirit of community, flashes from fraternal eyes as the fire of love. 28, what is a woman without the man whom she can love, to whom she can surrender her trembling soul? 29, to join all mankind in love. 30, mother love. 31, love of mankind. 32, all the first sounds of love. 33, the radiance of love. 41. K. The purpose of communism is to subject the whole life of mankind to its, the sentient hearts, beating. 34, the sound of love flees before the rattle of money. 35, everything may be achieved by love and surrender. In this one issue, then, we have love in approximately 35 shapes. It is in perfect accordance with this amorous slobbering that Krieg, in his Antwort and Salta and elsewhere, presents communism as the love-imbued opposite of selfishness, and reduces a revolutionary movement of world historical importance to the few words: love-hate, communism, selfishness. Part and parcel of it is likewise the cowardice with which he here panders to the usurer by promising to let him keep what he already has, and with which further on he assures that he does not want to destroy the cherished sentiments of family life, of belonging to one's native land and people, but only to fulfill them. This cowardly, hypocritical presentation of communism not as destruction but as fulfillment of existing evils and of the illusions which the bourgeoisie have about them, is found in every issue of the Volkstribun. This hypocrisy and cowardice are matched by the attitude which he adopts in discussions with politicians. He declares it, number 10a, a sin against communism to attack political visionaries like Lamennais and Born who dabble in Catholicism, with the result that men like Proudhon, Cabet, Desailly, in short all the French communists, are just men who call themselves communists. The fact that the German communists have left Born as far behind as the French have Lamennais, is something Krieg could have discovered back in Germany, Brussels, and London. We leave Kriege to reflect for himself on the enervating effect this love sickness cannot fail to have on both sexes and the mass hysteria and anemia it must produce in the virgins. Section 2. The Volkstribun's political economy and its attitude towards young America. 38. We fully recognize that the American national reformers movement is historically justified. We know that this movement has set its sights on a goal which, although for the moment it would. A Hermann Kriege and Harrow Herring ed. 42 Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Further the industrialism of modern bourgeois society, nevertheless, as the product of a proletarian movement, as an attack on landed property in general and more particularly in the circumstances obtaining in America, will by its own inner logic inevitably press on to communism. Kriege, who has joined the anti-rent movement along with the German communists in New York, pastes over this plain fact with his customary communist and extravagant phrases, without ever going into the positive substance of the movement, thereby proving that he is quite unclear in his own mind about the connection between young America and circumstances prevailing in America. In addition to the individual passages which in passing we have already quoted, we would give another example of how his humanitarianizing quite smothers the issue of land distribution to the small farmer on an American scale. In number 10, Was Wir Wollen, we read. They, that is, the American national reformers, call the soil the communal heritage of all mankind, and want the legislative power of the people to take steps to preserve as the inalienable communal property of all mankind the 1,400 million acres of land which have not yet fallen into the hands of rapacious speculators. In order communally to preserve for all mankind this communal heritage, this inalienable communal property, he adopts the plan of the national reformers, to place 160 acres of American soil at the command of every farmer, from whatever country he may hail, so that he may feed himself, or, as it is put in number 14, Antwoordtekens. Of this as yet untouched property of the people no one shall take more than 160 acres into his possession, and that only if he farms it himself. So in order that the soil shall remain inalienable communal property, for all mankind to boot, a start must be made without delay on dividing it up. Kriege here imagines he can use the law to forbid the necessary consequences of this division, that is, concentration, industrial progress, etc. He considers 160 acres of land as an ever-constant measure, as if the value of such an area did not vary according to its quality. The farmers will have to exchange, if not their land itself, then at least the produce of their land, with each other and with third parties, and when this juncture has been reached, it will soon become apparent that one farmer, even though he has no capital, will, simply by his work and the greater initial productivity of his 160 acres, reduce his neighbor to the status of his farm laborer. And is it not then immaterial whether the 43. land or the produce of the land falls into the hands of rapacious speculators? Let us for the moment take Kriege's present to mankind seriously. 1,400 million acres are to be preserved as the inalienable communal property of all mankind. Specifically, 160 acres are to be the portion of each farmer. From this we can calculate the size of Kriege's all mankind, exactly 8/4 million farmers, each of whom as head of family represents a family of 5, a sum total therefore of 43 3/4 million people. We can likewise calculate how long all eternity will last, for the duration of which the proletariat in its capacity as humanity may claim the whole earth, at least in the United States. If the population of the United States continues to grow at the same rate as hitherto, i.e., if it doubles in 25 years, this all eternity will not last out 40 years, within this period the 1,400 million acres will be settled, and there will be nothing left for future generations to claim. But since the release of the land would greatly increase immigration, Kriege's all eternity might well be foreclosed even earlier. The more so when one considers that land for 44 million would not even suffice to channel off the now existing pauper population of Europe, where every 10th man is a pauper, and the British Isles alone supply 7 million. Similar economic naivete is to be found in number 13, and Die Frauen, in which Krieg says that if the city of New York were to release its 52,000 acres on Long Island, this would suffice to relieve New York at one stroke of all its pauperism, poverty, and crime for all time. If Krieg had seen the free land movement as a first, in certain circumstances necessary, form of the proletarian movement, as a movement which because of the social position of the class from which it emanates must necessarily develop into a communist movement, if he had shown how communist tendencies in America could, to begin with, only emerge in this agrarian form which appears to be a contradiction of all communism, then no objection could have been raised. As things are, however, he declares what is after all a still subordinate form of movement of real specific people to be a matter for mankind in general, presents it, against his better knowledge, as the ultimate, supreme goal of all movement in general, and thereby transforms the specific aims of the movement into sheer, extravagant nonsense. In the same essay, number 10, he however continues his paean unperturbed, as follows. In this way, therefore, the old dreams of the Europeans at last came true, on this side of the ocean a plot was prepared for them which they needed only to settle and for Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Make fruitful with the labor of their hands, and they would be able proudly to proclaim to all the tyrants of the world, this is my hut which you did not build, this is my hearth whose fire you envy me. He could have added, this is my mitten, which I and my wife, child, farm laborer, maidservant, and cattle have produced. Who are these Europeans then, whose dreams here come true? Not the communist workers, but bankrupt shopkeepers and master craftsmen or ruined cottagers striving for the bliss of becoming petty bourgeois and peasants once more in America. And what kind of wish is this which the 1,400 million acres are to make reality? None other than that everybody should be turned into a private property owner, a wish that is just as practicable and communist as that everybody should be turned into an emperor, king, or pope. The following sentence shall serve as a final sample of Krieg's insight into communist revolutionary movements and economic conditions. Every man should at least learn enough of every trade to be able to stand on his own feet for a while if necessary, if misfortune should sever him from human society b. It is of course much easier to gush love and surrender than to concern oneself with the development of real conditions and practical questions. Section 3. Metaphysical Trumpetings. Number 13 of the Volkstribune, Antwort and Salta. 1. Krieg here asserts he is not accustomed to performing on a logical tightrope in the barren desert of theory. That he is walking on a tightrope, not a logical one, it is true, but one spun from philosophical and love-besotted phrases, is clear from every issue of the Volkstribune. 2. The proposition that each separate person lives individually, which is itself nonsense, is expressed by Krieg as he walks the following illogical tightrope: as long as the human species continues to find its representation in individuals at all. 3. Putting an end to the present state of things is supposed to depend on the pleasure of the creative spirit of mankind, which does not exist anywhere. A paraphrased stanza from Goethe's Prometheus ed. B. H. Krieg, Antwort and Cattaneo. Ed. 45. 4. The following is the ideal of the communist man: he bears the stamp of the species, and who does not do so by the mere fact of his existence, determines his own goals according to the goals of the species, as if the species were a person who could have goals, and seeks to be completely his own, solely in order to dedicate himself to the species with everything that he is and is capable of becoming, total self-sacrifice and self-abasement before a vaporous fantasy concept. 5. The relationship of the individual to the species is also described in the following extravagant nonsense: all of us and our particular activities are but symptoms of the great movement which is afoot in the inner depths of mankind. In the inner depths of mankind, where is that? According to this proposition, then, real people are only symptoms, features of a movement that is afoot in the depths of a phantom conjured up by thinking. 6. This country parson transforms the struggle for a communist society into the search for that great spirit of community. He pictures this great spirit foaming full and fine from the cup of communion and as the Holy Spirit flashing from fraternal eyes. Now that the revolutionary communist movement has thus been transformed into the search for the Holy Spirit and Holy Communion, Kriege can of course also assert that this Spirit needs only to be recognized for all men to be joined together in love. 7. This metaphysical conclusion is preceded by the following confusion of communism with communion: the Spirit that conquers the world, the Spirit that commands the storm and the thunder and lightning, the Spirit that heals the blind and the lepers, the Spirit that offers all men to drink of one wine, we prefer a variety of kinds, and to eat of one bread. The French and English communists are rather more demanding: the Spirit that is eternal and omnipresent, that is the Spirit of community. If this Spirit is eternal and omnipresent, it is quite beyond comprehension how, according to Kriege, private property has managed to exist for so long. But, true enough, it has not been recognized and was thus eternal and omnipresent solely in his own imagination. Kriege is therefore here preaching in the name of communism the old fantasy of religion and German philosophy, which is the direct antithesis of communism. Faith, more specifically, faith in the Holy Spirit of community, is the last thing required for the achievement of communism. 46. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Section 4. Flirtations with religion. It is self-evident that Kriege's amorous slobberings and his antithesis to selfishness are no more than the inflated utterances of a mind that has become utterly and completely absorbed in religion. We shall see how Kriege, who in Europe always claimed to be an atheist, here seeks to foist off all the infamies of Christianity under the signboard of communism and ends, perfectly consistently, with man's self-desecration. In number 10, was where Wallen and H. Erman Kriege and Harrow Herring define the purpose of the communist struggle in the following terms: 1. To make a truth of the religion of love and a reality of the long-yearned-for community of the blessed denizens of heaven. Kriege merely overlooks the fact that these obsessions of Christianity are only the fantastic expression of the existing world, and that their reality therefore already exists in the evil conditions of this existing world. 2. We demand in the name of that religion of love that the hungry should be given food, the thirsty be given drink, and the naked clothed. A demand which has been reiterated ad nauseam for 1,800 years already, without the slightest success. 3. We teach the practice of love in order to receive love. 5. In their realm of love there is no room for devils. 6. It is his, man's, most sacred need to merge his own person and whole individuality in the society of loving beings, towards whom he can retain nothing but 7. His boundless love. One might think that with this boundlessness the theory of love had reached its highest peak, a peak so high that one can think of nothing higher, and yet the ascent continues. 8. This hot outpouring of love, this surrender to all, this divine urge towards community, what else is this but the communist's innermost religion, which is only lacking in the appropriate external world to express itself in the fullness of human life? The present external world, however, seems to be quite sufficient for Kriege to lend the most lavish expression to his innermost religion, his divine urge, his surrender to all, and his hot outpouring in the fullness of his own human life. 47. 9. Do we not have the right to take the long pent-up desires of the religious heart seriously and march into battle in the name of the poor, the unhappy, and the rejected, for the final realization of the sublime realm of brotherly love? Kriege marches into battle, then, in order to take seriously the desires not of the real and the secular, but of the religious heart, not those of the heart made bitter by real need, but those of the heart inflated by a fantasy of bliss. He forthwith offers proof of his religious heart by marching into battle as a priest, in the name of others, that is, in the name of the poor, and in such a manner as to make it absolutely plain that he does not need communism for himself. He would have it that he is marching into battle in a spirit of pure, generous, dedicated, effusive self-sacrifice for the poor, the unhappy, and the rejected who are in need of it, a feeling of elation which swells the heart of this worthy man in times of isolation and dejection, and outweighs all the troubles of this evil world. 10. Kriege concludes his pompous prating: any man who does not support such a party can with justice be treated as an enemy of mankind. This intolerant sentence appears to be in contradiction to surrender to all, and the religion of love towards all. It is however a perfectly consistent conclusion of this new religion, which like every other mortally detests and persecutes all its enemies. The enemy of the party is quite consistently turned into a heretic, by transforming him from an enemy of the actually existing party who is combated, into a sinner against humanity which only exists in the imagination who must be punished. 11. In the letter to Harrow Herring we read, "Our aim is to make all the poor of the world rebel against Mammon, under whose scourge they are condemned to work themselves to death, and when we have toppled the fearsome tyrant from his ancient throne, our aim will be to unite mankind by love, our aim will be to teach men to work communally and enjoy communally until the long-promised kingdom of joy finally comes about. In order to work up a fury against the present-day sovereignty of money, he first has to transform it into the idol Mammon. This idol is toppled how, we do not discover. The revolutionary movement of the proletariat of all countries shrinks to no more than a rebellion, and when this toppling is complete, then the prophets we appear to teach the proletariat what is to be done next. These prophets teach their disciples, who here appear in remarkable ignorance of their own interests, how they are to work and enjoy communally, not, indeed, for the sake of working and enjoying communally, but rather just so that the scriptures shall be fulfilled. N.A. 48 Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Number of visionaries shall not have prophesied in vain. 1800 years ago this prophetical manner is found elsewhere as well, for example, in number 8, was ist das Proletariat. And Andreas Deitch, with a, proletarians, the hour of your redemption has come. B. 8,000 hearts beat joyfully in anticipation of the promised time, in other words, of that great realm of love, for the long yearned for realm of love. C. In number 12, Antwoord en Koek, den Antipfafen, already the gospel of the infinite redemption of the world goes quivering from eye to eye and even from hand to hand. This miracle of the quivering gospel, this nonsense about the infinite redemption of the world, is in perfect accordance with another miracle, namely that the long abandoned prophecies of the old evangelists are unexpectedly fulfilled by Friedrich. 12. Seen from this religious point of view, the answer to all real questions can only consist in a few images of extravagant religiosity which befog all sense, in a few high-sounding catchwords, such as mankind, humanity, species, etc., and in turning every real action into a fantastic phrase. This is particularly evident in the essay Was ist das Proletariat? Number 8. The answer given to this title question is, the proletariat is mankind, a deliberate lie, according to which the communists are aiming at the abolition of mankind. This answer, mankind, is supposed to be the same as the one CIs gave to the question, what is the tiers état? 39 Proof enough of how Friedrich befuddles historical facts. He then forthwith provides more proof of this in his bigoted presentation of the American anti-rent movement, and how would it be in the end if this proletariat, in its capacity as mankind, a necessary character mask for its appearance on the scene a moment ago, the proletariat was mankind, now mankind is only a capacity of the proletariat, laid claim to the whole earth as its undisputed property for all eternity. One observes how even an extremely simple, practical movement is transformed into empty phrases like mankind, undisputed property, all eternity, etc., and for that reason rests content with a mere claim. Apart from the usual catchwords such as outcast, etc., which is joined by the religious accursed, all Friedrich's statements about the proletariat amount to no more than the following mythological biblical images. Prometheus bound, the Lamb of God which bears the sins of the world, the wandering Jew. 49. And finally he brings up the following remarkable question, is mankind to wander forever, then, a homeless vagabond, about the earth? Meanwhile it is precisely the exclusive settlement of a part of mankind on the land which is his particular bugbear. 13. The real point about Friedrich's religion is revealed in the following passage, we have other things to do than worry about our miserable selves, we belong to mankind. With this shameful and nauseating groveling before a mankind that is separate and distinct from the self and which is therefore a metaphysical and in his case even a religious fiction, with what is indeed the most utterly miserable slavish self-abasement, this religion ends up like any other. Such a doctrine, preaching the voluptuous pleasure of cringing and self-contempt, is entirely suited to valiant monks, but never to men of action, least of all in a time of struggle. It only remains for these valiant monks to castrate their miserable selves and thereby provide sufficient proof of their confidence in the ability of mankind to reproduce itself. If Kriege has nothing better to offer than these sentimentalities in pitiful style, it would indeed be wiser for him to translate his Père Lamennais again and again in each issue of the Volkstribune. What the practical consequences are of Kriege's religion of infinite mercy and boundless surrender, is shown by the pleas for work which feature in almost every issue of the Volkstribune. We read, for instance, in number 8. Arbeit. 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 Is there no one amongst all the wise three gentlemen who does not consider it a waste of effort to provide sustenance for deserving families and preserve helpless young people from poverty and despair? Firstly, there is Johann Stern from Mecklenburg, still without work, and he is only asking to work himself to skin and bone for the benefit of some capitalist and at the same time earn enough bread as will suffice to sustain him for his work. Is that asking too much? Then, in civilized society, and then Karl Gescheitel from Baden, a young man of the most excellent qualities and not without higher education. He looks so trustworthy and good, I guarantee he is honesty itself. And an old man, too, and several other young people are begging for occupation for their hands, for their daily bread. Let any person who can help delay no longer, or his conscience will one day rob him of his sleep when he most needs it. It is true, you might say, there are thousands crying out in vain for work, and we certainly can't help all of them. You could, no doubt, but you are slaves of selfishness and have no heart to do anything. But for as long as you will not help all, at least show that you have left still a vestige of human feeling and help as many individuals as is in your power. In Volkstribune number 8, Rich ed. 50, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Of course, if they wished, they could help more than is in their power. That is how it is in practice, that is the real implementation of the self-abasement and degradation which this new religion teaches. Sectio NFIVE. Kriege's personal stand. The nature of Kriege's personal stand in his journal cannot fail to be evident from the above quotations. We will therefore only single out a small number of points. Kriege appears as a prophet and therefore necessarily also as an emissary from a secret League of Essenes, 40, the League of Justice. Hence, when he is not speaking in the name of the oppressed, he is speaking in the name of justice, which is not ordinary justice, however, but the justice of the League of Justice. He not merely envelopes himself in a fog of mystery, but history too. He envelopes the real historical development of communism in the various countries of Europe, which he is not acquainted with, in a fog of mystery, by ascribing the origin and progress of communism to fabulous, novelettish, and fictitious intrigues by this League of Essenes. There is evidence of this in every issue, especially in the reply to Harrow Herring, which also contains the most absurd fantasies about the power of this league. As a true apostle of love, Kriege addresses himself firstly to women, whom he cannot believe to be so depraved as to resist a heart beating with love, secondly, to the newly discovered agitators filially and conciliatorily, as a son, as a brother of the heart, and finally as a human being to the rich. Hardly has he arrived in New York when he sends out circulars to all rich German merchants, presses the popgun of love to their chests, takes very good care not to say what he wants of them, signs variously as a human being, a friend of man or a fool, and, would you believe it, my friends, nobody responds to his highfalutin tomfoolery. This can surprise no one but Kriege himself. The familiar phrases of love we have already quoted are occasionally spiced with ejaculations like, number 12, Antwoord en Kukura. Long live community, long live equality, long live love. Practical questions and doubts, cf. number 14, Antwoordtekens, he can only explain to himself as deliberate malice and obtuseness. As a true prophet and exponent of love, he expresses all the hysterical irritation which a sensitive soul who has been snubbed feels towards the mockers, the unbelievers, and those people in the old world. 51. whom the sweet warmth of his love fails to transmute into the blessed denizens of heaven. It is in such a mood of sulky sentimentality that he cries out to them in number 11, under the heading, Frühling, therefore, you who mock us now, you shall soon have faith, for you shall know, spring is coming. Written between April 20th, printed according to the Lit and May 11th, 1846 graphic circular. First published as a lithographic circular published in English for the first in May 1846. Time signed, Engels, K. Marx and others. Friedrich Engels. Violation of the Prussian Constitution. 4.1. There exists a law in Prussia, dated 17th of January 3, 1820, forbidding the king to contract any state debts without the sanction of the States General, an assembly which it is very well known, does not yet exist in Prussia. This law is the only guarantee the Prussians have for ever getting the constitution which, since 1815, has been promised to them. The fact of the existence of such a law not being generally known out of Prussia, the government succeeded in 1823 in borrowing £3 millions in England. First violation. After the French Revolution of 1830, the Prussian government being obliged to make extensive preparations for a war which was then likely to break out, they not having any money, made the interests for transatlantic trade, 43 a government concern, borrow $12 millions, £1, 700,000, which, of course, were under the guarantee of the government, and spent by the government. Second violation. Not to speak of the small violations, such as loans of a few hundred thousands of pounds by the same concern, the King of Prussia has, at this moment, committed a third great violation. The credit of this concern being as it seems exhausted, the Bank of Prussia, being just in the same way, exclusively a government concern, has been empowered by the king to issue banknotes to the amount of $10 millions, £1,350,000. This, deducting 37 millions as deposit and 2/3 million for the increased expenses of the establishment, amounts in reality to an indirect loan of $6 millions or nearly £1 million, which the government will be responsible for, as up to this time no private capitalists are. The Northern Star mistakenly gives 22nd of June ed. B. Frederick William IV ed. Violation of the Prussian Constitution. 53. Partners to the Bank of Prussia. It is to be hoped that the Prussians, particularly the middle classes, who are most interested in the Constitution, will not let this pass without an energetic protest. Written in May 1846, reprinted from the newspaper first published in the Northern Star number 446, May 30, 1846, with an editorial note. From our German correspondent. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Letter. From the Brussels Communist Correspondence. Committee to G. A. Kotkin. 44. Brussels, June 15, 1846. To G. Ustav AFDOLFJ Kotkin for further circulation. We hasten to answer your call, communicated to us a few days ago, as follows. We are in full agreement with your view that the German Communists must emerge from the isolation in which they have hitherto existed and establish durable mutual contacts with one another. Similarly, that associations for the purpose of reading and discussion are necessary. For Communists must first of all clear things up among themselves, and this cannot be done satisfactorily without regular meetings to discuss questions concerning communism. We therefore also agree with you completely that cheap, easily understandable books and pamphlets with a communist content must be widely circulated. Both of these things, the former as well as the latter, should be taken up soon and energetically. You recognize the necessity of establishing regular money contributions, but your suggestion to support the authors by means of these contributions, to provide a comfortable life for them, we must for our part reject. In our view, the contributions should be used only for the printing of cheap communist leaflets and pamphlets and to cover the costs of correspondence, including that from here abroad. It will be necessary to fix a minimum sum for the monthly contributions, so that the amount of money that can be used for common purposes can be accurately determined at any moment. It is furthermore necessary that you should communicate to us the names of the members of your communist association, since we have to know, as you know of us, who it is we are dealing with. Finally, we await your statement of the size of the monthly contributions earmarked for common purposes, since the printing of several popular pamphlets. Brussels Communist Correspondence Committee to G. A. Kotkin 55. Ought to be proceeded with as soon as possible. That these pamphlets cannot be published in Germany is evident and needs no proof. With regard to the Federal Diet, the King of Prussia, the assemblies of the estates, etc., you cherish really extensive illusions. A memorandum could only be effective if there already existed in Germany a strong and organized communist party, but neither is the case. A petition is only useful when at the same time it appears as a threat, behind which there stands a compact and organized mass. The only thing you could do, given suitable circumstances in your area, would be to produce a petition furnished with numerous and impressive workers' signatures. We do not consider the time to be appropriate yet for a communist congress. Only when communist associations have been formed in the whole of Germany and means for action have been collected will delegates from the individual associations be able to gather for a congress with any prospect of success. And this will not be likely to occur before next year. Until then, the sole means of cooperation is the clarification of questions by letter and regular correspondence. We have already, from time to time, been engaged in correspondence from here with the English and French communists, as well as with the German communists abroad. Whenever reports on the communist movement in England and France reach us, we shall communicate them to you, and we shall enclose anything else which comes to our notice in our current correspondence with you. We request you to specify a safe address to us, and in future not to print the complete name, like G. A. Kotkin, on the seal, since this permits immediate identification of the sender as well as the recipient. Write to us, however, at the following completely safe address: Monsieur P. H. Illapé Gigot, 8, Rue de Bodenbroek, Bruxelles. K. Marx, F. Engels, Ph. Gigot, F. Wolf. Weerth sends his regards, is at the moment in Amiens. If you should carry out your intention with the petition, it would lead to nothing but the Communist Party publicly proclaiming its weakness, and at the same time giving to the government the names of the people it has specially to watch. If you cannot produce a working men's petition with at least 500 signatures, then petition rather, as the bourgeoisie in Trier wish to do, for a progressive. A Wilhelm, full name Friedrich Wilhelm, Wolf ed. 56 Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Property tax, and if, even then, the bourgeoisie of the area do not join in, eh bien, join them for the time being in public demonstrations, proceed Jesuitically, put aside Teutonic probity, true-heartedness and decency, and sign and push forward the bourgeois petitions for freedom of the press, a constitution, and so on. When this has been achieved, a new era will dawn for communist propaganda. Our means will be increased, the antithesis between bourgeoisie and proletariat will be sharpened. In a party one must support everything which helps towards progress, and have no truck with any tedious moral scruples. For the rest, you must elect a standing committee for your correspondence, which will draft and discuss the letters to be written to us, and meet regularly. Otherwise matters will become disorganized. For drafting the letters you must elect the person you consider most capable. Personal considerations must be utterly disregarded, they ruin everything. The names of the committee members must naturally be communicated to us. Salad. Signatories, as overleaf. First published in Russian, printed according to the Manu in the journal Bolshevik No. 3, script February 1933, published in English for the first time. A well and good ed. Friedrich Engels. The Prussian Bank Question 45. You will probably have already heard that the King of Prussia's plan of making money out of paper has been found impracticable. Two of the administrators of the state debts refused to sign the new bank notes, as they considered them to be a new public debt, therefore subject to the guarantee of the States General. Frederick William IV, to show that he can make as much money as he likes, has now hit upon a far better plan. Instead of making 10 millions, he makes 20 millions of paper money and 10 of good, solid gold and silver coin. He proposes that 10 millions of capital be raised by shares, which shares it appears shall bring no dividends, but merely 3v2 per cent interest, and which shall not be transferable unless at the owner's death, in order to keep them out of the reach of speculation. Now would you call such things shares? Why not? His Majesty of Prussia decrees that they are shares, and fosters the fond hope that he will find a lot of capitalists stupid enough to invest $10 millions in such not transferable, leaden, 3.5 bank stock. And that at a time, too, when by speculating in railway shares they can make quite another percentage. When the king will have found the parcel of fools he is in want of, and thus borrowed 10 millions in coin, he will issue 20 millions in bank notes, making a sum total of 30 millions increase of the national liabilities. Really this is raising the wind with a vengeance. Raising 30 millions, because one can't get 10. Written at the end of June 1846, reprinted from the newspaper first published in the Northern Star number 451, July 4, 1846, with an editorial note. From our German correspondent. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Address. Of the German Democratic Communists. Of Brussels to Mr. Fergus O'Connor 46. Sir, we embrace the occasion of your splendid success at the Nottingham election to congratulate you, and through you the English Chartists, on this signal victory. We consider the defeat of a free trade minister at the show of hands by an enormous Chartist majority, and at the very time, too, when free trade principles are triumphant in the legislature. We consider this, sir, as a sign that the working classes of England are very well aware of the position they have to take after the triumph of free trade. We conclude from this fact that they know very well that now, when the middle classes have carried their chief measure, when they have only to replace the present weak go-between cabinet by an energetical, really middle-class ministry, in order to be the acknowledged ruling class of your country, that now the great struggle of capital and labor, of bourgeois and proletarian must come to a decision. The ground is now cleared by the retreat of the landed aristocracy from the contest. Middle class and working class are the only classes betwixt whom there can be a possible struggle. The contending parties have their respective battle cries forced upon them by their interests and mutual position: the middle class extension of commerce by any means whatsoever, and a ministry of Lancashire cotton lords to carry this out; the working class a democratic reconstruction of the constitution upon the basis of the People's Charter, 48, by which the working class will become the ruling class of England. We. A John Cam Hobhouse ed. Address of German Democratic Communists of Brussels to O'Connor 59. Rejoice to see the English working men fully aware of this altered state of parties, of the new period Chartist agitation has entered into with the final defeat of the third party, the aristocracy, of the prominent position which Chartism henceforth will and must occupy, in spite of the conspiracy of silence of the middle-class press, and finally, of the new task, which by these new circumstances has devolved upon them. That they are quite aware of this task is proved by their intention to go to the poll at the next general election. We have to congratulate you, sir, in particular, upon your brilliant speech at the Nottingham election, 3, and the striking delineation given in it of the contrast between working-class democracy and middle-class liberalism. We congratulate you besides on the unanimous vote of confidence in you, spontaneously passed by the whole Chartist body on the occasion of Thomas Cooper, the would-be respectable's calumnies. 49. The Chartist party cannot but profit by the exclusion of such disguised bourgeois, who, while they show off with the name of Chartist for popularity's sake, strive to insinuate themselves into the favor of the middle classes by personal flattery of their literary representatives, such as the Countess of Blessington, Charles Dickens, D. Gerald, and other friends of Cooper's, and by propounding such base and infamous old women's doctrines as that of non-resistance. Lastly, sir, we have to thank you and your coadjutors for the noble and enlightened manner in which the Northern Star is conducted. We hesitate not a moment in declaring that the Star is the only English newspaper, save, perhaps, the People's Journal, which we know from the Star only, which knows the real state of parties in England, which is really and essentially democratic, which is free from national and religious prejudice, which sympathizes with the Democrats and working men. Nowadays the two are almost the same, all over the world, which in all these points speaks the mind of the English working class, and therefore is the only English paper really worth reading for the continental Democrats. We hereby declare that we shall do everything in our power to extend the circulation of the Northern Star on the continent, and to have extracts from it translated in as many continental papers as possible. We beg to express these sentiments, sir, as the acknowledged A. O'Connor. Speech at the Nottingham nomination meeting. Ed. 60 Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Representatives of many of the German communists in Germany, for all their relations with foreign democrats. For the German Democratic Communists of Brussels. The Committee, Engels Ph. Gigot JVFCTNC Brussels, July 17, 1846. First published in the Northern Star, reprinted from the newspaper number 454, July 25, 1846. Friedrich Engels. Government and Opposition in France. The chambers are now assembled. The Chamber of Peers have, as usual, nothing to do, now that they have disposed of the case of Joseph Henry, the new-fashioned regicide. The Chamber of Deputies are busily engaged in verifying the returns of members, and they profit by this opportunity to show the spirit which animates them. Never, since the Revolution of 1830, has there been displayed such barefaced impudence and contempt of public opinion. 3/5, at least, of the deputies are thorough friends of the ministry, or, in other words, either great capitalists, stock jobbers and railway speculators of the Paris Exchange, bankers, large manufacturers, etc., or their obedient servants. The present legislature is, more than any preceding one, the fulfillment of the words of Laffitte, the day after the Revolution of July, henceforth we, the bankers, shall govern France. It is the most striking proof that the government of France is in the hands of the great moneyed aristocracy, the haute bourgeoisie. The fate of France is decided, not in the cabinet of the Tuileries, 50, not in the Palace of Peers, not even in the Palace of Deputies, but on the Exchange of Paris. The actual ministers are not Messrs. Guizot and Duchatel, but Messrs. Rothschild, Fuld, and the rest of the large Paris bankers, whose tremendous fortunes make them the most eminent representatives of the rest of their class. They govern the ministry, and the ministry take care that in the elections none but men devoted to the present system, and to those who profit by the system, are carried. This time they have had a most signal success, government patronage and bribery of every description, united to the influence of the chief capitalists, upon a limited number of voters, less than 200,000, who 62 Friedrich Engels. All belong, more or less, to their own class. The terror spread among moneyed men by the timely attempt to shoot the king, and ultimately the certainty that Louis Philippe will not survive the present chambers, whose powers expire in 1851, all these things united were sufficient to quench all serious opposition in most of the elective assemblies. And now, this precious chamber having met, they take proper care of themselves. The independent electors have sent in hundreds of petitions and protests against the returns of ministerial members, stating and proving, or offering to prove, that almost in every case the elections have been carried by the grossest illegalities committed by government officers, proving bribery, corruption, intimidation, patronage of every description to have been employed. But the majority never take the slightest notice of these facts. Every opposition deputy who raises his voice to protest against such abomination is hooted down by hisses, noise, or cries of division, division. Every illegality is covered by a sanctioning vote. The money lords rejoice in their strength, and guessing it will not last very long, they make the best of the present moment. You may easily imagine that out of this narrow circle of capitalists there exists a general opposition against the present government, and those whose interests it serves. The center of this opposition is Paris, where the money lords have so little influence upon constituencies, that of the 14 deputies of the Department of the Seine only 2 are ministerialists and 12 belong to the opposition. The majority of the middle class, voters of Paris, belong to the party of Thiers and Auberat. They want to do away with the exclusive rule of Rothschild & Co., to recover an honorable and independent position for France in her external relations, and perhaps a little bit of electoral reform. The majority of non-voting tradesmen, shopkeepers, etc., are of a more radical caste, and demand an electoral reform, which would give them the vote. A number of them are also partisans of the National or Reform, and join themselves to the Democratic Party, which embraces the great bulk of the working classes, and is itself divided into different sections, the most numerous of which, at least in Paris, is formed by the Communists. The present system is attacked by all these different sections, and, of course, by each in a different manner. But there has been started, a short time ago, a new mode of attack which deserves to be mentioned. A working man has written a pamphlet against the head of the system, not against Louis Philippe, but against Rothschild I King of the Jews. 3. The success of this pamphlet, it agm deren Histoire edifiant et curieux de Rothschild ier, roi de Juifs ed. Government and Opposition in France 63. Has now gone through some 20 editions, shows how much this was an attack in the right direction. King Rothschild has been obliged to publish 2 defenses against these attacks of a man whom nobody knows, and the whole of whose property consists in the suit of clothes he wears. The public have taken up the controversy with the greatest interest. Some 30 pamphlets have been published pro and con. The hatred against Rothschild and the money lords is enormous, and a German paper says, Rothschild might take this as a warning that he had better take up his headquarters somewhere else than upon the ever-burning volcano of Paris. Written about September 1, 1846, reprinted from the newspaper first published in the Northern Star number 460, September 5, 1846, with an editorial note. From our own correspondent. Friedrich Engels. The Prussian Constitution. At last this long-expected piece of workmanship has made its appearance. 51. At last, if we believe the Times, Globe, some French and some German papers, Prussia has passed over to the ranks of constitutional countries. The Northern Star, however, has already sufficiently proved that this so-called constitution is nothing but a trap offered to the Prussian people to cheat them of the rights promised by the late king, at the time he wanted popular support. That this is the fact, that Frederick William tries by this so-called constitution to obtain money without being obliged to make concessions to public opinion, is certain beyond all doubt. The democratic papers of all countries in France, particularly the National and Reform, nay, the ministerial journal de Débats, agree in this opinion. The fettered German press itself stammers words which allow no other conclusion, but that the movement party in Prussia is quite aware of the sly intentions of their open-hearted, generous king. The question then is this: will the king succeed in his plans? Will the Central Assembly of Estates be either stupid or cowardly enough to guarantee a new loan, without securing to the people extended liberties, and thus give the king the means to continue the present system for an indefinite length of time? We answer, no, they will not, they cannot. The hitherto followed plan of government in Prussia was the consequence of the relative position of the nobility and the middle classes in Prussia. The nobility had lost too much of its former strength, wealth, and influence, to dominate the king as formerly it. Of Frederick William III ed. The Prussian Constitution 65 had done. The middle classes were not yet strong enough to overcome the dead weight of the nobility, which cramped their commercial and industrial progress. Thus the king, representing the central power of the state, and supported by the numerous class of government officers, civil and military, besides having the army at his disposal, was enabled to keep down the middle classes by the nobility, and the nobility by the middle classes, by flattering now the interests of the one, and then those of the other, and balancing, as much as possible, the influence of both. This stage of absolute monarchy has been gone through by almost all the civilized countries of Europe, and in those most advanced it has now given place to the government of the middle classes. Prussia, the most advanced of German countries, had hitherto wanted a middle class, wealthy, strong, united and energetic enough to shake off the domination of absolutism, and to crush the remains of feudal nobility. The two contending elements, nobility and middle classes, are, however, placed in such circumstances, that by the natural progress of industry and civilization, the one, the middle classes, must increase in wealth and influence, while the other, the nobility, must decrease, impoverish and lose more and more its ascendancy. While, therefore, the Prussian nobility and large landed proprietors, found themselves every year in a worse position, first, by the ruinous wars with France in the beginning of the century, then by the English Corn Laws, 52 which shut them out from the market of that country, then by the competition of Australia, in one of their chief productions, wool, and by many other circumstances the middle classes of Prussia increased enormously in wealth, productive powers, and influence in general. The wars with France, the shutting out of English manufactured goods from the continental markets, created manufacturing industry in Prussia, and when peace was re-established, the upstart manufacturers were powerful enough to force government to grant them protective duties, 1818. Soon afterwards, the Zollverein was founded, a union which almost exclusively advanced the interests of the middle classes. 53 and, above all, the violent competitive struggle arising between the different trading and manufacturing nations during these last 30 years of peace, forced the somewhat indolent Prussian middle classes, either to allow themselves to be entirely ruined by foreign competition, or to set to work in good earnest, as well as their neighbors. The progress of the middle classes was very little visible up to the year 1840, when the ascension to the throne of a new King III appeared. To them the proper moment to show that, since 1815, things were rather changed in Prussia. I need not recapitulate how the middle class movement has progressed since that time, how all parts of the kingdom acceded to it, until at last all the middle classes, a great part of the peasantry, and not a few of the nobility, joined in it. A representative constitution, liberty of the press, open courts of law, immovability of the judges, trial by jury, such were the demands of the middle classes. The peasantry or small landed proprietors saw very well in the more enlightened parts of the kingdom, at least that such measures were for their interests, too, being the only ones by which they could hope to free themselves from the remnants of feudality, and to have that influence upon the making of laws which it was desirable for them to possess. The poorer part of the nobility thought that the constitutional system might, perhaps, give them such a position in the legislature as their interests demanded, and that, at all events, this system could not be more ruinous to them than that under which they lived. It was principally the nobility of Prussia proper and Posen, who, being severely oppressed by want of markets for their produce, acceded to the liberal movement from such considerations. The middle classes themselves got more and more into an uncomfortable position. They had increased their manufacturing and mining concerns, as well as their shipping, to a considerable extent. They were the chief furnishers for the whole market of the Zollverein, their wealth and numbers had increased very much. But during the last 10 or 15 years the enormous progress of English manufactures and mining operations have threatened them with a deadly competition. Every glut in the English market threw large quantities of English goods into the Zollverein, where they were sold at prices more ruinous to the Germans than to the English, because these latter made, during the times of flourishing trade, large profits in the American and other markets, while the Prussians could never sell their produce anywhere but within the circle of their own line of customs. Their shipping was almost excluded from the ports of foreign nations, while ships of all flags entered the Prussian ports on equal conditions with the Prussians. Thus, although there is comparatively little capital in Prussia, there commenced a difficulty of investing this capital profitably. Trade appeared to be laboring under a continual pressure. Factories, machinery, stock in trade, were slowly, but continually, depreciated, and this general uneasiness was for a moment only interrupted by the railway speculations, which, within the last 8 years, were started in Prussia. These speculations, by raising the value of ready money, increased the depreciation of stock in trade, and were themselves, on an average, not very profitable, on account of the comparatively thin population and trade of the greater part of the country. They offered, however, a still better chance of profit than other industrial investments, and thus everyone who could dispose of some capital engaged in them. Very soon these speculations assumed, as usual, a feverish character, and ended in a crisis which now for about a 12-month has oppressed the Prussian money markets. Thus the middle classes found themselves in a very uncomfortable position in the beginning of the present year, the money markets under the pressure of an extraordinary want of coin, the manufacturing districts requiring more than ever those protective duties which the government refused to grant, the coast towns requiring navigation laws as the only means to relieve them, and, over and above all, a rise in the corn markets, which brought the country to a state approaching famine. All these causes of discontent operated at the same time, and more strongly so upon the people, the Silesian linen weavers in the greatest distress, the cotton factories stopped, in the large manufacturing district of the Rhine almost all hands out of work, the potato crop mostly ruined, and bread at famine prices. The moment was evidently come for the middle classes to take the government out of the hands of an imbecile king, weak nobility, and self-conceited bureaucracy, and to secure it to themselves. It is a curious fact, but which is repeated at every revolutionary epoch, that at the very moment when the leading class of a movement is most favorably placed for the accomplishment of that movement, the old worn-out government is reduced to beg the assistance of this same leading class. Thus in 1789, in France, when famine, bad trade, and divisions among the nobility pushed, so to say, the middle classes to a revolution, at that very moment the government found its money resources exhausted, and was reduced to begin the revolution by the convocation of the States General. 54 Thus in 1847 in Prussia. At the very moment when the more indolent Prussian middle classes are almost forced by circumstances to change the governmental system, at that moment the king, by want of money, is forced to commence that change of system, and to convocate in his turn the Prussian States General. It is indubitable that the states would offer him much less resistance than they will now, if the money market was easy, the factories at full work, which would be caused by a flourishing trade and ready sale, and consequent high prices for manufactured goods in England, and corn at a reasonably low price. But so it is, in times of approaching 70 Friedrich Engels. Revolution, the progressive classes of society have always all chances on their side. I have, during the course of 1845 and 1846, more than once shown to the readers of the Star, that the King of Prussia was in a very embarrassed financial situation. 3. I have at the same time called their attention to the several clever plans by which his ministers sought to extricate him, and predicted that the whole affair must end by a convocation of the States General. The event, then, was neither unexpected, nor, as it now is represented, caused by the free grace of his squandering majesty. Nothing but sheer necessity, poverty, and distress could move him to such a step, and there is not a child in Prussia but knows this. The only question, then, is this: will the Prussian middle classes, by investing a new loan with their guarantee, allow the king to go on as he has done hitherto and to disregard for another 7 years their petitions and their wants? We have already answered this question. They cannot do this. We have proved it from the situation of the respective classes, and we shall now prove it from the composition of the States General themselves. Members of high and low nobility 311 do. For towns and peasantry 306. As the king has declared his intention to increase the members of the high nobility, 80 in all, by new creations of peers, we may add to the nobility, about 30 more, 341 members of nobility, or government party. Deduct from this number the liberal fractions of the lower nobility, namely, all the nobility of Prussia proper, 2/3 of that of Posen, and some members of the Rhenish, Silesian, Brandenburg and Westphalian nobility, say 70 liberal members, voting with the towns and peasantry, and the position of parties is as follows. Nobility, or government party 271 towns and peasantry, or liberal opposition 376. Thus, even allowing that 30 or 40 town or peasantry members from the remote districts should vote for the government, there will always be a liberal majority of from 25 to 50 votes remaining, and with a little energy on the part of the liberals, it will be easy to meet every demand for money with another demand for liberal institutions. There is besides, no doubt, that, under present circumstances, the people will support the middle classes, and by their pressure from without, which indeed is very much a cf. Engels articles violation of the Prussian constitution and the Prussian Bank question, this volume, pages 52 to 53 and p. 57, ed. The Prussian Constitution 71. Wanted, strengthen the courage and enliven the energies of those within. Thus, the Prussian Constitution, insignificant in itself, is, for all that, the beginning of a new epoch for that country, and for all Germany. It marks the downfall of absolutism and nobility, and the ascendancy of the middle classes. It marks the beginning of a movement which will very soon lead to a representative constitution for the middle classes, a free press, independent judges, and trial by jury, and which will end God knows where. It marks the repetition of 1789 in Prussia. And if the revolutionary movement which now begins, will directly interest the middle classes only, it is yet not at all indifferent to the interests of the people. From the moment the power of the middle classes is constituted, from that moment begins the separate and distinct democratic movement. In the struggle against despotism and aristocracy, the people, the Democratic Party, cannot but play a secondary part. The first place belongs to the middle classes. From the moment, however, the middle classes establish their own government, identify themselves with a new despotism and aristocracy against the people, from that moment democracy takes its stand as the only, the exclusive movement party. From that moment the struggle is simplified, reduced to two parties, and changes, by that circumstance, into a war to the knife. The history of the French and English democratic parties fully proves this. There is another circumstance to be remarked. The conquest of public power by the middle classes of Prussia will change the political position of all European countries. The alliance of the North will be dissolved. Austria and Russia, the chief spoliators of Poland, will be entirely isolated from the rest of Europe, for Prussia carries along with her the smaller states of Germany, who all have constitutional governments. Thus the balance of power in Europe will be entirely changed by the consequences of this insignificant constitution, the desertion of 3/4 of Germany from the camp of stationary Eastern Europe into that of progressive Western Europe. In February 1846, broke out the last Polish insurrection. 55 In February 1847, Frederick William convocates his States General. The vengeance of Poland is drawing nigh. Written at the end of February 1847, reprinted from the newspaper first published in the Northern Star number 489, March 6, 1847, with an editorial note. From our German correspondent. Signed, E. Declaration against Karl Grun. Under the date line Berlin, March 20, the Trier-Zeitung prints an article on my pamphlet now in printing, Contradictions dans le système de contradictions économiques de Emprudon ou les misères de la philosophie. 3. The Berlin correspondent 15 makes me out to be the author of a report printed in the Rhein-Mosel-Zeitung and elsewhere concerning this pamphlet, Proudhon's Book 0, and the activities of its translator, Herr Grun. 56. He hails me time and again as editor of the former Rheinisch-Zeitung, quite in the style of the Brussels or another correspondent. Buttressed by a knowledge of the current state of the press in Germany, our friend peddles his insinuation. Not merely his insinuation, but his whole literary existence may, as far as I am concerned, be buttressed by a knowledge of the current state of the press in Germany. I grant him the most practically proven knowledge of the current state of the press in Germany. But this time it has not buttressed him. The alleged Berlin correspondent need only read through my criticism of Proudhon in the critical criticism in order to realize that the report which arouses his enmity might well originate in Brussels, but could not possibly originate with me, if only because it sets the same value on Proudhon and Herr Grun. My criticism of Proudhon is written in French. Proudhon himself will be able to reply. A letter he wrote to me before the publication of his book shows absolutely no inclination to leave it to Herr Grun and his associates to avenge him in the event of criticism on my part. 57. Concerning further the translator of P. Proudhon's work on economics, our friend in Berlin need only add to the record that we here in Berlin have learnt much and of great diversity from Herr Grun's Soziale Bewegung in Frankreich und Belgien social movement in France and Belgium in order to place the value of this book above all doubt. And one must consider what it means when we here in Berlin learn anything at all, and in this case even much and of great diversity, quantitatively and qualitatively at the same time. We here in Berlin. Identifying me with the Brussels or another correspondent, the Berlin or alleged Berlin correspondent exclaims, Grun has probably to make amends for the misfortune of having acquainted the German world with the results of foreign socialism before Herr Dr. Marx, editor of the former Zeitung. Our friend undeniably betrays great ingenuity in forming his conjectures. I should like to confide to him, sub rosa, 3 that, admittedly in my own view, Herr Grun's Soziale Bewegung in Frankreich und Belgien and the French and the Belgian social movement individual names and data accepted have nothing in common with each other. At the same time, however, I must confide to him that I have experienced so little urge to acquaint the German world with the results of my studies of Herr Grun's Soziale Bewegung in Frankreich und Belgien that I have permitted a fairly comprehensive review of Grun's book, prepared a year ago, peacefully to sleep the sleep of the just in manuscript form, and only now that I have been challenged by our friend in Berlin shall I send it to the Westfälisches Dampfboot to be printed. The review forms an appendix to the book written jointly by Father Engels and me on the German ideology, critique of modern German philosophy as expounded by its representatives Feuerbach, B. Bruno Bauer and Stirner, and of German socialism as expounded by its various prophets. B. The circumstances which have hindered the printing of this manuscript and still hinder it will perhaps be set forth for the reader elsewhere as a contribution to the description of the current state of the press in Germany. Nothing hindered the separate printing of my review of Grun's book, which in no way offends against the censorship, except the slight obstacle that this book was not considered worthy of a special attack, and it was thought that only in a survey of the whole of the insipid and tasteless literature of German socialism would some reference to Herr Grun be unavoidable. Now, however, after the article by our Berlin friend, the separate printing of this review has taken on the more or less humorous significance of showing the manner in which the German world acquaints itself with the results of foreign socialism, and especially the desire and capacity we here in Berlin possess to learn much and of great diversity. It will immediately be realized how strongly I was compelled to resort to pet attacks in petty little newspaper articles if I had otherwise been anxious to bring Herr Grun's social movement in France and Belgium to a standstill. Finally, even our Berlin friend will be unable to refrain from making public testimony that if I really harbored the intention of acquainting the German world with the results of foreign socialism in his sense, and truly feared a competitor in a predecessor, then I should be obliged daily to beseech fate, give me no predecessor, or even better, give me Herr Grun as a predecessor. A word more concerning my conceit in imagining that I have scaled the topmost rung of human wisdom. Who else could have inoculated me with this disease but Herr Grun, who found in my expositions in the Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher 1 the solution to the ultimate riddle, see, for example, the foreword to his Bastien, in the same way as he finds it now in Proudhon's Economics, who, as he now extols in Proudhon the true point of view, likewise assured his readers about me, see Grun's Neue Anekdote, that I had negated the constitutional and radical point of view. 5. Herr Grun first poisons me, in order then to be able to blame me for the fact that his poison worked. Let our Berlin friend calm himself, however I enjoy perfect health. Brussels, April 3, 1847 Karl Marx. First published in the Deutsche Brüsseler, printed according to the Trier-Zeitung No. 28, April 8, 1847. Zeitung text checked with the N in the Trier-Zeitung No. 99, Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung April 9, 1847. Published in English for the first time. Friedrich Engels. The Constitutional Question in Germany 59. German socialist literature grows worse from month to month. It increasingly confines itself to the broad effusions of those true socialists whose whole wisdom amounts to an amalgam of German philosophy and German Philistine sentimentality with a few stunted communist slogans. It exhibits a peacefulness which enables it even under the censorship to state its most heartfelt opinions. Even the German police find little in it to take exception to, proof enough that it belongs not to the progressive, revolutionary elements but to the stale, reactionary elements in German literature. To these true socialists belong not only those who term themselves socialists par excellence, but also the greater part of those writers in Germany who have accepted the party name of communists. The latter indeed are, if possible, even worse. Under these circumstances, it goes without saying that these soi-disant communist writers are in no way representative of the party of the German communists. They are neither recognized by the party as its literary representatives nor do they represent its interests. On the contrary, they look after quite other interests, they defend quite other principles, which are opposed in every respect to those of the Communist Party. The true socialists, to whom, as we have said, most German soi-disant communist writers belong, have learned from the French communists that the transition from the absolute monarchy to the modern representative state in no way abolishes the poverty of the great mass of the people, but only brings a new class, the bourgeoisie, to power. They have further learned from the French communists that it is precisely this bourgeoisie which, by means of its capital, presses most heavily upon the masses, and hence is the opponent par. 76 Friedrich Engels. Excellence of the communists, or socialists respectively, as representatives of the mass of the people. They have not taken the trouble to compare Germany's level of social and political development with that of France, nor to study the conditions actually existing in Germany upon which all further development depends. Hastily and without long reflection they have transferred their hastily acquired knowledge to Germany. Had they been party men who aimed at a practical, tangible result, who represented particular interests common to an entire class, they would at least have paid attention to the way in which the opponents of the bourgeoisie in France, from the editors of La Réforme to the ultra-communists, such as in particular the acknowledged representative of the great mass of the French proletariat, old Cabet, behave in their polemic against the bourgeoisie. It should really have struck them that these representatives of the party not merely engage continually in politics of the day, but that even towards political measures such as proposals for electoral reforms, in which the proletariat has no direct interest, they nevertheless adopt an attitude far removed from sovereign disdain. But our true socialists are not party men, they are German theoreticians. They are not concerned with practical interests and results, but with eternal truth. The interests which they strive to uphold are the interests of man, the results they pursue are limited to philosophical achievements. So they only needed to bring their new elucidations into harmony with their own philosophical conscience, in order then to noise abroad before the whole of Germany that political progress, like all politics, is evil, that constitutional freedom in particular elevates to the throne the bourgeoisie, the class most dangerous to the people, and that in general the bourgeoisie cannot be attacked enough. In France, the rule of the bourgeoisie has for 17 years been more complete than in any other country in the world. The attacks of the French proletarians, their party chiefs and literary representatives on the bourgeoisie were therefore attacks on the ruling class, on the existing political system, they were definitely revolutionary attacks. How well the ruling bourgeoisie knows this is proven by the countless press trials and prosecutions of associations, the prohibition of meetings and banquets, the 100 police chicaneries with which it persecutes the reformist 60 and communists. In Germany, things are completely different. In Germany the bourgeoisie is not only not in power, it is even the most dangerous enemy of the existing governments. For these the diversion mounted by the true socialists was very opportune. The struggle against the bourgeoisie, which only too often brought the French communists imprisonment or 77. exile, brought our true socialists nothing except the permission to print. The revolutionary heat in the polemics by the French proletariat dwindled in the cool breasts of the German theoreticians to a tepidness satisfying the censorship, and in this emasculated state was a quite welcome ally for the German governments against the threatening bourgeoisie. True socialism managed to use the most revolutionary propositions that have ever been framed as a protective wall for the morass of the German status quo. True socialism is reactionary through and through. The bourgeoisie long ago noticed this reactionary tendency of true socialism. But without further thought they took this trend for the literary representative also of German communism, and reproached the communists publicly and privately with merely playing into the hands of the governments, the bureaucracy, and the nobility with their polemics against a representative system, trial by jury, freedom of the press, and their clamour against the bourgeoisie. It is high time that the German communists disown the responsibility imputed to them for the reactionary deeds and desires of the true socialists. It is high time that the German communists, who represent the German proletariat with its very clear, very tangible needs, broke in the most decisive manner with that literary clique, for it is nothing more which does not know itself whom it represents, and so against its will tumbles into the arms of the German governments, which believes itself to be realizing man and is realizing nothing but the deification of the wretched German Philistine. We communists have in fact nothing in common with the theoretical phantasms and scruples of conscience of this crafty company. Our attacks on the bourgeoisie differ as much from those of the true socialists as from those opound the reactionary nobles, e.g., the French legitimists or Young England. 61. The German status quo cannot exploit our attacks in any way, because they are directed still more against it than against the bourgeoisie. If the bourgeoisie, so to speak, our natural enemy, is the enemy whose overthrow will bring our party to power, the German status quo is still more our enemy, because it stands between the bourgeoisie and us, because it hinders us from coming to grips with the bourgeoisie. For that reason we do not exclude ourselves in any way from the great mass of opposition to the German status quo. We only form its most advanced section, a section which at the same time through its unconcealed arrière-pensée against the bourgeoisie takes up a quite definite position. With the meeting of the Prussian United Diet the struggle against the German status quo reaches a turning point. On the attitude of 78 Friedrich Engels. This diet depends the continuation or the end of the status quo. The parties in Germany, which are still very vague, confused and fragmented through ideological subtleties, are thus faced with the necessity to clarify for themselves what interests they represent, what tactics they must follow, to demarcate themselves from other parties and to become practical. The youngest of these parties, the Communist Party, cannot evade this necessity. It must likewise clarify for itself its position, its plan of campaign, its means of action, and the first step to this is to disavow the reactionary socialists who try to insinuate themselves among the communists. It can take this step all the sooner because it is strong enough to refuse assistance from all allies who would discredit it. 2. The status quo and the bourgeoisie. The status quo in Germany is as follows. While in France and England the bourgeoisie has become powerful enough to overthrow the nobility and to raise itself to be the ruling class in the state, the German bourgeoisie has not yet had such power. It has indeed a certain influence upon the governments, but in all cases where there is a collision of interests, this influence must give way to that of the landed nobility. While in France and England the towns dominate the countryside, in Germany the countryside dominates the towns, agriculture dominates trade and industry. This is the case not only in the absolute, but also in the constitutional monarchies of Germany, not only in Austria and Prussia, but also in Saxony, Württemberg and Baden. The cause of this is that in its stage of civilization Germany lags behind the Western countries. In the latter it is predominantly trade and industry which provide the mass of the population with their livelihood, but with us it is agriculture. England exports no agricultural produce whatever, but is in constant need of supplies from abroad. France imports at least as much agricultural produce as it exports, and both countries base their wealth above all on their exports of industrial products. Germany, on the contrary, exports few industrial goods, but a great quantity of corn, wool, cattle, etc. When Germany's political system was established in 1815, the overwhelming importance of agriculture was even greater than now, and it was increased still more at that time by the fact that it was precisely the almost exclusively agricultural parts of Germany that had participated most zealously in the overthrow of the French Empire. 79. The political representative of agriculture is, in Germany as in most European countries, the nobility, the class of big landed proprietors. The political system corresponding to the exclusive dominance of the nobility is the feudal system. The feudal system has everywhere declined in the same degree in which agriculture has ceased to be the decisive branch of production in a country, in the same degree in which an industrial class has formed itself beside the agricultural, towns beside villages. The class newly forming itself beside the nobility and the peasants more or less dependent on it is not the bourgeoisie, which today rules in the civilized countries and is striving for mastery in Germany, it is the class of the petty bourgeoisie. The present political system of Germany is nothing more than a compromise between the nobility and the petty bourgeoisie, which amounts to resigning power into the hands of a third class, the bureaucracy. In the composition of this class the two high contracting parties participate according to their respective status. The nobility, which represents the more important branch of production, reserves to itself the higher positions, the petty bourgeoisie contents itself with the lower and only in exceptional circumstances puts forward candidates for the higher administration. Where the bureaucracy is subjected to direct control, as in the constitutional states of Germany, the nobility and petty bourgeoisie share in it in the same way, and that here also the nobility reserves to itself the lion's share is easily understood. The petty bourgeoisie can never overthrow the nobility, nor make itself equal to it, it can do no more than weaken it. To overthrow the nobility, another class is required, with wider interests, greater property, and more determined courage, the bourgeoisie. In all countries the bourgeoisie emerges from the petty bourgeoisie with the development of world trade and large-scale industry, with the accompanying free competition and centralization of property. The petty bourgeoisie represents inland and coastal trade, handicrafts, manufacture based on handwork branches of industry which operate within a limited area, require little capital, have a slow turnover and give rise to only local and sluggish competition. The bourgeoisie represents world trade, the direct exchange of products of all regions, trade in money, large factory industry based on the use of machinery branches of production which demand the greatest possible area, the greatest possible capital and the quickest possible turnover, and give rise to universal and stormy competition. The petty bourgeois represents local, the bourgeois general interests. The petty bourgeois finds his position sufficiently safeguarded if 80. Friedrich Engels. While exercising indirect influence on state legislation, he participates directly in provincial administration and is master of his local municipality. The bourgeois cannot protect his interests without direct, constant control of the central administration, foreign policy, and legislation of his state. The classical creation of the petty bourgeoisie were the free cities of the German Reich, that of the bourgeoisie is the French representative state. The petty bourgeois is conservative as soon as the ruling class makes a few concessions to him, the bourgeois is revolutionary until he himself rules. What then is the attitude of the German bourgeoisie to the two classes that share political rule? While a rich and powerful bourgeoisie has been formed in England since the 17th and in France since the 18th century, one can speak of a German bourgeoisie only since the beginning of the 19th century. There were before then, it is true, a few rich shipowners in the Hanseatic towns, a few rich bankers in the interior, but no class of big capitalists, and least of all of big industrial capitalists. The creator of the German bourgeoisie was Napoleon. his continental system 62 and the freedom of trade made necessary by its pressure in Prussia gave the Germans a manufacturing industry and expanded their mining industry. After a few years these new or expanded branches of production were already so important, and the bourgeoisie created by them so influential, that by 1818 the Prussian government saw that it was necessary to allow them protective tariffs. The Prussian Customs Act of 1818 was the first official recognition of the bourgeoisie by the government. It was admitted, though reluctantly and with a heavy heart, that the bourgeoisie had become a class indispensable for the country. The next concession to the bourgeoisie was the customs union. 63 The admission of most of the German states into the Prussian customs system was no doubt originally occasioned simply by fiscal and political considerations, but no one benefited from it as much as did the German, more especially the Prussian, bourgeoisie. Although the customs union here and there brought a few small advantages to the nobility and petty bourgeoisie, on the whole it harmed both groups still more through the rise of the bourgeoisie, keener competition, and the supplanting of the previous means of production. Since then the bourgeoisie, especially in Prussia, has developed rather quickly. Although its advance during the last 30 years has not been nearly as great as that of the English and French bourgeoisie, it has nevertheless established most branches of modern industry, in a few districts supplanted peasant or petty bourgeois patriarchalism, concentrated capital to some extent, produced 81. Something of a proletariat, and built fairly long stretches of railroad. It has at least reached the point of having either to go further and make itself the ruling class or to renounce its previous conquests, the point where it is the only class that can at the moment bring about progress in Germany, can at the moment rule Germany. It is already in fact the leading class in Germany, and its whole existence depends upon its becoming legally so as well. With the rise of the bourgeoisie and its growing influence coincides, indeed, the growing impotence of the hitherto official ruling classes. The nobility has become more and more impoverished and encumbered with debts since the time of Napoleon. The buying free from corvée raised the production costs of corn for the nobility and exposed it to competition from a new class of independent small peasants, disadvantages which in the long run were far from being compensated for by the peasants overreaching themselves when they bought themselves free. Russian and American competition limited the market for its corn, Australian and in some years South Russian that of its wool. And the more the production costs and competition increased, the more was exposed the incapacity of the nobility to work its estates profitably, and to apply the newest advances in agriculture. Like the French and English nobility of the last century, the German nobility employed the rising level of civilization only to squander its fortune magnificently on pleasures in the big cities. Between the nobility and the bourgeoisie began that competition in social and intellectual education, in wealth and display, which everywhere precedes the political dominance of the bourgeoisie and ends, like every other form of competition, with the victory of the richer side. The provincial nobility turned into a court nobility, only thereby to be ruined all the more quickly and surely. The 3% revenues of the nobility went down before the 15% profit of the bourgeoisie. The 3%ers resorted to mortgages, to credit banks for the nobility and so on, in order to be able to spend in accordance with their station, and only ruined themselves so much the quicker. The few landed gentry wise enough not to ruin themselves formed with the newly emerging bourgeois landowners a new class of industrial landowners. This class carries on agriculture without feudal illusions and without the nobleman's nonchalance, as a business, an industry, with the bourgeois appliances of capital, expert knowledge, and work. Such a class is so far from being incompatible with the rule of the bourgeoisie that in France it stands quite peacefully alongside it and participates according to its wealth in its rule. It constitutes the section of the bourgeoisie which exploits agriculture. 82 Friedrich Engels. The nobility has therefore become so impotent, that a part of it has already gone over to the bourgeoisie. The petty bourgeoisie was already in a weak position in relation to the nobility, still less can it hold out against the bourgeoisie. Next to the peasants, it is the most pathetic class that has ever meddled with history. With its petty local interests, it advanced no further even in its heyday, the later Middle Ages, than to local organizations, local struggles and local advances, to an existence on sufferance alongside the nobility, never to general, political, dominance. With the emergence of the bourgeoisie it loses even the appearance of historical initiative. Wedged in between nobility and bourgeoisie, under pressure alike from the political preponderance of the former and from the competition of the heavy capital of the latter, it split into two sections. The one, that of the richer and big city petty bourgeoisie, joins the revolutionary bourgeoisie more or less timidly, the other, recruited from the poorer burghers, especially those of the small provincial towns, clings to the existing state of things and supports the nobility with the whole weight of its inertia. The more the bourgeoisie develops, the worse becomes the position of the petty bourgeoisie. Gradually this second section also realizes that under existing conditions its ruin is certain, whereas under the rule of the bourgeoisie, alongside the probability of that ruin, it enjoys at least the possibility of advancing into the ranks of the bourgeoisie. The more certain its ruin, the more it ranges itself under the banner of the bourgeoisie. As soon as the bourgeoisie has come to power, the petty bourgeoisie splits again. It supplies recruits to every section of the bourgeoisie, and besides forms, between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat now emerging with its interests and demands, a chain of more or less radical political and socialist sects, which one can study more closely in the English or French Chamber of Deputies and the daily press. The more sharply the bourgeoisie penetrates into the undisciplined and poorly armed swarms of petty bourgeoisie with the heavy artillery of its capital, with the closed columns of its joint stock companies, the more helpless the petty bourgeoisie becomes, the more disorderly its flight, until no other way of escape remains to it than either to muster behind the long files of the proletariat and to march under its banner or to surrender to the bourgeoisie at its discretion. This diverting spectacle can be observed in England at every trade crisis, and in France at the present moment. In Germany we have only arrived at that phase when the petty bourgeoisie in a moment of despair and squeezed for money forms the heroic resolution to renounce the nobility and place its trust in the bourgeoisie. 83. The petty bourgeoisie is therefore just as little able as the nobility to raise itself to be the ruling class in Germany. On the contrary, it places itself every day more and more under the command of the bourgeoisie. There remain the peasants and the propertyless classes. The peasants, among whom we include here only the small peasant tenants or proprietors, with the exclusion of the day laborers and farm laborers, the peasants form a similarly helpless class as do the petty bourgeoisie, from whom, however, they differ to their advantage through their greater courage. But they are similarly incapable of all historical initiative. Even their emancipation from the fetters of serfdom comes about only under the protection of the bourgeoisie. Where the absence of nobility and bourgeoisie allows them to rule, as in the mountain cantons of Switzerland and in Norway, pre-feudal barbarisms, local narrow-mindedness and dull, fanatical bigotry, loyalty and rectitude rule with them. Where, as in Germany, the nobility continues to exist beside them, they are squeezed, just like the petty bourgeoisie, between the nobility and the bourgeoisie. To protect the interests of agriculture against the growing power of trade and industry, they must join with the nobility. To safeguard themselves against the overwhelming competition of the nobility and especially the bourgeois landowners, they must join with the bourgeoisie. To which side they finally adhere depends upon the nature of their property. The big farmers of eastern Germany, who themselves exercise a certain feudal dominance over their farm laborers, are in all their interests too closely involved with the nobles to dissociate themselves from them in earnest. The small landowners in the West who have emerged from the breaking up of the estates of the nobility, and the small farmers in the East who are subject to patrimonial jurisdiction and still partly liable to corvée labor, are oppressed too directly by the nobles or stand too much in opposition to them not to adhere to the side of the bourgeoisie. That this is actually the case is proved by the Prussian provincial diets. Rule by the peasants is also, therefore, fortunately unthinkable. The peasants themselves think of it so little that they have for the greatest part already placed themselves at the disposal of the bourgeoisie. And the propertyless, in common parlance the working, classes. We shall soon speak of them at greater length. 64, for the moment it is sufficient to point to the division among them. This division into farm laborers, day laborers, handicraft journeymen, factory workers, and lumpen proletariat, together with their dispersal over a 84 Friedrich Engels. Great, thinly populated expanse of country with few and weak central points, already renders it impossible for them to realize that their interests are common, to reach understanding, to constitute themselves into one class. This division and dispersal makes nothing else possible for them but restriction to their immediate, everyday interests, to the wish for a good wage for good work. That is, it restricts the workers to seeing their interest in that of their employers, thus making every single section of the workers into an auxiliary army for the class employing them. The farm laborer and day laborer supports the interests of the noble or farmer on whose estate he works. The journeyman stands under the intellectual and political sway of his master. The factory worker lets himself be used by the factory owner in the agitation for protective tariffs. For a few thalers the lumpen proletarian fights out with his fists the squabbles between bourgeoisie, nobility, and police. And where two classes of employers have contradictory interests to assert, there exists the same struggle between the classes of workers they employ. So little is the mass of the workers in Germany prepared to assume the leadership in public matters. To summarize, the nobility is too much in decline, the petty bourgeoisie and peasants are, by their whole position in life, too weak, the workers are still far from sufficiently mature to be able to come forward as the ruling class in Germany. There remains only the bourgeoisie. The poverty of the German status quo consists chiefly in this: no single class has hitherto been strong enough to establish its branch of production as the national branch of production par excellence and thus to set itself up as the representative of the interests of the whole nation. All the estates and classes that have emerged in history since the 10th century, nobles, serfs, peasants subject to corvée labor, free peasants, petty bourgeoisie, journeymen, manufactory workers, bourgeoisie, and proletarians, all exist alongside one another. Those among these estates and classes who in consequence of their property represent a branch of production, namely the nobles, free peasants, petty bourgeoisie, and bourgeoisie, have participated in political rule in proportion to their number, their wealth, and their share in the total production of the country. The result of this division is that, as we have said, the nobility has got the lion's share, the petty bourgeoisie the smaller share, and that officially the bourgeoisie count only as petty bourgeoisie and the peasants as peasants do not count at all, because they, with the slight influence they possess, divide themselves between the other classes. This regime represented by the bureaucracy is the political summing up. 85. Of the general impotence and contemptibility, of the dull boredom and the sordidness of German society. It is matched by the breaking up of Germany into 38 local and provincial states together with the breaking up of Austria and Prussia into autonomous provinces from within and by the disgraceful helplessness against exploitation and kicks from without. The cause of this general poverty lies in the general lack of capital. In poverty-stricken Germany every single class has borne from the beginning the mark of civic mediocrity, and in comparison with the same classes in other countries has been poor and depressed. How petty bourgeois appears the high and low German nobility since the 12th century beside the rich and carefree French and English nobility, so full of the joy of living and so purposeful in their whole behavior. How tiny, how insignificant and parochial appear the burghers of the German free cities of the Reich and the Hanseatic towns beside the rebellious Parisian burghers of the 14th and 15th centuries, the London Puritans of the 17th century. How petty bourgeois still appear our principal magnates in industry, finance, shipping, beside the stock exchange princes of Paris, Lyons, London, Liverpool, and Manchester. Even the working classes in Germany are thoroughly petty bourgeois. Thus the petty bourgeoisie have at least the consolation in their depressed social and political position of being the standard class of Germany, and of having imparted to all other classes their specific depression and their concern over their existence. How is this poverty to be overcome? Only one way is possible: one class must become strong enough to make the rise of the whole nation dependent upon its rise, to make the advancement of the interests of all other classes dependent upon the advancement and development of its interests. The interest of this one class must become for the time being the national interest, and this class itself must become for the time being the representative of the nation. From that moment, this class, and with it the majority of the nation, finds itself in contradiction with the political status quo. The political status quo corresponds to a state of affairs which has ceased to exist, to the conflict of interests of the different classes. The new interests find themselves restricted, and even a part of the classes in whose favor the status quo was established no longer sees its own interests represented in it. The abolition of the status quo, peacefully or by force, is the necessary consequence. In its place enters dominance by the class which for the moment represents the majority of the nation, and under whose rule a new development begins. 86 Friedrich Engels. As the lack of capital is the basis of the status quo, of the general weakness, so possession of capital, its concentration in the hands of one class, can alone give this class the power to supplant the status quo. Does this class, which can overthrow the status quo, exist now in Germany? It exists, although, compared with the corresponding class in England and France, in a perhaps very petty bourgeois way, but still it exists and, indeed, in the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie is the class which in all countries overthrows the compromise established between nobility and petty bourgeoisie in the bureaucratic monarchy, and thus to begin with conquers power for itself. The bourgeoisie is the only class in Germany which at least gives a great part of the industrial landowners, petty bourgeoisie, peasants, workers, and even a minority among the nobles a share in its interests, and has united these under its banner. The party of the bourgeoisie is the only one in Germany that definitely knows with what it must replace the status quo, the only one that does not limit itself to abstract principles and historical deductions, but wishes to carry into effect very definite, concrete, and immediately practicable measures, the only one which is at least organized to some extent on a local and provincial basis and has a sort of plan of campaign. In short, it is the party which fights first and foremost against the status quo and is directly interested in its overthrow. The party of the bourgeoisie is therefore the only one that at present has a chance of success. The only question then is the bourgeoisie compelled by necessity to conquer political rule for itself through the overthrow of the status quo, and is it strong enough, given its own power and the weakness of its opponents, to overthrow the status quo? We shall see. The decisive section of the German bourgeoisie are the factory owners. On the prosperity of industry depends the prosperity of the whole domestic trade, of the Hamburg and Bremen and, to some extent, Stettin sea trade, of banking, on it depend the revenues of the railways, and with that the most significant part of the stock exchange business. Independent of industry are only the corn and wool exporters of the Baltic towns and the insignificant class of importers of foreign industrial products. The needs of the factory owners thus represent the needs of the whole bourgeoisie and of the classes at present dependent upon it. The factory owners are further divided into two sections. The one gives the initial processing to raw materials and sends them into 87. Trade half-finished. The other takes over the half-finished materials and brings them to market as finished commodities. To the first group belong the spinners, to the second the weavers. In Germany the first section also includes the iron producers. 3. To introduce newly invented techniques, to establish good communications, to obtain cheap machines and raw materials, to train skilled workers, requires an entire industrial system. It requires the interlocking of all branches of industry, seaports which are tributary to the industrial interior and carry on a flourishing trade. All this has long ago been proved by the economists. But such an industrial system requires also nowadays, when England is almost the only country that has no competition to fear, a complete protective system embracing all branches of industry threatened by foreign competition, and modifications to the system must always be made according to the position of industry. Such a system the existing Prussian government cannot give, nor can all the governments of the customs union. It can only be set up and operated by the ruling bourgeoisie itself. And for this reason also the German bourgeoisie can no longer do without political power. Such a protective system, moreover, is all the more necessary in Germany, since their manufacture lies in its death throes. Without systematic tariff protection, the competition of English machinery will kill manufacture, and the bourgeoisie, petty bourgeoisie, and workers hitherto maintained by it will be ruined. Reason enough for the German bourgeoisie to ruin what remains of manufacture rather with German machines. Protective tariffs are therefore necessary for the German bourgeoisie, and only by that bourgeoisie itself can they be introduced. If only for that reason, then, it must seize state power. But it is not only by insufficient tariffs that the factory owners are hindered in the complete utilization of their capital, they are also hindered by the bureaucracy. If in the matter of customs legislation they meet with indifference from the government, in their relations with the bureaucracy they meet with its most direct hostility. The bureaucracy was set up to govern petty bourgeoisie and peasants. These classes, dispersed in small towns or villages, with interests which do not reach beyond the narrowest local boundaries, have necessarily the restricted horizons corresponding to their restricted mode of life. They cannot govern a large state, they can have neither the breadth of vision nor the knowledge to balance the different conflicting interests. And it was exactly at that stage of here 4 pages of the manuscript are missing, ed. 88 Friedrich Engels. Civilization, when the petty bourgeoisie was most flourishing, that the different interests were most complicatedly intertwined. One need only think of the guilds and their conflicts. The petty bourgeoisie and the peasants cannot, therefore, do without a powerful and numerous bureaucracy. They must let themselves be kept in leading strings so as to escape the greatest confusion, and not to ruin themselves with hundreds and thousands of lawsuits. But the bureaucracy, which is a necessity for the petty bourgeoisie, very soon becomes an unbearable fetter for the bourgeoisie. Already at the stage of manufacture, official supervision and interference become very burdensome. Factory industry is scarcely possible under such control. The German factory owners have hitherto kept the bureaucracy off their backs as much as possible by bribery, for which they can certainly not be blamed. But this remedy frees them only from the lesser half of the burden. Apart from the impossibility of bribing all the officials with whom a factory owner comes into contact, bribery does not free him from perquisites, honorariums to jurists, architects, mechanics, nor from other expenses caused by the system of supervision, nor from extra work and waste of time. And the more industry develops, the more conscientious officials appear, that is, officials who either from pure narrow-mindedness or from bureaucratic hatred of the bourgeoisie, pester the factory owners with the most infuriating chicaneries. The bourgeoisie, therefore, is compelled to break the power of this indolent and pettifogging bureaucracy. From the moment the state administration and legislature fall under the control of the bourgeoisie, the independence of the bureaucracy ceases to exist. Indeed, from this moment, the tormentors of the bourgeoisie turn into their humble slaves. Previous regulations and decrees, which served only to lighten the work of the officials at the expense of the industrial bourgeoisie, give place to new regulations which lighten the work of the industrialists at the expense of the officials. The bourgeoisie is all the more compelled to do this as soon as possible because, as we have seen, all its sections are directly concerned in the quickest possible increase of factory industry, and factory industry cannot possibly grow under a regime of bureaucratic harassment. The subordination of the customs and the bureaucracy to the interest of the industrial bourgeoisie are the two measures with the implementation of which the bourgeoisie is most directly concerned. But that does not by any means exhaust its needs. The bourgeoisie is compelled to subject the whole system of legislation, administration, and justice in almost all the German states to a thoroughgoing 89. Revision. For this whole system serves to maintain and uphold a social condition which the bourgeoisie is continually working to overthrow. The conditions under which nobility and petty bourgeoisie can exist side by side are absolutely different from the conditions of life of the bourgeoisie, and only the former are officially recognized in the German states. Let us take the Prussian status quo as an example. If the petty bourgeoisie could subject themselves to the judicial as well as to the administrative bureaucracy, if they could entrust their property and persons to the discretion and torpidity of an independent, i.e., bureaucratically self-sufficient judicial class, which in return offered them protection against the encroachments of the feudal nobility and at times also against those of the administrative bureaucracy. The bourgeoisie cannot do so. For lawsuits concerning property, the bourgeoisie requires at least the protection of publicity, and for criminal trials moreover that of the jury as well, the constant control of justice through a deputation of the bourgeoisie. The petty bourgeois can put up with the exemption of nobles and officials from common legal procedure because his official humiliation in this way fully corresponds to his lower social status. The bourgeois, who must either be ruined or make his class the first in society and state, cannot do this. The petty bourgeois can, without prejudice to the smooth course of his way of life, leave legislation on landed property to the nobility alone. In fact, he must, since he has enough to do to protect his own urban interests from the influence and encroachment of the nobles. The bourgeois cannot in any way leave the regulation of property relationships in the countryside to the discretion of the nobility, for the complete development of his own interests requires the fullest possible industrial exploitation of agriculture too, the creation of a class of industrial farmers, free saleability and mobilization of landed property. The need of the landowner to procure money on mortgage gives to the bourgeois here an opportunity and forces the nobility to allow the bourgeoisie, at least in relation to the mortgage laws, to influence legislation concerning landed property. If the petty bourgeois, with his small scale of business, his slow turnover and his limited number of customers concentrated in a small area, has not found the miserable old Prussian legislation on trade too oppressive but has even been grateful for the bit of protection it provided, the bourgeois cannot bear it any longer. The petty bourgeois, whose highly simple transactions are seldom dealings between merchant and merchant, but almost always only sales from retailer or producer direct to consumer, the petty bourgeois seldom goes bankrupt and easily accommodates himself to the old Prussian. 90. Friedrich Engels. Bankruptcy laws. According to these laws, debts on bills are paid off from total assets before book debts, but customarily the whole assets are devoured by court costs. The laws are framed first of all in the interests of the judicial bureaucracy who administer the assets, and then in the interests of the non-bourgeois as opposed to the bourgeois. The noble in particular, who draws or receives bills on the purchaser or consignee of the corn he has dispatched, is thereby covered, and so are in general all those who have something to sell only once a year and draw the proceeds of that sale in a single transaction. Among those engaged in trade, the bankers and wholesalers are again protected, but the factory owner is rather neglected. The bourgeois, whose dealings are only from merchant to merchant, whose customers are scattered, who receives bills on the whole world, who must move in the midst of a highly complicated system of transactions, who is involved at every moment in a bankruptcy. The bourgeois can only be ruined by these absurd laws. The petty bourgeois is interested in the general policy of his country only in so far as he wants to be left in peace. His narrow round of life makes him incapable of surveying the relations of state to state. The bourgeois, who has to deal or to compete with the most distant countries, cannot work his way up without the most direct influence on the foreign policy of his state. The petty bourgeois could let the bureaucracy and nobility levy taxes on him, for the same reasons that he subjected himself to the bureaucracy. The bourgeois has a quite direct interest in having the public burdens so distributed that they affect his profit as little as possible. In short, if the petty bourgeois can content himself with opposing to the nobility and the bureaucracy his inert weight, with securing for himself influence on the official power through his vis inertia *, the bourgeois cannot do this. He must make his class dominant, his interests crucial, in legislation, administration, justice, taxation and foreign policy. The bourgeoisie must develop itself to the full, daily expand its capital, daily reduce the production costs of its commodities, daily expand its trade connections and markets, daily improve its communications, in order not to be ruined. The competition on the world market compels it to do so. And to be able to develop freely and to the full, what it requires is precisely political dominance, the subordination of all other interests to its own. That in order not to be ruined the German bourgeoisie requires political dominance now, we have shown above in connection with the question of protective tariffs and with its attitude to the bureaucracy. A force of inertia ed. 91. But the most striking proof of this is the present state of the German money and commodity market. The prosperity of English industry in 1845 and the railway speculations to which it led had on this occasion a stronger effect on France and Germany than at any earlier lively period of business. The German factory owners did good business, which stimulated German business in general. The agricultural districts found a willing market for their corn in England. The general prosperity enlivened the money market, facilitated credit, and attracted onto the market a large number of small amounts of capital, of which in Germany there were so many lying half idle. As in England and France, only somewhat later and in somewhat a. Written in March-April 1847, printed according to the manuscript first published in Russian in Marx and Engels, Works, first Russian edition, published in English for the first volume. V. Moscow, 1929, and in German in Time Marx/Engels, Gesamtausgabe, Erste Abteilung, BD 6, Berlin, 1932. Here the manuscript breaks off ed. Friedrich Engels. Protective tariffs or free trade system. From the instant that lack of money and credit forced the King of Prussia to issue the letters patent of February 3, 65, no reasonable person could doubt any longer that the absolute monarchy in Germany and the Christian Germanic management as it has hitherto existed, also known under the name of paternal government, had, in spite of all bristling resistance and saber-rattling speeches from the throne, abdicated forever. The day had now dawned from which the bourgeoisie in Germany can date its rule. The letters patent themselves are nothing but an acknowledgement, though still wrapped in a great deal of Potsdam mist and fog, of the power of the bourgeoisie. A good deal of this mist and fog has already been blown away by a little weak puffing from the United Diet, and very soon the whole Christian Germanic misty phantom will be dissolved into its nothingness. But as soon as the rule of the middle classes began, the first demand to be made was bound to be that the whole trade policy of Germany, or of the customs union, 66, should be wrested from the incompetent hands of German princes, their ministers, and arrogant, but in commercial and industrial matters utterly unimaginative and ignorant bureaucrats, and be made dependent upon and decided by those who possess both the necessary insight and the most immediate interest in the matter. In other words, the question of protective and differential tariffs or free trade must fall within the sole decision of the bourgeoisie. The United Diet in Berlin has shown the government that the bourgeoisie knows what it needs. In the recent tariff negotiations it was made clear to the Spandau system of government, 67, in pretty plain and bitter words, that it is incapable of grasping, protecting and protective tariffs or free trade system. 93. Promoting the material interests concerned. The Krakow affair 68 alone would have been sufficient to brand the foreheads of Holy Alliance William III and his ministers with the stamp of the crudest ignorance of, or the most culpable treachery against, the welfare of the nation. To the horror of His All-Highest Majesty and His Excellencies a host of other things came up for discussion, in the course of which royal and ministerial capabilities and discernment living as well as defunct could feel anything but flattered. In the bourgeoisie itself, indeed, two different views dominate with regard to industry and trade. Nonetheless, there is no doubt that the party in favor of protective, or, rather, differential tariffs is by far the most powerful, numerous, and predominant. The bourgeoisie cannot, in fact, even maintain itself, cannot consolidate its position, cannot attain unbounded power unless it shelters and fosters its industry and trade by artificial means. Without protection against foreign industry it would be crushed and trampled down within a decade. It is quite easily possible that not even protection will help it much or for long. It has waited too long, it has lain too peacefully in the swaddling clothes in which it has been trussed so many years by its precious princes. It has been outflanked and overtaken on every side, it has had its best positions taken from it, while at home it peacefully let its knuckles be rapped and did not even have enough energy to rid itself of its partly imbecile, partly extremely cunning paternal schoolmasters and disciplinarians. Now a new page has been turned. The German princes can henceforth only be the servants of the bourgeoisie, only be the dot over the I of the bourgeoisie. In so far as there is still time and opportunity for the latter's rule, Protection * for German industry and German trade is the only foundation on which it may rest. And what the bourgeoisie wants and must want of the German princes, it will also be able to achieve. There exists, however, alongside the bourgeoisie, a quite considerable number of people called proletarians, the working and propertyless class. The question therefore arises, what does this class gain from the introduction of the protective system? Will it thereby receive more wages, be able to feed and clothe itself better, house itself more healthily, afford somewhat more time for recreation and education, and some means for the more sensible and careful upbringing of its children? A Friedrich William IV ed. 94 Friedrich Engels. The gentlemen of the bourgeoisie who advocate the protective system never fail to push the well-being of the working class into the foreground. To judge by their words, a truly paradisial life will commence for the workers with the protection of industry. Germany will then become a Canaan flowing with milk and honey. 3 For the proletarians. But listen on the other hand to the free trade men speaking, and only under their system would the propertyless be able to live like God in France, that is, in the greatest jollity and merriment. Among both parties there are still plenty of limited minds who more or less believe in the truth of their own words. The intelligent among them know very well that this is all vain delusion, merely calculated, furthermore, to deceive and win the masses. The intelligent bourgeois does not need to be told that whether the system in force is that of protective tariffs or free trade or a mixture of both, the worker will receive no bigger wage for his labor than will just suffice for his scantiest maintenance. From the one side as from the other, the worker gets precisely what he needs to keep going as a labor machine. It might thus appear to be a matter of indifference to the proletarian, to the propertyless, whether the protectionists or the free traders have the last word. Since, however, as has been said above, the bourgeoisie in Germany requires protection against foreign countries in order to clear away the medieval remnants of a feudal aristocracy and the modern vermin by the grace of God, and to develop purely and simply its own proper, innermost essence. Then the working class also has an interest in what helps the bourgeoisie to unimpeded rule. Not until only one class, the bourgeoisie, is seen to exploit and oppress, until penury and misery can no longer be blamed now on this estate, now on that, or simply on the absolute monarchy and its bureaucrats, only then will the last decisive battle break out, the battle between the propertied and the propertyless, between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Only then will the field of battle have been swept clean of all unnecessary barriers, of all that is misleading and accessory. The position of the two hostile armies will be clear and visible at a glance. With the rule of the bourgeoisie, the workers, compelled by circumstances, will also make the infinitely important advance that they will no longer come forward as individuals, as at the most a couple of hundreds or thousands, in rebellion against the established. Exodus 3:8 ed. Protective tariffs or free trade system 95. Order, but all together, as one class, with its specific interests and principles, with a common plan and united strength, they will launch their attack on the last and the worst of their mortal enemies, the bourgeoisie. There can be no doubt as to the outcome of this battle. The bourgeoisie will and must fall to the ground before the proletariat, just as the aristocracy and the absolute monarchy have received their coup de grace from the middle class. With the bourgeoisie, private property will at the same time be overthrown, and the victory of the working class will put an end to all class or caste rule forever. Written at the beginning of June 1847. First published in the Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung No. 46, June 10, 1847. Printed according to the newspaper. Published in English for the first time. Friedrich Engels. Draft of a Communist Confession of Faith 1. Question 1. Are you a communist? Answer, yes. Question 2. What is the aim of the communists? Answer, to organize society in such a way that every member of it can develop and use all his capabilities and powers in complete freedom and without thereby infringing the basic conditions of this society. Question 3. How do you wish to achieve this aim? Answer, by the elimination of private property and its replacement by community of property.
Question 4, on what do you base your community of property? Answer, firstly, on the mass of productive forces and means of subsistence resulting from the development of industry, agriculture, trade, and colonization, and on the possibility inherent in machinery, chemical and other resources of their infinite extension. Secondly, on the fact that in the consciousness or feeling of every individual there exist certain irrefutable basic principles which, being the result of the whole of historical development, require no proof. Question 5, what are such principles? Answer, for example, every individual strives to be happy. The happiness of the individual is inseparable from the happiness of all, etc. Question 6, how do you wish to prepare the way for your community of property? Answer, by enlightening and uniting the proletariat. Gen. _4. E. *Z #L4 Beginning of Engels manuscript, draft of a communist confession of faith. Draft of a communist Konzion of faith 99. Question 7, what is the proletariat? Answer, the proletariat is that class of society which lives exclusively by its labor and not on the profit from any kind of capital, that class whose will and woe, whose life and death, therefore, depend on the alternation of times of good and bad business, in a word, on the fluctuations of competition. Question 8, then there have not always been proletarians? Answer, no. There have always been poor and working classes, and those who worked were almost always the poor. But there have not always been proletarians, just as competition has not always been free. Question 9, how did the proletariat arise? Answer, the proletariat came into being as a result of the introduction of the machines which have been invented since the middle of the last century, and the most important of which are, the steam engine, the spinning machine and the power loom. These machines, which were very expensive and could therefore only be purchased by rich people, supplanted the workers of the time, because by the use of machinery it was possible to produce commodities more quickly and cheaply than could the workers with their imperfect spinning wheels and hand looms. The machines thus delivered industry entirely into the hands of the big capitalists and rendered the workers' scanty property, which consisted mainly of their tools, looms, etc., quite worthless, so that the capitalist was left with everything, the worker with nothing. In this way the factory system was introduced. Once the capitalists saw how advantageous this was for them, they sought to extend it to more and more branches of labor. They divided work more and more between the workers, so that workers who formerly had made a whole article now produced only a part of it. Labor simplified in this way produced goods more quickly and therefore more cheaply, and only now was it found in almost every branch of labor that here also machines could be used. As soon as any branch of labor went over to factory production, it ended up, just as in the case of spinning and weaving, in the hands of the big capitalists, and the workers were deprived of the last remnants of their independence. We have gradually arrived at the position where almost all branches of labor are run on a factory basis. This has increasingly brought about the ruin of the previously existing middle class, especially of the small master craftsmen, completely transformed the previous position of the workers. 1826. 100 Friedrich Engels. And two new classes which are gradually swallowing up all other classes have come into being, namely, I, the class of the big capitalists, who in all advanced countries are in almost exclusive possession of the means of subsistence, and those means, machines, factories, workshops, etc., by which these means of subsistence are produced. This is the bourgeois class, or the bourgeoisie. 2. The class of the completely propertyless, who are compelled to sell their labor 70 to the first class, the bourgeois, simply to obtain from them in return their means of subsistence. Since the parties to this trading in labor are not equal, but the bourgeois have the advantage, the propertyless must submit to the bad conditions laid down by the bourgeois. This class, dependent on the bourgeois, is called the class of the proletarians or the proletariat. Question 10. In what way does the proletarian differ from the slave? Answer. The slave is sold once and for all,
the proletarian has to sell himself by the day and by the hour. The slave is the property of one master and for that very reason has a guaranteed subsistence, however wretched it may be. The proletarian is, so to speak, the slave of the entire bourgeois class, not of one master, and therefore has no guaranteed subsistence, since nobody buys his labor if he does not need it. The slave is accounted a thing and not a member of civil society. The proletarian is recognized as a person, as a member of civil society. The slave may, therefore, have a better subsistence than the proletarian, but the latter stands at a higher stage of development. The slave frees himself by becoming a proletarian, abolishing from the totality of property relationships only the relationship of slavery. The proletarian can free himself only by abolishing property in general. Question 11. In what way does the proletarian differ from the serf? Answer. The serf has the use of a piece of land, that is, of an instrument of production, in return for handing over a greater or lesser portion of the yield. The proletarian works with instruments of production which belong to someone else who, in return for his labor, hands over to him a portion, determined by competition, of the products. In the case of the serf, the share of the laborer is determined by his own labor, that is, by himself. In the case of the proletarian it is determined by competition, therefore in the first place by the draft of a Communist Confession of Faith 101. Bourgeois. The serf has guaranteed subsistence, the proletarian has not. The serf frees himself by driving out his feudal lord and becoming a property owner himself, thus entering into competition and joining for the time being the possessing class, the privileged class. The proletarian frees himself by doing away with property, competition, and all class differences. Question 12. In what way does the proletarian differ from the handicraftsman? Answer. As opposed to the proletarian, the so-called handicraftsman, who still existed nearly everywhere during the last century and still exists here and there, is at most a temporary proletarian. His aim is to acquire capital himself and so to exploit other workers. He can often achieve this aim where the craft guilds still exist or where freedom to follow a trade has not yet led to the organization of handwork on a factory basis and to intense competition. But as soon as the factory system is introduced into handwork and competition is in full swing, this prospect is eliminated and the handicraftsman becomes more and more a proletarian. The handicraftsman therefore frees himself either by becoming a bourgeois or in general passing over into the middle class, or, by becoming a proletarian as a result of competition, as now happens in most cases, and joining the movement of the proletariat, i.e., the more or less conscious communist movement. Question 13. Then you do not believe that community of property has been possible at any time? Answer. No. Communism has only arisen since machinery and other inventions made it possible to hold out the prospect of an all-sided development, a happy existence, for all members of society. Communism is the theory of a liberation which was not possible for the slaves, the serfs, or the handicraftsmen, but only for the proletarians, and hence it belongs of necessity to the 19th century and was not possible in any earlier period. Question 14. Let us go back to the sixth question. As you wish to prepare for community of property by the enlightening and uniting of the proletariat, then you reject revolution? Answer. We are convinced not only of the uselessness but even of the harmfulness of all conspiracies. We are also aware that revolutions are not made deliberately and arbitrarily, but that everywhere and at all times they are the necessary consequence of circumstances which are not in any way whatever. 102 Friedrich Engels. Dependent either on the will or on the leadership of individual parties or of whole classes. But we also see that the development of the proletariat in almost all countries of the world is forcibly repressed by the possessing classes, and that thus a revolution is being forcibly worked for by the opponents of communism. If, in the end, the oppressed proletariat is thus driven into a revolution, then we will defend the cause of the proletariat just as well by our deeds as now by our words. Question 15. Do you intend to replace the existing social order by community of property at one stroke? Answer. We have no such intention. The development of the masses cannot be ordered by decree. It is determined by the development of the conditions in which these masses live, and therefore proceeds gradually. Question 16. How do you think the transition from the present situation to community of property is to be effected? Answer. The first, fundamental condition for the introduction of community of property is the political liberation of the proletariat through a democratic constitution. Question 17. What will be your first measure once you have established democracy? Answer. Guaranteeing the subsistence of the proletariat. Question 18. How will you do this? Answer. By limiting private property in such a way that it gradually prepares the way for its transformation into social property, e.g., by progressive taxation, limitation of the right of inheritance in favor of the state, etc., etc. 2. By employing workers in national workshops and factories and on national estates. 3. By educating all children at the expense of the state. Question 19. How will you arrange this kind of education during the period of transition? Answer. All children will be educated in state establishments from the time when they can do without the first maternal care. Question 20. Will not the introduction of community of property be accompanied by the proclamation of the community of women? Answer. By no means. We will only interfere in the personal relationship between men and women or with the family in general to the extent that the maintenance of the existing institution would disturb the new social order. Besides, we are well aware that the family relationship has been modified in the course of history by the property relationships and by P.E. Draft of a Communist Confession of Faith 103. Riots of development, and that consequently the ending of private property will also have a most important influence on it. Question 21. Will nationalities continue to exist under communism? Answer. The nationalities of the peoples who join together according to the principle of community will be just as much compelled by this union to merge with one another and thereby supersede themselves as the various differences between estates and classes disappear through the superseding of their basis private property. Question 22. Do communists reject the existing religions? Answer. All religions which have existed hitherto were expressions of historical stages of development of individual peoples or groups of peoples. But communism is that stage of historical development which makes all existing religions superfluous and supersedes them. 3. In the name and on the mandate of the Congress. Secretary, President, Heidi B. Karl C. London, June 9, 1847. Written by Engels, printed according to the photocopy of the manuscript first published in the book Grundungsdokument de Bunster Kommunisten, Juni bis September 1847, Hamburg, 1969. Here the text written in Engels' hand ends ed b alias of Wilhelm Wolff in the League of the Just ed c alias of Karl Schapper in the League of the Just ed. Karl Marx. The Poverty of Philosophy. Answer to the Philosophy of Poverty. By M. Proudhon 71. Written in the first half of 1847. First published separately in Paris and Brussels in 1847. Printed according to the edition of 1847 with the author's changes and the changes in the German edition of 1885 and the French edition of 1896 translated from the French. Mesure de la philosophie. Réponse A. La philosophie de la mesure. Dem. Proud. Pat registered ATL $4p. Paris. / Bruxelles. A. Frank, / CG Vogler, 69, Nye Richelieu S2, Petite Rue I Madeleine. 1847. Cover of the first edition of Marx's The Poverty of Philosophy. Foreword. M. Proudhon has the misfortune of being peculiarly misunderstood in Europe. In France, he has the right to be a bad economist, because he is reputed to be a good German philosopher. In Germany, he has the right to be a bad philosopher, because he is reputed to be one of the ablest of French economists. Being both a German and an economist at the same time, we desire to protest against this double error. The reader will understand that in this thankless task we have often had to abandon our criticism of M. Proudhon in order to criticize German philosophy, and at the same time to give some observations on political economy. Karl Marx. Brussels, June 15, 1847. M. Proudhon's work is not just a treatise on political economy, an ordinary book, it is a Bible. Mysteries, secrets wrested from the bosom of God, revelations it lacks nothing. But as prophets are discussed nowadays more conscientiously than profane writers, the reader must resign himself to going with us through the arid and gloomy erudition of Genesis, in order to ascend later, with M. Proudhon, into the ethereal and fertile realm of supersocialism. See Proudhon, Philosophie de la Misère, Prologue, p. Il, line 20. Chapter I. A Scientific Discovery. 1. The opposition between use value and exchange value. The capacity of all products, whether natural or industrial, to contribute to man's subsistence is specifically termed use value, their capacity to be given in exchange for one another, exchange value. How does use value become exchange value? The genesis of the idea of exchange value has not been noted by economists with sufficient care. It is necessary, therefore, for us to dwell upon it. Since a very large number of the things I need occur in nature only in moderate quantities, or even not at all, I am forced to assist in the production of what I lack. And as I cannot set my hand to so many things, I shall propose to other men, my collaborators in various functions, to cede to me a part of their products in exchange for mine. Proudhon, Tome I, Chapter 2, pages 33 to 34. M. Proudhon undertakes to explain to us first of all the double nature of value, the distinction in value I 34, the process by which use value is transformed into exchange value. It is necessary for us to dwell with M. Proudhon upon this act of transubstantiation. The following is how this act is accomplished, according to our author. A very large number of products are not to be found in nature, they are products of industry. If man's needs go beyond nature's spontaneous production, he is forced to have recourse to industrial production. What is this industry in M. Proudhon's view? What is its origin? A single individual, feeling the need for a very great number of things, cannot set his hand to so many things. So many needs to satisfy presuppose so many things to produce. There are no products without production. So many things to produce presuppose at once more than one man's hand helping to produce them. Now, the moment you postulate more than one hand helping in production, you at once presuppose a whole production based on the division of labor. Thus need, as M. Proudhon presupposes it, itself presupposes the whole division of labor. In presupposing the 112 Karl Marx division of labor, you get exchange, and, consequently, exchange value. One might as well have presupposed exchange value from the very beginning. But M. Proudhon prefers to go the roundabout way. Let us follow him in all his detours, which always bring us back to his starting point. In order to emerge from the condition in which everyone produces in isolation and to arrive at exchange, I turn to my collaborators in various functions, says Mr. Proudhon. I myself, then, have collaborators, all with different functions. And yet, for all that, I and all the others, always according to M. Proudhon's supposition, have got no farther than the solitary and hardly social position of the Robinsons. The collaborators and the various functions, the division of labor and the exchange it implies, are already to hand. To sum up, I have certain needs which are founded on the division of labor and on exchange. In presupposing these needs, M. Proudhon has thus presupposed exchange, exchange value, the very thing of which he purposes to note the genesis with more care than other economists. M. Proudhon might just as well have inverted the order of things, without in any way affecting the accuracy of his conclusions. To explain exchange value, we must have exchange. To explain exchange, we must have the division of labor.
To explain the division of labor, we must have needs which render necessary the division of labor. To explain these needs, we must presuppose them, which is not to deny them contrary to the first axiom in M. Proudhon's prologue. To presuppose God is to deny him. Prologue, Pi. How does M. Proudhon, who assumes the division of labor as the known, manage to explain exchange value, which for him is always the unknown? A man sets out to propose to other men, his collaborators in various functions, that they establish exchange, and make a distinction between use value and exchange value. In accepting this proposed distinction, the collaborators have left M. Proudhon no other care than that of recording the fact, of marking, of noting in his treatise on political economy the genesis of the idea of value. But he has still to explain to us the genesis of this proposal, to tell us at last how this single individual, this Robinson, suddenly had the idea of making to his collaborators a proposal of the type known, and how these collaborators accepted it without the slightest protest. The Poverty of Philosophy 113. M. Proudhon does not enter into these genealogical details. He merely places a sort of historical stamp upon the fact of exchange, by presenting it in the form of a motion supposed to have been made by a third party, tending to establish exchange. That is a sample of the historical and descriptive method I-30 of M. Proudhon, who professes a superb disdain for the historical and descriptive methods of the Adam Smiths and Ricardos. Exchange has a history of its own. It has passed through different phases. There was a time, as in the Middle Ages, when only the superfluous, the excess of production over consumption, was exchanged. There was again a time, when not only the superfluous, but all products, all industrial existence, had passed into commerce, when the whole of production depended on exchange. How are we to explain this second phase of exchange marketable value at its second power? M. Proudhon would have a reply ready-made. Assume that a man has proposed to other men, his collaborators in various functions, to raise marketable value to its second power. Finally, there came a time when everything that men had considered as inalienable became an object of exchange, of traffic, and could be alienated. This is the time when the very things which till then had been communicated, but never exchanged, given, but never sold, acquired, but never bought, virtue, love, conviction, knowledge, conscience, etc., when everything finally passed into commerce. It is the time of general corruption, of universal venality, or, to speak in terms of political economy, the time when everything, moral or physical, having become a marketable value, is brought to the market to be assessed at its truest value. How, again, can we explain this new and last phase of exchange marketable value at its third power? M. Proudhon would have a reply ready-made. Assume that a person has proposed to other persons, his collaborators in various functions, to make a marketable value out of virtue, love, etc., to raise exchange value to its third and last power. We see that M. Proudhon's historical and descriptive method is applicable to everything. It answers everything, explains everything. If it is a question above all of explaining historically the genesis of an economic idea, it postulates a man who proposes to other men, his collaborators in various functions, that they perform this act of genesis, and that is the end of it. 114. Karl Marx. We shall hereafter accept the genesis of exchange value as an accomplished act. It now remains only to expound the relation between exchange value and use value. Let us hear what M. Proudhon has to say. Economists have very well brought out the double character of value, but what they have not pointed out with the same precision is its contradictory nature. This is where our criticism begins. It is a small thing to have drawn attention to this surprising contrast between use value and exchange value, in which economists have been wont to see only something very simple. We must show that this alleged simplicity conceals a profound mystery into which it is our duty to penetrate. In technical terms, use value and exchange value stand in inverse ratio to each other. I-36, 38. If we have thoroughly grasped M. Proudhon's thought, the following are the 4 points which he sets out to establish. 1.
Use value and exchange value form a surprising contrast, they are in opposition to each other. 2. Use value and exchange value are in inverse ratio, in contradiction, to each other. 3. Economists have neither observed nor recognized either the opposition or the contradiction. 4. Proudhon's criticism begins at the end. We, too, shall begin at the end, and, in order to clear the economists from Proudhon's accusations, we shall let two sufficiently well-known economists speak for themselves. Sismondi, it is the opposition between use value and exchange value to which commerce has reduced everything, etc. Etudes, 3t2, p. 162, Brussels edition. Lauderdale, in proportion as the riches of individuals are increased by an augmentation of the exchange value, the national wealth, use value, is generally diminished, and in proportion as the mass of individual riches is diminished, by the diminution of the exchange value, its opulence is generally increased. Recherches sur la nature et l'origine de la richesse publique, traduit par l'agenti de l'Avis, Paris, 1808 p. 33, cf. Eng ed. p. 50. Sismondi founded on the opposition between use value and exchange value his principal doctrine, according to which diminution in revenue is proportional to the increase in production. Lauderdale founded his system on the inverse ratio of the two kinds of value, and his doctrine was indeed so popular in Ricardo's time that the latter could speak of it as of something generally known. It is through confounding the ideas of exchange value and riches, use value, that it has been asserted, that by diminishing the quantity of commodities, that is to say, of the necessaries, conveniences and enjoyments of human life, riches may be increased. Ricardo, De Principes de l'économie politique, traduit par Constancio. A Simon de Sismondi, Études sur l'économie politique ed. The Poverty of Philosophy 115. Annote par J.B. Say, Paris, 1835, Tome 2, Chap. Sur la valeur et les richesses p. 65, cf. Eng ed. p. 323. We have just seen that the economists before Proudhon had drawn attention to the profound mystery of opposition and contradiction. Let us now see how Proudhon in his turn explains this mystery after the economists. The exchange value of a product falls as the supply increases, the demand remaining the same. In other words, the more abundant a product is relatively to the demand, the lower is its exchange value, or price. Vice versa, the weaker the supply relatively to the demand, the higher rises the exchange value or the price of the product supplied. In other words, the greater the scarcity in the products supplied, relatively to the demand, the higher the prices. The exchange value of a product depends upon its abundance or its scarcity, but always in relation to the demand. Take a product that is more than scarce, unique of its kind if you will, this unique product will be more than abundant, it will be superfluous, if there is no demand for it. On the other hand, take a product multiplied into millions, it will always be scarce if it does not satisfy the demand, that is, if there is too great a demand for it. These are what we should almost call truisms, yet we have had to repeat them here in order to render Proudhon's mysteries comprehensible. So that, following up the principle to its ultimate consequences, one would come to the conclusion, the most logical in the world, that the things whose use is indispensable and whose quantity is unlimited should be had for nothing, and those whose utility is nil and whose scarcity is extreme should be of incalculable price. To cap the difficulty, these extremes are impossible in practice. On the one hand, no human product could ever be unlimited in magnitude, on the other, even the scarcest things must perforce be useful to a certain degree, otherwise they would be quite valueless. Use value and exchange value are thus inexorably bound up with each other, although by their nature they continually tend to be mutually exclusive. Tome I, p. 39. What caps Proudhon's difficulty? That he has simply forgotten about demand, and that a thing can be scarce or abundant only insofar as it is in demand. The moment he leaves out demand, he identifies exchange value with scarcity and use value with abundance. In reality, in saying that things whose utility is nil and scarcity extreme are of incalculable price, he is simply declaring that exchange value is merely scarcity. Scarcity extreme and utility nil means pure scarcity. Incalculable price is the maximum of exchange value, it is pure exchange value. He equates these two terms. Therefore exchange value and scarcity are equivalent terms. In arriving at these 116 Karl Marx alleged extreme consequences, M. Proudhon has in fact carried to the extreme, not the things, but the terms which express them, and, in so doing, he shows proficiency in rhetoric rather than in logic. He merely rediscovers his first hypotheses in all their nakedness when he thinks he has discovered new consequences. Thanks to the same procedure he succeeds in identifying use value with pure abundance. After having equated exchange value and scarcity, use value and abundance, M. Proudhon is quite astonished not to find use value in scarcity and exchange value, nor exchange value in abundance and use value, and seeing that these extremes are impossible in practice, he can do nothing but believe in mystery. Incalculable price exists for him, because buyers do not exist, and he will never find any buyers, so long as he leaves out demand. On the other hand, M. Proudhon's abundance seems to be something spontaneous. He completely forgets that there are people who produce it, and that it is to their interest never to lose sight of demand. Otherwise, how could M. Proudhon have said that things which are very useful must have a very low price, or even cost nothing? On the contrary, he should have concluded that abundance, the production of very useful things, should be restricted if their price, their exchange value, is to be raised. The old vine growers of France in petitioning for a law to forbid the planting of new vines, the Dutch in burning Asiatic spices, in uprooting clove trees in the Moluccas, were simply trying to reduce abundance in order to raise exchange value. During the whole of the Middle Ages the same principle was acted upon, in limiting by laws the number of journeymen a single master could employ and the number of implements he could use. C. Anderson, History of Commerce ***, after having represented abundance as use value and scarcity as exchange value, nothing indeed is easier than to prove that abundance and scarcity are in inverse ratio M. Proudhon identifies use value with supply and exchange value with demand. To make the antithesis even more clear-cut, he substitutes a new term, putting estimation value for exchange value. I-32 The battle has now shifted its ground, and we have on one side utility, use value, supply, on the other, estimation, exchange value, demand. Who is to reconcile these two contradictory forces? What is to be done to bring them into harmony with each other? Is it possible to find in them even a single point of comparison? A. Anderson, An Historical and Chronological Deduction of the Origin of Commerce from the Earliest Accounts to the Present Time, Marx gives the title in French, ed. The Poverty of Philosophy 117. Certainly, cries M. Proudhon, there is one free will. The price resulting from this battle between supply and demand, between utility and estimation, will not be the expression of eternal justice. M. Proudhon goes on to develop this antithesis. In my capacity as a free buyer, I am judge of my needs, judge of the suitability of an object, judge of the price I am willing to pay for it. On the other hand, in your capacity as a free producer, you are master of the means of execution, and in consequence, you have the power to reduce your expenses. Tome I, p. 41. And as demand, or exchange value, is identical with estimation, M. Proudhon is led to say, it is proved that it is man's free will that gives rise to the opposition between use value and exchange value. How can this opposition be removed, so long as free will exists? And how can the latter be sacrificed without sacrificing man? Tome I, p. 41. Thus there is no possible way out. There is a struggle between two as it were incommensurable powers, between utility and estimation, between the free buyer and the free producer. Let us look at things a little more closely. Supply does not represent exclusively utility, demand does not represent exclusively estimation. Does not the demander also supply a certain product or the token representing all products, viz., money, and as supplier, does he not represent, according to M. Proudhon, utility or use value? Again, does not the supplier also demand a certain product or the token representing all products, viz., money? And does he not thus become the representative of estimation value or of exchange value? Demand is at the same time a supply, supply is at the same time a demand. Thus M. Proudhon's antithesis, in simply identifying supply and demand, the one with utility, the other with estimation, is based only on a futile abstraction. What M. Proudhon calls use value is called estimation value by other economists, and with just as much right. We shall quote only Storch, Cours d'économie politique, Paris, 1823 tome I, pages 48 and 49. According to him, needs are the things for which we feel the need, values are things to which we attribute value. Most things have value only because they satisfy needs engendered by estimation. The estimation of our needs may change, therefore the utility of things, which expresses only a relation of these things to our needs, may also change. Natural needs themselves are continually changing. Indeed, what could be more varied than the objects which form the staple food of different peoples? 118 Karl Marx. The conflict does not take place between utility and estimation, it takes place between the marketable value demanded by the supplier and the marketable value supplied by the demander. The exchange value of the product is each time the resultant of these contradictory appreciations. In final analysis, supply and demand bring together production and consumption, but production and consumption based on individual exchanges. The product supplied is not useful in itself. It is the consumer who determines its utility. And even when its quality of being useful is admitted, it does not exclusively represent utility. In the course of production, it has been exchanged for all the costs of production, such as raw materials, wages of workers, etc., all of which are marketable values. The product, therefore, represents, in the eyes of the producer, a sum total of marketable values. What he supplies is not only a useful object, but also and above all a marketable value. As to demand, it will only be effective on condition that it has means of exchange at its disposal. These means are themselves products, marketable values. In supply and demand, then, we find, on the one hand, a product which has cost marketable values, and the need to sell, on the other, means which have cost marketable values, and the desire to buy. M. Proudhon opposes the free buyer to the free producer. To the one and to the other he attributes purely metaphysical qualities. It is this that makes him say, it is proved that it is man's free will that gives rise to the opposition between use value and exchange value. 141 The producer, the moment he produces in a society founded on the division of labor and on exchange, and that is Mr. Proudhon's hypothesis, is forced to sell. M. Proudhon makes the producer master of the means of production, but he will agree with us that his means of production do not depend on free will. Moreover, many of these means of production are products which he gets from the outside, and in modern production he is not even free to produce the amount he wants. The actual degree of development of the productive forces compels him to produce on such or such a scale. The consumer is no freer than the producer. His estimation depends on his means and his needs. Both of these are determined by his social position, which itself depends on the whole social organization. True, the worker who buys potatoes and the kept woman who buys lace both follow their respective estimations. But the difference in their estimations is explained by the difference in the poverty of philosophy 119. The positions which they occupy in society, and which themselves are the product of social organization. Is the entire system of needs founded on estimation or on the whole organization of production? Most often, needs arise directly from production or from a state of affairs based on production. World trade turns almost entirely round the needs, not of individual consumption, but of production. Thus, to choose another example, does not the need for lawyers suppose a given civil law which is but the expression of a certain development of property, that is to say, of production? It is not enough for M. Proudhon to have eliminated the elements just mentioned from the relation of supply and demand. He carries abstraction to the extreme limits when he fuses all producers into one single producer, all consumers into one single consumer, and sets up a struggle between these two chimerical personages. But in the real world, things happen otherwise. The competition among the suppliers and the competition among the demanders form a necessary part of the struggle between buyers and sellers, of which marketable value is the result. After having eliminated the cost of production and competition, M. Proudhon can as he likes reduce the formula of supply and demand to an absurdity. Supply and demand, he says, are merely two ceremonial forms that serve to bring use value and exchange value face to face, and to lead to their reconciliation. They are the two electric poles which, when connected, must produce the phenomenon of affinity called exchange. Tome I, pages 49 and 50. One might as well say that exchange is merely a ceremonial form for introducing the consumer to the object of consumption. One might as well say that all economic relations are ceremonial forms serving immediate consumption as go-betweens. Supply and demand are neither more nor less relations of a given production than are individual exchanges. What, then, does all M. Proudhon's dialectic consist in? In the substitution for use value and exchange value, for supply and demand, of abstract and contradictory notions like scarcity and abundance, utility and estimation, one producer and one consumer, both of them knights of free will. And what was he aiming at? At arranging for himself a means of introducing later on one of the elements he had set aside, the cost of production, as the synthesis of use value and exchange value. And it is thus that in his eyes the cost of production constitutes synthetic value or constituted value. 120 Karl Marx. 2. Constituted value or synthetic value. Value, marketable value, is the cornerstone of the economic structure. I-32 constituted value is the cornerstone of the system of economic contradictions. What then is this constituted value which is all M. Proudhon has discovered in political economy? Once utility is admitted, labor is the source of value. The measure of labor is time. The relative value of products is determined by the labor time required for their production. Price is the monetary expression of the relative value of a product. Finally, the constituted value of a product is purely and simply the value which is constituted by the labor time incorporated in it. Just as Adam Smith discovered the division of labor, so he, M. Proudhon, claims to have discovered constituted value. This is not exactly something unheard of, but then it must be admitted that there is nothing unheard of in any discovery of economic science. M. Proudhon, who appreciates to the full the importance of his own invention, seeks nevertheless to tone down the merit thereof in order to reassure the reader as to his claims to originality, and to win over minds whose timidity renders them little favorable to new ideas. I-52 But in assessing the contribution made by each of his predecessors to the understanding of value, he is forced to confess openly that the largest portion, the lion's share, falls to himself. The synthetic idea of value had been vaguely perceived by Adam Smith. But with Adam Smith this idea of value was entirely intuitive. Now, society does not change its habits merely on the strength of intuitions, its decisions are made only on the authority of facts. The antinomy had to be stated more palpably and more clearly. J.B. Say was its chief interpreter. I-66. Here, in a nutshell, is the history of the discovery of synthetic value, Adam Smith vague intuition, J.B. Say antinomy, M. Proudhon constituting and constituted truth. And let there be no mistake about it, all the other economists, from Say to Proudhon, have merely been trudging along in the rut of antinomy. It is incredible that for the last 40 years so many men of sense should have fumed and fretted at such a simple idea. But no, values are compared without there being any point of comparison between them and with no unit of measurement. This, rather than embrace the revolutionary theory of equality, is what the economists of the 19th century are resolved to uphold against all comers. What will posterity say about it? Tome I, p. 68. Posterity, so abruptly invoked, will begin by getting muddled over the chronology. It is bound to ask itself, are not Ricardo and his The Poverty of Philosophy 121 school economists of the 19th century? Ricardo's system, posing as a principle that the relative value of commodities depends exclusively on the amount of labor required for their production, dates from 1817. A Ricardo is the head of a whole school dominant in England since the Restoration. The Ricardian doctrine sums up severely, remorselessly, the whole of the English bourgeoisie, which is itself the type of the modern bourgeoisie. What will posterity say about it? It will not say that M. Proudhon did not know Ricardo, for he talks about him, he talks at length about him, he keeps coming back to him, and concludes by calling his system trash. If ever posterity does interfere, it will say perhaps that M. Proudhon, afraid of offending his readers' Anglophobia, preferred to make himself the responsible editor of Ricardo's ideas. In any case, it will think it very naive that M. Proudhon should give as a revolutionary theory of the future what Ricardo expounded scientifically as the theory of present-day society, of bourgeois society, and that he should thus take for the solution of the antinomy between utility and exchange value what Ricardo and his school presented long before him as the scientific formula of one single side of this antinomy, that of exchange value. But let us leave posterity aside once and for all, and confront M. Proudhon with his predecessor Ricardo. Here are some extracts from this author which summarize his doctrine on value. Utility then is not the measure of exchangeable value, although it is absolutely essential to it. Tome I, p. 3 of Principes de l'économie politique, etc., Traduit de l'anglais parfs Constancio, Paris, 1835 ENG ed., p. 2. Possessing utility, commodities derive their exchangeable value from two sources, from their scarcity, and from the quantity of labor 15 required to obtain them. There are some commodities, the value of which is determined by their scarcity alone. No labor can increase the quantity of such goods, and therefore their value cannot be lowered by an increased supply. Some rare statues and pictures, etc. are all of this description. Their value varies with the varying wealth and inclinations of those who are desirous to possess them. Tome I, pages 4 and 5, ICENG ed., p. 2. These commodities, however, form a very small part of the mass of commodities daily exchanged in the market. By far the greatest part of those goods which are the objects of desire, are procured by labor, and they may be multiplied, not in one country alone, but in many, almost without any assignable limit, if we are disposed to bestow the labor necessary to obtain them. Tome I, p. 5, ICENG ed., p. 3. In speaking then of commodities, of their exchangeable value, and of the laws which regulate their relative prices, we mean always such commodities only as can be increased in quantity by the exertion of human industry, and on the production of which competition operates without restraint. Tome I, p. 5 ENG ed., p. 3. A. D. Ricardo, On the Principles of Political Economy, and Taxation, London. 1817 ed. B. The 1847 edition did not have the words of labor, which were added in the copy with corrections in Marx's hand ed. 122 Karl Marx. Ricardo quotes Adam Smith, who, according to him, so accurately defined the original source of exchangeable value, Adam Smith, Book I, Chap 5a, and he adds that this, i.e., labor time, is really the foundation of the exchangeable value of all things, excepting those which cannot be increased by human industry, is a doctrine of the utmost importance in political economy, for from no source do so many errors, and so much difference of opinion in that science proceed, as from the vague ideas which are attached to the word value. Tome I, p. 8 Eng ed. p. 4. If the quantity of labor realized in commodities regulate their exchangeable value, every increase of the quantity of labor must augment the value of that commodity on which it is exercised, as every diminution must lower it. Tome I, p. 8 Eng ed. p. 4. Ricardo goes on to reproach Smith, 1. with having himself erected another standard measure of value than labor, sometimes the value of corn, at other times the quantity of labor an object can command in the market, etc. Tome I, pages 9 and 10 cf. Eng ed. p. 5. 2. with having admitted the principle without qualification and at the same time restricted its application to that early and rude state of society, which precedes both the accumulation of stock and the appropriation of land. Tome I, p. 21r, Ricardo endeavors to prove that the ownership of land, that is, rent, cannot change the relative value of commodities and that the accumulation of capital has only a passing and fluctuating effect on the relative values determined by the comparative quantity of labor expended on their production. In support of this thesis, he gives his famous theory of rent, analyses capital, and ultimately finds nothing in it but accumulated labor. Then he develops a whole theory of wages and profits, and proves that wages and profits rise and fall in inverse ratio to each other, without affecting the relative value of the product. He does not neglect the influence that the accumulation of capital and its different aspects, fixed capital and circulating capital, as also the rate of wages, can have on the proportional value of products. In fact, these are the chief problems with which Ricardo is concerned. Economy in the use of labor never fails to reduce the relative value asterisk of a commodity, whether the saving be in the labor necessary to the manufacture of the asterisk. Ricardo, as is well known, determines the value of a commodity by the quantity of labor necessary for its production. Owing, however, to the prevailing form of exchange in every mode of production based on production of commodities, including therefore the capitalist mode of production, this value is not expressed directly in quantities of labor but in quantities of some other commodity. The value of a commodity expressed in a quantity of some other commodity, whether money or not, is termed by Ricardo its relative value. F.E. Note to the German edition, 1885. The copy with corrections in Marx's hand has here a marginal note, nota, la valeur relative. A. Smith, An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations ed. B. in the third edition of Ricardo's book, London, 1821, this part of the text is omitted ed. The Poverty of Philosophy 123. Commodity itself, or in that necessary to the formation of the capital, by the aid of which it is produced. Tome I, p. 28 Eng ed., pages 19 to 20. Consequently, as long as a day's work continues to give one the same quantity of fish and the other the same quantity of game, the natural rate of the respective exchange prices will always be the same despite variations of wages and profit and despite all the effects of accumulation of capital. Tome I, p. 32 cf. Eng ed., pages 21 to 22. In making labor the foundation of the value of commodities and the comparative quantity of labor which is necessary to their production, the rule which determines the respective quantities of goods which shall be given in exchange for each other, we must not be supposed to deny the accidental and temporary deviations of the actual or market price of commodities from this, their primary and natural price. Tome 1, p. 105/CENG ed., p. 80. It is the cost of production which must ultimately regulate the price of commodities, and not, as has been often said, the proportion between supply and demand. Tome 2, p. 253 Eng ed., p. 460. Lord Lauderdale had developed the variations of exchange value according to the law of supply and demand, or of scarcity and abundance relatively to demand. In his opinion, the value of a thing can increase when its quantity decreases, or when the demand for it increases. It can decrease owing to an increase of its quantity or owing to the decrease in demand. Thus the value of a thing can change through 8 different causes, namely, 4 causes that apply to the thing itself, and 4 causes that apply to money or to any other commodity which serves as a measure of its value. Here is Ricardo's refutation. Commodities which are monopolized, either by an individual, or by a company, vary according to the law which Lord Lauderdale has laid down. They fall in proportion as the sellers augment their quantity, and rise in proportion to the eagerness of the buyers to purchase them. Their price has no necessary connection with their natural value, but the prices of commodities, which are subject to competition, and whose quantity may be increased in any moderate degree, will ultimately depend, not on the state of demand and supply, but on the increased or diminished cost of their production. Tome 2, p. 259 ENG ed., p. 465. We shall leave it to the reader to make the comparison between this simple, clear, precise language of Ricardo's and M. Proudhon's rhetorical attempts to arrive at the determination of relative value by labor time. Ricardo shows us the real movement of bourgeois production, which constitutes value. M. Proudhon, leaving this real movement out of account, fumes and frets in order to invent new processes and to achieve the reorganization of the world on a would-be new formula, which formula is no more than the theoretical expression of the real movement which exists and which is so well described by Ricardo. Ricardo takes present-day society as his starting point to demonstrate to us how it constitutes value. M. Proudhon takes constituted value as his starting point to constitute a new social world. 124 Karl Marx. With the aid of this value. For him, M. Proudhon, constituted value must complete a circle and become once more the constituting factor in a world already entirely constituted according to this mode of evaluation. The determination of value by labor time is, for Ricardo, the law of exchange value. For M. Proudhon, it is the synthesis of use value and exchange value. Ricardo's theory of values is the scientific interpretation of actual economic life. M. Proudhon's theory of values is the utopian interpretation of Ricardo's theory. Ricardo establishes the truth of his formula by deriving it from all economic relations, and by explaining in this way all phenomena, even those like rent, accumulation of capital and the relation of wages to profits, which at first sight seem to contradict it. It is precisely that which makes his doctrine a scientific system. M. Proudhon, who has rediscovered this formula of Ricardo's by means of quite arbitrary hypotheses, is forced thereafter to seek out isolated economic facts which he twists and falsifies to pass them off as examples, already existing applications, beginnings of realization of his regenerating idea. Cr. 3. Application of constituted value *. Now let us pass on to the conclusions M. Proudhon draws from value constituted by labor time. A certain quantity of labor is equivalent to the product created by the same quantity of labor. Each day's labor is worth as much as another day's labor, that is to say, if the quantities are equal, one man's labor is worth as much as another man's labor. There is no qualitative difference. With the same quantity of labor, one man's product can be given in exchange for another man's product. All men are wage workers getting equal pay for an equal labor time. Perfect equality rules the exchanges. Are these conclusions the strict, natural consequences of value constituted or determined by labor time? If the relative value of a commodity is determined by the quantity of labor required to produce it, it follows naturally that the relative value of labor, or wages, is likewise determined by the quantity of labor needed to produce the wages. Wages, that is, the relative value or the price of labor, are thus determined by the labor time needed to produce all that is necessary for the maintenance of the worker. Diminish the cost of production of hats, and their price will ultimately fall to their new natural price, although the demand should be doubled, trebled, or quadrupled. Diminish the cost of subsistence of men, by diminishing the natural price of the food and see this volume, pages 144-60 ed. The poverty of philosophy 125. Clothing by which life is sustained, and wages will ultimately fall, notwithstanding that the demand for laborers may very greatly increase. Ricardo, Tome 2, p. 253 Eng ed., p. 460. Doubtless, Ricardo's language is as cynical as can be. To put the cost of manufacture of hats and the cost of maintenance of men on the same plane is to turn men into hats. But do not make an outcry at the cynicism of it. The cynicism is in the facts and not in the words which express the facts. French writers like M.M. Draws, Blanqui, Rossi, and others take an innocent satisfaction in proving their superiority over the English economists, by seeking to observe the etiquette of a humanitarian phraseology. If they reproach Ricardo and his school for their cynical language, it is because it annoys them to see economic relations exposed in all their crudity, to see the mysteries of the bourgeoisie unmasked. To sum up, labor, being itself a commodity, is measured as such by the labor time needed to produce the labor commodity. And what is needed to produce this labor commodity? Just enough labor time to produce the objects indispensable to the constant maintenance of labor, that is, to keep the worker alive and in a condition to propagate his race. The natural price of labor is no other than the minimum wage *. If the current rate of wages rises above the natural price, it is precisely because the law of value posed as a principle by M. Proudhon happens to be counterbalanced by the consequences of the varying relations of supply and demand. But the minimum wage is nonetheless the center towards which the current rates of wages gravitate. Thus relative value, measured by labor time, is inevitably the formula of the present enslavement of the worker, instead of being, as M. Proudhon would have it, the revolutionary theory of the emancipation of the proletariat. Let us see now to what extent the application of labor time as a the thesis that the natural, i.e., normal, price of labor power coincides with the minimum wage, i.e., with the equivalent in value of the means of subsistence absolutely indispensable for the life and procreation of the worker, was first put forward by me in Outlines of a Critique of Political Economy, Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher, Paris, 1844, and in The Condition of the Working Class in England. As seen here, Marx at that time accepted the thesis. Lassalle took it over from both of us. Although, however, in reality wages have a constant tendency to approach the minimum, the above thesis is nevertheless incorrect. The fact that labor power is regularly and on the average paid below its value cannot alter its value. In Capital, Marx has put the above thesis right, section on the buying and selling of labor power, and also, chapter 25, the general law of capitalist accumulation, analyzed the circumstances which permit capitalist production to depress the price of labor power more and more below its value. F.E. Note to the German edition, 1885. 126 Karl Marx. Measure of value is incompatible with the existing class antagonism and the unequal distribution of the product between the immediate worker and the owner of accumulated labor. Let us take a particular product, for example, linen. This product, as such, contains a definite quantity of labor. This quantity of labor will always be the same, whatever the reciprocal position of those who have collaborated to create this product. Let us take another product, broadcloth, which has required the same quantity of labor as the linen. If there is an exchange of these two products, there is an exchange of equal quantities of labor. In exchanging these equal quantities of labor time, one does not change the reciprocal position of the producers, any more than one changes anything in the situation of the workers and manufacturers among themselves. To say that this exchange of products measured by labor time results in an equality of payment for all the producers is to suppose that equality of participation in the product existed before the exchange. When the exchange of broadcloth for linen has been accomplished, the producers of broadcloth will share in the linen in a proportion equal to that in which they previously shared in the broadcloth. M. Proudhon's illusion is brought about by his taking for a consequence what could be at most but a gratuitous supposition. Let us go further. Does labor time, as the measure of value, Suppose at least that the days are equivalent, and that one man's day is worth as much as another's. No. Let us suppose for a moment that a jeweler's day is equivalent to 3 days of a weaver. The fact remains that any change in the value of jewels relative to that of woven materials, unless it be the transitory result of the fluctuations of demand and supply, must have as its cause a reduction or an increase in the labor time expended in the production of one or the other. If 3 working days of different workers be related to one another in the ratio of 1:2:3, then every change in the relative value of their products will be a change in this same proportion of 1:2:3. Thus values can be measured by labor time, in spite of the inequality of value of different working days, but to apply such a measure we must have a comparative scale of the different working days. It is competition that sets up this scale. Is your hour's labor worth mine? That is a question which is decided by competition. Competition, according to an American economist, determines how many days of simple labor are contained in 1 day's. The Poverty of Philosophy 127. Compound labor. Does not this reduction of days of compound labor to days of simple labor suppose that simple labor is itself taken as a measure of value? If the mere quantity of labor functions as a measure of value regardless of quality, it presupposes that simple labor has become the pivot of industry. It presupposes that labor has been equalized by the subordination of man to the machine or by the extreme division of labor, that men are effaced by their labor, that the pendulum of the clock has become as accurate a measure of the relative activity of 2 workers as it is of the speed of 2 locomotives. Therefore, we should not say that one man's hour is worth another man's hour, but rather that one man during an hour is worth just as much as another man during an hour. Time is everything, man is nothing. He is, at the most, time's carcase. Quality no longer matters. Quantity alone decides everything, hour for hour, day for day, but this equalizing of labor is not by any means the work of M. Proudhon's eternal justice, it is purely and simply a fact of modern industry. In the automatic workshop, one worker's labor is scarcely distinguishable in any way from another worker's labor. Workers can only be distinguished one from another by the length of time they take for their work. Nevertheless, this quantitative difference becomes, from a certain point of view, qualitative, in that the time they take for their work depends partly on purely material causes, such as physical constitution, age, and sex, partly on purely negative moral causes, such as patience, imperturbability, diligence. In short, if there is a difference of quality in the labor of different workers, it is at most a quality of the last kind, which is far from being a distinctive peculiarity. This is what the state of affairs in modern industry amounts to in the last analysis. It is upon this equality, already realized in automatic labor, that M. Proudhon wields his smoothing plane of equalization, which he means to establish universally in time to come. All the equalitarian consequences which M. Proudhon deduces from Ricardo's doctrine are based on a fundamental error. He confounds the value of commodities measured by the quantity of labor embodied in them with the value of commodities measured by the value of labor. If these 2 ways of measuring the value of commodities merged into one, it could be said indifferently that the relative value of any commodity is measured by the quantity of labor embodied in it, or that it is measured by the quantity of labor it can buy, or again that it is measured by the quantity of labor which can acquire it. But this is far from being so. The value of labor 74 can no more serve as a measure of value than the value of any other. 128 Karl Marx. Commodity. A few examples will suffice to explain still better what we have just stated. If a muida of corn cost 2 days' labor instead of 1, it would have twice its original value, but it would not set in operation double the quantity of labor, because it would contain no more nutritive matter than before. Thus the value of the corn, measured by the quantity of labor used to produce it, would have doubled, but measured either by the quantity of labor it can buy or by the quantity of labor with which it can be bought, it would be far from having doubled. On the other hand, if the same labor produced twice as many clothes as before, their relative value would fall by half, but, nevertheless, this double quantity of clothing would not thereby be reduced to disposing over only half the quantity of labor, nor could the same labor command double the quantity of clothing, for half the clothes would still go on rendering the worker the same service as before. Thus it is going against economic facts to determine the relative value of commodities by the value of labor. It is moving in a vicious circle. It is to determine relative value by a relative value which itself needs to be determined. It is beyond doubt that M. Proudhon confuses the two measures, measure by the labor time needed for the production of a commodity and measure by the value of the labor. Any man's labor, he says, can buy the value it represents. 181. Thus, according to him, a certain quantity of labor embodied in a product is equivalent to the worker's payment, that is, to the value of labor. It is the same reasoning that makes him confuse cost of production with wages. What are wages? They are the cost price of corn, etc., the integral price of all things. Let us go still further. Wages are the proportionality of the elements which compose wealth. TI 1101. What are wages? They are the value of labor. Adam Smith takes as the measure of value, now the labor time needed for the production of a commodity, now the value of labor. Ricardo exposes this error by showing clearly the disparity of these two ways of measuring. M. Proudhon outdoes Adam Smith in error by identifying the two things which the latter had merely put in juxtaposition. It is in order to find the proper proportion in which workers should share in the products, or, in other words, to determine an old French measure equivalent to 18 hectoliters ed. The Poverty of Philosophy 129. Relative value of labor, that M. Proudhon seeks a measure for the relative value of commodities. To find out the measure for the relative value of commodities he can think of nothing better than to give as the equivalent of a certain quantity of labor the sum total of the products it has created, which is as good as supposing that the whole of society consists merely of immediate workers who receive their own produce as wages. In the second place, he takes for granted the equivalence of the working days of different workers. In short, he seeks the measure of the relative value of commodities in order to arrive at equal payment for the workers, and he takes the equality of wages as an already established fact, in order to go off on the search for the relative value of commodities. What admirable dialectic! Say, and the economists after him have observed that labor being itself subject to valuation, being a commodity like any other commodity, it is moving in a vicious circle to treat it as the principle and the determining cause of value. In so doing, these economists, if they will allow me to say so, show a prodigious carelessness. Labor is said to have value not as a commodity itself, but in view of the values which it is supposed to contain potentially. The value of labor is a figurative expression, an anticipation of the cause for the effect. It is a fiction of the same stamp as the productivity of capital. Labor produces, capital has value. By a sort of ellipsis one speaks of the value of labor. Labor, like liberty, is a thing vague and indeterminate by nature, but defined qualitatively by its object, that is to say, it becomes a reality by the product. I-61. But is there any need to dwell on this? The moment the economist, read M. Proudhon, changes the name of things, vera rerum vocabula, he is implicitly confessing his impotence and proclaiming himself not privy to the cause. Proudhon, Tome I, p. 188. We have seen that M. Proudhon makes the value of labor the determining cause of the value of products to such an extent that for him wages, the official name for the value of labor, form the integral price of all things. That is why Say's objection troubles him. In labor commodity, which is a grim reality, he sees nothing but a grammatical ellipsis. Thus the whole of existing society, founded on labor commodity, is henceforth founded on a poetic license, a figurative expression. If society wants to eliminate all the drawbacks that assail it, well, let it eliminate all the ill-sounding terms, change the language, and to this end it has only to apply to the Academy for a new edition of its dictionary. After all that we have just seen, it is easy for us to understand why M. Proudhon, in a work on political economy, has to enter upon long dissertations on etymology and other parts of grammar. Thus he is still learnedly discussing the antiquated derivation of service * from server star. These. A slave, servant ed. To preserve ed. 130 Karl Marx. Philological dissertations have a deep meaning, an esoteric meaning. They form an essential part of M. Proudhon's argument. Labor, 8 inasmuch as it is bought and sold, is a commodity like any other commodity, and has, in consequence, an exchange value. But the value of labor, or labor as a commodity, produces as little as the value of wheat, or wheat as a commodity, serves as food. Labor has more or less value, according to whether food commodities are more or less dear, whether the supply and demand of hands exist to such or such a degree, etc., etc. Labor is not a vague thing, it is always some definite labor, it is never labor in general that is sold and bought. It is not only labor which is qualitatively defined by the object, but also the object which is determined by the specific quality of labor. Labor, insofar as it is sold and bought, is itself a commodity. Why is it bought? In view of the values it is supposed to contain potentially. But if a certain thing is said to be a commodity, there is no longer any question as to the reason why it is bought, that is, as to the utility to be derived from it, the application to be made of it. It is a commodity as an object of traffic. All M. Proudhon's arguments are limited to this: labor is not bought as an immediate object of consumption. No, it is bought as an instrument of production, as a machine would be bought. As a commodity, labor has value and does not produce. M. Proudhon might just as well have said that there is no such thing as a commodity, since every commodity is acquired merely for some utilitarian purpose, and never as a commodity in itself. In measuring the value of commodities by labor, M. Proudhon vaguely glimpses the impossibility of excluding labor from this same measure, insofar as labor has a value, labor commodity. He has a misgiving that it is turning the minimum wage into the natural and normal price of immediate labor, that it is accepting the existing state of society. So, to get away from this fatal consequence, he faces about and asserts that labor is not a commodity, that it cannot have value. He forgets that he himself has taken the value of labor as a measure, he forgets that his whole system rests on labor commodity, on labor which is bartered, sold, bought, exchanged for produce, etc., on labor, in fact, which is an immediate source of income for the worker. He forgets everything. In the copy with corrections in Marx's hand and the one presented in 1876 to N. Utna after the word travail, labor, is added la force du travail, labor power. The same addition is made in the 1896 French edition ed. The Poverty of Philosophy 131. To save his system, he consents to sacrifice its basis. Et proter vitam vivendi perdir causes. We now come to a new definition of constituted value. Value is the proportional relation of the products which constitute wealth. I-62. Let us note in the first place that the simple phrase relative or exchange value implies the idea of some relation in which products are exchanged reciprocally. By giving the name proportional relation to this relation, no change is made in the relative value, except in the expression. Neither the depreciation nor the enhancement of the value of a product destroys its quality of being in some proportional relation with the other products which constitute wealth. Why then this new term, which introduces no new idea? Proportional relation suggests many other economic relations, such as proportionality in production, the correct proportion between supply and demand, etc., and M. Proudhon is thinking of all that when he formulates this didactic paraphrase of marketable value. In the first place, the relative value of products being determined by the comparative amount of labor used in the production of each of them, proportional relations, applied to this special case, stand for the respective quota of products which can be manufactured in a given time, and which in consequence are given in exchange for one another. Let us see what advantage M. Proudhon draws from this proportional relation. Everyone knows that when supply and demand are evenly balanced, the relative value of any product is accurately determined by the quantity of labor embodied in it, that is to say, that this relative value expresses the proportional relation precisely in the sense we have just attached to it. M. Proudhon inverts the order of things. Begin, he says, by measuring the relative value of a product by the quantity of labor embodied in it, and supply and demand will infallibly balance one another. Production will correspond to consumption, the product will always be exchangeable. Its current price will express exactly its true value. Instead of saying like everyone else, when the weather is fine, a lot of people are to be seen going out for a walk, M. Proudhon makes his people go out for a walk in order to be able to ensure them fine weather. And for the sake of life to lose the reasons for living. Juvenal, Satires, 8. Ed. 132 Karl Marx. What M. Proudhon gives as the consequence of marketable value determined a priori by labor time could be justified only by a law couched more or less in the following terms: products will in future be exchanged in the exact ratio of the labor time they have cost. Whatever may be the proportion of supply to demand, the exchange of commodities will always be made as if they had been produced proportionately to the demand. Let M. Proudhon take it upon himself to formulate and lay down such a law, and we shall relieve him of the necessity of giving proofs. If, on the other hand, he insists on justifying his theory, not as a legislator, but as an economist, he will have to prove that the time needed to create a commodity indicates exactly the degree of its utility and marks its proportional relation to the demand, and in consequence, to the total amount of wealth. In this case, if a product is sold at a price equal to its cost of production, supply and demand will always be evenly balanced, for the cost of production is supposed to express the true relation between supply and demand. Actually, M. Proudhon sets out to prove that the labor time needed to create a product indicates its correct proportional relation to needs, so that the things whose production costs the least time are the most immediately useful, and so on, step by step. The mere production of a luxury object proves at once, according to this doctrine, that society has spare time which allows it to satisfy a need for luxury. M. Proudhon finds the very proof of his thesis in the observation that the most useful things cost the least time to produce, that society always begins with the easiest industries and successively starts on the production of objects which cost more labor time and which correspond to a higher order of needs. I-57 M. Proudhon borrows from M. Dunoyer the example of extractive industry, fruit gathering, pasturage, hunting, fishing, etc., which is the simplest, the least costly of industries, and the one by which man began the first day of his second creation. I-78 The first day of his first creation is recorded in Genesis, which shows us God as the world's first manufacturer. Things happen in quite a different way from what M. Proudhon imagines. The very moment civilization begins, production begins to be founded on the antagonism of orders, estates, classes, and finally on the antagonism of accumulated labor and immediate labor. No antagonism, no progress. This is the law that civilization has followed up to our days. Till now the productive forces have been developed by virtue of this system of class antagonisms. To say now that, because all the needs of all the workers were satisfied, men could. The poverty of philosophy 133. Devote themselves to the creation of products of a higher order to more complicated industries would be to leave class antagonism out of account and turn all historical development upside down. It is like saying that because, under the Roman emperors, murena were fattened in artificial fish ponds, therefore there was enough to feed abundantly the whole Roman population. Actually, on the contrary, the Roman people had not enough to buy bread with, while the Roman aristocrats had slaves enough to throw as fodder to the murena. The price of food has almost continuously risen, while the price of manufactured and luxury goods has almost continuously fallen. Take the agricultural industry itself, the most indispensable objects, like corn, meat, etc., rise in price, while cotton, sugar, coffee, etc., continually fall in a surprising proportion. And even among comestibles proper, the luxury articles, like artichokes, asparagus, etc., are today relatively cheaper than foodstuffs of prime necessity. In our age, the superfluous is easier to produce than the necessary. Finally, at different historical epochs, the reciprocal price relations are not only different, but opposed to one another. In the whole of the Middle Ages, agricultural products were relatively cheaper than manufactured products. In modern times they are in inverse ratio. Does this mean that the utility of agricultural products has diminished since the Middle Ages? The use of products is determined by the social conditions in which the consumers find themselves placed, and these conditions themselves are based on class antagonism. Cotton, potatoes, and spirits are objects of the most common use. Potatoes have engendered scrofula, cotton has to a great extent driven out flax and wool, although wool and flax are, in many cases, of greater utility, if only from the point of view of hygiene. Finally, spirits have got the upper hand of beer and wine, although spirits used as an alimentary substance are everywhere recognized to be poison. For a whole century, governments struggled in vain against the European opium, economics prevailed, and dictated its orders to consumption. Why are cotton, potatoes, and spirits the pivots of bourgeois society? Because the least amount of labor is needed to produce them, and, consequently, they have the lowest price. Why does the minimum price determine the maximum consumption? Is it by any chance because of the absolute utility of these objects, their intrinsic utility, their utility in so much as they correspond, in the most useful manner, to the needs of the worker as a man, and not of the man as a worker? No, it is because in a society founded on poverty the poorest. 6 134 Karl Marx. Products have the fatal prerogative of being used by the greatest number. To say now that because the least costly things are in greater use, they must be of greater utility, is saying that the wide use of spirits, because of their low cost of production, is the most conclusive proof of their utility. It is telling the proletarian that potatoes are more wholesome for him than meat, it is accepting the present state of affairs, it is, in short, making an apology, with M. Proudhon, for a society without understanding it. In a future society, in which class antagonism will have ceased, in which there will no longer be any classes, use will no longer be determined by the minimum time of production, but the time of production devoted to an article will be determined by the degree of its social utility. To return to M. Proudhon's thesis, since the labor time necessary for the production of an article is not the expression of its degree of utility, the exchange value of this same article, determined beforehand by the labor time embodied in it, can never regulate the correct relation of supply to demand, that is, the proportional relation in the sense M. Proudhon attributes to it at the moment. It is not the sale of a given product at the price of its cost of production that constitutes the proportional relation of supply to demand, or the proportional quota of this product relatively to the sum total of production. It is the variations in demand and supply that show the producer what amount of a given commodity he must produce in order to receive at least the cost of production in exchange. And as these variations are continually occurring, there is also a continual movement of withdrawal and application of capital in the different branches of industry. It is only in consequence of such variations that capital is apportioned precisely, in the requisite abundance and no more, to the production of the different commodities which happen to be in demand. With the rise or fall of price, profits are elevated above, or depressed below their general level, and capital is either encouraged to enter into, or is warned to depart from, the particular employment in which the variation has taken place. When we look to the markets of a large town, and observe how regularly they are supplied both with home and foreign commodities, in the quantity in which they are required, under all the circumstances of varying demand, arising from the caprice of taste, or a change in the amount of population, without often producing either the effects of a glut from a too abundant supply, or an enormously high price from the supply being unequal to the demand, we must confess that the principle which apportions capital to each trade in the precise amount that is required, is more active than is generally supposed. Ricardo, Tomai, pages 105-106 and 108 ENG ed., pages 80 and 82. If M. Proudhon admits that the value of products is determined by labor time, he should equally admit that it is the fluctuating movement alone that makes labor time the measure of value. There is no ready constituted proportional relation, but only a constituting movement. We have just seen in what sense it is correct to speak of proportion as of a consequence of value determined by labor time. We shall see now how this measure by time, called by M. Proudhon the law of proportion, becomes transformed into a law of disproportion. Every new invention that enables the production in 1 hour of that which has hitherto been produced in 2 hours depreciates all similar products on the market. Competition forces the producer to sell the product of 2 hours as cheaply as the product of 1 hour. Competition implements the law according to which the relative value of a product is determined by the labor time needed to produce it. Labor time serving as the measure of marketable value becomes in this way the law of the continual depreciation of labor. We will say more. There will be depreciation not only of the commodities brought into the market, but also of the instruments of production and of whole plants. This fact was already pointed out by Ricardo when he said, "By constantly increasing the facility of production, we constantly diminish the value of some of the commodities before produced." Tome 2, p. 59 ENG ed., p. 321. Sismondi goes further. He sees in this value constituted by labor time the source of all the contradictions of modern industry and commerce. Mercantile value, he says, is always determined in the long run by the quantity of labor needed to obtain the thing evaluated. It is not what it has actual cost, but what it would cost in future with, perhaps, perfected means, and this quantity, although difficult to evaluate, is always faithfully established by competition. It is on. In the copy with corrections in Marx's hand the words "in societies founded on individual exchanges" are added here and then struck out. In the copy presented to Newton this addition was made except for the word individual. Ed. 136 Karl Marx. This basis that the demand of the seller as well as the supply of the buyer is reckoned. The former will perhaps declare that the thing has cost him 10 days' labor, but if the latter realizes that it can henceforth be produced with 8 days' labor, in the event of competition proving this to the two contracting parties, the value will be reduced, and the market price fixed at 8 days only. Of course, each of the parties believes that the thing is useful, that it is desired, that without desire there would be no sale, but the fixing of the price has nothing to do with utility. Etudes, etc., T2, p. 267, Brussels edition. It is important to emphasize the point that what determines value is not the time taken to produce a thing, but the minimum time it could possibly be produced in, and this minimum is ascertained by competition. Suppose for a moment that there is no more competition and consequently no longer any means to ascertain the minimum of labor necessary for the production of a commodity. What will happen? It will suffice to spend 6 hours' work on the production of an object, in order to have the right, according to M. Proudhon, to demand in exchange 6 times as much as he who has taken only 1 hour to produce the same object. Instead of a proportional relation, we have a disproportional relation, at any rate if we insist on sticking to relations, good or bad. The continual depreciation of labor is only one side, one consequence of the evaluation of commodities by labor time. The excessive raising of prices, overproduction and many other features of industrial anarchy have their explanation in this mode of evaluation. But does labor time used as a measure of value give rise at least to the proportional variety of products that so fascinates M. Proudhon? On the contrary, monopoly in all its monotony follows in its wake and invades the world of products, just as to everybody's knowledge monopoly invades the world of the instruments of production. It is only in a few branches of industry, like the cotton industry, that very rapid progress can be made. The natural consequence of this progress is that the products of cotton manufacture, for instance, fall rapidly in price, but as the price of cotton goes down, the price of flax must go up in comparison. What will be the outcome? flax will be replaced by cotton. In this way, flax has been driven out of almost the whole of North America. And we have obtained, instead of the proportional variety of products, the dominance of cotton. What is left of this proportional relation? Nothing but the pious wish of an honest man who would like commodities to be produced in proportions which would permit of their being sold at an honest price. In all ages good-natured bourgeois and philanthropic economists have taken pleasure in expressing this innocent wish. The Poverty of Philosophy 137. Let us hear what old Bois Guilbert says. The price of commodities, he says, must always be proportionate, for it is such mutual understanding alone that can enable them to exist together so as to give themselves to one another at any moment. Here is Proudhon's continual exchangeability, and reciprocally give birth to one another. As wealth, then, is nothing but this continual intercourse between man and man, craft, etc., it is a frightful blindness to go looking for the cause of misery elsewhere than in the cessation of such traffic brought about by a disturbance of proportion in prices. Dissertation sur la nature de richesses, der ed. Pages 405, 408. Let us listen also to a modern economist. The great law is necessary to be affixed to production, that is, the law of proportion * which alone can preserve the continuity of value. The equivalent must be guaranteed. All nations have attempted, at various periods of their history, by instituting numerous commercial regulations and restrictions, to effect, in some degree, the object here explained. But the natural and inherent selfishness of man, has urged him to break down all such regulations. Proportionate production * is the realization of the entire truth of the science of social economy. W. Atkinson, Principles of Political Economy, London, 1840, pages 170-95. Foot Troja. Be this correct proportion between supply and demand, which is beginning once more to be the object of so many wishes, ceased long ago to exist. It has passed into the stage of senility. It was possible only at a time when the means of production were limited, when exchange took place within very restricted bounds. With the birth of large-scale industry this correct proportion had to come to an end, and production is inevitably compelled to pass in continuous succession through vicissitudes of prosperity, depression, crisis, stagnation, renewed prosperity, and so on. Those who, like Sismondi, wish to return to the correct proportion of production, while preserving the present basis of society, are reactionary, since, to be consistent, they must also wish to bring back all the other conditions of industry of former times. What kept production in correct, or more or less correct, proportions? It was demand that dominated supply, that preceded it. Production followed close on the heels of consumption. Large-scale industry, forced by the very instruments at its disposal to produce on an ever-increasing scale, can no longer wait for demand. Production precedes consumption, supply compels demand. In existing society, in industry based on individual exchange, anarchy of production, which is the source of so much misery, is at the same time the source of all progress. Thus, one or the other. In the original the English term is given in parentheses after the French ed. Troy is no more, Virgil, Aeneid, 2, 325, ed. 138 Karl Marx. Either you want the correct proportions of past centuries with present-day means of production, in which case you are both reactionary and utopian. Or you want progress without anarchy, in which case, in order to preserve the productive forces, you must abandon individual exchange. Individual exchange is consistent only with the small-scale industry of past centuries and its corollary of correct proportion, or else with large-scale industry and all its train of misery and anarchy. After all, 3. The determination of value by labor time. The formula Proudhon gives us as the regenerating formula of the future is therefore 0, merely the scientific expression of the economic relations of present-day society, as was clearly and precisely demonstrated by Ricardo long before Proudhon. But does the equalitarian application of this formula at least belong to M. Proudhon? Was he the first to think of reforming society by transforming all men into immediate workers exchanging equal amounts of labor? Is it for him to reproach the communists, these people devoid of all knowledge of political economy, these obstinately foolish men, these paradise dreamers, with not having found, before him, this solution of the problem of the proletariat? Anyone who is in any way familiar with the trend of political economy in England cannot fail to know that almost all the socialists in that country have, at different periods, proposed the equalitarian application of the Ricardian theory. We could quote for M. Proudhon, Hodgkin, Political Economy, 1827-75, William Thompson, An Inquiry into the Principles of the Distribution of Wealth Most Conducive to Human Happiness, 1824, T.R. Edmonds, Practical Moral and Political Economy, 1828, etc., etc., and 4 pages more of etc. We shall content ourselves with listening to an English communist, Mr. Bray. We shall give the decisive passages in his remarkable work, Labor's Wrongs and Labor's Remedy, Leeds, 1839, and we shall dwell some time upon it, firstly, because Mr. Bray is still little known in France, and, secondly, because we think that we have discovered in him the key to the past, present and future works of M. Proudhon. In the 1847 edition this sentence begins with the words, D'après tout cek. Nous venons de dire. In the copy with corrections in Marx's hand and the one presented to Newton, d'après is changed to après and the rest of the phrase is crossed out. This correction was reproduced in the 1896 French edition ed. The word therefore, done, is not in the 1847 edition. It was added in the copy with corrections in Marx's hand and the one presented to Newton. This edition is reproduced in the 1896 French edition ed. The Poverty of Philosophy 139. The only way to arrive at truth is to go at once to first principles. Let us go at once to the source from whence governments themselves have arisen. By thus going to the origin of the thing, we shall find that every form of government, and every social and governmental wrong, owes its rise to the existing social system, to the institution of property as it at present exists. 3. And that, therefore, if we would end our wrongs and our miseries at once and forever, the present arrangements of society must be totally subverted. By thus fighting them upon their own ground, and with their own weapons, we shall avoid that senseless chatter respecting visionaries and theorists, with which they are so ready to assail. Before the conclusions arrived at by such a course of proceeding can be overthrown, the economists must unsolve or disprove those established truths and principles on which their own arguments are founded. Brave, pages 17 and 41. It is labor alone which bestows value. 1. Every man has an undoubted right to all that his honest labor can procure him. When he thus appropriates the fruits of his labor, he commits no injustice upon any other human being, for he interferes with no other man's right of doing the same with the produce of his labor. All these ideas of superior and inferior, of master and man, may be traced to the neglect of first principles, and to the consequent rise of inequality of possessions. 0, and such ideas will never be eradicated, nor the institutions founded upon them be subverted, so long as this inequality is maintained. Men have hitherto blindly hoped to remedy the present unnatural state of things, bv destroying existing inequality, and leaving untouched the cause of the inequality, but it will shortly be seen, that government is not a cause, but a consequence, that it is not the creator, but the created, that it is the offspring of inequality of possessions. 6, and that the inequality of possessions is inseparably connected with our present social system. Bray, pages 33, 36 and 37. Not only are the greatest advantages, but strict justice also, on the side of a system of equality. Every man is a link, and an indispensable link, in the chain of effects, the beginning of which is but an idea, and the end, perhaps, the production of a piece of cloth. Thus, although we may entertain different feelings towards the several parties, it does not follow that one should be better paid for his labor than another. The inventor will ever receive, in addition to his just pecuniary reward, that which genius only can obtain from us, the tribute of our admiration. From the very nature of labor and exchange, strict justice requires that all exchangers should be not only mutually, but that they should likewise be equally, benefited. Men have only two things which they can exchange with each other, namely, labor, and the produce of labor. If a just system of exchanges were acted upon, the value of all articles would be determined by the entire cost of production, and equal values should always exchange for equal values. If, for instance, it takes a hatter 1 day to make a hat, and a shoemaker the same time to make a pair of shoes, supposing the material used by each to be of the same value, and they exchange these articles with each other, they are not only mutually but equally benefited. The advantage derived by either party cannot be a disadvantage to the other, as each has given the same amount of labor, and the materials made use of by each were of equal value. But if the hatter should obtain 2 pair of shoes for 1 hat, time and value of material being as before, the exchange would clearly be an unjust one. The hatter would defraud the shoemaker of 1 day's labor, and were the former to act thus in all his exchanges, he would receive, for the labor of half a year, the product of some other person's whole year. We have heretofore acted upon no other than this most unjust system of exchanges. The workmen have given the capitalist the labor of a whole year, in exchange for the value of only half a year. 3. And from this, and not from the assumed inequality of bodily and mental powers in individuals, has arisen the inequality of wealth and power. It is an inevitable condition of inequality of exchanges of buying at one price and selling at another that capitalists shall continue to be capitalists, and working men to be working men, the one a class of tyrants and the other a class of slaves to eternity. The whole transaction, therefore, plainly shews that the capitalists and proprietors do no more than give the working man, for his labor of 1 week, a part of the wealth which they obtained from him the week before, which just amounts to giving him nothing for something. 3. The whole transaction, between the producer and the capitalist is, a mere farce. It is, in fact, in thousands of instances, no other than a barefaced though legalized robbery. Bray, pages 45, 48, 49 and 50. The gain of the employer will never cease to be the loss of the employed until the exchanges between the parties are equal, and exchanges never can be equal while society is divided into capitalists and producers, the last living upon their labor and the first bloating upon the profit of that labor. It is plain, continues Mr. Bray, that, establish whatever form of government we will, we may talk of morality and brotherly love, no reciprocity can exist where there are unequal exchanges. Inequality of exchanges, as being the cause of inequality of possessions, is the secret enemy that devours us. D. Bray, pages 51 and 52. It has been deduced, also, from a consideration of the intention and end of society, not only that all men should labor, and thereby become exchangers, but that equal values should always exchange for equal values, and that, as the gain of one man ought never to be the loss of another, value should ever be determined by cost of production. But we have seen, that, under the present arrangements of society, the gain of the capitalist and the rich man is always the loss of the workman, that this result will invariably take place, and the poor man be left entirely at the mercy of the rich man, under any and every form of government, so long as there is inequality of exchanges, and that equality of exchanges can be ensured only under social arrangements in which labor is universal. If exchanges were equal, would the wealth of the present capitalists gradually go from them to the working classes? Bray, pages 53-55. So long as the system of unequal exchanges is tolerated, the producers will be almost as poor and as ignorant and as hard-worked as they are at present, even if every governmental burthen be swept away and all taxes be abolished. Nothing but a total change of system and equality of labor and exchanges can alter the state of things and guarantee true equality of rights. The producers have but to make an effort, and by them must every effort for their own redemption be made, and their chains will be snapped asunder forever. As an end, the political equality is there a failure; as a means, also, it is there a failure. 3. Where equal exchanges are maintained, the gain of one man cannot be the loss of another, for every exchange is then simply a transfer, and not a sacrifice, of labor and wealth. Thus, although under a social system based on equal exchanges, a parsimonious man may become rich, his wealth will be no more than the accumulated produce of his own labor. He may exchange his wealth, or he may give it to others, but a rich man cannot continue wealthy for any length of time after he has ceased to labor. Under equality of exchanges, wealth cannot have, as it now has, a procreative and apparently self-generating power, such as replenishes all waste from consumption, for, unless it be renewed by labor, wealth, when once consumed, is given up forever. That which is now called profit and interest cannot exist as such in connection with equality of exchanges, for producer and distributor would be alike remunerated, and the sum total of their labor would determine the value of the article created and brought to the hands of the consumer. The principle of equal exchanges, therefore, must from its very nature ensure universal labor. Bray, pages 67, 88, 89, 94, 109-10. After having refuted the objections of the economists to communism, Mr. Bray goes on to say, if, then, a changed character be essential to the success of the social system of community in its most perfect form, and if, likewise, the present system affords no circumstances and no facilities for effecting the requisite change of character and preparing man for the higher and better state desired, it is evident that these things must necessarily remain as they are, or else some preparatory step must be discovered and made use of some movement partaking partly of the present and partly of the desired system, the system of community, some intermediate resting place, to which society may go with all its faults and its follies, and from which it may move forward, imbued with those qualities and attributes without which the system of community and equality cannot as such have existence. Bray, p. 134. The whole movement would require only cooperation in its simplest form. Cost of production would in every instance determine value, and equal values would always exchange for equal values. If one person worked a whole week, and another worked only half a week, the first would receive double the remuneration of the last, but this extra pay of the one would not be at the expense of the other, nor would the loss incurred by the last man fall in any way upon the first. Each person would exchange the wages he individually received for commodities of the same value as his respective wages, and in no case could the gain of one man or one trade be a loss to another man or another trade. The labor of every individual would alone determine his gains or his losses. By means of general and local boards of trade be, the quantities of the various commodities required for consumption, the relative value of each in regard to each other, the number of hands required in various trades and descriptions of labor, and all other matters connected with production and distribution, could in a short time be as easily determined for a nation as for an individual company under the present arrangements. Individuals would compose families, and families towns, as under the existing system. The present distribution of people in towns and villages, bad as it is, would not be directly interfered with. Under this joint stock system, the same as under that now existing, every individual would be at liberty to accumulate as much as he pleased, and to enjoy such accumulations when and where he might think proper. The great productive section of the community is divided into an indefinite number of smaller sections, all working, producing and exchanging their products on a footing of the most perfect equality. And the joint stock modification, which is nothing but a concession to present-day society in order to obtain communism, by being so constituted as to admit of individual property in productions in connection with the common property in productive powers, making every individual dependent on his own exertions, and at the same time allowing him an equal participation in every advantage afforded by nature and art, is fitted to take society as it is, and to prepare the way for other and better changes. Bray, pages 158, 160, 162, 163, 168, 170 and 194. We only need to reply in a few words to Mr. Bray, who without us and in spite of us has managed to supplant M. Proudhon, except that Mr. Bray, far from claiming the last word on behalf of humanity, proposes merely measures which he thinks good for a period of transition between existing society and a community regime. 1 hour of Peter's labor exchanges for 1 hour of Paul's labor. That is Mr. Bray's fundamental axiom. Let us suppose Peter has 12 hours labor before him, and Paul only 6. Peter will be able to make with Paul an exchange of only 6 for 6. Peter will consequently have 6 hours labor left over. What will he do with these 6 hours labor? Either he will do nothing, in which case he will have worked 6 hours for nothing, or else he will remain idle for another 6 hours to get even, or else, as a last resource, he will give these 6 hours labor, which he has no use for, to Paul into the bargain. What in the end will Peter have earned more than Paul? Some hours of labor? No. He will have gained only hours of leisure. He will be forced to play the loafer for 6 hours. And in order that this new right to loaf might be not only relished but sought after in the new society, this society would have to find in idleness its highest bliss, and to look upon labor as a heavy shackle from which it must break free at all costs. And again, to return to our example, if only these hours of leisure that Peter has gained in excess of Paul were really a gain. Not in the least. Paul, beginning by working only 6 hours, attains by steady and regular work a result that Peter secures only by beginning with an excess of work. Everyone will want to be. The Poverty of Philosophy 143. Paul, there will be a competition to occupy Paul's position, a competition in idleness. Well, then. What has the exchange of equal quantities of labor brought us? Overproduction, depreciation, excess of labor followed by unemployment, in short, economic relations such as we see in present-day society, minus the competition of labor. No. We are wrong. There is still an expedient which may save this new society, the society of Peter's and Paul's. Peter will consume by himself the product of the 6 hours labor which he has left. But since he has no longer to exchange in order to have produced, he has no need to produce in order to exchange, and the whole hypothesis of a society founded on the exchange and division of labor will fall to the ground. Equality of exchange will have been saved by the simple fact that exchange will have ceased to be. Paul and Peter will arrive at the position of Robinson. Thus, if all the members of society are supposed to be immediate workers, the exchange of equal quantities of hours of labor is possible only on condition that the number of hours to be spent on material production is agreed on beforehand. But such an agreement negates individual exchange. We still come to the same result, if we take as our starting point not the distribution of the products created but the act of production. In large-scale industry, Peter is not free to fix for himself the time of his labor, for Peter's labor is nothing without the cooperation of all the Peters and all the Pauls who make up the workshop. This explains very well the dogged resistance which the English factory owners put up to the 10 hours bill. They knew only too well that a 2 hours reduction of labor granted to women and children 76 would carry with it an equal reduction of working hours for adult men. It is in the nature of large-scale industry that working hours should be equal for all. What is today the result of capital and the competition of workers among themselves will be tomorrow, if you sever the relation between labor and capital, an actual agreement based upon the relation between the sum of productive forces and the sum of existing needs. But such an agreement is a condemnation of individual exchange, and we are back again at our first conclusion. In principle, there is no exchange of products but there is the exchange of the labor which cooperates in production. The mode of exchange of products depends upon the mode of exchange of the productive forces. In general, the form of exchange of products corresponds to the form of production. Change the latter, and the former will change in consequence. Thus, 144 Karl Marx. In the history of society we see that the mode of exchanging products is regulated by the mode of producing them. Individual exchange corresponds also to a definite mode of production which itself corresponds to class antagonism. There is thus no individual exchange without the antagonism of classes. but the honest conscience refuses to see this obvious fact. So long as one is a bourgeois, one cannot but see in this relation of antagonism a relation of harmony and eternal justice, which allows no one to gain at the expense of another. For the bourgeois, individual exchange can exist without any antagonism of classes. For him, these are two quite unconnected things. Individual exchange, as the bourgeois conceives it, is far from resembling individual exchange as it is practiced. Mr. Bray turns the illusion of the respectable bourgeois into an ideal he would like to attain. In a purified individual exchange, freed from all the elements of antagonism he finds in it, he sees an equalitarian relation which he would like society to adopt. Mr. Bray does not see that this equalitarian relation, this corrective ideal that he would like to apply to the world, is itself nothing but the reflection of the actual world, and that therefore it is totally impossible to reconstitute society on the basis of what is merely an embellished shadow of it. In proportion as this shadow takes on substance again, we perceive that this substance, far from being the transfiguration dreamt of, is the actual body of existing society. 3. Application of the law of the proportionality of value. A. Money. Gold and silver were the first commodities to have their value constituted. FL 69. Thus gold and silver are the first applications of value constituted, by M. Proudhon. And as M. Proudhon constitutes the Mr. Bray's theory, like all theories, has found supporters who have allowed themselves to be deluded by appearances. Equitable labour exchange bazaars have been set up in London, Sheffield, Leeds, and many other towns in England. These bazaars have all ended in scandalous failures after having absorbed considerable capital. The taste for them has gone forever. You are warned, M. Proudhon. Note by Marx. The copy with corrections in Marx's hand has nota. In the margin opposite this note. It is known that Proudhon did not take this warning to heart. In 1849 he himself made an attempt with a new exchange bank in Paris. The bank, however, failed before it had got going properly. A court case against Proudhon had to serve to cover its collapse. F.E. Note to the German edition, 1885. Value of products determining it by the comparative amount of labor embodied in them. The only thing he had to do was to prove that variations in the value of gold and silver are always explained by variations in the labor time taken to produce them. M. Proudhon has no intention of doing so. He speaks of gold and silver not as commodities, but as money. His only logic, if logic it be, consists in juggling with the capacity of gold and silver to be used as money for the benefit of all the commodities which have the property of being evaluated by labor time. Decidedly there is more naivete than malice in this jugglery. A useful product, being evaluated by the labor time needed to produce it, is always acceptable in exchange. Witness, cries M. Proudhon, gold and silver, which exist in my desired conditions of exchangeability. Gold and silver, then, are value which has reached a state of constitution, they are the incorporation of M. Proudhon's idea. He could not have been happier in his choice of an example. Gold and silver, apart from their capacity of being commodities, evaluated like other commodities in labor time, have also the capacity of being the universal agents of exchange, of being money. By now considering gold and silver as an application of value constituted by labor time, nothing is easier than to prove that all commodities whose value is constituted by labor time will always be exchangeable, will be money. A very simple question occurs to M. Proudhon. Why have gold and silver the privilege of typifying constituted value? The special function which usage has devolved upon the precious metals, that of serving as a medium for trade, is purely conventional, and any other commodity could, less conveniently perhaps, but just as authentically, fulfill this function. Economists recognize this, and cite more than one example. What then is the reason for this universal preference for metals as money? And what is the explanation of this specialization of the functions of silver which has no analogy in political economy? Is it possible to reconstruct the series from which money seems to have broken away, and hence to trace it back to its true principle. I 68, 69. By formulating the question in these terms, M. Proudhon has already presupposed the existence of money. The first question he should have asked himself was, why, in exchanges as they are actually constituted, it has been necessary to individualize exchangeable value, so to speak, by the creation of a special agent of exchange. Money is not a thing, it is a social relation. Why is the money relation a production relation like any other economic relation, such as the division of labor, etc.? If M. Proudhon had properly taken account of this relation, he would not have seen in money an exception, an element detached from a series unknown or needing reconstruction. 146 Karl Marx. He would have realized, on the contrary, that this relation is a link, and, as such, closely connected with a whole chain of other economic relations, that this relation corresponds to a definite mode of production neither more nor less than does individual exchange. What does he do? He starts off by detaching money from the actual mode of production as a whole, and then makes it the first member of an imaginary series, of a series to be reconstructed. Once the necessity for a specific agent of exchange, that is, for money, has been recognized, all that remains to be explained is why this particular function has devolved upon gold and silver rather than upon any other commodity. This is a secondary question, which is explained not by the chain of production relations, but by the specific qualities inherent in gold and silver as substances. If all this has made economists for once go outside the domains of their own science, to dabble in physics, mechanics, history, and so on, I 69, as M. Proudhon reproaches them with doing, they have merely done what they were compelled to do. The question is no longer within the domain of political economy. What no economist, says M. Proudhon, has either seen or understood is the economic reason which has determined, in favor of the precious metals, the favor they enjoy. I 69. This economic reason which nobody with good ground indeed has seen or understood, M. Proudhon has seen, understood, and bequeathed to posterity. What nobody else has noticed is that, of all commodities, gold and silver were the first to have their value attain constitution. In the patriarchal period, gold and silver were still bartered and exchanged in ingots, but even then they showed a visible tendency to become dominant and received a marked preference. Little by little the sovereigns took possession of them and affixed their seal to them, and of this sovereign consecration was born money, that is, the commodity par excellence, which, notwithstanding all the shocks of commerce, retains a definite proportional value and makes itself accepted for all payments. The distinguishing characteristic of gold and silver is due, I repeat, to the fact that, thanks to their metallic properties, to the difficulties of their production, and above all to the intervention of state authority, they early won stability and authenticity as commodities. I 69, 70. To say that, of all commodities, gold and silver were the first to have their value constituted, is to say, after all that has gone before, that gold and silver were the first to attain the status of money. This is M. Proudhon's great revelation, this is the truth that none had discovered before him. If, by these words, M. Proudhon means that of all commodities gold and silver are the ones whose time of production was known the earliest, this would be yet another of the suppositions with which he, the poverty of philosophy 147, is so ready to regale his readers. If we wished to harp on this patriarchal erudition, we would inform M. Proudhon that it was the time needed to produce objects of prime necessity such as iron, etc., which was the first to be known. We shall spare him Adam Smith's classic bow. 78. But, after all that, how can M. Proudhon go on talking about the constitution of a value, since a value is never constituted all alone? It is constituted, not by the time needed to produce it all alone, but in relation to the quota of each and every other product which can be created in the same time. Thus the constitution of the value of gold and silver presupposes an already completed constitution of a number of other products. It is then not the commodity that has attained, in gold and silver, the status of constituted value, it is emprudon's constituted value that has attained, in gold and silver, the status of money. Let us now make a closer examination of these economic reasons which, according to emprudon, have bestowed upon gold and silver the advantage of being raised to the status of money sooner than other products, thanks to their having passed through the constitutive phase of value. These economic reasons are, the visible tendency to become dominant, the marked preference even in the patriarchal period I-69, and other circumlocutions about the actual fact which increase the difficulty, since they multiply the fact by multiplying the incidents which emprudon brings in to explain the fact. Emprudon has not yet exhausted all the so-called economic reasons. Here is one of sovereign, irresistible force. Money is born of sovereign consecration. The sovereigns took possession of gold and silver and affixed their seal to them. FL 69. Thus the whim of sovereigns is for emprudon the highest reason in political economy. Truly, one must be destitute of all historical knowledge not to know that it is the sovereigns who in all ages have been subject to economic conditions, but they have never dictated laws to them. Legislation, whether political or civil, never does more than proclaim, express in words, the will of economic relations. Was it the sovereign who took possession of gold and silver to make them the universal agents of exchange by affixing his seal to them? Or was it not, rather, these universal agents of exchange which took possession of the sovereign and forced him to affix his seal to them and thus give them a political consecration? The impress which was and is still given to silver is not that of its 148 Karl Marx value but of its weight. The stability and authenticity emprudon speaks of apply only to the standard of the money, and this standard indicates how much metallic matter there is in a coined piece of silver. The sole intrinsic value of a silver mark, says Voltaire, with his habitual good sense, is a mark of silver, half a pound weighing 8 ounces. The weight and the standard alone form this intrinsic value. Voltaire, Système de la 3. But the question, how much is an ounce of gold or silver worth, remains nonetheless. If a cashmere from the Grand Colbert stores bore the trademark pure wool, this trademark would not tell you the value of the cashmere. There would still remain the question, how much is wool worth? Philip I, King of France, says emprudon, mixes with Charlemagne's Tours pound a third of alloy, imagining that, having the monopoly of the manufacture of money, he could do what is done by every tradesman who has the monopoly of a product. What was actually this debasement of the currency for which Philip and his successors have been so much blamed? It was perfectly sound reasoning from the point of view of commercial practice, but very unsound economic science, viz., to suppose that, as supply and demand regulate value, it is possible, either by producing an artificial scarcity or by monopolizing manufacture, to increase the estimation and consequently the value of things, and that this is true of gold and silver as of corn, wine, oil, or tobacco. But Philip's fraud was no sooner suspected than his money was reduced to its true value, and he himself lost what he had thought to gain from his subjects. The same thing has happened as a result of every similar attempt. I-70-71 It has been proved times without number that, if a prince takes into his head to debase the currency, it is he who loses. What he gains once at the first issue he loses every time the falsified coinage returns to him in the form of taxes, etc. But Philip and his successors were able to protect themselves more or less against this loss, for, once the debased coinage was put into circulation, they hastened to order a general reminting of money on the old footing. And besides, if Philip I had really reasoned like emprudon, he would not have reasoned well from the commercial point of view. Neither Philip I nor emprudon displays any mercantile genius in imagining that it is possible to alter the value of gold as well as that of every other commodity merely because their value is determined by the relation between supply and demand. If King Philip had decreed that 1 muid of wheat was in future to be called 2 muids of wheat, he would have been a swindler. He would have deceived all the rentiers, all the people who were entitled to receive 100 muids of wheat. He would have been the cause of all these people receiving only 50 instead of 100. Suppose the king owed 100 muids of wheat, he would have had to pay only 50. But in commerce 100 such muids would never have been worth more than 50. By changing the name we do not change the thing. The quantity of wheat, whether supplied or demanded, will be neither decreased nor increased by this mere change of name. Thus, the relation between supply and demand being just the same in spite of this change of name, the price of wheat will undergo no real change. When we speak of the supply and demand of things, we do not speak of the supply and demand of the name of things. Philip I was not a maker of gold or silver, as M. Proudhon says, he was a maker of names for coins. Pass off your French cashmeres as Asiatic cashmeres, and you may deceive a buyer or two, but once the fraud becomes known, your so-called Asiatic cashmeres will drop to the price of French cashmeres. When he put a false label on gold and silver, King Philip could deceive only so long as the fraud was not known. Like any other shopkeeper, he deceived his customers by a false description of his wares, which could not last for long. He was bound sooner or later to suffer the rigor of commercial laws. Is this what M. Proudhon wanted to prove? No. According to him it is from the sovereign and not from commerce that money gets its value. And what has he really proved? That commerce is more sovereign than the sovereign. Let the sovereign decree that 1 mark shall in future be 2 marks, commerce will keep on saying that these 2 marks are worth no more than 1 mark was formerly. But, for all that, the question of value determined by the quantity of labor has not been advanced a step. It still remains to be decided whether the value of these 2 marks, which have become what 1 mark was once, is determined by the cost of production or by the law of supply and demand. M. Proudhon continues. It should even be borne in mind that if, instead of debasing the currency, it had been in the king's power to double its bulk, the exchange value of gold and silver would immediately have dropped by half, always for reasons of proportion and equilibrium. I-71. If this opinion, which M. Proudhon shares with the other economists, is valid, it argues in favor of the latter's doctrine of supply and demand, and in no way in favor of M. Proudhon's proportionality. For, whatever the quantity of labor embodied in the doubled bulk of gold and silver, its value would have dropped by half, the demand having remained the same and the supply having doubled. Or can it be, by any chance, that the law of proportionality 150 Karl Marx would become confused this time with the so much disdained law of supply and demand? This correct proportion of M. Proudhon's is indeed so elastic, is capable of so many variations, combinations, and permutations, that it might well coincide for once with the relation between supply and demand. To make every commodity acceptable in exchange, if not in fact then at least in law, on the basis of the role of gold and silver is, then, to misunderstand this role. Gold and silver are acceptable in law only because they are acceptable in fact, and they are acceptable in fact because the present organization of production needs a universal agent of exchange. Law is only the official recognition of fact. We have seen that the example of silver as an application of value which has attained constitution was chosen by M. Proudhon only to smuggle through his whole doctrine of exchangeability, that is to say, to prove that every commodity assessed by its cost of production must attain the status of money. All this would be very fine, were it not for the awkward fact that precisely gold and silver, as money, are of all commodities the only ones not determined by their cost of production, and this is so true that in circulation they can be replaced by paper. So long as there is a certain proportion observed between the requirements of circulation and the amount of money issued, be it paper, gold, platinum, or copper money, there can be no question of a proportion to be observed between the intrinsic value, cost of production, and the nominal value of money. Doubtless, in international trade, money is determined, like any other commodity, by labor time. But it is also true that gold and silver in international trade are means of exchange as products and not as money. In other words, they lose this characteristic of stability and authenticity, of sovereign consecration, which, for M. Proudhon, forms their specific characteristic. Ricardo understood this truth so well that after basing his whole system on value determined by labor time, and after saying, gold and silver, like all other commodities, are valuable only in proportion to the quantity of labor necessary to produce them, and bring them to market, he adds, nevertheless, that the value of money is not determined by the labor time its substance embodies, but by the law of supply and demand only. Though it, paper money, has no intrinsic value, yet, by limiting its quantity, its value in exchange is as great as an equal denomination of coin, or of bullion in that coin. On the same principle, too, namely, by a limitation of its quantity, a debased coin would circulate at the value it should bear, if it were of the legal weight and fineness, and not at the value of the quantity of metal which it actually contained. In the history of the British coinage, we find, accordingly, that the currency was never depreciated. The Poverty of Philosophy 151. In the same proportion that it was debased, the reason of which was, that it never was increased in quantity, in proportion to its diminished intrinsic value. Ricardo, LOCCIT 2206-07, ENG ed., pages 422-23. This is what J.B. Say observes on this passage of Ricardo's. This example should suffice, I think, to convince the author that the basis of all value is not the amount of labor needed to make a commodity, but the need felt for that commodity, balanced by its scarcity. 3. Thus money, which for Ricardo is no longer a value determined bv labor time, and which J.B. Say therefore takes as an example to convince Ricardo that the other values could not be determined by labor time either, this money, I say, taken by J.B. Say as an example of a value determined exclusively by supply and demand, becomes for M. Proudhon the example par excellence of the application of value constituted, by labor time. To conclude, if money is not a value constituted by labor time, it is all the less likely that it could have anything in common with M. Proudhon's correct proportion. Gold and silver are always exchangeable, because they have the special function of serving as the universal agent of exchange, and in no wise because they exist in a quantity proportional to the sum total of wealth, or, to put it still better, they are always proportional because, alone of all commodities, they serve as money, the universal agent of exchange, whatever their quantity in relation to the sum total of wealth. A circulation can never be so abundant as to overflow, for by diminishing its value in the same proportion you will increase its quantity, and by increasing its value, diminish its quantity. Ricardo 205, ENG ed., p. 422. What an imbroglio political economy is! Cries M. Proudhon. I-72. Cursed gold, cries a communist flippantly, through the mouth of M. Proudhon. You might as well say, cursed wheat, cursed vines, cursed sheep, for just like gold and silver, every commercial value must attain its strict and exact determination. I-73. The idea of making sheep and vines attain the status of money is not new. In France, it belongs to the age of Louis XIV. At that period, money having begun to establish its omnipotence, the depreciation of all other commodities was being complained of, and the time when every commercial value might attain its strict and exact determination, the status of money, was being eagerly invoked. Even in the writings of Bois Guilbert, one of the oldest of French economists, we find money then, by the arrival of innumerable competitors in the form of commodities themselves, re-established in their true values, will be thrust back again within its natural limits. Économistes financiers du XVIIe siècle, der edition, p. 422. One sees that the first illusions of the bourgeoisie are also their last. b. Surplus left by labor. In works on political economy we read this absurd hypothesis: if the price of everything were doubled. As if the price of everything were not the proportion of things and one could double a proportion, a relation, a law. Proudhon, Tome I, p. 81. Economists have fallen into this error through not knowing how to apply the law of proportionality and constituted value. Unfortunately, in the very same work by M. Proudhon, Tome I, p. 110, we read the absurd hypothesis that, if wages rose generally, the price of everything would rise. Furthermore, if we find the phrase in question in works on political economy, we also find an explanation of it. When one speaks of the price of all commodities going up or down, one always excludes some one commodity. The excluded commodity is, in general, money or labor. Encyclopedia Metropolitana, or Universal Dictionary of Knowledge, Volume 6, Article Political Economy, by Senior, London, 1836. Regarding the phrase under discussion, see also J. St. Mill, Essays on Some Unsettled Questions of Political Economy, London, 1844, and Tuke, A History of Prices, etc., London, 1838. Let us pass now to the second application of constituted value, and of other proportions whose only defect is their lack of proportion. And let us see whether M. Proudhon is happier here than in the monetization of sheep. An axiom generally admitted by economists is that all labor must leave a surplus. In my opinion, this proposition is universally and absolutely true. It is the corollary of the law of proportion, which may be regarded as the summary of the whole of economic science. But, if the economists will permit me to say so, the principle that all labor must leave a surplus is meaningless according to their theory, and is not susceptible of any demonstration. Proudhon I-73. To prove that all labor must leave a surplus, M. Proudhon personifies society. He turns it into a person society, a society which is not by any means a society of persons, since it has its laws apart, which have nothing in common with the persons of which society is composed, and its own intelligence, which is not the intelligence of P. Bois-Guilbert, Dissertation sur la nature de riches essays, ed. The Poverty of Philosophy 153. Common men, but an intelligence devoid of common sense. M. Proudhon reproaches the economists with not having understood the personality of this collective being. We have pleasure in confronting him with the following passage from an American economist, who accuses the economists of just the opposite. The moral entity, the grammatical being three called a nation, has been clothed in attributes that have no real existence except in the imagination of those who metamorphose a word into a thing. This has given rise to many difficulties and to some deplorable misunderstandings in political economy. T. H. Cooper, Lectures on the Elements of Political Economy, Columbia, 1826. This principle of the surplus left by labor, continues M. Proudhon, is true of individuals only because it emanates from society, which thus confers on them the benefit of its own laws. I-75. Does M. Proudhon thereby mean merely that the production of the social individual exceeds that of the isolated individual? Is M. Proudhon referring to the surplus of the production of associated individuals over that of non-associated individuals? If so, we could quote for him 100 economists who have expressed this simple truth without any of the mysticism with which M. Proudhon surrounds himself. This, for example, is what Mr. Sadler says. Combined labor produces results which individual exertion could never accomplish. As mankind, therefore, multiply in number, the products of their united industry would greatly exceed the amount of any mere arithmetical addition calculated on such an increase. In the mechanical arts, as well as in pursuits of science, a man may achieve more in a day, than a solitary individual could perform in his whole life. Geometry says, that the whole is only equal to the sum of all its parts. As applied to the subject before us, this axiom would be false. Regarding labor, the great pillar of human existence, it may be said that the entire product of combined exertion almost infinitely exceeds all which individual and disconnected efforts could possibly accomplish. T. Sadler, The Law of Population, London, 1830 pages 83, 84. To return to M. Proudhon. The surplus left by labor, he says, is explained by the person society. The life of this person is guided by laws which are the opposite of those which govern the activities of man as an individual. He desires to prove this by facts. The discovery of an economic process can never provide the inventor with a profit equal to that which he procures for society. It has been remarked that railway enterprises are much less a source of wealth for the contractors than for the state. The average cost of transporting commodities by road is 18 centimes per ton per kilometer, from the collection of the goods to their delivery. It has been calculated that in the original both terms are given in English in parentheses after the French ed b. In the original the words "the great pillar of human existence" are given in English in parentheses after the French ed. 154 Karl Marx. At this rate an ordinary railway enterprise would not obtain 10% or net profit, a result approximately equal to that of a road transport enterprise. But let us suppose that the speed of rail transport compared with that of road transport is as 4:1. Since in society time is value itself, the railway would, prices being equal, present an advantage of 400% over road transport. Yet this enormous advantage, very real for society, is far from being realized in the same proportion for the carrier, who, while bestowing upon society an extra value of 400%, does not for his own part draw 10%. To bring the matter home still more pointedly, let us suppose, in fact, that the railway puts up its rate to 25 centimes, the cost of road transport remaining at 18, it would instantly lose all its consignments. Senders, receivers, everybody would return to the van, to the primitive wagon if necessary. The locomotive would be abandoned. A social advantage of 400% would be sacrificed to a private loss of 35%. The reason for this is easily grasped. The advantage resulting from the speed of the railway is entirely social, and each individual participates in it only in a minute proportion. It must be remembered that at the moment we are dealing only with the transport of goods, while the loss strikes the consumer directly and personally. A social profit equal to 400 represents for the individual, if society is composed only of 1,000,000 men, 4/10,000ths, while a loss of 33% for the consumer would suppose a social deficit of 33 million. Proudhon I 75, 76. We may even overlook the fact that M. Proudhon expresses a quadrupled speed as 400% of the original speed, but that he should bring into relation the percentage of speed and the percentage of profit and establish a proportion between two relations which, although measured separately by percentages, are nevertheless incommensurable with each other, is to establish a proportion between the percentages without reference to denominations. Percentages are always percentages, 10% and 400% are commensurable, they are to each other as 10 is to 400. Therefore, concludes M. Proudhon, a profit of 10% is worth 40 times less than a quadrupled speed. To save appearances, he says that, for society, time is money. 3. This error arises from his recollecting vaguely that there is a connection between value and labor time, and he hastens to identify labor time with transport time, that is, he identifies the few firemen, guards, and conductors, whose labor time is actually transport time, with the whole of society. Thus at one blow, speed has become capital, and in this case he is entirely right in saying, a profit of 400% will be sacrificed to a loss of 35%. After establishing this strange proposition as a mathematician, he gives us the explanation of it as an economist. A social profit equal to 400 represents for the individual, if society is composed only of 1,000,000 men, 4/10,000ths. In the original the words "time is money" are given in English in parentheses after the French ed. The Poverty of Philosophy 155. Agreed, but we are dealing not with 400, but with 400%, and a profit of 400% represents for the individual 400%, neither more nor less. Whatever be the capital, the dividends will always be in the ratio of 400%. What does M. Proudhon do? He takes percentages for capital, and, as if he were afraid of his confusion not being manifest enough, pointed enough, he continues. A loss of 33% for the consumer would suppose a social deficit of 33 million. A loss of 33% for the consumer remains a loss of 33% for a million consumers. How then can M. Proudhon say pertinently that the social deficit in the case of a 33% loss amounts to 33 million, when he knows neither the social capital nor even the capital of a single one of the persons concerned? Thus it was not enough for M. Proudhon to have confused capital with percentage, he surpasses himself by identifying the capital sunk in an enterprise with the number of interested parties. To bring the matter home still more pointedly, let us suppose in fact a given capital. A social profit of 400% divided among a million participants, each of them interested to the extent of 1 franc, would give 4 francs profit per head and not 0.0004, as M. Proudhon alleges. Likewise, a loss of 33% for each of the participants represents a social deficit of 330,000 francs and not of 33 million. 133 equals 1,000,000,330,000. M. Proudhon, preoccupied with his theory of the person society, forgets to divide by 100 and gets a loss of 330,000 francs, but 4 francs profit per head makes 4 million francs profit for society. There remains for society a net profit of 3.670,000 francs. This accurate calculation proves precisely the contrary of that which M. Proudhon wanted to prove, namely, that the profits and losses of society are not in inverse ratio to the profits and losses of individuals. Having rectified these simple errors of pure calculation, let us take a look at the consequences which we would arrive at, if we admitted this relation between speed and capital in the case of railways, as M. Proudhon gives it minus the mistakes in calculation. Let us suppose that a transport 4 times as rapid costs 4 times as much. This transport would not yield less profit than cartage, which is 4 times slower and costs a quarter of the amount. Thus, if cartage takes 18 centimes, rail transport could take 72 centimes. This would be, according to the rigor of mathematics, the consequence of M. Proudhon's suppositions always minus his mistakes in calculation. But here he is all of a sudden telling us that if, instead of 72 centimes, rail transport takes only 25, it would instantly lose all its consignments. Decidedly we should have to go back to the van, to the 156 Karl Marx. Primitive wagon even. Only, if we have any advice to give M. Proudhon, it is not to forget, in his program of the Progressive Association, to divide by 100. But, alas! It is scarcely to be hoped that our advice will be listened to, for M. Proudhon is so delighted with his progressive calculation, corresponding to the Progressive Association, that he cries most emphatically. I have already shown in Chapter 2, by the solution of the antinomy of value, that the advantage of every useful discovery is incomparably less for the inventor, whatever he may do, than for society. I have carried the demonstration in regard to this point to the rigor of mathematics Loci 241. Let us return to the fiction of the person society, a fiction which has no other aim than that of proving this simple truth, that a new invention which enables a given amount of labor to produce a greater number of commodities, lowers the marketable value of the product. Society, then, makes a profit, not by obtaining more exchange values, but by obtaining more commodities for the same value. As for the inventor, competition makes his profit fall successively to the general level of profits. Has M. Proudhon proved this proposition as he wanted to? No. This does not prevent him from reproaching the economists with failure to prove it. To prove to him on the contrary that they have proved it, we shall cite only Ricardo and Lauderdale. Ricardo, the head of the school which determines value by labor time, and Lauderdale, one of the most uncompromising defenders of the determination of value by supply and demand. Both have expounded the same proposition. By constantly increasing the facility of production, we constantly diminish the value of some of the commodities before produced, though by the same means we not only add to the national riches, but also to the power of future production. As soon as by the aid of machinery, or by the knowledge of natural philosophy, you oblige natural agents to do the work which was before done by man, the exchangeable value of such work falls accordingly. If 10 men turned a corn mill, and it be discovered that by the assistance of wind, or of water, the labor of these 10 men may be spared, the flour, which is the produce partly of the work performed by the mill, would immediately fall in value, in proportion to the quantity of labor saved, and the society would be richer by the commodities which the labor of the 10 men could produce, the funds destined for their maintenance being in no degree impaired. Ricardo 259, 82, ENG ed., pages 321-22, 336. Lauderdale, in his turn, says: in every instance where capital is so employed as to produce a profit, it uniformly arises, either from its supplanting a portion of labor, which would otherwise be performed by the hand of man, or from its performing a portion of labor, which is beyond the reach of the personal exertion of man to accomplish. The small profit which the proprietors of machinery generally acquire, when compared with the wages of labor, which the machine supplants, may perhaps create a suspicion of the poverty of philosophy. 157. Rectitude of this opinion. Some fire engines, for instance, draw more water from a coal pit in one day than could be conveyed on the shoulders of 300 men, even assisted by the machinery of buckets, and a fire engine undoubtedly performs its labor at a much smaller expense than the amount of the wages of those whose labor it thus supplants. This is, in truth, the case with all machinery. All machines must execute the labor that was antecedently performed at a cheaper rate than it could be done by the hand of man. If such a privilege is given for the invention of a machine, which performs, by the labor of one man, a quantity of work that used to take the labor of 4, as the possession of the exclusive privilege prevents any competition in doing the work, but what proceeds from the labor of the workmen, their wages, as long as the patent continues, must obviously form the measure of the patentee's charge, that is to secure employment, he has only to charge a little less than the wages of the labor which the machine supplants. But when the patent expires, other machines of the same nature are brought into competition, and then his charge must be regulated on the same principle as every other, according to the abundance of machines. The profit of capital employed, though it arises from supplanting labor, comes to be regulated, not by the value of the labor it supplants, but, as in all other cases, by the competition among the proprietors of capital, and it will be great or small in proportion to the quantity of capital that presents itself for performing the duty, and the demand for it. pp. 119, 123, 124-25, 134, ENG ed., pages 161, 166-67, 168-69, 181-82. Finally, then, so long as the profit is greater than in other industries, capital will be thrown into the new industry until the rate of profit falls to the general level. We have just seen that the example of the railway was scarcely suited to throw any light on the fiction of the person society. Nevertheless, M. Proudhon boldly resumes his discourse. With these points cleared up, nothing is easier than to explain how labor must leave a surplus for each producer. I-77. What now follows belongs to classical antiquity. It is a poetical narrative intended to refresh the reader after the fatigue which the rigor of the preceding mathematical demonstrations must have caused him. M. Proudhon gives his person society the name of Prometheus, whose high deeds he glorifies in these terms. First of all, Prometheus emerging from the bosom of nature awakes to life, in a delightful inertia, etc., etc. Prometheus sets to work, and on this first day, die first day of the second creation, Prometheus' product, i.e., his wealth, his well-being, is equal to 10. On the second day, Prometheus divides his labor, and his product becomes equal to 100. On the third day and on each of the following days, Prometheus invents machines, discovers new utilities in bodies, new forces in nature. With every step of his industrial activity, there is an increase in the number of his products, which marks an enhancement of happiness for him. And since, after all, to consume is for him to produce, it is clear that every day's consumption, using up only the product of the day before, leaves a surplus product for the next day. I 77, 78. This Prometheus of M. Proudhon's is a queer character, as weak in logic as in political economy. So long as Prometheus merely teaches us the division of labor, the application of machinery, the exploitation of natural forces and scientific power, multiplying the productive forces of men and giving a surplus compared with the produce of labor in isolation, this new Prometheus has the misfortune only of coming too late. But the moment Prometheus starts talking about production and consumption, he becomes really ludicrous. To consume, for him, is to produce. He consumes the next day what he produced the day before, so that he is always one day in advance. This day in advance is his surplus left by labor. But, if he consumes one day what he produced the day before, he must, on the first day, which had no day before, have done 2 days' work in order to be 1 day in advance later on. How did Prometheus earn this surplus on the first day, when there was neither division of labor, nor machinery, nor even any knowledge of physical forces other than fire? Thus the question, for all its being carried back to the first day of the second creation, has not advanced a single step forward. This way of explaining things savors both of Greek and of Hebrew. It is at once mystical and allegorical. It gives M. Proudhon a perfect right to say, I have proved by theory and by facts the principle that all labor must leave a surplus. I 79. The facts are the famous progressive calculation, the theory is the myth of Prometheus. But, continues M. Proudhon, this principle, while being as certain as an arithmetical proposition, is as yet far from being realized by everyone. Whereas, with the progress of collective industry, every day's individual labor produces a greater and greater product, and whereas therefore, by a necessary consequence, the worker with the same wage ought to become richer every day, there actually exist estates in society which profit and others which decay. FL 79-80. In 1770 the population of the United Kingdom of Great Britain was 15 million, and the productive population was 3 million. The scientific power of production equaled a population of about 12 million individuals more. Therefore there were, altogether, 15 million of productive forces. Thus the productive power was to the population as 1 is to 1, and the scientific power was to the manual power as 4 is to 1. In 1840 the population did not exceed 30 million, the productive population was 6 million. But the scientific power amounted to 650 million, that is, it was to the whole population as 21 is to 1, and to manual power as 108 is to 1. D. In the copy with corrections in Marx's hand the words with the same wage are underscored and the word nota is written in the margin ed. The Poverty of Philosophy 159. In English society the working day thus acquired in 70 years a surplus of 2,700% productivity, that is, in 1840 it produced 27 times as much as in 1770. According to M. Proudhon, the following question should be raised: why was not the English worker of 1,840 27 times as rich as the one of 1,770? In raising such a question one would naturally be supposing that the English could have produced this wealth without the historical conditions in which it was produced, such as private accumulation of capital, modern division of labor, automatic workshops, anarchical competition, the wage system, in short, everything that is based upon class antagonism. Now, these were precisely the necessary conditions of existence for the development of productive forces and of the surplus left by labor. Therefore, to obtain this development of productive forces and this surplus left by labor, there had to be classes which profited and classes which decayed. What then, ultimately, is this Prometheus resuscitated by M. Proudhon? It is society, social relations based on class antagonism. These relations are not relations between individual and individual, but between worker and capitalist, between farmer and landlord, etc. Wipe out these relations and you annihilate all society, and your Prometheus is nothing but a ghost without arms or legs, that is, without automatic workshops, without division of labor, in a word, without everything that you gave him to start with in order to make him obtain the surplus left by labor. If then, in theory, it sufficed to interpret, as M. Proudhon does, the formula of the surplus left by labor in the equalitarian sense, without taking into account the actual conditions of production, it should suffice, in practice, to share out equally among the workers all the wealth at present acquired, without changing in any way the present conditions of production. Such a distribution would certainly not assure a high degree of comfort to the individual participants. But M. Proudhon is not so pessimistic as one might think. As proportionality is everything for him, he has to see in his fully equipped Prometheus, that is, in present-day society, the beginnings of a realization of his favorite idea. But everywhere, too, the progress of wealth, that is, the proportion of values, is the dominant law, and when economists hold up against the complaints of the social party the progressive growth of the public wealth, and the improved conditions of even the most unfortunate classes, they unwittingly proclaim a truth which is the condemnation of their theories. I-80. What is, actually, collective wealth, public fortune? It is the wealth of the bourgeoisie, not that of each bourgeois in particular. Well, the economists have done nothing but show how, in the existing 160 Karl Marx relations of production, the wealth of the bourgeoisie has grown and must grow still further. As for the working classes, it still remains a very debatable question whether their condition has improved as a result of the increase in so-called public wealth. If the economists, in support of their optimism, cite the example of the English workers employed in the cotton industry, they see the condition of the latter only in the rare moments of trade prosperity. These moments of prosperity are to the periods of crisis and stagnation in the correct proportion of 3 to 10. But perhaps also, in speaking of improvement, the economists were thinking of the millions of workers who had to perish in the East Indies so as to procure for the 1.5 million workers employed in the same industry in England 3 years' prosperity out of 10. As for the temporary participation in the increase of public wealth, that is a different matter. The fact of temporary participation is explained by the theory of the economists. It is the confirmation of this theory and not its condemnation, as M. Proudhon calls it. If there were anything to be condemned, it would surely be the system of M. Proudhon, who would reduce the worker, as we have shown, to the minimum wage, in spite of the increase in wealth. It is only by reducing the worker to the minimum wage that he would be able to apply the correct proportion of values, of value constituted by labor time. It is because wages, as a result of competition, oscillate now above, now below, the price of food necessary for the sustenance of the worker, that he can participate to a certain extent in the development of collective wealth, and can also perish from want. This is the whole theory of the economists who have no illusions on the subject. After his lengthy digressions on railways, on Prometheus, and on the new society to be reconstituted on constituted value, M. Proudhon collects himself, emotion overpowers him and he cries in fatherly tones. I beseech the economists to question themselves for one moment, in the silence of their hearts far from the prejudices that trouble them and regardless of the employment they are engaged in or hope to obtain, of the interests they subserve, or the approbation to which they aspire, of the honors which nurse their vanity, let them say whether before this day the principle that all labor must leave a surplus appeared to them with this chain of premises and consequences that we have revealed. I-80. Chapter 2. The Metaphysics of Political Economy. 1. The Method. Here we are, in the heart of Germany. We shall now have to talk metaphysics while talking political economy. And in this again we shall but follow M. Proudhon's contradictions. Just now he forced us to speak English, to become pretty well English ourselves. Now the scene is changing. M. Proudhon is transporting us to our dear fatherland and is forcing us, whether we like it or not, to become German again. If the Englishman transforms men into hats, the German transforms hats into ideas. The Englishman is Ricardo, a rich banker and distinguished economist, the German is Hegel, an ordinary professor of philosophy at the University of Berlin. Louis XV, the last absolute monarch and representative of the decadence of French royalty, had attached to his person a physician who was himself France's first economist. This physician, this economist, represented the imminent and certain triumph of the French bourgeoisie. Dr. Quesnay made a science out of political economy, he summarized it in his famous Tableau économique. Besides the 1001 commentaries on this table which have appeared, we possess one by the doctor himself. It is the Analyse du Tableau économique, followed by 7 observations importance. M. Proudhon is another Dr. Quesnay. He is the Quesnay of the metaphysics of political economy. Now metaphysics, indeed all philosophy, can be summed up, according to Hegel, in method. We must, therefore, try to elucidate the method of M. Proudhon, which is at least as obscure as Tableau économique. It is for this reason that we are making 7 more or less important observations. If Dr. Proudhon is not pleased with our 162 Karl Marx observations, well, then, he will have to become an Abbé Baudouin and give the explanation of the economico-metaphysical method himself. First observation. We are not giving a history according to the order in time, but according to the sequence of ideas. Economic phases or categories are in their manifestation sometimes contemporary, sometimes inverted. Economic theories have nonetheless their logical sequence and their serial relation in the understanding. It is this order that we flatter ourselves to have discovered. Proudhon, Tome I, pages 145 and 146. M. Proudhon most certainly wanted to frighten the French by flinging quasi-Hegelian phrases at them. So we have to deal with 2 men, first with M. Proudhon, and then with Hegel. How does M. Proudhon distinguish himself from other economists? And what part does Hegel play in M. Proudhon's political economy? Economists express the relations of bourgeois production, the division of labor, credit, money, etc., as fixed, immutable, eternal categories. M. Proudhon, who has these ready-made categories before him, wants to explain to us the act of formation, the genesis of these categories, principles, laws, ideas, thoughts. Economists explain how production takes place in the above-mentioned relations, but what they do not explain is how these relations themselves are produced, that is, the historical movement which gave them birth. M. Proudhon, taking these relations for principles, categories, abstract thoughts, has merely to put into order these thoughts, which are to be found alphabetically arranged at the end of every treatise on political economy. The economist's material is the active, energetic life of man, M. Proudhon's material is the dogmas of the economists. But the moment we cease to pursue the historical movement of production relations, of which the categories are but the theoretical expression, the moment we want to see in these categories no more than ideas, spontaneous thoughts, independent of real relations, we are forced to attribute the origin of these thoughts to the movement of pure reason. How does pure, eternal, impersonal reason give rise to these thoughts? How does it proceed in order to produce them? If we had M. Proudhon's intrepidity in the matter of Hegelianism, we should say, it is distinguished in itself from itself. What does this mean? Impersonal reason, having outside itself neither a base on which it can pose itself, nor an object to which it can oppose itself. An allusion to the book, Anne Baudot, Explication du Tableau économique. Ed. The Poverty of Philosophy 163. Nor a subject with which it can compose itself, is forced to turn head over heels, in posing itself, opposing itself, and composing itself position, opposition, composition. Or, to speak Greek, we have thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. For those who do not know the Hegelian language, we shall give the ritual formula, affirmation, negation, and negation of the negation. That is what language means. It is certainly not Hebrew, with due apologies to M. Proudhon, but it is the language of this pure reason, separate from the individual. Instead of the ordinary individual with his ordinary manner of speaking and thinking, we have nothing but this ordinary manner purely and simply without the individual. Is it surprising that everything, in the final abstraction, for we have here an abstraction, and not an analysis, presents itself as a logical category? Is it surprising that, if you let drop little by little all that constitutes the individuality of a house, leaving out first of all the materials of which it is composed, then the form that distinguishes it, you end up with nothing but a body, that, if you leave out of account the limits of this body, you soon have nothing but a space, that if, finally, you leave out of account the dimensions of this space, there is absolutely nothing left but pure quantity, the logical category? If we abstract thus from every subject all the alleged accidents, animate or inanimate, men or things, we are right in saying that in the final abstraction, the only substance left is the logical categories. Thus the metaphysicians who, in making these abstractions, think they are making analyses, and who, the more they detach themselves from things, imagine themselves to be getting all the nearer to the point of penetrating to their core, these metaphysicians in turn are right in saying that things here below are embroideries of which the logical categories constitute the canvas. This is what distinguishes the philosopher from the Christian. The Christian, in spite of logic, has only one incarnation of the Logos; with the philosopher there is no end to incarnations. If all that exists, all that lives on land and under water, can be reduced by abstraction to a logical category, if the whole real world can be drowned thus in a world of abstractions, in the world of logical categories, who need be astonished at it? All that exists, all that lives on land and under water, exists and lives only by some kind of movement. Thus the movement of history produces social relations, industrial movement gives us industrial products, etc. Just as by dint of abstraction we have transformed everything into a logical category, so one has only to make an abstraction of every characteristic distinctive of different movements to attain movement. 1826. 164. Karl Marx. In its abstract condition, purely formal movement, the purely logical formula of movement. If one finds in logical categories the substance of all things, one imagines one has found in the logical formula of movement the absolute method, which not only explains all things, but also implies the movement of things. It is of this absolute method that Hegel speaks in these terms. Method is the absolute, unique, supreme, infinite force, which no object can resist. It is the tendency of reason to find itself again, to recognize itself in every objectivity. Logic, 3 Volume 3. All things being reduced to a logical category, and every movement, every act of production, to method, it follows naturally that every aggregate of products and production, of objects and of movement, can be reduced to applied metaphysics. What Hegel has done for religion, law, etc., M. Proudhon seeks to do for political economy. So what is this absolute method? The abstraction of movement. What is the abstraction of movement? Movement in abstract condition. What is movement in abstract condition? The purely logical formula of movement, or the movement of pure reason. Wherein does the movement of pure reason consist? In posing itself, opposing itself, composing itself, in formulation itself as thesis, antithesis, synthesis, or, yet again, in affirming itself, negating itself, and negating its negation. How does reason manage to affirm itself, to pose itself as a definite category? That is the business of reason itself and of its apologists. But once it has managed to pose itself as a thesis, this thought, opposed to itself, splits up into two contradictory thoughts, the positive and the negative, the yes and the no. The struggle between these two antagonistic elements comprised in the antithesis constitutes the dialectic movement. The yes becoming no, the no becoming yes, the yes becoming both yes and no, the no becoming both no and yes, the contraries balance, neutralize, paralyze each other. The fusion of these two contradictory thoughts constitutes a new thought, which is the synthesis of them. This thought splits up once again into two contradictory thoughts, which in turn fuse into a new synthesis. Of this travail is born a group of thoughts. This group of thoughts follows the same dialectic movement as the simple category, and has a contradictory group as antithesis. Of these two groups of thoughts is born a new group of thoughts, which is the synthesis of them. AGWF Hegel, Wissenschaft der Logik ed. The Poverty of Philosophy 165. Just as from the dialectic movement of the simple categories is born the group, so from the dialectic movement of the groups is born the series, and from the dialectic movement of the series is born the entire system. Apply this method to the categories of political economy, and you have the logic and metaphysics of political economy, or, in other words, you have the economic categories that everybody knows translated into a little-known language which makes them look as if they had newly blossomed forth in an intellect of pure reason. So much do these categories seem to engender one another, to be linked up and intertwined with one another by the very working of the dialectic movement. The reader must not get alarmed at these metaphysics with all their scaffolding of categories, groups, series, and systems. M. Proudhon, in spite of all the trouble he has taken to scale the heights of the system of contradictions, has never been able to raise himself above the first two rungs of simple thesis and antithesis, and even these he has mounted only twice, and on one of these two occasions he fell over backwards. Up to now we have expounded only the dialectics of Hegel. We shall see later how M. Proudhon has succeeded in reducing it to the meanest proportions. Thus, for Hegel, all that has happened and is still happening is only just what is happening in his own mind. Thus the philosophy of history is nothing but the history of philosophy, of his own philosophy. There is no longer a history according to the order in time, there is only the sequence of ideas in the understanding. He thinks he is constructing the world by the movement of thought, whereas he is merely reconstructing systematically and classifying by the absolute method the thoughts which are in the minds of all. Second observation. Economic categories are only the theoretical expressions, the abstractions of the social relations of production. M. Proudhon, holding things upside down like a true philosopher, sees in actual relations nothing but the incarnation of these principles, of these categories, which were slumbering, so M. Proudhon the philosopher tells us, in the bosom of the impersonal reason of humanity. M. Proudhon the economist understands very well that men make cloth, linen, or silk materials in definite relations of production. But what he has not understood is that these definite social relations are 166 Karl Marx. Just as much produced by men as linen, flax, etc. Social relations are closely bound up with productive forces. In acquiring new productive forces, men change their mode of production, and in changing their mode of production, in changing the way of earning their living, they change all their social relations. The hand mill gives you society with the feudal lord, the steam mill, society with the industrial capitalist. The same men who establish their social relations in conformity with their material productivity, produce also principles, ideas, and categories, in conformity with their social relations. Thus these ideas, these categories, are as little eternal as the relations they express. They are historical and transitory products. There is a continual movement of growth in productive forces, of destruction in social relations, of formation in ideas. The only immutable thing is the abstraction of movement, mors immortalis. Third observation. The production relations of every society form a whole. M. Proudhon considers economic relations as so many social phases, engendering one another, resulting one from the other like the antithesis from the thesis, and realizing in their logical sequence the impersonal reason of humanity. The only drawback to this method is that when he comes to examine a single one of these phases, M. Proudhon cannot explain it without having recourse to all the other relations of society, which relations, however, he has not yet made his dialectic movement engender. When, after that, M. Proudhon, by means of pure reason, proceeds to give birth to these other phases, he treats them as if they were newborn babes. He forgets that they are of the same age as the first. Thus, to arrive at the constitution of value, which for him is the basis of all economic evolutions, he could not do without division of labor, competition, etc. Yet in the series, in the understanding of M. Proudhon, in the logical sequence, these relations did not yet exist. In constructing the edifice of an ideological system by means of the categories of political economy, the limbs of the social system are. These words are from Lucretius' poem On the Nature of Things, Book 3, line 882, Mortalem vitam mors immortalis adamit mortal life has been usurped by death the immortal, ed. The Poverty of Philosophy 167. Dislocated. The different limbs of society are converted into so many separate societies, following one upon the other. How, indeed, could the single logical formula of movement, of sequence, of time, explain the structure of society, in which all relations coexist simultaneously and support one another? Fourth observation. Let us see now to what modifications M. Proudhon subjects Hegel's dialectics when he applies it to political economy. For him, M. Proudhon, every economic category has two sides, one good, the other bad. He looks upon these categories as the petty bourgeois looks upon the great men of history. Napoleon was a great man, he did a lot of good, he also did a lot of harm. The good side and the bad side, the advantages and the drawbacks, taken together form for M. Proudhon the contradiction in every economic category. The problem to be solved, to keep the good side, while eliminating the bad. Slavery is an economic category like any other. Thus it also has its two sides. Let us leave alone the bad side and talk about the good side of slavery. Needless to say, we are dealing only with direct slavery, with Negro slavery in Suriname, in Brazil, in the southern states of North America. Direct slavery is just as much the pivot of bourgeois industry as machinery, credits, etc. Without slavery you have no cotton, without cotton you have no modern industry. It is slavery that gave the colonies their value, it is the colonies that created world trade, and it is world trade that is the precondition of large-scale industry. Thus slavery is an economic category of the greatest importance. Without slavery North America, the most progressive of countries, would be transformed into a patriarchal country. Wipe North America off the map of the world, and you will have anarchy, the complete decay of modern commerce and civilization. Cause slavery to disappear and you will have wiped America off the map of nations. This was perfectly correct for the year 1847. At that time the world trade of the United States was limited mainly to import of immigrants and industrial products, and export of cotton and tobacco, i.e., of the products of southern slave labor. The northern states produced mainly corn and meat for the slave states. It was only when the North produced corn and meat for export and also became an industrial country, and when the American cotton monopoly had to face powerful competition, in 168 Karl Marx. Thus slavery, because it is an economic category, has always existed among the institutions of the peoples. Modern nations have been able only to disguise slavery in their own countries, but they have imposed it without disguise upon the New World. What would M. Proudhon do to save slavery? He would formulate the problem thus: preserve the good side of this economic category, eliminate the bad. Hegel has no problems to formulate. He has only dialectics. M. Proudhon has nothing of Hegel's dialectics but the language. For him the dialectic movement is the dogmatic distinction between good and bad. Let us for a moment consider M. Proudhon himself as a category. Let us examine his good and his bad side, his advantages and his drawbacks. If he has the advantage over Hegel of setting problems which he reserves the right of solving for the greater good of humanity, he has the drawback of being stricken with sterility when it is a question of engendering a new category by dialectical birth throes. What constitutes dialectical movement is the coexistence of two contradictory sides, their conflict, and their fusion into a new category. The very setting of the problem of eliminating the bad side cuts short the dialectical movement. It is not the category which is posed and opposed to itself, by its contradictory nature. It is Proudhon who gets excited, perplexed, and frets and fumes between the two sides of the category. Caught thus in a blind alley, from which it is difficult to escape by legal means, Proudhon takes a real flying leap which transports him at one bound into a new category. Then it is that to his astonished gaze is revealed the serial relation in the understanding. He takes the first category that comes handy and attributes to it arbitrarily the quality of supplying a remedy for the drawbacks of the category to be purified. Thus, if we are to believe Proudhon, taxes remedy the drawbacks of monopoly, the balance of trade, the drawbacks of taxes, landed property, the drawbacks of credit. By taking the economic categories thus successively, one by one, and making one the antidote to the other, Proudhon manages to make with this mixture of contradictions and antidotes to contradictions, 2 volumes of contradictions, which he rightly entitles, Le Système de Contradictions Économiques. Fifth observation. In the absolute reason all these ideas, are equally simple, and general. In fact, we attain knowledge only by a sort of scaffolding of our ideas. But truth in itself is independent of these dialectical symbols and free from the combinations of our minds. Proudhon, Tome 2, p. 97. Here all of a sudden, by a kind of switch-over of which we now know the secret, the metaphysics of political economy has become an illusion. Never has Proudhon spoken more truly. Indeed, from the moment the process of the dialectic movement is reduced to the simple process of opposing good to bad, opposing problems tending to eliminate the bad, and of administering one category as an antidote to another, the categories are deprived of all spontaneity, the idea no longer functions, there is no life left in it. It is no longer posed or decomposed into categories. The sequence of categories has become a sort of scaffolding. Dialectics has ceased to be the movement of absolute reason. There is no longer any dialectics but only, at the most, absolutely pure morality. When Proudhon spoke of the serial relation in the understanding, of the logical sequence of categories, he declared positively that he did not want to give history according to the order in time, that is, in Proudhon's view, the historical sequence in which the categories have manifested themselves. Thus for him everything happened in the pure ether of reason. Everything was to be derived from this ether by means of dialectics. Now that he has to put this dialectics into practice, his reason is in default. Proudhon's dialectics runs counter to Hegel's dialectics, and now we have Proudhon reduced to saying that the order in which he gives the economic categories is no longer the order in which they engender one another. Economic evolutions are no longer the evolutions of reason itself. What then does Proudhon give us? Real history, which is, according to Proudhon's understanding, the sequence in which the categories have manifested themselves in order of time? No. History as it takes place in the idea itself? Still less. That is, neither the profane history of the categories, nor their sacred history. What history does he give us then? The history of his own contradictions. Let us see how they go, and how they drag Proudhon in their train. Before entering upon this examination, which gives rise to the sixth important observation, we have yet another, less important observation to make. Let us admit with Proudhon that real history, history according to the order in time, is the historical sequence in which ideas, categories and principles have manifested themselves. 170 Karl Marx. Each principle has had its own century in which to manifest itself. The principle of authority, for example, had the 11th century, just as the principle of individualism had the 18th century. In logical sequence, it was the century that belonged to the principle, and not the principle that belonged to the century. In other words, it was the principle that made the history, and not the history that made the principle. When, consequently, in order to save principles as much as to save history, we ask ourselves why a particular principle was manifested in the 11th or in the 18th century rather than in any other, we are necessarily forced to examine minutely what men were like in the 11th century, what they were like in the 18th, what were their respective needs, their productive forces, their mode of production, the raw materials of their production, in short, what were the relations between man and man which resulted from all these conditions of existence. To get to the bottom of all these questions, what is this but to draw up the real, profane history of men in every century, and to present these men as both the authors and the actors of their own drama? But the moment you present men as the actors and authors of their own history, you arrive by a detour at the real starting point, because you have abandoned those eternal principles of which you spoke at the outset. M. Proudhon has not even gone far enough along the side road which an ideologist takes to reach the main road of history. Sixth observation. Let us take the side road with M. Proudhon. We shall concede that economic relations, viewed as immutable laws, eternal principles, ideal categories, existed before active and energetic men did. We shall concede further that these laws, principles, and categories had, since the beginning of time, slumbered in the impersonal reason of humanity. We have already seen that, with all these changeless and motionless eternities, there is no history left. There is at most history in the idea, that is, history reflected in the dialectic movement of pure reason. M. Proudhon, by saying that, in the dialectic movement, ideas are no longer differentiated, has done away with both the shadow of movement and the movement of shadows, by means of which one could still have created at least a semblance of history. Instead of that, he imputes to history his own impotence. He lays the blame on everything, even the French language. So great is the productive force of the contradictions which function and which make M. Proudhon function, that, in trying to explain history, he is forced to deny it. In trying to explain the successive appearance of social relations, he denies that anything can appear. In trying to explain production, with all its phases, he questions whether anything can be produced. Thus, for M. Proudhon, there is no longer any history, no longer any sequence of ideas. And yet his book still exists, and it is precisely that book which is, to use his own expression, history according to the sequence of ideas. How shall we find a formula, for M. Proudhon is a man of formulas, to help him to clear all these contradictions in one leap? To this end he has invented a new reason, which is neither the pure and virgin absolute reason, nor the common reason of men living and acting in different periods, but a reason quite apart, the reason of the person society of the subject, humanity, which under the pen of M. Proudhon figures at times also as social genius, general reason, or finally as human reason. This reason, decked out under so many names, betrays itself nevertheless, at every moment, as the individual reason of M. Proudhon, with its good and its bad side, its antidotes and its problems. Human reason does not create truth, hidden in the depths of absolute, eternal reason. It can only unveil it. But such truths as it has unveiled up to now are incomplete, insufficient, and consequently contradictory. Hence, economic categories, being themselves truths discovered, revealed by human reason, by social genius, are equally incomplete and contain within themselves the germ of contradiction. Before M. Proudhon, social genius saw only the antagonistic elements, and not the synthetic formula, both hidden simultaneously in absolute reason. Economic relations, which merely realize on earth these insufficient truths, these incomplete categories, these contradictory notions, are consequently contradictory in themselves, and present two sides, one good, the other bad. To find complete truth, the notion, in all its fullness, the synthetic formula that is to annihilate the antinomy, this is the problem of social genius. This again is why, in M. Proudhon's illusion, this same social genius has been carried from one category to another without ever having been able, despite all its battery of categories, to snatch from God, from absolute reason, a synthetic formula. 172 Karl Marx. At first, society, social genius, poses a primary fact, puts forward a hypothesis, a veritable antinomy, whose antagonistic results develop in the social economy in the same way as its consequences could have been deduced in the mind, so that industrial movement, following in all things the deduction of ideas, splits up into two currents, one of useful effects, the other of subversive results. To bring harmony into the constitution of this two-sided principle, and to solve this antinomy, society gives rise to a second, which will soon be followed by a third, and the progress of social genius will take place in this manner, until, having exhausted all its contradictions I suppose, but it is not proved that there is a limit to human contradictions, it returns in one leap to all its former positions and in a single formula solves all its problems. Tome I, p. 133. Just as the antithesis was before turned into an antidote, so now the thesis becomes a hypothesis. This change of terms, coming from M. Proudhon, has no longer anything surprising for us. Human reason, which is anything but pure, having only incomplete vision, encounters at every step new problems to be solved. Every new thesis which it discovers in absolute reason and which is the negation of the first thesis, becomes for it a synthesis, which it accepts rather naively as the solution of the problem in question. It is thus that this reason frets and fumes in ever-renewing contradictions until, coming to the end of the contradictions, it perceives that all its theses and syntheses are merely contradictory hypotheses. In its perplexity, human reason, social genius, returns in one leap to all its former positions and in a single formula solves all its problems. This unique formula, by the way, constitutes M. Proudhon's true discovery. It is constituted value. Hypotheses are made only in view of some aim. The aim that social genius, speaking through the mouth of M. Proudhon, set itself in the first place, was to eliminate the bad in every economic category, in order to have nothing left but the good. For it, the good, the supreme good, the real practical aim, is equality. And why did the social genius aim at equality rather than inequality, fraternity, Catholicism, or any other principle? Because humanity has successively realized so many separate hypotheses only in view of a superior hypothesis I-12, which precisely is equality. In other words, because equality is M. Proudhon's ideal. He imagines that the division of labor, credit, the workshop, all economic relations were invented merely for the benefit of equality, and yet they always ended up by turning against it. Since history and the fiction of M. Proudhon contradict each other at every step, the latter concludes that there is a contradiction. If there is a contradiction, it exists only between his fixed idea and real movement. Henceforth the good side of an economic relation is that which affirms equality, the bad side, that which negates it and affirms. The Poverty of Philosophy 173. Inequality. Every new category is a hypothesis of the social genius to eliminate the inequality engendered by the preceding hypothesis. In short, equality is the primordial intention, the mystical tendency, the providential aim that the social genius has constantly before its eyes as it whirls in the circle of economic contradictions. Thus providence is the locomotive which makes the whole of M. Proudhon's economic baggage move better than his pure and volatilized reason. He has devoted to providence a whole chapter, which follows the one on taxes. 81. Providence, providential aim, this is the great word used today to explain the march of history. In fact, this word explains nothing. It is at most a rhetorical form, one of the various ways of paraphrasing facts. It is a fact that in Scotland landed property acquired a new value through the development of English industry. This industry opened up new outlets for wool. In order to produce wool on a large scale, arable land had to be transformed into pastures. To effect this transformation, the estates had to be concentrated. To concentrate the estates, small holdings had first to be abolished, thousands of tenants had to be driven from their native soil and a few shepherds in charge of millions of sheep to be installed in their place. Thus, by successive transformations, landed property in Scotland has resulted in men being driven out by sheep. Now say that the providential aim of the institution of landed property in Scotland was to have men driven out by sheep, and you will have made providential history. Of course, the tendency towards equality belongs to our century. To say now that all former centuries, with entirely different needs, means of production, etc., worked providentially for the realization of equality is, first of all, to substitute the means and the men of our century for the men and the means of earlier centuries, and to misunderstand the historical movement by which the successive generations transformed the results acquired by the generations that preceded them. Economists know very well that the very thing that was for the one a finished product was for the other but the raw material for new production. Suppose, as M. Proudhon does, that social genius produced, or rather improvised, the feudal lords with the providential aim of transforming the settlers into responsible and equally placed workers, and you will have effected a substitution of aims and of persons worthy of the providence that instituted landed property in Scotland, in order to give itself the malicious pleasure of having men driven out by sheep. 174 Karl Marx. But since M. Proudhon takes such a tender interest in providence, we refer him to the Histoire de l'économie politique of M. de Villeneuve-Bargemont, who likewise goes in pursuit of a providential aim. This aim, however, is not equality, but Catholicism. Seventh and last observation. Economists have a singular method of procedure. There are only two kinds of institutions for them, artificial and natural. The institutions of feudalism are artificial institutions, those of the bourgeoisie are natural institutions. In this they resemble the theologians, who likewise establish two kinds of religion. Every religion which is not theirs is an invention of men, while their own is an emanation from God. When the economists say that present-day relations, the relations of bourgeois production, are natural, they imply that these are the relations in which wealth is created and productive forces developed in conformity with the laws of nature. These relations therefore are themselves natural laws independent of the influence of time. They are eternal laws which must always govern society. Thus there has been history, but there is no longer any. There has been history, since there were the institutions of feudalism, and in these institutions of feudalism we find quite different relations of production from those of bourgeois society, which the economists try to pass off as natural and as such, eternal. Feudalism also had its proletariat serfage, which contained all the germs of the bourgeoisie. Feudal production also had two antagonistic elements which are likewise designated by the name of the good side and the bad side of feudalism, irrespective of the fact that it is always the bad side that in the end triumphs over the good side. It is the bad side that produces the movement which makes history, by providing a struggle. If, during the epoch of the domination of feudalism, the economists, enthusiastic over the knightly virtues, the beautiful harmony between rights and duties, the patriarchal life of the towns, the prosperous condition of domestic industry in the countryside, the development of industry organized into corporations, guilds, and fraternities, in short, everything that constitutes the good side of feudalism, had set themselves the problem of eliminating everything that cast a shadow on this picture. Serfdom, privileges, anarchy, what would have happened? All the elements which called forth the struggle would have been. The poverty of philosophy 175. Destroyed, and the development of the bourgeoisie nipped in the bud. One would have set oneself the absurd problem of eliminating history. After the triumph of the bourgeoisie there was no longer any question of the good or the bad side of feudalism. The bourgeoisie took possession of the productive forces it had developed under feudalism. All the old economic forms, the corresponding civil relations, the political system which was the official expression of the old civil society, were smashed. Thus feudal production, to be judged properly, must be considered as a mode of production founded on antagonism. It must be shown how wealth was produced within this antagonism, how the productive forces were developed at the same time as class antagonisms, how one of the classes, the bad side, the drawback of society, went on growing until the material conditions for its emancipation had attained full maturity. Is not this as good as saying that the mode of production, the relations in which productive forces are developed, are anything but eternal laws, but that they correspond to a definite development of men and of their productive forces, and that a change in men's productive forces necessarily brings about a change in their three relations of production? As the main thing is not to be deprived of the fruits of civilization, of the acquired productive forces, the traditional forms in which they were produced must be smashed. From this moment the revolutionary class becomes conservative. The bourgeoisie begins with the proletariat, which is itself a relic of the proletariat of feudal times. In the course of its historical development, the bourgeoisie necessarily develops its antagonistic character, which at first is more or less disguised, existing only in a latent state. As the bourgeoisie develops, there develops in its bosom a new proletariat, a modern proletariat. There develops a struggle between the proletarian class and the bourgeois class, a struggle which, before being felt, perceived, appreciated, understood, avowed and proclaimed aloud by both sides, expresses itself, to start with, merely in partial and momentary conflicts, in subversive acts. In the 1847 edition the word "lurs," there, is not used, in the copy with corrections in Marx's hand and the one presented to Newton the word "lurs" is inserted instead of "lay," the. The correction was reproduced in the German edition of 1885 and the French edition of 1896 ed. In the copy with corrections in Marx's hand the words "du proletariat," of the proletariat, are underscored and the words "de la classe travailleuse," of the class of workers, are written in Engels' hand in the margin. These latter words are reproduced in the copy presented to Newton ed. 176 Karl Marx. On the other hand, if all the members of the modern bourgeoisie have the same interests inasmuch as they form a class as against another class, they have opposite, antagonistic interests inasmuch as they stand face to face with one another. This opposition of interests results from the economic conditions of their bourgeois life. From day to day it thus becomes clearer that the production relations in which the bourgeoisie moves have not a simple, uniform character, but a dual character, that in the self-same relations in which wealth is produced, poverty is produced also, that in the self-same relations in which there is a development of the productive forces, there is also a force producing repression, that these relations produce bourgeois wealth, i.e., the wealth of the bourgeois class, only by continually annihilating the wealth of the individual members of this class and by producing an ever-growing proletariat. The more the antagonistic character comes to light, the more the economists, the scientific representatives of bourgeois production, find themselves in conflict with their own theory, and different schools arise. We have the fatalist economists, who in their theory are as indifferent to what they call the drawbacks of bourgeois production as the bourgeois themselves are in practice to the sufferings of the proletarians who help them to acquire wealth. In this fatalist school there are classics and romantics. The classics, like Adam Smith and Ricardo, represent a bourgeoisie which, while still struggling with the relics of feudal society, works only to purge economic relations of feudal taints, to increase the productive forces and to give a new upsurge to industry and commerce. The proletariat that takes part in this struggle and is absorbed in this feverish labor experiences only passing, accidental sufferings, and itself regards them as such. Economists like Adam Smith and Ricardo, who are the historians of this epoch, have no other mission than that of showing how wealth is acquired in bourgeois production relations, of formulating these relations into categories, into laws, and of showing how superior these laws, these categories, are for the production of wealth to the laws and categories of feudal society. Poverty is in their eyes merely the pang which accompanies every childbirth, in nature as in industry. The romantics belong to our own age, in which the bourgeoisie is in direct opposition to the proletariat, in which poverty is engendered in as great abundance as wealth. The economists now pose as blasé fatalists, who, from their elevated position, cast a proudly disdainful glance at the human machines who manufacture wealth. They copy all the developments given by their predecessors. The poverty of philosophy 177. And the indifference which in the latter was merely naivete becomes in them coquetry. Next comes the humanitarian school, which takes to heart the bad side of present-day production relations. It seeks, by way of easing its conscience, to palliate even if slightly the real contrasts. It sincerely deplores the distress of the proletariat, the unbridled competition of the bourgeois among themselves. It counsels the workers to be sober, to work hard and to have few children. It advises the bourgeois to put a judicious ardor into production. The whole theory of this school rests on interminable distinctions between theory and practice, between principles and results, between idea and application, between content and form, between essence and reality, between law and fact, between the good side and the bad side. The philanthropic school is the humanitarian school carried to perfection. It denies the necessity of antagonism. It wants to turn all men into bourgeois. It wants to realize theory insofar as it is distinguished from practice and contains no antagonism. It goes without saying that, in theory, it is easy to make an abstraction of the contradictions that are met with at every moment in actual reality. This theory would therefore become idealized reality. The philanthropists, then, want to retain the categories which express bourgeois relations, without the antagonism which constitutes them and is inseparable from them. They think they are seriously fighting bourgeois practice, and they are more bourgeois than the others. Just as the economists are the scientific representatives of the bourgeois class, so the socialists and the communists are the theoreticians of the proletarian class. So long as the proletariat is not yet sufficiently developed to constitute itself as a class, and consequently so long as the very struggle of the proletariat with the bourgeoisie has not yet assumed a political character, and the productive forces are not yet sufficiently developed in the bosom of the bourgeoisie itself to enable us to catch a glimpse of the material conditions necessary for the emancipation of the proletariat and for the formation of a new society, these theoreticians are merely utopians who, to meet the wants of the oppressed classes, improvise systems and go in search of a regenerating science. But in the measure that history moves forward, and with it the struggle of the proletariat assumes clearer outlines, they no longer need to seek science in their minds, they have only to take note of what is happening before their eyes and to become its mouthpiece. So long as they look for science and merely make systems, so long as they are. 178 Karl Marx. At the beginning of the struggle, they see in poverty nothing but poverty, without seeing in it the revolutionary, subversive side, which will overthrow the old society. From the moment they see the side, science, which is produced by the historical movement and associating itself consciously with it, has ceased to be doctrinaire and has become revolutionary. Let us return to M. Proudhon. Every economic relation has a good and a bad side. It is the one point on which M. Proudhon does not give himself the lie. He sees the good side expounded by the economists, the bad side he sees denounced by the socialists. He borrows from the economists the necessity of eternal relations, he borrows from the socialists the illusion of seeing in poverty nothing but poverty. He is in agreement with both in wanting to fall back upon the authority of science. Science for him reduces itself to the slender proportions of a scientific formula, he is the man in search of formulas. Thus it is that M. Proudhon flatters himself on having given a criticism of both political economy and communism. He is beneath them both. Beneath the economists, since, as a philosopher who has at his elbow a magic formula, he thought he could dispense with going into purely economic details, beneath the socialists, because he has neither courage enough nor insight enough to rise, be it even speculatively, above the bourgeois horizon. He wants to be the synthesis, he is a composite error. He wants to soar as the man of science above the bourgeois and the proletarians, he is merely the petty bourgeois, continually tossed back and forth between capital and labor, political economy and communism. 2. Division of labor and machinery. The division of labor, according to M. Proudhon, opens the series of economic evolutions. Good side of the division of labor. Considered in its essence, the division of labor is the manner in which equality of conditions and of intelligence is realized. Tome I, p. 93. The poverty of philosophy 179. Bad side of the division of labor. Problem to be solved. The division of labor has become for us an instrument of poverty. Tome I, p. 94. Variant labor, by dividing itself according to the law which is peculiar to it and which is the primary condition of its fruitfulness, ends in the negation of its aims and destroys itself. Tome I, PV 94. To find the recomposition which wipes out the drawbacks of the division, while retaining its useful effects. Tome I, p. 97. The division of labor is, according to M. Proudhon, an eternal law, a simple, abstract category. Therefore the abstraction, the idea, the word must suffice for him to explain the division of labor at different historical epochs. Castes, corporations, manufacture, large-scale industry must be explained by the single word divide. First study carefully the meaning of divide, and you will have no need to study the numerous influences which give the division of labor a definite character in each epoch. Certainly, it would be oversimplifying things to reduce them to M. Proudhon's categories. History does not proceed so categorically. It took 3 whole centuries in Germany to establish the first big division of labor, the separation of the towns from the country. In proportion as this one relation of town and country was modified, the whole of society was modified. To take only this one aspect of the division of labor, you have the republics of antiquity and you have Christian feudalism, you have Old England with its barons and you have modern England with its cotton lords. 3 in the 14th and 15th centuries, when there were as yet no colonies, when America did not yet exist for Europe, when Asia existed only through the intermediary of Constantinople, when the Mediterranean was the center of commercial activity, the division of labor had a very different form, a very different aspect from that of the 17th century, when the Spanish, the Portuguese, the Dutch, the English, and the French had colonies established in all parts of. In the original the words cotton lords are given in English in parentheses after. The French ed. 180 Karl Marx. The world. The extent 01 the market, its physiognomy, give to the division of labor at different periods of physiognomy, a character, which it would be difficult to deduce from the single word divide, from the idea, from the category. All economists since Adam Smith, says M. Proudhon, have pointed out the advantages and drawbacks of the law of division, but insist much more on the first than on the second, because that was more serviceable for their optimism, and none of them has ever wondered what could be the drawbacks to a law. How does the same principle, pursued vigorously to its consequences, lead to diametrically opposite results? Not one economist before or since A. Smith has even perceived that here was a problem to elucidate. Say goes to the length of recognizing that in the division of labor the same cause that produces the good engenders the bad. I 95-96. Adam Smith goes further than M. Proudhon thinks. He saw clearly that the difference of natural talents in different men is, in reality, much less than we are aware of, and the very different genius which appears to distinguish men of different professions, when grown up to maturity, is not so much the cause as the effect of the division of labor. 3. In principle, a porter differs less from a philosopher than a mastiff from a greyhound. It is the division of labor which has set a gulf between them. All this does not prevent M. Proudhon from saying elsewhere that Adam Smith had not the slightest idea of the drawbacks produced by the division of labor. It is this again that makes him say that J.B. Say was the first to recognize that in the division of labor the same cause that produces the good engenders the bad. I 96 But let us listen to Lemonti, suum quicque. J.B. Say has done me the honor of adopting in his excellent treatise on political economy the principle that I brought to light in this fragment on the moral influence of the division of labor. The somewhat frivolous title of my book B doubtless prevented him from citing me. It is only to this motive that I can attribute the silence of a writer too rich in his own stock to disavow so modest alone. Lemonti influence morale de la division du travail, Ouvres completes, Tome I, p. 245, Paris, 1840. Let us do him this justice. Lemonti wittily exposed the regrettable consequences of the division of labor as it is constituted today, and M. Proudhon found nothing to add to it. But now that, through the fault of M. Proudhon, we have been drawn into this question of priority, let us say again, in passing, that long before M. Lemonti, and 17 years before Adam Smith, who was a pupil of A. Ferguson, the last named gave a clear exposition of the subject in a chapter which deals specifically with the division of labor. It may even be doubted, whether the measure of national capacity increases with the advancement of arts. Many mechanical arts succeed best under a total suppression of sentiment and reason, and ignorance is the mother of industry as well as of superstition. Reflection and fancy are subject to error, but a habit of moving the hand, or the foot, is independent of either. Manufactures, accordingly, prosper most, where the mind is least consulted, and where the workshop may, without any great effort of imagination, be considered as an engine, the parts of which are men. The general officer may be a great proficient in the knowledge of war, while the skill of the soldier is confined to a few motions of the hand and the foot. The former may have gained what the latter has lost. And thinking itself, in this age of separations, may become a peculiar craft. A. Ferguson, Essai sur l'histoire de la société civile, Paris, 1783-108, 109, 110, ENG ed., pages 280, 281. To bring this literary survey to a close, we expressly deny that all economists have insisted far more on the advantages than on the drawbacks of the division of labor. It suffices to mention Sismondi. Thus, as far as the advantages of the division of labor are concerned, M. Proudhon had nothing further to do than to paraphrase more or less pompously the general propositions known to everybody. Let us now see how he derives from the division of labor, taken as a general law, as a category, as a thought, the drawbacks which are attached to it. How is it that this category, this law implies an unequal distribution of labor to the detriment of M. Proudhon's equalitarian system? At this solemn hour of the division of labor, the storm winds begin to blow over humanity. Progress does not take place for all in an equal and uniform manner. It begins by taking possession of a small number of the privileged. It is this preference for persons on the part of progress that has for so long kept up the belief in the natural and providential inequality of conditions, has given rise to castes, and hierarchically constituted all societies. Proudhon, Tome I, p. 94. The division of labor created castes. Now, castes are the drawbacks of the division of labor, thus it is the division of labor that has engendered the drawbacks. Quod erat demonstrandum. Will you go further and ask what made the division of labor create castes, hierarchical constitutions, and privileged persons? M. Proudhon will tell you, progress. And what made progress? Limitation. Limitation, for M. Proudhon, is discrimination of persons on the part of progress. After philosophy comes history. It is no longer either descriptive history or dialectical history, it is comparative history. M. Proudhon. 182. Karl Marx establishes a parallel between the present-day printing worker and the printing worker of the Middle Ages, between the worker of Creusot 82 and the country blacksmith, between the man of letters of today and the man of letters of the Middle Ages, and he weighs down the balance on the side of those who belong more or less to the division of labor as the Middle Ages constituted or transmitted it. He opposes the division of labor of one historical epoch to the division of labor of another historical epoch. Was that what M. Proudhon had to prove? No. He should have shown us the drawbacks of the division of labor in general, of the division of labor as a category. Besides, why stress this part of M. Proudhon's work, since a little later we shall see him formally retract all these alleged arguments. The first effect of fractional labor, continues M. Proudhon, after the deprivation of the soul, is the lengthening of the shifts, which grow in inverse ratio to the sum total of intelligence expended. But as the length of the shifts cannot exceed 16 to 18 hours per day, since the compensation cannot be taken out of the time, it will be taken out of the price, and the wages will diminish. What is certain, and the only thing for us to note, is that the universal conscience does not assess at the same rate the work of a foreman and the labor of an unskilled worker. It is therefore necessary to reduce the price of the day's work, so that the worker, after having been afflicted in his soul by a degrading function, cannot escape being struck in his body by the meagerness of his remuneration. I 97, 98. We pass over the logical value of these syllogisms, which Kant would call paralogisms which lead astray. This is the substance of it: the division of labor reduces the worker to a degrading function, to this degrading function corresponds a depraved soul, to the deprivation of the soul is befitting an ever-increasing wage reduction. And to prove that this reduction is befitting to a depraved soul, M. Proudhon says, to relieve his conscience, that the universal conscience wills it thus. Is M. Proudhon's soul to be reckoned as a part of the universal conscience? Machinery is, for M. Proudhon, the logical antithesis of the division of labor. I 135, and in support of his dialectics, he begins by transforming the machinery into the workshop. After presupposing the modern workshop, in order to make poverty the outcome of the division of labor, M. Proudhon presupposes poverty engendered by the division of labor, in order to come to the workshop and be able to represent it as the dialectical negation of that poverty. After striking the worker morally by a degrading function, physically by the meagerness of the wage, after putting the worker under the dependence of the foreman, and debasing the poverty of philosophy. 183. His work to the labor of an unskilled worker, he lays the blame again on the workshop and the machinery for degrading the worker by giving him a master, and he completes his abasement by making him sink from the rank of artisan to that of navvy. I 164. Excellent dialectics. And if he only stopped there. But no, he has to have a new history of the division of labor, not any longer to derive the contradictions from it, but to reconstruct the workshop after his own fashion. To attain this end he finds himself compelled to forget all he has just said about division. Labor is organized, is divided differently according to the instruments it has at its disposal. The hand mill presupposes a different division of labor from the steam mill. Thus it is slapping history in the face to want to begin with the division of labor in general, in order to arrive subsequently at a specific instrument of production, machinery. Machinery is no more an economic category than the bullock that drags the plow. Machinery is merely a productive force. The modern workshop, which is based on the application of machinery, is a social production relation, an economic category. Let us see now how things happen in M. Proudhon's brilliant imagination. In society, the incessant appearance of machinery is the antithesis, the inverse formula of the division of labor. It is the protest of the industrial genius against fractional and homicidal labor. What, actually, is a machine? A way of uniting different portions of labor which had been separated by the division of labor. Every machine can be defined as a summary of several operations. Thus through the machine there will be a restoration of the worker. Machinery, which in political economy places itself in contradiction to the division of labor, represents synthesis, which in the human mind is opposed to analysis. Division merely separated the different parts of labor, letting each one devote himself to the speciality which most suited him. The workshop groups the workers according to the relation of each part to the whole. It introduces the principle of authority in labor. But this is not all. The machine or the workshop, after degrading the worker by giving him a master, completes his abasement by making him sink from the rank of artisan to that of navvy. The period we are going through at the moment, that of machinery, is distinguished by a special characteristic, the wage system. The wage system is subsequent to the division of labor and to exchange. I 135, 136, 161, 164, 161. Just a simple remark to M. Proudhon. The separation of the different parts of labor, leaving to each one the opportunity of devoting himself to the speciality best suited to him, a separation which M. Proudhon dates from the beginning of the world, exists only in modern industry under the rule of competition. M. Proudhon goes on to give us a most interesting genealogy, to show how the workshop arose from the division of labor and the wage system from the workshop. 184. Karl Marx. 1. He supposes a man who noticed that by dividing up production into its different parts and having each one performed by a separate worker, the forces of production would be multiplied. 2. This man, grasping the thread of this idea, tells himself that, by forming a permanent group of workers selected for the special purpose he sets himself, he will obtain a more sustained production, etc. I 161. 3. This man makes a proposal to other men, to make them grasp his idea and the thread of his idea. 4. This man, at the beginning of industry, deals on terms of equality with his companions who later become his workmen. 5. One realizes, in fact, that this original equality had rapidly to disappear in view of the advantageous position of the master and the dependence of the wage worker. I 163. There we have another example of M. Proudhon's historical and descriptive method. Let us now examine, from the historical and economic point of view, whether the workshop or the machine really introduced the principle of authority in society subsequently to the division of labor, whether it rehabilitated the worker on the one hand, while submitting him to authority on the other, whether the machine is the recomposition of divided labor, the synthesis of labor as opposed to its analysis. Society as a whole has this in common with the interior of a workshop, that it too has its division of labor. If one took as a model the division of labor in a modern workshop, in order to apply it to a whole society, the society best organized for the production of wealth would undoubtedly be that which had a single chief employer, distributing tasks to the different members of the community according to a previously fixed rule. But this is by no means the case. While inside the modern workshop the division of labor is meticulously regulated by the authority of the employer, modern society has no other rule, no other authority for the distribution of labor than free competition. Under the patriarchal system, under the caste system, under the feudal and guild system, there was division of labor in the whole of society according to fixed rules. Were these rules established by a legislator? No. Originally born of the conditions of material production, they were raised to the status of laws only much later. In this way these different forms of the division of labor became so many bases of social organization. As for the division of labor in the workshop, it was very little developed in all these forms of society. The poverty of philosophy 185. It can even be laid down as a general rule that the less authority presides over the division of labor inside society, the more the division of labor develops inside the workshop, and the more it is subjected there to the authority of a single person. Thus authority in the workshop and authority in society, in relation to the division of labor, are in inverse ratio to each other. The question now is what kind of workshop it is in which the occupations are very much separated, where each worker's task is reduced to a very simple operation, and where the authority, capital, groups and directs the work. How was this workshop brought into existence? In order to answer this question we shall have to examine how manufacturing industry, properly so called, has developed. I am speaking here of that industry which is not yet modern industry, with its machinery, but which is already no longer the industry of the artisans of the Middle Ages, nor domestic industry. We shall not go into great detail, we shall merely give a few main points to show that history cannot be made with formulas. One of the most indispensable conditions for the formation of manufacturing industry was the accumulation of capital, facilitated by the discovery of America and the import of its precious metals. It is sufficiently proved that the increase in the means of exchange resulted in the depreciation of wages and land rents, on the one hand, and the growth of industrial profits on the other. In other words, to the extent that the propertied class and the class of workers, the feudal lords and the people, sank, to that extent the capitalist class, the bourgeoisie, rose. There were yet other circumstances which contributed simultaneously to the development of manufacturing industry, the increase of commodities put into circulation from the moment trade penetrated to the East Indies by way of the Cape of Good Hope, the colonial system, the development of maritime trade. Another point which has not yet been sufficiently appreciated in the history of manufacturing industry is the disbanding of the numerous retinues of feudal lords, whose subordinate ranks became vagrants before entering the workshop. The creation of the workshop was preceded by an almost universal vagrancy in the 15th and 16th centuries. The workshop found, besides, a powerful support in the many peasants who, continually driven from the country owing to the transformation of the fields into pastures and to the progress in agriculture which necessitated fewer hands for the tillage of the soil, went on congregating in the towns during whole centuries. 186 Karl Marx. The growth of the market, the accumulation of capital, the modification in the social position of the classes, a large number of persons being deprived of their sources of income, all these are historical preconditions for the formation of manufacture. It was not, as M. Proudhon says, friendly agreements between equals that brought men together into the workshop. It was not even in the bosom of the old guilds that manufacture was born. It was the merchant that became the head of the modern workshop, and not the old guild master. Almost everywhere there was a desperate struggle between manufacture and the crafts. The accumulation and concentration of instruments and workers preceded the development of the division of labor inside the workshop. Manufacture consisted much more in the bringing together of many workers and many crafts in one place, in one room, under the command of one capital, than in the analysis of labor and the adaptation of a special worker to a very simple task. The utility of a workshop consisted much less in the division of labor as such than in the circumstance that work was done on a much larger scale, that many unnecessary expenses were saved, etc. At the end of the 16th and at the beginning of the 17th century, Dutch manufacture scarcely knew any division of labor. The development of the division of labor supposes the assemblage of workers in a workshop. There is not one single example, whether in the 16th or in the 17th century, of the different branches of one and the same craft being exploited separately to such an extent that it would have sufficed to assemble them all in one place so as to obtain a complete, ready-made workshop. But once the men and the instruments had been brought together, the division of labor, such as it had existed in the form of the guilds, was reproduced, necessarily reflected inside the workshop. For M. Proudhon, who sees things upside down, if he sees them at all, the division of labor, in Adam Smith's sense, precedes the workshop, which is a condition of its existence. Machinery, properly so called, dates from the end of the 18th century. Nothing is more absurd than to see in machinery the antithesis of the division of labor, the synthesis restoring unity to divided labor. The machine is a uniting of the instruments of labor, and by no means a combination of different operations for the worker himself. When, by the division of labor, each particular operation has been simplified to the use of a simple instrument, the linking up of all these instruments, set in motion by a single engine, constitutes a machine. Babbage, Trait sur l'économie de machines, etc., Paris, 1833 p. 230, cf. Eng ed. p. 171. The Poverty of Philosophy 187. Simple tools, accumulation of tools, composite tools, setting in motion of a composite tool by a single hand engine, by man, setting in motion of these instruments by natural forces, machines, system of machines having one motor, system of machines having an automatic motor. This is the progress of machinery. The concentration of the instruments of production and the division of labor are as inseparable one from the other as are, in the political sphere, the concentration of public powers and the division of private interests. England, with the concentration of the land, this instrument of agricultural labor, has at the same time division of agricultural labor and the application of machinery to the exploitation of the soil. France, which has the division of the instruments, the small holdings system, has, in general, neither division of agricultural labor nor application of machinery to the soil. For M. Proudhon, the concentration of the instruments of labor is the negation of the division of labor. In reality we find again the reverse. As the concentration of instruments develops, the division develops also, and vice versa. This is why every big mechanical invention is followed by a greater division of labor *, and each increase in the division of labor gives rise in turn to new mechanical inventions. We need not recall the fact that the great progress of the division of labor began in England after the invention of machinery. Thus the weavers and spinners were for the most part peasants like those one still meets in backward countries. The invention of machinery brought about the separation of manufacturing industry from agricultural industry. The weaver and the spinner, united but lately in a single family, were separated by the machine. Thanks to the machine, the spinner can live in England while the weaver resides in the East Indies. Before the invention of machinery, the industry of a country was carried on chiefly with raw materials that were the products of its own soil, in England wool, in Germany flax, in France silks and flax, in the East Indies and the Levant cotton, etc. Thanks to the application of machinery and of steam, the division of labor was able to assume such dimensions that large-scale industry, detached from the national soil, depends entirely on the world market, on international exchange, on an international division of labor. Finally, the machine has so great an influence on the division of labor, that when, in the manufacture of some object, a means has been found to produce parts of it mechanically, the manufacture splits up immediately into two branches independent of each other. 188 Karl Marx. Need we speak of the providential and philanthropic aim that M. Proudhon discovers in the invention and first application of machinery? When in England the market had become so far developed that manual labor was no longer adequate, the need for machinery was felt. Then came the idea of applying mechanical science, already quite developed in the 18th century. The automatic workshop opened its career with acts which were anything but philanthropic. Children were kept at work by means of the whip, they were made an object of traffic and contracts were undertaken with the orphanages. All the laws on the apprenticeship of workers were repealed, because, to use M. Proudhon's phraseology, there was no further need of synthetic workers. Finally, from 1825 onwards, almost all the new inventions were the result of collisions between the worker and the employer who sought at all costs to depreciate the worker's specialized ability. After each new strike of any importance, there appeared a new machine. So little indeed did the worker see in the application of machinery a sort of rehabilitation, restoration, as M. Proudhon would say, that in the 18th century he resisted for a very long time the incipient domination of automation. Wyatt, says Dr. Ure, invented the series of fluted rollers, the spinning fingers usually ascribed to Arkwright. The main difficulty did not lie so much in the invention of a proper self-acting mechanism, as in training human beings to renounce their desultory habits of work, and to identify themselves with the unvarying regularity of the complex automation. To devise and administer a successful code of factory discipline, suited to the necessities of factory diligence, was the Herculean enterprise, the noble achievement of Arkwright III. In short, with the introduction of machinery the division of labor inside society has increased, the task of the worker inside the workshop has been simplified, capital has been concentrated, the human being has been further dismembered. When M. Proudhon wants to be an economist, and to abandon for a moment the evolution in serial relation in the understanding, then he goes and draws erudition from Adam Smith, from a time when the automatic workshop was only just coming into existence. Indeed, what a difference between the division of labor as it existed in Adam Smith's day and as we see it in the automatic workshop. In order to make this properly understood, we need only quote a few passages from Dr. Ure's Philosophie des Manufactures. When Adam Smith wrote his immortal Elements of Economics, automatic machinery being hardly known, he was properly led to regard the division of labor as the grand principle of manufacturing improvement, and he showed, in the example of pin-making, how each handicraftsman, being thereby enabled to perfect himself by practice in one point, became a quicker and cheaper workman. In each branch of manufacture he saw that some parts were, on that principle, of easy execution, like the cutting of pin wires into uniform lengths, and some were comparatively difficult, like the formation and fixation of their heads, and therefore he concluded that to each a workman of appropriate value and cost was naturally assigned. This appropriation forms the very essence of the division of labor. But what was in Dr. Smith's time a topic of useful illustration, cannot now be used without risk of misleading the public mind as to the right principle of manufacturing industry. In fact, the division, or rather adaptation of labor to the different talents of men, is little thought of in factory employment. On the contrary, wherever a process requires peculiar dexterity and steadiness of hand, it is withdrawn as soon as possible from the cunning workman, who is prone to irregularities of many kinds, and it is placed in charge of a peculiar mechanism, so self-regulating, that a child may superintend it. The principle of the factory system then is to substitute mechanical science for hand skill, and the partition of a process into its essential constituents, for the division or gradation of labor among artisans. On the handicraft plan, labor more or less skilled was usually the most expensive element of production, but on the automatic plan, skilled labor gets progressively superseded, and will, eventually, be replaced by mere overlookers of machines. By the infirmity of human nature it happens, that the more skillful the workman, the more self-willed and intractable he is apt to become, and, of course, the less fit a component of a mechanical system, in which, by occasional irregularities, he may do great damage to the whole. The grand object therefore of the modern manufacturer is, through the union of capital and science, to reduce the task of his workpeople to the exercise of vigilance and dexterity faculties, when concentrated to one process, speedily brought to perfection in the young. On the gradation system, a man must serve an apprenticeship of many years before his hand and eye become skilled enough for certain mechanical feats, but on the system of decomposing a process into its constituents, and embodying each part in an automatic machine, a person of common care and capacity may be entrusted with any of the said elementary parts after a short probation, and may be transferred from one to another, on any emergency, at the discretion of the master. Such translations are utterly at variance with the old practice of the division of labor, which fixed one man to shaping the head of a pin, and another to sharpening its point, with most irksome and spirit-wasting uniformity. But on the equalization plan of self-acting machines, the operative needs to call his faculties only into agreeable exercise. As his business consists in tending the work of a well-regulated mechanism, he can learn it in a short period, and when he transfers his services from one machine to another, he varies his task, and enlarges his views, by thinking on those general combinations which result from his and his companions' labors. Thus, that cramping of the faculties, that narrowing of the mind, that stunting of the frame, which were ascribed, and not unjustly, to the division of labor, cannot, in common circumstances, occur under the equable distribution of industry. It is, in fact, the constant aim and tendency of every improvement in machinery to supersede human labor altogether, or to diminish its cost, by substituting the industry of women and children for that of men, or that of ordinary laborers for trained artisans. This tendency to employ merely children with watchful eyes and 190 Karl Marx nimble fingers, instead of journeymen of long experience, shows how the scholastic dogma of the division of labor into degrees of skill has been exploded by our enlightened manufacturers. André Ure, Philosophie de Manufactures ou Économie Industrielle, t. I. Chap. I pages 27 to 30, 32 to 35, ENG ed., pages 19 to 23. What characterizes the division of labor inside modern society is that it engenders specialties, specialists, and with them craftidiocy. We are struck with admiration, says Lemonti, when we see among the ancients the same person distinguishing himself to a high degree as philosopher, poet, orator, historian, priest, administrator, general of an army. Our souls are appalled at the sight of so vast a domain. Each one of us plants his hedge and shuts himself up in his enclosure. I do not know whether by this parcellation the field is enlarged, but I do know that man is belittled. OPCIT, p. 213. What characterizes the division of labor in the automatic workshop is that labor has there completely lost its specialized character. But the moment every special development stops, the need for universality, the tendency towards an integral development of the individual begins to be felt. The automatic workshop wipes out specialists and craftidiocy. M. Proudhon, not having understood even this one revolutionary side of the automatic workshop, takes a step backward and proposes to the worker that he make not only the 12th part of a pin, but successively all 12 parts of it. The worker would thus come to know and realize the pin. This is M. Proudhon's synthetic labor. Nobody will contest that to make a movement forward and another movement backward is also to make a synthetic movement. To sum up, M. Proudhon has not gone further than the petty bourgeois ideal. And to realize this ideal, he can think of nothing better than to take us back to the journeyman or, at most, to the master craftsman of the Middle Ages. It is enough, he says somewhere in his book, to have created a masterpiece once in one's life, to have felt oneself just once to be a man. Is not this, in form as in content, the masterpiece demanded by the craft guild of the Middle Ages? 3. Competition and monopoly. Competition is as essential to labor as division. It is necessary, for the advent of equality. I 186, 1881. The principle is the negation of bad side of J itself. Its most certain result is to ruin competition those whom it drags in its train. I 185. Good side of competition. The poverty of philosophy 191. The drawbacks which follow in its wake, just as the good it provides, both flow logically from the principle. I 185-86. To seek the principle of accommodation, which must be derived from a law superior to liberty itself. I 185 variant. There can, therefore, be no question here of destroying competition, a thing as impossible to destroy as liberty. We have only to find its equilibrium, I would be ready to say its police. I 223. M. Proudhon begins by defending the eternal necessity of competition against those who wish to replace it by emulation. There is no purposeless emulation, and as the object of every passion is necessarily analogous to the passion itself, a woman for the lover, power for the ambitious, gold for the miser, a garland for the poet, the object of industrial emulation is necessarily profit. Emulation is nothing but competition itself. I 187. Competition is emulation with a view to profit. Is industrial emulation necessarily emulation with a view to profit, that is, competition? M. Proudhon proves it by affirming it. We have seen that, for him, to affirm is to prove, just as to suppose is to deny. If the immediate object of the lover is the woman, the immediate object of industrial emulation is the product and not the profit. Competition is not industrial emulation, it is commercial emulation. In our time, industrial emulation exists only in view of commerce. There are even phases in the economic life of modern nations when everybody is seized with a sort of craze for making profit without producing. This speculation craze, which recurs periodically, lays bare the true character of competition, which seeks to escape the need for industrial emulation. If you had told an artisan of the 14th century that the privileges and the whole feudal organization of industry were going to be abrogated in favor of industrial emulation, called competition, he would have replied that the privileges of the various corporations, guilds, and fraternities were organized competition. M. Proudhon. General reflection. Problem to be solved. 192. Karl Marx does not improve upon this when he affirms that emulation is nothing but competition itself. Ordain that from the 1st of January 1847, labor and wages shall be guaranteed to everybody. Immediately an immense relaxation will succeed the high tension of industry. I 189. Instead of a supposition, an affirmation, and a negation, we have now an ordinance that M. Proudhon issues purposely to prove the necessity of competition, its eternity as a category, etc. If we imagine that ordinances are all that is needed to get away from competition, we shall never get away from it. And if we go so far as to propose to abolish competition while retaining wages, we shall be proposing nonsense by royal decree. But nations do not proceed by royal decree. Before framing such ordinances, they must at least have changed from top to bottom the conditions of their industrial and political existence,
and consequently their whole manner of being. M. Proudhon will reply, with his imperturbable assurance, that it is the hypothesis of a transformation of our nature without historical antecedents, and that he would be right in excluding us from the discussion. I 191, we know not in virtue of which ordinance. M. Proudhon does not know that all history is nothing but a continuous transformation of human nature. Let us stick to the facts. The French Revolution was made for industrial liberty as much as for political liberty, and although France, in 1789, had not perceived, let us say it openly, all the consequences of the principle whose realization it demanded, it was mistaken neither in its wishes nor in its expectations. Whoever attempts to deny this loses, in my view, the right to criticism. I will never dispute with an adversary who puts as principle the spontaneous error of 25 million men. Why then, if competition had not been a principle of social economy, a decree of fate, a necessity of the human soul, why, instead of abolishing corporations, guilds, and fraternities, did nobody think rather of repairing the whole? I 191, 192. So, since the French of the 18th century abolished corporations, guilds, and fraternities instead of modifying them, the French of the 19th century must modify competition instead of abolishing it. Since competition was established in France in the 18th century as a result of historical needs, this competition must not be destroyed in the 19th century because of other historical needs. M. Proudhon, not understanding that the establishment of competition was bound up with the actual development of the men of the 18th century, makes of competition a necessity of the human soul, in partibus infidelium. 84. What would he have made of the great Colbert for the 17th century? The poverty of philosophy. 193. After the revolution comes the present state of affairs. M. Proudhon equally draws facts from it to show the eternity of competition, by proving that all industries in which this category is not yet sufficiently developed, as in agriculture, are in a state of inferiority and decay. To say that there are industries which have not yet reached the stage of competition, that others again are below the level of bourgeois production, is drivel which gives not the slightest proof of the eternity of competition. All M. Proudhon's logic amounts to this: competition is a social relation in which we are now developing our productive forces. To this truth, he gives no logical development, but only forms, often very well developed, when he says that competition is industrial emulation, the present-day mode of freedom, responsibility in labor, constitution of value, a condition for the advent of equality, a principle of social economy, a decree of fate, a necessity of the human soul, an inspiration of eternal justice, liberty in division, division in liberty, an economic category. Competition and association rely on each other. Far from excluding each other, they are not even divergent. Whoever says competition already supposes a common aim. Competition is therefore not egoism, and the most deplorable error committed by socialism is to have regarded it as the overthrow of society. I 223. Whoever says competition says common aim, and that proves, on the one hand, that competition is association, on the other, that competition is not egoism. And whoever says egoism, does he not say common aim? Every egoism operates in society and by the fact of society. Hence it presupposes society, that is to say, common aims, common needs, common means of production, etc., etc. Is it, then, by mere chance that the competition and association which the socialists talk about are not even divergent? Socialists know well enough that present-day society is founded on competition. How could they accuse competition of overthrowing present-day society which they want to overthrow themselves? And how could they accuse competition of overthrowing the society to come, in which they see, on the contrary, the overthrow of competition? M. Proudhon says, later on, that competition is the opposite of monopoly, and consequently cannot be the opposite of association. Feudalism was, from its origin, opposed to patriarchal monarchy, it was thus not opposed to competition, which was not yet in existence.
does it follow that competition is not opposed to feudalism? 194 Karl Marx. In actual fact, society, association are denominations which can be given to every society, to feudal society as well as to bourgeois society, which is association founded on competition. How then can there be socialists, who, by the single word association, think they can refute competition? And how can M. Proudhon himself wish to defend competition against socialism by describing competition by the single word association? All we have just said makes up the beautiful side of competition as M. Proudhon sees it. Now let us pass on to the ugly side, that is the negative side, of competition, its drawbacks, its destructive, subversive, injurious qualities. There is something dismal about the picture M. Proudhon draws of it. Competition engenders misery, it foments civil war, it changes natural zones, mixes up nationalities, causes trouble in families, corrupts the public conscience, subverts the notion of equity, of justice, of morality, and what is worse, it destroys free, honest trade, and does not even give in exchange synthetic value, fixed, honest price. 203 It disillusions everyone, even economists. It pushes things so far as to destroy its very self. After all the ill M. Proudhon says of it, can there be for the relations of bourgeois society, for its principles and its illusions, a more disintegrating, more destructive element than competition? It must be noted that competition always becomes the more destructive for bourgeois relations in proportion as it urges on a feverish creation of new productive forces, that is, of the material conditions of a new society. In this respect at least, the bad side of competition would have its good points. Competition as an economic position or phase, considered in its origin, is the necessary result of the theory of the reduction of general expenses. 235. For M. Proudhon, the circulation of the blood must be a consequence of Harvey's theory. Monopoly is the inevitable doom of competition, which engenders it by a continual negation of itself. This generation of monopoly is in itself a justification of it. Monopoly is the natural opposite of competition, but since competition is necessary, it implies the idea of monopoly, for monopoly is, as it were, the seat of each competing individuality. 236, 237. We rejoice with M. Proudhon that he can for once at least properly apply his formula of thesis and antithesis. Everyone knows that modern monopoly is engendered by competition itself. As for the content, M. Proudhon clings to poetic images. Competition made of every subdivision of labor a sort of the poverty of philosophy. 195. Sovereignty in which each individual stood with his power and his independence. 186. Monopoly is the seat of each competing individuality. The sovereignty is worth at least as much as the seat. M. Proudhon speaks only of modern monopoly engendered by competition. But we all know that competition was engendered by feudal monopoly. Thus competition was originally the opposite of monopoly and not monopoly the opposite of competition. So that modern monopoly is not a simple antithesis, it is on the contrary the true synthesis. Thesis, feudal monopoly, before competition. Antithesis, competition. Synthesis, modern monopoly, which is the negation of feudal monopoly insofar as it implies the system of competition, and the negation of competition insofar as it is monopoly. Thus modern monopoly, bourgeois monopoly, is synthetic monopoly, the negation of the negation, the unity of opposites. It is monopoly in the pure, normal, rational state. M. Proudhon is in contradiction with his own philosophy when he turns bourgeois monopoly into monopoly in the crude, primitive, contradictory, spasmodic state. M. Rossi, whom M. Proudhon quotes several times on the subject of monopoly, seems to have a better grasp of the synthetic character of bourgeois monopoly. In his Cours d'économie politique, he distinguishes between artificial monopolies and natural monopolies. Feudal monopolies, he says, are artificial, that is, arbitrary, bourgeois monopolies are natural, that is, rational. Monopoly is a good thing, Proudhon reasons, since it is an economic category, an emanation from the impersonal reason of humanity. Competition, again, is a good thing, since it also is an economic category. But what is not good is the reality of monopoly and the reality of competition. What is still worse is that competition and monopoly devour each other. What is to be done? Look for the synthesis of these two eternal thoughts, wrested from the bosom of God, where it has been deposited from time immemorial. In practical life we find not only competition, monopoly, and the antagonism between them, but also the synthesis of the two, which is not a formula, but a movement. Monopoly produces competition, competition produces monopoly. Monopolists compete among themselves, competitors become monopolists. If the monopolists restrict their mutual competition by means of partial associations, competition increases among the workers, and the more the mass of the proletarians grows as against the monopolists of one nation, the more desperate competition becomes between the monopolists of different nations. The synthesis is such that monopoly can only 1826. 196 Karl Marx. Maintain itself by continually entering into the struggle of competition. To make the dialectical transition to the taxes which come after monopoly, Proudhon talks to us about the social genius which, after zigzagging intrepidly onward, after striding with a jaunty step, without repenting and without halting, reaches the corner of monopoly, casts backward a melancholy glance, and, after profound reflection, assails all the objects of production with taxes, and creates a whole administrative organization, in order that all employments be given to the proletariat, and paid by the men of monopoly. I 284, 285. What can we say of this genius, which, while fasting, walks about in a zigzag? And what can we say of this walking which has no other object than to destroy the bourgeois by taxes, whereas taxes are the very means of giving the bourgeois the wherewithal to preserve themselves as the ruling class? Merely to give a glimpse of the manner in which Proudhon treats economic details, it suffices to say that, according to him, the tax on consumption was established with a view to equality, and to relieve the proletariat. The tax on consumption has assumed its true development only since the rise of the bourgeoisie. In the hands of industrial capital, that is, of sober and economical wealth, which maintains, reproduces and increases itself by the direct exploitation of labor, the tax on consumption was a means of exploiting the frivolous, gay, prodigal wealth of the fine lords who did nothing but consume. James Stoyart clearly developed this original purpose of the tax on consumption in his Recherche de principes de l'économie politique, which he published 10 years before Adam Smith. Under the pure monarchy, the prince seems jealous, as it were, of growing wealth, and therefore imposes taxes upon people who are growing richer, taxes on production. Under constitutional government they are calculated chiefly to affect those who are growing poorer, taxes on consumption. Thus the monarch imposes a tax upon industry, the poll tax and taille, for example, are proportioned to the supposed opulence of everyone liable to them. Everyone is taxed in proportion to the gain he is supposed to make. In constitutional governments, impositions are more generally laid upon consumption. Everyone is taxed according to his expenditure. 190-91, cf. Eng ed. Pages 353, 354-85. As for the logical sequence of taxes, of the balance of trade, of credit in the understanding of Proudhon, we would only remark that the English bourgeoisie, on attaining its political constitution under William of Orange, created all at once a new system of taxes, public credit, and the system of protective duties, as soon as it was in a position freely to develop its conditions of existence. The Poverty of Philosophy 197. This brief summary will suffice to give the reader a true idea of Proudhon's lucubrations on the police or on taxes, the balance of trade, credit, communism, and population. We defy the most indulgent criticism to treat these chapters seriously. 4. Property or rent. In each historical epoch, property has developed differently and under a set of entirely different social relations. Thus to define bourgeois property is nothing else than to give an exposition of all the social relations of bourgeois production. To try to give a definition of property as of an independent relation, a category apart, an abstract and eternal idea, can be nothing but an illusion of metaphysics or jurisprudence. M. Proudhon, while seeming to speak of property in general, deals only with landed property, with rent. The origin of rent, as of property, is, so to speak, extra-economic. It rests in psychological and moral considerations which are only very distantly connected with the production of wealth. T2, p. 269. So M. Proudhon declares himself incapable of understanding the economic origin of rent and of property. He admits that this incapacity obliges him to resort to psychological and moral considerations, which, indeed, while only distantly connected with the production of wealth, have yet a very close connection with the narrowness of his historical views. M. Proudhon affirms that there is something mystical and mysterious about the origin of property. Now, to see mystery in the origin of property, that is, to make a mystery of the relation between production itself and the distribution of the instruments of production, is not this, to use M. Proudhon's language, a renunciation of all claims to economic science? M. Proudhon confines himself to recalling that at the seventh epoch of economic evolution, credit, when fiction had caused reality to vanish, and human activity threatened to lose itself in empty space, it had become necessary to bind man more closely to nature. Now rent was the price of this new contract. T2, p. 265. L'homme auxiliary quarantacus foresaw a M. Proudhon of the future. Mr. Creator, by your leave, everyone is master in his own world, but you will never make me believe that the one we live in is made of glass. 3. A Voltaire, L'homme auxiliary quarantacus, Ouvres complètes de Voltaire, t. 45. Goethe, 1787, p. 44 ed. S**. 198 Karl Marx. In your world, where credit was a means of losing oneself in empty space, it is very possible that property became necessary in order to bind man to nature. In the world of real production, where landed property always precedes credit, M. Proudhon's horror vacui could not exist. The existence of rent once admitted, whatever its origin, it becomes a subject of a violent contention between the farmer and the landed proprietor. What is the ultimate result of this contention? In other words, what is the average amount of rent? This is what M. Proudhon says. Ricardo's theory answers this question. In the beginnings of society, when man, new to earth, had before him nothing but huge forests, when the earth was vast and when industry was beginning to come to life, rent must have been nil. Land, as yet unformed by labor, was an object of utility. It was not an exchange value, it was common, not social. Little by little, the multiplication of families and the progress of agriculture caused the price of land to make itself felt. Labor came to give the soil its worth. From this, rent came into being. The more fruit a field yielded with the same amount of labor, the higher it was valued. Hence the tendency of proprietors was always to arrogate to themselves the whole amount of the fruits of the soil, less the wages of the farmer, that is, less the costs of production. Thus property followed on the heels of labor to take from it all the product that exceeded the actual expenses. As the proprietor fulfills a mystic duty and represents the community as against the colonists, the farmer is, by the dispensation of Providence, no more than a responsible laborer, who must account to society for all he reaps above his legitimate wage. In essence and by destination, then, rent is an instrument of distributive justice, one of the thousand means that the genius of economy employs to attain to equality. It is an immense land valuation which is carried out contradictorily by the proprietors and the farmers, without any possible collusion, 3 in a higher interest, and whose ultimate result must be to equalize the possession of the land between the exploiters of the soil and the industrialists. It needed no less than this magic of property to snatch from the colonist the surplus of his product which he cannot help regarding as his own and of which he considers himself to be exclusively the author. Rent, or rather property, has broken down agricultural egoism and created a solidarity that no power, no partition of the land could have brought into being. The moral effect of property having been secured, at present what remains to be done is to distribute the rent. 270-72. All this tumult of words may be reduced firstly to this: Ricardo says that the excess of the price of agricultural products over their cost of production, including the ordinary profit and interest on the capital, gives the measure of the rent. M. Proudhon does better. He makes the proprietor intervene, like a deus ex machinal, and snatch from the original has a misprint, collision instead of collusion. Ed be literally, God out of the machine. In the theatre of antiquity, actors playing the role of gods made their appearance by means of stage machinery. Figuratively, a person who appears unexpectedly to save a situation. Ed. The Poverty of Philosophy 199. Colonists all the surplus of his production over the cost of production. He makes use of the intervention of the proprietor to explain property, of the intervention of the rent receiver to explain rent. He answers the problem by formulating the same problem and adding an extra syllable. 3. Let us note also that in determining rent by the difference in fertility of the soil, M. Proudhon assigns a new origin to it, since land, before being assessed according to different degrees of fertility, was not, in his view, an exchange value, but was common. What, then, has happened to the fiction about rent having come into being through the necessity of bringing back to the landman who was about to lose himself in the infinity of empty space? Now let us free Ricardo's doctrine from the providential, allegorical, and mystical phrases in which M. Proudhon has been careful to wrap it. Rent, in the Ricardian sense, is property in land in its bourgeois state, that is, feudal property which has become subject to the conditions of bourgeois production. We have seen that, according to the Ricardian doctrine, the price of all objects is determined ultimately by the cost of production, including the industrial profit, in other words, by the labor time employed. In manufacturing industry, the price of the product obtained by the minimum of labor regulates the price of all other commodities of the same kind, seeing that the cheapest and most productive instruments of production can be multiplied to infinity and that free competition necessarily gives rise to a market price, that is, a common price for all products of the same kind. In agricultural industry, on the contrary, it is the price of the product obtained by the greatest amount of labor which regulates the price of all products of the same kind. In the first place, one cannot, as in manufacturing industry, multiply at will the instruments of production possessing the same degree of productivity, that is, plots of land with the same degree of fertility. Then, as population increases, land of an inferior quality begins to be exploited, or new outlays of capital, proportionately less productive than before, are made upon the same plot of land. In both cases a greater amount of labor is expended to obtain a proportionately smaller product. The needs of the population having rendered necessary this increase of labor, the product of the land whose exploitation is the more costly. A property, is explained by the intervention of the proprietaire. Proprietor, rent, by the intervention of the rentier, rent receiver. Ed. 200 Karl Marx has as certain a sale as has that of a piece of land whose exploitation is cheaper. As competition levels the market price, the product of the better soil will be paid for as dearly as that of the inferior. It is the excess of the price of the products of the better soil over the cost of their production that constitutes rent. If one could always have at one's disposal plots of land of the same degree of fertility, if one could, as in manufacturing industry, have recourse continually to cheaper and more productive machines, or if the subsequent outlays of capital produced as much as the first, then the price of agricultural products would be determined by the cost price of commodities produced by the best instruments of production, as we have seen with the price of manufactured products. But from this moment rent would have disappeared also. For the Ricardian doctrine to be generally true, it is essential 3 that capital should be freely applicable to different branches of industry, that a strongly developed competition among capitalists should have brought profits to an equal level, that the farmer should be no more than an industrial capitalist claiming for the use of his capital on inferior land 5 a profit equal to that which he would draw from his capital if it were applied in any kind of manufacture 0, that agricultural exploitation should be subjected to the regime of large-scale industry, and finally, that the landowner himself should aim at nothing beyond the money return. It may happen, as in Ireland, that rent does not yet exist, although the letting of land has reached an extreme development there. Rent being the excess not only over wages, but also over industrial profit. It cannot exist where the landowner's income is nothing but a deduction from wages. 3 Thus, far from converting the exploiter of the land, the farmer, into a simple laborer, and snatching from the colonist the surplus of his product which he cannot help regarding as his own, rent confronts the landowner, not with the slave, the serf, the payer of tribute, the wage laborer, but with the industrial capitalist. Once constituted as rent, landed property has in its possession only the surplus over production costs, which are determined not only by wages but also by industrial profit. It is therefore from the landowner that rent snatched a part of his income. 5 Hence, there was a big lapse of time before the feudal farmer was replaced by the industrial capitalist. In Germany, for example, this transformation began only in the last third of the 18th century. It is in England alone that this relation between the industrial capitalist and the landed proprietor has been fully developed. So long as there was only Emprudon's colonus, there was no rent. The moment rent exists, the colonus is no longer the farmer, but the worker, the farmer's colonus. The abasement of the laborer, reduced to the role of a simple worker, day laborer, wage earner, working for the industrial capitalist, the intervention of the industrial capitalist, exploiting the land like any other factory, the transformation of the landed proprietor from a petty sovereign into a vulgar usurer, these are the different relations expressed by rent. Rent, in the Ricardian sense, is patriarchal agriculture transformed into commercial industry, industrial capital applied to land, the town bourgeoisie transplanted into the country. Rent, instead of binding man to nature, has merely bound the exploitation of the land to competition. Once established as rent, landed property itself is the result of competition, since from that time onwards it depends on the market value of agricultural produce. As rent, landed property is mobilized and becomes an article of commerce. Rent is possible only from the moment when the development of urban industry, and the social organization resulting therefrom, force the landowner to aim solely at commercial profit, at the money his agricultural products fetch, in fact to look upon his landed property only as a machine for coining money. Rent has so completely divorced the landed proprietor from the soil, from nature, that he has no need even to know his estates, as is to be seen in England. As for the farmer, the industrial capitalist and the agricultural worker, they are no more bound to the land they exploit than are the employer and the worker in the factories to the cotton and wool they manufacture. They feel an attachment only for the price of their production, the monetary product. Hence the Jeremiads of the reactionary parties, who offer up all their prayers for the return of feudalism, of the good old patriarchal life, of the simple manners and the fine virtues of our forefathers. The subjection of the soil to the laws which dominate all other industries is and always will be the subject of interested condolences. Thus it may be said that rent has become the motive power which has introduced idle into the movement of history. Ricardo, after postulating bourgeois production as necessary for determining rent, applies the conception of rent, nevertheless, to the landed property of all ages and all countries. This is an error common to all the economists, who represent the bourgeois relations of production as eternal categories. From the providential aim of rent, which is, for Emprudon, the transformation of the colonist into a responsible worker, he passes to the equalist distribution of rent. Rent, as we have just seen, is constituted by the equal price of the products of lands of unequal fertility, so that a hectoliter of corn which has cost 10 francs is sold for 20 francs if the cost of production rises to 20 francs upon soil of inferior quality. So long as necessity forces the purchase of all the agricultural products brought into the market price is determined by the cost of the most expensive product. Thus it is this equalization of price, resulting from competition and not from the different fertilities of the lands, that secures for the owner of the better soil a rent of 10 francs for every hectoliter that his farmer sells. Let us suppose for a moment that the price of corn is determined by the labor time needed to produce it, and at once the hectoliter of corn obtained from the better soil will sell at 10 francs, while the hectoliter of corn obtained on the inferior soil will cost 20 francs. This being admitted, the average market price will be 15 francs, whereas, according to the law of competition, it is 20 francs. If the poverty of philosophy 203, the average price were 15 francs, there would be no occasion for any distribution, whether equalized or otherwise, for there would be no rent. Rent exists only when one can sell for 20 francs the hectoliter of corn which has cost the producer 10 francs. M. Proudhon supposes equality of the market price, with unequal costs of production, in order to arrive at an equalized sharing out of the product of inequality. We understand such economists as Mill, Cherbuliez, Hilditch, and others demanding that rent should be handed over to the state to serve in place of taxes. That is a frank expression of the hatred the industrial capitalist bears towards the landed proprietor, who seems to him a useless thing, an excrescence upon the general body of bourgeois production. But first to make the price of the hectoliter of corn 20 francs in order then to make a general distribution of the 10 francs overcharge levied on the consumer, is indeed enough to make the social genius pursue its zigzag course mournfully and knock its head against some corner. Rent becomes, under M. Proudhon's pen, for any land valuation based upon rent to be of practical value, the conditions of present society must not be departed from. Now we have shown that the rent paid by the farmer to the landowner expresses the rent with any exactitude only in the countries most advanced in industry and commerce. Moreover, this rent often includes interest paid to the landowner on capital incorporated in the land. The location of the land, the nearness of towns, and many other circumstances influence the farm rent and modify the land rent. These peremptory reasons would be enough to prove the inaccuracy of a land valuation based on rent. On the other hand, rent could not be the invariable index of the degree of fertility of the land, since every moment the modern application of chemistry is changing the nature of the soil, and geological knowledge is just now, in our days, beginning to revolutionize all the old estimates of relative fertility. It is only about 20 years since vast lands in the eastern counties of England were cleared. They had been left uncultivated due to the lack of proper comprehension of the relation between the humus and the composition of the subsoil. 204 Karl Marx. Thus history, far from supplying, in rent, a ready-made land valuation, does nothing but change and turn topsy-turvy the land valuations already made. Finally, fertility is not so natural a quality as might be thought, it is closely bound up with the social relations of the time. A piece of land may be very fertile for corn growing, and yet the market price may induce the cultivator to turn it into an artificial pasture land and thus render it infertile. M. Proudhon has improvised his land valuation, which has not even the value of an ordinary land valuation, only to give substance to the providentially equalitarian aim of rent. This time, M. Proudhon sees in rent all the characteristics of interest, save that it is derived from capital of a specific nature. This capital is land, an eternal capital, which is capable of no increase in matter, but only of an indefinite improvement in its use. In the progressive advance of civilization, interest has a continual tendency to fall, whilst rent continually tends to rise. Interest falls because of the abundance of capital, rent rises owing to the improvements brought about in industry, which result in an ever better utilization of land. Such, in its essence, is the opinion of M. Proudhon. Let us first examine how far it is true to say that rent is interest on capital. For the landed proprietor himself, rent represents the interest on the capital that the land has cost him, or that he would draw from it if he sold it. But in buying or selling land he only buys or sells rent. The price he pays to make himself a receiver of rent is regulated by the rate of interest in general and has nothing to do with the actual nature of rent. The interest on capital invested in land is in general lower than the interest on capital invested in manufacture or commerce. Thus, for those who make no distinction between the interest that the land represents to the owner and the rent itself, the interest on land as capital diminishes still more than does the interest on other capital. But it is not a question of the purchase or sale price of rent, of the marketable value of rent, of capitalized rent, it is a question of rent itself. The Poverty of Philosophy 205. Farm rent can imply again, apart from rent proper, the interest on the capital incorporated in the land. In this instance the landowner receives this part of the farm rent, not as a landowner but as a capitalist, but this is not the rent proper that we are to deal with. Land, so long as it is not exploited as a means of production, is not capital. Land as capital can be increased just as much as all the other instruments of production. Nothing is added to its matter, to use M. Proudhon's language, but the lands which serve as instruments of production are multiplied. The very fact of applying further outlays of capital to land already transformed into means of production increases land as capital without adding anything to land as matter, that is, to the extent of the land. M. Proudhon's land as matter is the earth in its limitation. As for the eternity he attributes to land, we grant readily it has this virtue as matter. Land as capital is no more eternal than any other capital. Gold and silver, which yield interest, are just as lasting and eternal as land. If the price of gold and silver falls, while that of land keeps rising, this is certainly not because of its more or less eternal nature. Land as capital is fixed capital, but fixed capital gets used up just as much as circulating capital. Improvements to the land need reproduction and upkeep, they last only for a time, and this they have in common with all other improvements used to transform matter into means of production. If land as capital were eternal, some lands would present a very different appearance from what they do today, and we should see the Roman Campagna, Sicily, Palestine, in all the splendor of their former prosperity. There are even instances when land as capital might disappear, even though the improvements remain incorporated in the land in the first place. This occurs every time rent proper is wiped out or the competition of new and more fertile soils. Secondly, the improvements which might have been valuable at one time cease to be of value the moment they become universal owing to the development of agronomy. The representative of land as capital is not the landowner, but the farmer. The proceeds yielded by land as capital are interest and industrial profit, not rent. There are lands which yield such interest and profit but still yield no rent. Briefly, land insofar as it yields interest is land capital, and as land capital it yields no rent, it is not landed property. Rent results from the social relations in which the exploitation of the land takes place. It cannot be a result of the more or less solid, more or less durable nature of the soil. Rent is a product of society and not of the soil. 206 Karl Marx. According to M. Proudhon, improvement in the use of the land, a consequence of the perfecting of industry, causes the continual rise in rent. On the contrary, this improvement causes its periodical fall. Wherein consists, in general, any improvement, whether in agriculture or in manufacture? In producing more with the same labor, in producing as much, or even more, with less labor. Thanks to these improvements, the farmer is spared from using a greater amount of labor for a relatively smaller product. He has no need, therefore, to resort to inferior soils, and installments of capital applied successively to the same soil remain equally productive. Thus, these improvements, far from continually raising rent, as M. Proudhon says, become on the contrary so many temporary obstacles preventing its rise. The English landowners of the 17th century were so well aware of this truth, that they opposed the progress of agriculture for fear of seeing their incomes diminish. C. Petty, an English economist of the time of Charles II. 5. Strikes and combinations of workers. Every upward movement in wages can have no other effect than a rise in the price of corn, wine, etc., that is, the effect of a dearth. For what are wages? They are the cost price of corn, etc., they are the grant price of everything. We may go even further, wages are the proportion of the elements composing wealth and consumed reproductively every day by the mass of the workers. Now, to double wages, is to attribute to each one of the producers a greater share than his product, which is contradictory, and if the rise extends only to a small number of industries, it brings about a general disturbance in exchange, in a word, a dearth. It is impossible, I declare, for strikes followed by an increase in wages not to culminate in a general rise in prices. This is as certain as that 2 and 2 make 4. Proudhon, Tome I, pages 110 and 111. We deny all these assertions, except that 2 and 2 make 4. In the first place, there is no general rise in prices. If the price of everything doubles at the same time as wages, there is no change in price, the only change is in terms. Then again, a general rise in wages can never produce a more or less general rise in the price of goods. Actually, if every industry employed the same number of workers in relation to fixed capital or to the instruments used, a general rise in wages would produce a general fall in profits and the current price of goods would undergo no alteration. A. W. Petty, Political Arithmetic, 1676, ed. The Poverty of Philosophy 207. But as the relation of manual labor to fixed capital is not the same in different industries, all the industries which employ a relatively greater mass of fixed capital and fewer workers, will be forced sooner or later to lower the price of their goods. In the opposite case, in which the price of their goods is not lowered, their profit will rise above the general rate of profits. Machines are not wage earners. Therefore, the general rise in wages will affect less those industries, which, compared with the others, employ more machines than workers. But as competition always tends to level the rate of profits, those profits which rise above the general rate cannot but be transitory. Thus, apart from a few fluctuations, a general rise in wages will lead, not as M. Proudhon says, to a general increase in prices, but to a partial fall, that is a fall in the current price of the goods that are made chiefly with the help of machines. The rise and fall of profits and wages express merely the proportion in which capitalists and workers share in the product of a day's work, without influencing in most instances the price of the product. But that strikes followed by an increase in wages culminate in a general rise in prices, in a dearth, even these are notions which can blossom only in the brain of a poet who has not been understood. In England, strikes have regularly given rise to the invention and application of new machines. Machines were, it may be said, the weapon employed by the capitalists to quell the revolt of specialized labor. The self-acting mule, the greatest invention of modern industry, put out of action the spinners who were in revolt. If combinations and strikes had no other effect than that of making the efforts of mechanical genius react against them, they would still exercise an immense influence on the development of industry. I find, continues M. Proudhon, in an article published by M. Leon Faucher, September 1845, that for some time the English workers have got out of the habit of combination, which is assuredly a progress for which one cannot but congratulate them, but this improvement in the morale of the workers comes chiefly from their economic education. It is not on the manufacturers, cried a spinning mill worker at a Bolton meeting, that wages depend. In periods of depression the masters are, so to speak, merely the whip with which necessity arms itself, and whether they want to or not, they have to deal blows. The regulative principle is the relation of supply to demand, and the masters have not this power. Well done, cries M. Proudhon, these are well-trained workers, model workers, etc., etc. Such poverty did not exist in England, it will not cross the Channel. Proudhon, Tome I, pages 261 and 262. Of all the towns in England, Bolton is the one in which radicalism is the most developed. The Bolton workers are known to be the most revolutionary of all. At the time of the great agitation in England for the abolition of the Corn Laws, 86, the English manufacturers thought that they could cope with the landowners only by thrusting the workers to the fore. But as the interests of the workers were no less opposed to those of the manufacturers than the interests of the manufacturers were to those of the landowners, it was natural that the manufacturers should fare badly in the workers' meetings. What did the manufacturers do? To save appearances, they organized meetings composed, to a large extent, of foremen, of the small number of workers who were devoted to them, and of the real friends of trade. When later on the genuine workers tried, as in Bolton and Manchester, to take part in these sham demonstrations, in order to protest against them, they were forbidden admittance on the ground that it was a ticket meeting, a meeting to which only persons with entrance cards were admitted. Yet the posters placarded on the walls had announced public meetings. Every time one of these meetings was held, the manufacturers' newspapers gave a pompous and detailed account of the speeches made. It goes without saying that it was the foremen who made these speeches. The London papers reproduced them word for word. M. Proudhon has the misfortune to take foremen for ordinary workers, and enjoins them not to cross the Channel. If in 1844 and 1845 strikes drew less attention than before, it was because 1844 and 1845 were the first 2 years of prosperity that English industry had had since 1837. 87 Nevertheless, none of the trades unions had been dissolved. Now let us listen to the foremen of Bolton. According to them, manufacturers have no command over wages because they have no command over the price of products, and they have no command over the price of products because they have no command over the world market. For this reason they wish it to be understood that combinations should not be formed to extort an increase in wages from the masters. M. Proudhon, on the contrary, forbids combinations for fear they should be followed by a rise in wages which would bring with it a general dearth. We have no need to say that on one point there is an entente cordial between the foreman and M. Proudhon, that a rise in wages is equivalent to a rise in the price of products. But is the fear of a dearth the true cause of M. Proudhon's rancor? No. Quite simply, he is annoyed with the Bolton foremen. Because they determine value by supply and demand and hardly take any account of constituted value, of value which has passed into the state of constitution, of the constitution of value, including permanent exchangeability and all the other proportionalities of relations and relations of proportionality, with providence at their side. A workers' strike is illegal, and it is not only the penal code that says so, it is the economic system, the necessity of the established order. That each worker individually should dispose freely over his person and his hands, this can be tolerated, but that workers should undertake by combination to do violence to monopoly, is something society cannot permit. Tome I, pages 334 and 335. M. Proudhon wants to pass off an article of the Penal Code as a necessary and general result of bourgeois relations of production. In England, combination is authorized by an Act of Parliament, and it is the economic system which has forced Parliament to grant this legal authorization. In 1825, when, under the Minister Huskisson, Parliament had to modify the law in order to bring it more and more into line with the conditions resulting from free competition, it had of necessity to abolish all laws forbidding combinations of workers. 88 The more modern industry and competition develop, the more elements there are which call forth and strengthen combination, and as soon as combination becomes an economic fact, daily gaining in solidity, it is bound before long to become a legal fact. Thus the article of the Penal Code proves at the most that modern industry and competition were not yet well developed under the Constituent Assembly and under the Empire. 89 Economists and socialists are in agreement on one point, the condemnation of combinations. Only they have different motives for their act of condemnation. The economists say to the workers, do not combine. By combination you hinder the regular progress of industry, you prevent manufacturers from carrying out their orders, you disturb trade and you precipitate the invasion of machines which, by rendering your labor in part useless, force you to accept a still lower wage. Besides, whatever you do, your wages will always be determined by the relation of hands demanded to hands supplied, and it is an effort as ridiculous as it is dangerous for you to revolt against the eternal laws of political economy. The socialists say to the workers, do not combine, because what will you gain by it anyway? A rise in wages? The economists will prove to you quite clearly that the few halfpence you may gain by it for a few moments if you succeed, will be followed by a permanent fall. Skilled calculators will prove to you that it would take you years merely to recover, through the increase in your wages, the expenses incurred for the organization and upkeep of the combinations. And we, as socialists, tell you that, apart from the money question, you will continue nonetheless to be workers, and the masters will still continue to be the masters, just as before. So no combination. No politics. For is not entering into combination engaging in politics? The economists want the workers to remain in society as it is constituted and as it has been signed and sealed by them in their manuals. The socialists want the workers to leave the old society alone, the better to be able to enter the new society which they have prepared for them with so much foresight. In spite of both of them, in spite of manuals and utopias, combination has not ceased for an instant to go forward and grow with the development and growth of modern industry. It has now reached such a stage, that the degree to which combination has developed in any country clearly marks the rank it occupies in the hierarchy of the world market. England, whose industry has attained the highest degree of development, has the biggest and best organized combinations. In England they have not stopped at partial combinations which have no other objective than a passing strike, and which disappear with it. Permanent combinations have been formed, trades unions, which serve as bulwarks for the workers in their struggles with the employers. And at the present time all these local trades unions find a rallying point in the National Association of United Trades, 90, the central committee of which is in London, and which already numbers 80,000 members. The organization of these strikes, combinations, and trades unions went on simultaneously with the political struggles of the workers, who now constitute a large political party, under the name of Chartists. The first attempts of workers to associate among themselves always take place in the form of combinations. Large-scale industry concentrates in one place a crowd of people unknown to one another. Competition divides their interests. But the maintenance of wages, this common interest which they have against their boss, unites them in a common thought of resistance combination. Thus combination always has a double aim, that of stopping competition among the workers, so that they can carry on general competition with the capitalist. If the first aim of the poverty of philosophy 211 resistance was merely the maintenance of wages, combinations, at first isolated, constitute themselves into groups as the capitalists in their turn unite for the purpose of repression, and in face of always united capital, the maintenance of the association becomes more necessary to them than that of wages. This is so true that English economists are amazed to see the workers sacrifice a good part of their wages in favor of associations, which, in the eyes of these economists, are established solely in favor of wages. In this struggle, a veritable civil war, all the elements necessary for a coming battle unite and develop. Once it has reached this point, association takes on a political character. Economic conditions had first transformed the mass of the people of the country into workers. The domination of capital has created for this mass a common situation, common interests. This mass is thus already a class as against capital, but not yet for itself. In the struggle, of which we have pointed out only a few phases, this mass becomes united, and constitutes itself as a class for itself. The interests it defends become class interests. But the struggle of class against class is a political struggle. In the bourgeoisie we have two phases to distinguish, that in which it constituted itself as a class under the regime of feudalism and absolute monarchy, and that in which, already constituted as a class, it overthrew feudalism and monarchy to make society into a bourgeois society. The first of these phases was the longer and necessitated the greater efforts. This too began by partial combinations against the feudal lords. Much research has been carried out to trace the different historical phases that the bourgeoisie has passed through, from the commune up to its constitution as a class. But when it is a question of making a precise study of strikes, combinations, and other forms in which the proletarians carry out before our eyes their organization as a class, some are seized with real fear and others display a transcendental disdain. An oppressed class is the vital condition for every society founded on the antagonism of classes. The emancipation of the oppressed class thus implies necessarily the creation of a new society. For the oppressed class to be able to emancipate itself, it is necessary that the productive powers already acquired and the existing social relations should no longer be capable of existing side by side. Of all the instruments of production, the greatest productive power 91 is the revolutionary class itself. The organization of revolutionary elements as a class supposes the existence of all the productive forces which could be engendered in the bosom of the old society. 212 Karl Marx. Does this mean that after the fall of the old society there will be a new class domination culminating in a new political power? No. The condition for the emancipation of the working class is the abolition of all classes, just as the condition for the emancipation of the third estate, of the bourgeois order, was the abolition of all estates * and all orders. The working class, in the course of its development, will substitute for the old civil society an association which will exclude classes and their antagonism, and there will be no more political power properly so called, since political power is precisely the official expression of antagonism in civil society. Meanwhile, the antagonism between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie is a struggle of class against class, a struggle which carried to its highest expression is a total revolution. Indeed, is it at all surprising that a society founded on the opposition of classes should culminate in brutal contradiction, the shock of body against body, as its final denouement? Do not say that social movement excludes political movement. There is never a political movement which is not at the same time social. It is only in an order of things in which there are no more classes and class antagonisms that social evolutions will cease to be political revolutions. Till then, on the eve of every general reshuffling of society, the last word of social science will always be le combat ou la mort, la lutte sanguinaire ou le néant. C'est ainsi que la question est invinciblement posée. George Sand. 3. Friedrich Engels. The decline and approaching fall of Guizot. Position of the French bourgeoisie. The English stage had better give over playing the school for scandal * for, indeed, the greatest school of this sort has been set up in Paris, in the Chamber of Deputies. The amount of scandalous matter collected and brought forward there during the last 4 or 5 weeks, is really unprecedented in the annals of parliamentary discussion. You recollect the inscription Mr. Duncombe once proposed for your own glorious House of Commons: the most degrading and infamous proceedings take place within these walls. Well, here is a match for your own set of middle-class legislators. Here are proceedings which will put British rascality to the blush. The honour of Old England is saved, Mr. Roebuck is outdone by M. de Girardin, Sir James Graham is beaten by M. Duchatel. I shall not undertake to give you the whole list of scandalous affairs brought to the light within the last few weeks. I shall not say a word about the several dozen of bribery cases brought before the juries, not a word about M. Gooden, the ordnance officer of the King, who, not without some degree of cleverness, made an attempt to introduce the habits of the swell mob into the Palace of the Tuileries. 93. I shall not give you a lengthy report of the dirty affair of Gen. Cubaires, peer of France, formerly Minister of War, who, under pretext of bribing the ministry into granting the concession of allowing the formation of a mining company, cheated the said company out of 40 shares, which he coolly put into his own pocket, and on account of which he is now under trial before the chamber of A.R. Sheridan, the School for Scandal. A comedy in 5 acts ed. 214 Friedrich Engels. Peers. No, I shall give you only a few choice bits, a few samples taken from 2 or 3 sittings of the deputies, which will enable you to judge of the rest. M. Émile de Girardin, deputy and editor of the daily paper La Presse, supporting in both characters the new party of progressive conservatives, and for a considerable time past one of the most violent opponents of the ministry, whom until lately he had supported, is a man of great talent and activity, but without any principles. From the beginning of his public career he unhesitatingly employed any means to make himself an important public character. It was he who forced Armand Karl, the celebrated editor of the National, to a duel, and shot him, thus delivering himself from a dangerous competitor. The support of such a man, proprietor of an influential paper, and member of the Chamber of Deputies, was of course very important to the government, but M. de Girardin sold his support, for he always sold it, at a very high price. There was a deal of business transacted between M. de Girardin and the ministry, but not always to the complete satisfaction of both parties. In the meantime, M. de Girardin prepared himself for any turn which affairs might take. Foreseeing the probability of a rupture with the Guizot ministry, he collected accounts of scandalous transactions, bribings, and traffickings, which he was in the best position to learn, and which were brought to him by his friends and agents in high places. The turn which party discussions took this session showed to him that the fall of Guizot and Duchatel was approaching. He was one of the principal actors in the formation of the new Progressive Conservative Party, and repeatedly threatened the government with the full weight of his wrath, if they persisted in their course. M. Guizot refused, in pretty scornful terms, any compromise with the new party. These detached themselves from the majority, and annoyed the government by their opposition. The financial and other discussions of the chamber unveiled so much scandal, that M.M. Guizot and Duchatel were obliged to throw several of their colleagues overboard in order to save themselves. The vacant places, however, were filled by such insignificant men, that no party was satisfied, and the ministry were rather weakened than fortified. Then came Cubailleries' affair, which elicited some doubts, even in the majority, as to the possibility to keep M. Guizot in office. Now, at last, when he saw the ministry totally disorganized and weakened, now M. de Girardin thought the moment had arrived when he might bring forth his Pandora's box of scandal, and achieve the ruin of a tottering government, by revelations fit to shake the faith even of the belly of the chamber. 94. The decline and approaching fall of Guizot 215. He commenced by accusing the ministry of having sold a peerage for 80,000 francs, but of not having kept their promise, after pocketing the money. The House of Peers found themselves insulted by this assertion made in La Presse, and asked leave from the deputies to bring M. de Girardin before their bar. This demand occasioned a discussion in the deputies, in the course of which M. de Girardin fully maintained his assertion, declaring he was in possession of the proofs, but refusing to give any names, as he would not play the part of a delator. He said, however, that 3 times he had mentioned the matter privately to M. Guizot, who never denied the fact, and that once he spoke about it to M. Duchatel, who replied it was done during my absence, and I afterwards disapproved of it. It was M. Guizot who did it. The whole of this was flatly denied by M. Duchatel. Then, said M. de Girardin, I will give you the proof that the ministry is quite in the habit of proposing such transactions, and he read a letter from General Alexander de Girardin, the father, I believe, of M. Émile de Girardin, the latter is an illegitimate child, to the king. This letter expressed General de G's gratitude for the offer of a peerage made to him, but said at the same time, that M. Guizot having afterwards made it a condition of the grant that he, General de G, should use his influence with M. Émile de G to prevent him opposing the government, General de G would be no party to such a transaction, and, therefore, decline the peerage. Oh! Said M. Duchatel, if this is all, we will just mention that M. Émile de Girardin himself offered to us to cease his opposition if we would make him a peer, but we declined that offer. In me lacrymae, but Duchatel replied not a word to the allegation contained in the letter. The chamber then voted that M. Émile de G should be delivered up to the peers for trial. He was tried, sustained the allegation, but declared, the sold peerages not having been made out, he could not have attacked the Chamber of Peers, but only the government. The Peers then acquitted him. Girardin then brought forward another scandalous affair. There was got up last year a large paper, called the Epoque, which was to support the government, to beat all opposition papers out of the market, and to supersede the costly support of M. de Girardin's Presse. The experiment signally failed, partly, too, through the intrigues of M. de Girardin himself, who has his finger in every pie of that sort. Now, M. Duchatel had answered, when charged with bribing the press, that the government had never paid any subsidies to any paper. M. de Girardin, against this assertion, maintained the notorious fact, that M. Duchatel, after hence these tears. Terence, Andrea, Act I, Scene 1. Ed. 216 Friedrich Engels. A deal of begging on the part of the editors of the Epoque, had told them, well, gold and silver I have none, but what I have that will I give unto you, and had given them the privilege for a third opera house for Paris, which privilege the gents of the Epoque so /d for 100,000 f, of which some 60,000 f were spent in support of the paper, and the remaining 40,000 f went nobody knows where to. This, too, was flatly denied by M. Duchatel, but the fact is notorious. There were, besides, some similar transactions brought forward by M. de Girardin, but these samples will be quite sufficient. Yesterday, in the Chamber of Deputies, M. de Girardin again got up and read some letters, from which it appeared that M. Duchatel has caused the discussion in the above peerage affair to be printed at the public expense, and sent it to all town councils in the country, but that in this ministerial report neither M. de Girardin's nor M. Duchatel's speeches were correctly reported, but, on the contrary, both of them were arranged so as to make M. de Girardin appear as a ridiculous calumniator, and M. Duchatel in the light of the purest and most virtuous of men. As to the matter itself, he repeated all his assertions, and defied the government either to have them disproved by a parliamentary committee, or to bring him before a jury as a slanderer. In both cases, he said, he should be bound to give the names of the parties and all particulars, and thus be enabled to prove his accusations without placing himself in the position of a common informer. This excited a general storm in the chamber. M. Duchatel denied, M. de Girardin reasserted, M. Duchatel redenied, M. de Girardin reasserted, and so on, the whole accompanied by the shouts and countershouts of the choruses of the chamber. Other opposition members again defied the ministry to have the matter looked into either by parliamentary inquiry, or by a trial. At last M. Duchatel said, "A parliamentary inquiry, gentlemen, would presuppose a doubt in the integrity of the government on the part of the majority, and, therefore, the day this inquiry should be granted our places would be occupied by others than us. If you have any doubt tell us so plainly, and we shall resign immediately." "Then," said M. de Girardin, "there remains nothing but a trial. I am ready to undergo it, place me before a jury, if you dare." "No," said M. Hébert, Minister of Justice, "we shall not, because the majority of the chamber will judge." "But," said M. Odillenbrot, "this is not a political question, it is a legal one, and such a question is not within our competence, but of that of the public courts of law. If M. de Girardin has calumniated the government in his paper, why do you not have him tried for it?" "We won't." "Well, but there is a plain allegation against other parties, too, of trafficking in peerages, why not bring them up? And this affair with the Epoque and the Opera. The decline and approaching fall of Guizot 217. Privilege if you are no parties to that, as you say, why do you not bring up those who are parties to such villainous traffic? Here are plain incriminations, and even partial proofs of crimes said to have been committed, why do not the lawyers of the Crown prosecute the alleged perpetrators of these crimes, as is their duty?" "We do not get up a prosecution," replied M. Hébert, "because the character of the allegations, and the character of those who bring them forward, is not such as to make the truth of these allegations anything like probable to the legal advisers of the Crown." All this was every moment interrupted by groaning, shouting, knocking and all sorts of noises in general. This incomparable sitting, which has shaken the Guizot ministry to its very foundation, was concluded by a vote, which proves, that if the faith of the majority may be shaken, their system of voting is not. The Chamber, after having heard the explanations of the ministry, and found them satisfactory, passes to the order of the day. What do you think of that? Which do you prefer, the ministry or the majority, the deputies of France or your own commons? M. Duchatel or Sir James Graham? I dare say you will find the choice a difficult one. There is, however, one difference betwixt them. The English middle classes have, up to this day, to struggle against an aristocracy, which, although in a state of dissolution and decomposition, is not yet removed. The aristocracy of England always found some support in one fraction or the other of the middle classes themselves, and it was this division of the middle classes that saved the aristocracy from total ruin. At this moment the aristocracy is supported by the fund holders, bankers, and owners of fixed incomes, and by a large part of the shipping trade against the manufacturers. The whole agitation for the repeal of the Corn Laws proves this. 95. The advanced fraction of the English middle classes, therefore, I mean the manufacturers, will yet be able to carry out some progressive political measures which will more and more decompose the aristocracy. They will even be obliged to do so. They must extend their markets, which they cannot do without reducing their prices, which reduction must be preceded by a reduced cost of production, which reduced cost of production is mainly obtained by reduced wages, for reducing which there is no safer means than reduced price of the necessaries of life, and, to obtain this, they have no other means but reducing the taxes. This is the logical chain which ties the manufacturers of England to the necessity of destroying the established church, and reducing, or equitably adjusting, the national debt. Both these measures, and others in the same spirit, they will be forced to carry out as soon as they find, which they must, the market of the world insufficient to continually 21.8 Friedrich Engels. And regularly buy up their produce. Thus the English middle classes are, as yet, in a progressive direction. They have an aristocracy and a privileged clergy to overthrow. There are certain progressive measures which they will be forced to carry, and which they are the fit and proper persons to carry. But the French middle classes are in a different position. There is no aristocracy of birth, nor a landed aristocracy, in that country. The revolution has swept it entirely away. Neither is there a privileged or established church, but on the contrary, both Catholic and Protestant clergy receive their salaries from the government, and are upon a footing of perfect equality. There is no important struggle possible in France between the fund holders, bankers, shippers, and manufacturers, because, of all fractions of the middle classes, the fund holders and bankers, who, at the same time, are the principal shareholders in the railway, mining, and other companies, are decidedly the strongest fraction, and have, with a few interruptions only, ever since 1830, held the reins of government. The manufacturers, kept down by foreign competition in the foreign market, and threatened in their own, have no chance of growing to such a degree of power, that they successfully might struggle against the bankers and fund holders. On the contrary, their chance decreases every year. Their party in the deputies, formerly one half, is now not more than a third part of the chamber. It results from all this that neither a single fraction, nor the whole of the ruling middle classes, are in a position to carry out anything like progress, that the government of the bourgeoisie is so fully established in France since the revolution of 1830, that the ruling class could do nothing but wear themselves out. This they have done. Instead of progressing, they were obliged to go backwards, to restrain the liberty of the press, to take away the right of free association and meeting, to make all sorts of exceptional laws in order to keep down the working people. And the scandalous affairs brought forward within the last few weeks are the evident proof that the ruling bourgeoisie of France are entirely worn out, totally used up. Indeed, the high bourgeoisie are in an awkward position. They had found, at last, in Guizot and Duchatel, the men to govern them. They kept them in office 7 years, and sent them at every election larger and larger majorities. And now, when all opposing fractions had been reduced to the utmost impotency in the chamber, now when Guizot and Duchatel's days of glory seem to have arrived, at that very moment a mass of scandal is discovered in the doings of the ministry, that makes it impossible for them to remain in office, even if supported unanimously by the chambers. There can be no doubt. The decline and approaching fall of Guizot 219. That Guizot and Duchatel will, with their colleagues, resign very shortly. They may drag on their ministerial existence a few weeks longer, but their end is drawing nigh, very nigh. And who is to govern after them? God knows. They may say, as Louis XV, after me the deluge, ruin, and confusion. Thiers is unable to bring together a majority. Mole is an old, worn-out, and insignificant man, who will meet all sorts of difficulties, and who, in order to secure the support of the majority, must commit similar scandalous actions, and therefore, end in the same way as Guizot. This is the principal difficulty. The present electors will always elect a majority like that now sitting. The present majority will always require a ministry like that of Guizot and Duchatel, committing all sorts of scandal. Any ministry doing so will be overthrown by the mere weight of public opinion. This is the vicious circle in which the present system moves. But to go on as heretofore is impossible. What, then, is to be done? There is no other course but to leave the circle, to pass a measure of electoral reform, and electoral reform means admission of the smaller tradesmen to the suffrage, and this means, in France, the beginning of the end. Rothschild and Louis Philippe know very well, both of them, that admission of the smaller bourgeoisie to the suffrage means nothing but La Republique. Paris, June 26, 1847. First published in the Northern Star, reprinted from the newspaper number 506, July 3, 1847, with an editorial note. From our own correspondent in the French capital. Karl Marx. The Communism of the Reinisker Biobodern. Brussels, September 5. In issue number 70 of this newspaper, an article from the Reinisker Biobodder is introduced with the words. In issue no 2t, 6, the Reinisker Biobodder preaches communism as follows. Whether or not this comment is intended ironically, communists must protest against the idea that the Reinisker Biobodder could preach communism, and especially against the idea that the article communicated in issue number 70 of the DUSKB Russeler Zeitung is communist. If a certain section of German socialists has continually blustered against the liberal bourgeoisie, and has done so, in a manner which has benefited nobody but the German governments, and if at present government newspapers like the Reinisker Biobodder, basing themselves on the empty phrases of these people, claim that it is not the liberal bourgeoisie but the government which represents the interests of the proletariat, then the communists have nothing in common with either the former or the latter. Certain people have admittedly wished to lay the responsibility for this on the German communists. They have accused them of being in alliance with the government. This accusation is ludicrous. The government cannot unite with the communists, nor the communists with the government, for the simple reason that of all the revolutionary parties in Germany the communists are by far the most revolutionary, and that the government knows this better than anyone else. Can communists unite with a government which has pronounced them guilty of high treason and treats them as such? The communism of the Reinisker Biobodder 221. Can the government propagate in its press principles, which, in France, are considered to be anarchistic, incendiary, and destructive of all social relations, and to which this same government continually ascribes the very same characteristics? It is inconceivable. Let us examine the so-called communism of the Reinisker Biobodder, and we shall find that it is very innocent. The article begins. If we examine our social condition, then the greatest distress and the most pressing want reveal themselves everywhere, and we have to admit that much has been neglected. This is, indeed, a fact, and the only question which arises is what causes it? We are convinced that our constitution does not bear the responsibility for this, for, as far as social conditions are concerned, matters are, still worse in France and England. Nevertheless, liberalism seeks the remedy in representation alone. If the people were represented, it would help itself. This is quite illusory to be sure, but nonetheless, extremely plausible. In this paragraph we see the Beobachter observer before us, in the flesh the way he chews his pen, at a loss for an introduction, speculates, writes, crosses out, writes again, and then finally, after some considerable time, produces the above magnificent passage. In order to arrive at liberalism, his own inherited hobby horse, he begins with our social condition, that is, strictly speaking, the social condition of the Beobachter, which may very well have its unpleasantnesses. By means of the extremely trivial observation that our social condition is miserable and that much has been neglected, he arrives, by way of some very thorny sentences, at a point where the only question which arises for him, is what causes it. This question arises for him, however, only to disappear again at once. The Beobachter does not, in fact, tell us what causes it, neither does he tell us what does not cause it. He tells us merely what he is convinced does not cause it, and that is, of course, the Prussian Constitution. From the Prussian Constitution, by means of a bold four, he arrives at France and England, and from here to Prussian liberalism is for him of course only a trifling leap, which, supported by the least motivated nevertheless conceivable, he accomplishes with ease. And thus at last he has reached his favorite terrain, where he can exclaim, "This is quite illusory to be sure, but nonetheless extremely plausible." But nonetheless extremely. Is it possible that the communists have sunk so low that the paternity of such utterances, such classical transitions, such questions, arising and disappearing with ease, such remarkable onlys, fofs, and nevertheless, and above all the phrase "but nonetheless extremely," should be ascribed to them? 222 Karl Marx. Besides the old general, Arnold Ruge, there are only a few men in Germany who can write in this way, and these few are all consistorial councillors in Herr Eckhorn's ministry. We cannot be required to go into the contents of this introductory passage. It has no content other than the awkwardness of its form. It is merely the portal through which we step into the hall where our observing consistorial councillor is preaching a crusade against liberalism. Let us listen. Liberalism has above all the advantage that its approach to the people takes easier and more pleasant forms than does that of the bureaucracy. Indeed, not even Herr Dahlmann or Gervinus writes such clumsy and angular prose. It speaks of the welfare and the rights of the people. In reality, however, it only pushes the people forward in order thereby to intimidate the government. It considers the people only as cannon fodder in the great onslaught against the power of the government. To seize the power of the state, this is the true tendency of liberalism. The welfare of the people is only of secondary importance to it. Does the Herr Consistorial Councillor believe he has told the people anything new with this? The people, and in particular the communist section of the people, knows very well that the liberal bourgeoisie is only pursuing its own interests and that little reliance should be placed on its sympathy for the people. If, however, the consistorial councillor concludes from this that the liberal bourgeoisie exploits the people for its own ends in so far as the people participates in the political movement, then we must answer him, that is quite plausible for a consistorial councillor, to be sure, but nonetheless extremely illusory. The people, or, to replace this broad and vague expression by a definite one, the proletariat, has quite another way of reasoning than the gentlemen of the ecclesiastical ministry permit themselves to imagine. The proletariat does not ask whether the welfare of the people is a matter of secondary or of primary importance to the bourgeoisie, or whether the bourgeoisie wishes to use proletarians as cannon fodder or not. The proletariat does not ask what the bourgeoisie merely wishes to do, but what it must do. It asks whether the present political system, the rule of the bureaucracy, or the one the liberals are striving for, the rule of the bourgeoisie, will offer it the means to achieve its own purposes. To this end it only has to compare the political position of the proletariat in England, France, and America with that in Germany to see that the rule of the bourgeoisie does not only place quite new weapons in the hands of the proletariat for the struggle against the bourgeoisie, but that it also secures for it a quite different status, the status of a recognized party. The Communism of the Rheinisker Beobachter 225. Does the Herr Consistorial Councillor then believe that the proletariat, which is more and more adhering to the Communist Party, that the proletariat will be incapable of utilizing the freedom of the press and the freedom of association? Let him just read the English and French working men's newspapers, let him just attend sometime a single Chartist meeting. But in the ecclesiastical ministry, where the Rheinisker Beobachter is edited, they have queer ideas about the proletariat. They think they are dealing with Pomeranian peasants or with Berlin loafers. They think they have reached the greatest depths of profundity when they promise the people no longer panem et circenses, but panem et religionem instead. They delude themselves that the proletariat wishes to be helped, they do not conceive that it expects help from nobody but itself. They do not suspect that the proletariat sees through all these empty consistorial phrases about the welfare of the people and bad social conditions just as well as through the similar phrases of the liberal bourgeoisie. And why is the welfare of the people only of secondary importance to the bourgeoisie? The Rheinisker Beobachter replies. The United Diet has proved it, the perfidy of liberalism is exposed. The income tax was the acid test of liberalism, and it failed the test. These well-meaning consistorial councillors, imagining in their economic innocence that they can use the income tax to throw dust in the eyes of the proletariat. The slaughter and milling tax directly affects wages, the income tax affects the profit of capital. Extremely plausible, Herr Consistorial Councillor, isn't it? But the capitalists will not and cannot allow their profits to be taxed with impunity. This follows from competition itself. So within a few months after the introduction of the income tax, wages will therefore have been reduced to precisely the extent by which they were actually raised. D. By the abolition of the slaughter and milling tax and by the reduced food prices resulting from this. The level of wages expressed, not in terms of money, but in terms of the means of subsistence necessary to the working man, that is the level of real, not of nominal wages, depends on the relationship between demand and supply. An alteration in the mode of taxation may cause a momentary disturbance, but will not change anything in the long run. A bread and games ed. B. Bread and religion ed. 226 Karl Marx. The only economic advantage of the income tax is that it is cheaper to levy, and this the consistorial councillor does not mention. Incidentally, the proletariat gains nothing from this circumstance either. What, then, does all this talk about the income tax amount to? In the first place, the proletariat is not at all, or only momentarily, interested in the whole matter. In the second place, the government, which in levying the slaughter and milling tax comes daily into direct contact with the proletariat and confronts it in a hateful fashion, the government remains in the background where the income tax is concerned, and forces the bourgeoisie to assume in full the odious business of pressing down wages. The income tax would thus be of benefit to the government alone, hence the anger of the consistorial councillors at its rejection. But let us concede even for a moment that the proletariat has an interest in the matter. Should this Diet have granted it? By no means. It ought not to have granted monies at all. It should have left the financial system exactly as it was so long as the government had not fulfilled all its demands. The refusal of monies is, in all parliamentary assemblies, the means by which the government is forced to yield to the majority. This consistent refusal of monies was the only thing in which the Diet behaved energetically, and that is why the disappointed consistorial councillors have to try and render it suspicious in the eyes of the people. And yet, the Rheinisker Beobachter continues, the organs of the liberal press quite appropriately raised the matter of the income tax. Quite correct, and it is indeed a purely bourgeois measure. For this very reason, though, the bourgeoisie is able to reject it when it is proposed to it at the wrong time by ministers whom it cannot trust an inch. We shall, incidentally, add this confession concerning the paternity of the income tax to the record, we shall find it useful later on. After some exceptionally vacuous and confused twaddle, the consistorial councillor suddenly stumbles over the proletariat in the following manner. What is the proletariat? This is yet another of those questions which arise only to remain unanswered. It is no exaggeration when we, that is, the consistorial councillors of the Rheinisker Beobachter, not, however, the other profane newspapers, state that 1/3 of the people has no basis for its existence, and another third is on the decline. The problem of the proletariat is the problem of the great majority of the people, it is the cardinal question. The communism of the Rheinisker Beobachter 227. How rapidly, indeed, these bureaucrats are brought to see reason by a single united Diet with a little opposition. How long is it since the government was prohibiting newspapers from maintaining such exaggerations as that we might have a proletariat in Prussia? Ever since the Trierskzeitung, among others, that innocent organ, was threatened with closure because it maliciously wished to present the evil circumstances of the proletariat in England and France as existing also in Prussia? Be that as the government wishes. We shall similarly add to the record that the great majority of the people are proletarians. The Diet, it is further declared, considered the question of principle to be the cardinal question, that is, the question of whether or not this exalted assembly should receive state power. And what was the people to receive? No railway, no annuity banks, no tax relief. Thrice happy people! Observe how our sleek-pate consistorial councillor is gradually beginning to show his fox's ears. The Diet considered the question of principle to be the main question. The blessed simplicity of this amiable blind worm! The question as to whether a loan of 30 millions, an income tax providing a revenue not to be determined in advance, an annuity bank by means of which 400 to 500 millions can be raised on the domains, as to whether all this should be put at the disposal of the present dissolute and reactionary government, thus rendering it independent for an eternity, or whether it should be kept short, be rendered submissive to public opinion by the withdrawal of moneys, this our pussyfooting consistorial councillor calls the question of principle. And what will the people receive? Asks the sympathetic consistorial councillor. No railway, thus it will also avoid paying any taxes to cover the interest on the loan and the inevitable big losses in the running of this railway. No annuity banks. Our consistorial councillor acts just as if the government wished to give annuities to the proletarians, doesn't he? But, on the contrary, it wanted to give annuities to the nobility, for which the people would have had to pay. In this way it was to be made easier for the peasants to buy themselves free from compulsory labor service. If the peasants wait a few years more, they will probably no longer need to buy themselves free. When the lords of the manor come under the pitchforks of the peasants, and this could easily happen before very long, then corvée system will cease of its own accord. No income tax. But so long as the income tax brings no income to the people, this is a matter of utter indifference to it. 9/1826. 228 Karl Marx. Thrice happy people, continues the consistorial councillor, you have at least won the question of principle. And if you do not understand what this is, then let your representatives explain it to you, perhaps you will forget your hunger in the course of their lengthy speeches. Who still dares to claim that the German press is not free? The Rheinisker Beobachter employs here with complete impunity a turn of phrase which many a French provincial jury would without more ado declare to be an incitement of the various classes of society against one another and cause to be punished. The consistorial councillor behaves, incidentally, in a terribly awkward manner. He wishes to flatter the people, and does not even credit it with knowing what a question of principle might be. Because he has to feign sympathy for the people's hunger, he takes his revenge by declaring it to be stupid and politically incompetent. The proletariat knows so well what the question of principle is that it does not reproach the Diet for having won it, but for not having won it. The proletariat reproaches the Diet for having stayed on the defensive, for not having attacked, for not having gone 10 times further. it reproaches it with not having behaved decisively enough to make possible the participation of the proletariat in the movement. The proletariat was certainly incapable of showing any interest in the privileges of the estates. But a diet demanding trial by jury, equality before the law, the abolition of the corvée system, freedom of the press, freedom of association and true representation, a diet having once and for all broken with the past and formulating its demands according to the needs of the present instead of according to the old laws, such a diet could count on the strongest support from the proletariat. The Beobachter continues. And may God grant that this diet should not absorb the power of the government, otherwise an insuperable brake will be put upon all social improvements. The Herr Consistorial Councillor may calm himself. A diet that could not even get the better of the Prussian government will be given short shrift by the proletariat when the need arises. It has been said, the Consistorial Councillor observes further, that the income tax leads to revolution, to communism. To revolution, to be sure, that is to say, to a transformation of social relations, to the removal of limitless poverty. Either the consistorial councillor wishes to mock his readers and merely say that the income tax removes limitless poverty in order to replace it with limited poverty, and more of a similar kind of bad Berlin jokes, or he is the greatest and most shameless ignoramus in the communism of the Rheinisker Beobachter 229. Economic matters alive. He does not know that in England the income tax has been in existence for 7 years and has not transformed a single social relation, has not removed the least hair's breadth of limitless poverty. He does not know that it is precisely where the most limitless poverty exists in Prussia, in the weaving villages of Silesia and Ravensburg, among the small peasants of Silesia, Posen, the Mosel, and the Vistula, that the class tax, that is, the income tax, is in force. But who can reply seriously to such absurdities? It is further stated. Also to communism, as it happens to be understood, where all relations have been so intertwined with one another and brought into flux by trade and industry that the individual loses his footing in the currents of competition, by the nature of the circumstances he is thrown upon the mercy of society, which must compensate in respect of the particular for the consequences of the general fluctuations. Hence society has a duty of solidarity in respect of the existence of its members. And there we are supposed to have the communism of the Rheinisker Beobachter. Thus in a society such as ours, where nobody is secure in his existence, in his position in life, society is duty bound to secure everybody's existence. First the consistorial councillor admits that the existing society cannot do this, and then he demands of it that it should nevertheless perform this impossible feat. But it should compensate in respect of the particular for that for which it can show no consideration in its general fluctuations. This is what the consistorial councillor means. 1/3 of the people has no basis for its existence, and another third is on the decline. 10 million individuals, therefore, are to be individually compensated for. Does the consistorial councillor believe in all seriousness that the pauvre * Prussian government will be able to achieve this? To be sure, and what is more by means of the income tax, which leads to communism, as it happens to be understood by the Rheinisker Beobachter. Magnificent. After bemusing us with confused balderdash about alleged communism, after declaring that society has a duty of solidarity in respect of the existence of its members, that it has to care for them, although it cannot do so, after all these aberrations, contradictions, and impossible demands, we are urged to accept the income tax as the measure which will resolve all contradictions. A poor ed. 230 Karl Marx. Make all impossibilities possible and restore the solidarity of all members of society. We refer to Herr von Duisburg's memorandum on the income tax, which was presented to the Diet. In this memorandum employment had already been found for the last penny of the revenue from the income tax. The hard-pressed government had not a farthing to spare for the compensation in respect of the particular for general fluctuations, for the fulfillment of society's duties of solidarity. And if, instead of 10 million, only 10 individuals had been through the nature of circumstances thrown upon Herr von Duisburg's mercy, Herr von Duisburg would have rejected all 10 of them. but no, we are mistaken. Besides the income tax, the Herr Consistorial Councillor has yet another means for introducing communism, as he happens to understand it. What is the alpha and omega of the Christian faith? The dogma of original sin and redemption. And therein lies the association in solidarity of humanity in its highest potential, one for all and all for 6ne. Thrice happy people. The cardinal question is solved for all eternity. Under the double wings of the Prussian Eagle and the Holy Ghost, the proletariat will find two inexhaustible springs of life. First, the surplus from the income tax above the ordinary and extraordinary needs of the state, which surplus equals zero, and second, the revenues from the heavenly domains of original sin and redemption, which likewise equal zero. These two zeros provide a splendid basis for the one-third of the people which has no basis for its existence, a powerful support for the other third which is on the decline. Imaginary surpluses, original sin and redemption will undoubtedly satisfy the people's hunger in quite another way than the long speeches of liberal deputies. It is further stated, "We also pray, in the Lord's Prayer, lead us not into temptation." And what we supplicate for ourselves we ought to practice with regard to our fellow human beings. Our social conditions undoubtedly tempt man, and the excess of poverty incites to crime. And we, gentlemen, we bureaucrats, judges and consistorial councillors of the Prussian state, practice this consideration by having people broken on the wheel, beheaded, locked up and flogged to our heart's content, thereby leading the proletariat into the temptation to have us later similarly broken on the wheel, beheaded, locked up and flogged. Which will not fail to occur. A Duisburg, von Denkschrift, betreffend die Aufhebung mal und Schlachtsteuer. Die Beschränkung der Klassensteuer und die Erhebung einer Einkommenssteuer ed. The Communism of the Rheinisker Beobachter 231. Such conditions, declares the consistorial councillor, must not be tolerated by a Christian state, it must remedy them. Indeed, with absurd blusterings about society's duties of solidarity, with imaginary surpluses and unacceptable bills of exchange on God the Father, Son, and Company, we can also save ourselves all this tedious talk of communism, opines our observing consistorial councillor. If only those who have the vocation for it develop the social principles of Christianity, then the communists will soon fall silent. The social principles of Christianity have now had 1800 years to be developed, and need no further development by Prussian consistorial councillors. The social principles of Christianity justified the slavery of antiquity, glorified the serfdom of the Middle Ages and are capable, in case of need, of defending the oppression of the proletariat, even if with somewhat doleful grimaces. The social principles of Christianity preach the necessity of a ruling and an oppressed class, and for the latter all they have to offer is the pious wish that the former may be charitable. The social principles of Christianity place the consistorial councillor's compensation for all infamies in heaven, and thereby justify the continuation of these infamies on earth. The social principles of Christianity declare all the vile acts of the oppressors against the oppressed to be either a just punishment for original sin and other sins, or trials which the Lord, in his infinite wisdom, ordains for the redeemed. The social principles of Christianity preach cowardice, self-contempt, abasement, submissiveness, and humbleness, in short, all the qualities of the rabble, and the proletariat, which will not permit itself to be treated as rabble, needs its courage, its self-confidence, its pride and its sense of independence even more than its bread. The social principles of Christianity are sneaking and hypocritical, and the proletariat is revolutionary. So much for the social principles of Christianity. Further, we have acknowledged social reform to be the most distinguished vocation of the monarchy. Have we? There has not been a single word of this hitherto. However, let it stand. And what does the social reform of the monarchy consist in? In promulgating an income tax stolen from the liberal press, which is to provide surpluses the Minister of Finance knows nothing about, in the abortive land annuity banks. 232 Karl Marx. In the Prussian Eastern Railway, and in particular in the profits from a vast capital of original sin and redemption. The interests of the monarchy itself makes this advisable. How low, then, the monarchy must have sunk. The distress in society demands this. For the moment it demands protective tariffs far more than dogmas. The gospel recommends this. This is recommended by everything in general, only not by the terrifyingly barren condition of the Prussian state treasury, this abyss, which, within 3 years, will irrevocably have swallowed up the 15 Russian millions. The gospel recommends a great deal besides, among other things also castration as the beginning of social reform with oneself, Matthew 19:12. The monarchy, declares our consistorial councillor, is one with the people. This pronouncement is only another form of the old Elitas rea, and precisely the same form, in fact, as was used by Louis XVI against his rebellious estates on June 23, 1789, if you do not obey, then I shall send you back home et sol je ferai le bonheur de mon peuple. The monarchy must indeed be very hard-pressed if it decides to make use of this formula, and our learned consistorial councillor certainly knows how the French people thanked Louis XVI for its use on that occasion. The throne, the Herr consistorial councillor assures us further, must rest on the broad foundation of the people, there it stands best. So long, that is, as those broad shoulders do not, with one powerful heave, throw this burdensome superstructure into the gutter. The aristocracy, thus concludes the Herr consistorial councillor, leaves the monarchy its dignity and gives it a poetical adornment, but removes real power from it. The bourgeoisie robs it of both its power and its dignity, and only gives it a civil list. The people preserves to the monarchy its power, its dignity, and its poetry. In this passage the Herr consistorial councillor has unfortunately taken the boastful appeal to his people, made by Friedrich William in his speech from the throne, 98 too seriously. Its last word is overthrow of the aristocracy, overthrow of the bourgeoisie, creation of a monarchy drawing its support from the people. If these demands were not pure fantasies they would contain in themselves a complete revolution. We have not the slightest wish to argue in detail that the I am the state, expression attributed to Louis XIV, ed. And alone I shall create the happiness of my people. Ed. The Communism of the Renascurbioboter 233. Aristocracy cannot be overthrown in any other manner than by the bourgeoisie and the people together. That rule of the people in a country where the aristocracy and the bourgeoisie still exist side by side is a piece of sheer nonsense. One cannot reply to such yarn spinnings from one of Eckhorn's consistorial councillors with any serious development of ideas. We merely wish to make some well-intentioned comments to those gentlemen who would like to rescue the apprehensive Prussian monarchy by means of a somersault into the people. Of all political elements the people is by far the most dangerous for a king. Not the people of which Friedrich William speaks, which offers thanks with moist eyes for a kick and a silver penny. This people is completely harmless, for it only exists in the king's imagination. But the real people, the proletarians, the small peasants and the plebs, this is, as Hobbes says, pure robustus, sed maliciosus * robust, but ill-natured youth, which permits no kings, be they lean or fat, to get the better of him. This people would above all else extort from His Majesty a constitution, together with a universal franchise, freedom of association, freedom of the press and other unpleasant things. And if it had all this, it would use it to pronounce as rapidly as possible on the power, the dignity, and the poetry of the monarchy. The current worthy occupant of this monarchy could count himself fortunate if the people employed him as a public barker of the Berlin Artisans Association with a civil list of $250 and a cool pale ale daily. If the consistorial gentlemen now directing the destiny of the Prussian monarchy and the Rheinischer Beobachter should doubt this, then let them merely cast a glance at history. History provides a quite different horoscopes for kings who appealed to their people. Charles I of England also appealed to his people against his estates. He called his people to arms against Parliament. The people, however, declared itself to be against the king, threw all the members who did not represent the people out of Parliament and finally caused Parliament, which had thus become the real representative of the people, to behead the king. Thus ended the appeal of Charles I to his people. This occurred on January 30, 1649, and has its bicentenary in the year 1849. Louis XVI of France likewise appealed to his people. 3 years long he appealed from one section of the people to another. He sought his people, the true people, the people filled with enthusiasm. A Th. Hobbes, Elementa Philosophicatis ed. 23 for Karl Marx. For him, and found it nowhere. Finally he found it in the encampment of Koblenz, behind the ranks of the Prussian and Austrian army. This, however, was too much of a good thing for his people in France. On August 10, 1792 it locked up the appellant in the Temple and summoned the National Convention, which represented it in every respect. This convention declared itself competent to judge the appeal of the ex-king, and after some consultation the appellant was taken to the Place de la Révolution, where he was guillotined on January 21, 1793. That is what happens when kings appeal to their people. Just what happens, however, when consistorial councillors wish to found a democratic monarchy, we shall have to wait and see. Written on September 5, 1847, printed according to the newspaper first published in full in English for the Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung number 73, first time September 12, 1847. Friedrich Engels. German Socialism in Verse and Prose. 1. Karl Beck, Lieder vom armen Mann. Or the Poetry of True Socialism. Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung number 73, September 12, 1847. Songs about the poor man begins with a song to a wealthy house. To the house of Rothschild. To prevent misunderstandings, the poet addresses God as Lord and the house of Rothschild as Lord. Right at the beginning he records his petty bourgeois illusion that the rule of gold obeys Rothschild's whims, an illusion which gives rise to a whole series of fancies about the power of the house of Rothschild. It is not the destruction of Rothschild's real power, of the social conditions on which it is based, which the poet threatens, he merely desires it to be humanely applied. He laments that bankers are not socialist philanthropists, not enthusiasts for an ideal, not benefactors of mankind, but just bankers. Beck sings of the cowardly petty bourgeois wretchedness, of the poor man, the pauvre hontlux with his poor, pious and contradictory wishes of the little man in all his manifestations, and not of the proud, threatening, and revolutionary proletarian. The threats and reproaches which Beck showers on the house of Rothschild, sound, for all his good intentions, even more farcical to the reader than a Capuchin's sermon. They are founded on the most infantile illusion about the power of the Rothschilds, on total ignorance of the connection between this power and existing conditions, and on a complete misapprehension about the means which the Rothschilds had to use to acquire power and to retain power. Pusillanimity and lack of understanding, womanish sentimentality, and the wretched, prosaically sober attitudes of the petty bourgeoisie, these are the muses of this liar, and in vain they do violence to themselves in an attempt to appear terrible. They only appear ridiculous. Their forced bass is constantly breaking into a comic falsetto, their dramatic rendering of the titanic struggle of an 236 Friedrich Engels. Enceladus only succeeds in producing the farcical, disjointed jerks of a puppet. The rule of gold obeys your whims. Oh, would your works could be as splendid, and your heart as great as is your power. P4. It is a pity that Rothschild has the power and our poet the heart. Were but the two of them one, it had been too much for the earth. Herr Ludwig of Bavaria. 3. The first figure with whom Rothschild is confronted is of course the minstrel himself, to be precise, the German minstrel who dwells in lofty, heavenly garrets. Singing of justice, light, and freedom, the one true God in Trinity, the lute of the bards is with melody inspired, now men with listening ears will follow the spirits, p. 5.